Chapter 1. I yearn for tranquility. Oh my! He possesses innate, full soul power. From this day forth, you shall serve as the prince's companion in studies. As memories flickered in his mind, a hint of helplessness appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Who desires to be a mere companion to the prince? All I wish for is to lead a life of tranquility. Jiang Yu, a traveler from another world, once embodied the essence of a laid-back youth, whose greatest aspiration was to recline comfortably, as for work. Those who wish to toil may do so, he preferred to lie idle. The words of experts on his phone were nothing more than empty rhetoric to him. In a normal course of events, Jiang Yu had indeed fulfilled his desire in his past life. Yet, tragically, just as he achieved financial freedom and was poised to indulge in a life of leisure, he met his untimely demise and found himself in the world of Douluo. Initially, this transformation might have been a cause for joy, but alas, Jiang Yu found no delight in it. His ultimate wish was to embrace a life of tranquility, but in Dula, there was no sanctuary for such repose. What is essential for true relaxation? It is the joy of both body and spirit, yet in Dula, what was there? Nothing at all. There were no films, no games, and certainly no delightful refreshments to soothe the soul. The entire realm of Dula offered not a single form of entertainment capable of evoking joy. How could Jiang Yu find tranquility in such conditions? Thus, the notion of reclining became utterly impossible. Devoid of spiritual and physical pleasure, lying idle would only breed suffering. Jiang Yu, what are you pondering so deeply? Care to share? A voice interrupted Jiang Yu's reverie. Your Highness. Jiang Yu quickly masked his emotions, turning to bow respectfully. I was merely reflecting on some childhood memories. The speaker was none other than his charge, Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire. Of course, one could also refer to him as Qian Renxue, for Jiang Yu was well-versed in the original narrative and knew that at this juncture, Xue Qinghe had already been supplanted by Qian Renxue. However, Jiang Yu typically addressed him simply as Your Highness. It was best to forget the identity of Qian Renxue, for that secret could very well be lethal if revealed. A gentle smile graced Xue Qinghe's face, reminiscent of his amiable demeanor, as refreshing as a spring breeze. I thought you were contemplating where to play next, yet you surprised me with thoughts of your childhood. Since the age of 6, Jiang Yu had been by Xue Qinghe's side, sharing in his studies. Their familiarity allowed for conversation unencumbered by formalities. A wry smile crossed Jiang Yu's face. Your Highness, please refrain from such remarks. If my father were to hear, it would surely lead to another lecture. The Jiang family had once been a modest clan within the Tiandou Empire, but with the emergence of Jiang Yu, a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power, and through his father, Jiang Yong's resolute decision to send him to the palace as the prince's companion, their status had significantly elevated. Thus, Jiang Yong cherished this opportunity immensely. In truth, all that the Jiang family possessed now was built upon the foundation of Jiang Yu's talents. Originally, such a fortunate event was not meant for a modest family like the Jiang clan, as the role of the crown prince's companion is of utmost significance. Should he mature in this capacity, he would undoubtedly become a prominent member of the royal faction, potentially leading to an influential future in the imperial court. However, due to Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent as an innate soul master with a full soul power in the supportive system, he became a key figure worthy of cultivation in any family. Bestowing him upon the crown prince as a retainer was indeed a bold move by Jiang Yong. Xue Qinghe had no legitimate reason to refuse and thus accepted Jiang Yu, elevating the Jiang family status. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was merely appointed as a companion rather than being thrust directly into the palace's inner circle. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, Lord Jiang tends to make a mountain out of a molehill. Xue Qinghe chuckled, refraining from further comment. While he held a low opinion of Jiang Yong, whom he viewed as a mere opportunist, he held Jiang Yu in high regard, recognizing him as a true talent. Jiang Yu did not respond directly, but inquired, Might I ask what plans Your Highness has for the upcoming schedule? Plans? Xue Qinghe mused, not having given it much thought. How about experiencing the sentiments of the people? Or perhaps you could offer me some valuable suggestions. I believe Your Highness' idea is commendable. However, if I may propose a minor suggestion, might we consider changing our destination to outside of Tiandou City? Jiang Yu suggested after a moment of contemplation. Xue Qinghe instinctively furrowed his brow. The suggestion for the crown prince to venture beyond the city was not particularly prudent, and Jiang Yu's words seemed somewhat audacious. What merit does that hold? None in particular, but I feel that within Tiandou City, Your Highness has already garnered the support of all who could be persuaded. Why not explore the areas beyond the city? After careful consideration, Xue Qinghe realized that Jiang Yu's suggestion had merit. Over the years, under Jiang Yu's guidance, he had won over all those who could be won within Tiandou City, and his name had become widely known throughout the streets and alleys as the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire. Continuing to empathize with the citizens within the city seemed futile. This was also why Xue Qinghe valued Jiang Yu so highly, keeping him by his side. If he were merely an ordinary talented soul master, he would not enjoy such privileges. Very well, let us proceed. Indeed, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. This was a sound strategy. However, had the individual truly been Xue Qinghe, he would have hesitated to suggest it, as venturing outside the city could lead to peril, and he would risk his own life. Nonetheless, I have finally found an opportunity to relax outside the city, Jiang Yu remarked, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow. He felt compelled to take this chance. Who would prefer the countryside when they could be comfortably situated in the city? It was all due to his father's incessant madness. Each day, his father neglected his responsibilities, fixating on whether his son was close to the crown prince, leaving Jiang Yu at a loss for words that, in any case, he could no longer endure it. Before long, a convoy departed from Tiandou City. The citizens of Tiandou City recognized the royal carriage and greeted it warmly. In recent years, Xue Qinghe's esteemed reputation had spread throughout the city, and everyone believed he would undoubtedly become the divine ruler of the Tiandou Empire in the future. Your Highness, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Next to the carriage, Jiang Yu, mounted on a horse, remarked with a smile as he surveyed the bustling surroundings. Indeed, I do feel a bit of that, Xue Qinghe replied, lifting the curtain of the carriage to behold the enthusiastic populace, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic expression. Jiang Yu grinned with pride, thinking to himself that it was not merely a slight sense of achievement. He himself was brimming with a profound sense of fulfillment. This was all the result of his diligent efforts. Under normal circumstances, Xue Qinghe would never have attained such lofty renown, but under Jiang Yu's guidance, he had accomplished numerous deeds beneficial to both the nation and its people over the years, earning the affection of the masses. Rather than simply being a companion to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu had evolved into a close advisor, consistently providing counsel and strategies for his benefit. It feels somewhat surreal. I truly believe I haven't done much, Xue Qinghe mused. At this rate, he would not even need to contemplate usurping the throne. The emperor of this nation would inevitably be his. No, Your Highness, you have achieved much. Moreover, there is still more to be done in the future, Jiang Yu stated earnestly, asserting that many endeavors could not have materialized without Xue Qinghe's initiative. A faint smile graced Xue Qinghe's lips. Then I shall rely on you even more in the times to come. Jiang Yu, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to supporting Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied promptly. Xue Qinghe was no fool. He understood that behind every action he had taken in recent years, there was Jiang Yu's influence. Many of these initiatives had been subtly steered by him. Furthermore, Jiang Yu did not appear as obedient as he seemed outwardly. He surely harbored thoughts unknown to Xue Qinghe. After all, one who could intentionally guide the current crown prince could not possibly lack personal ambitions. Xue Qinghe chose not to confront this truth, acknowledging that Jiang Yu's intentions were ultimately for his benefit. As for any ulterior motives, he would pretend not to notice. Over the course of 6 years, Xue Qinghe had come to view Jiang Yu not merely as a subject, but as a friend. Lowering the curtain, Xue Qinghe settled back in the carriage, quietly awaiting their arrival at the destination. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu began to drift into thought once more. In recent years, he had indeed entertained many ideas and undertaken numerous endeavors, all with a singular aim: to accelerate development. The lack of any form of recreational entertainment in the Douluo Continent was utterly maddening, severely hindering his inclination to relax. Chapter 2. Pursuing Development. Jiang Yu had entirely abandoned the technological products of his past life, knowing that, given his current capabilities, they were impossible to realize. His only recourse now was to observe if anything noteworthy might emerge in the Douluo Continent. Ideally, he hoped to unveil soul-guiding devices. He had learned that these were comparable to the technology of his previous existence. However, they also fell within the realm of his ignorance, rendering him powerless. Nonetheless, these were artifacts indigenous to the Douluo Continent. What Jiang Yu could presently achieve was to elevate the living standards of the entire populace. With their basic needs met, the citizens of Douluo would find themselves with idle time, fostering a vigorous development of spiritual civilization. In doing so, Jiang Yu would finally have opportunities to indulge in leisurely pursuits. However, due to Jiang Yu's tender age and low status, despite possessing the capability, is unable to catalyze any significant progress. He can only rely on Xue Qinghe's influence to maneuver a few projects. Yet their impact remains minimal and the scope too limited to effectuate meaningful change. Perhaps I should consider eliminating the Snow Knight Emperor? Elevate Xue Qinghe to power? A dangerous thought began to take shape in Jiang Yu's mind. It seems that emperors are often dismissed by those who have traversed worlds. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous. The Snow Knight Emperor must have long been on guard. Any attempt would likely yield little success and expose my own identity. Moreover, given Xue Qinghe's current standing, his foundation is quite fragile, and such actions could potentially unveil his true identity, resulting in a net loss. Jiang Yu pondered silently that if Xue Qinghe were indeed the prince, then there would be no doubt the death of the Snow Knight Emperor would ensure his ascension. Alas, that is not the case. Xue Qinghe is but an impostor. Furthermore, prior to Jiang Yu becoming Xue Qinghe's companion, the Spirit Hall had already played a few disastrous moves, eliminating several of the Snow Knight Emperor's sons. This was glaringly obvious. The Snow Knight Emperor is no fool, and being a competent ruler, he would certainly perceive any subtlety. Coupled with a father's instinct towards his sons, he must have already harbored suspicions about Xue Qinghe. Though constrained by circumstance, he chooses to feign ignorance. This point will become evident in the unfolding narrative. Prince Xue Qinghe stands guard beside the snow avalanche to prevent any mischief from Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu is indifferent to who ascends the throne ideally. It would be Xue Qinghe, given their connection, as his rule would align most favorably with Jiang Yu's interests. However, Xue Qinghe's situation is exceedingly precarious. He has the ability to mobilize the resources of the Spirit Hall, yet their strength is limited, and the constraints imposed by the Tiandou Empire further complicate matters. It is indeed a challenging endeavor. Xue Qinghe's foundation is far too shallow. After the carriage had traversed a considerable distance, it finally embarked upon a rural path, and Jiang Yu gradually emerged from his reverie. Observing the figures laboring in the distant fields, he called a halt to the caravan. "Stop!" As the caravan came to a halt, Jiang Yu promptly dismounted. "Your Highness, we have arrived at our destination." Xue Qinghe stepped down from the carriage, gazing out at the boundless fields where several farmers toiled, a wave of tranquility washing over him. "Truly magnificent," Xue Qinghe exclaimed, recognizing these lands as future provisions. The farmers laboring in the distance, upon noticing Xue Qinghe's arrival, hastily set down their tools and approached, prostrating themselves before him in reverence. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince. May you have eternal peace." An elder among them led the group in bowing. Xue Qinghe's name has spread among the common folk near Tiandou City, so it is no surprise that he was recognized. These individuals are but ordinary people, few of whom possess any soul power after all. Those with soul energy would hardly be found in the countryside, toiling in fields, unless they truly held a passion for such a life. "Please rise, good sir," Xue Qinghe urged, assisting the elder to his feet, and the others followed suit. "Esteemed elder, as I gaze upon this vast expanse of verdant fields, I am inclined to believe that this year shall indeed witness a bountiful harvest. Pray, how does this yield compare to previous years?" Xue Qinghe inquired gently. Though he possessed little knowledge of agriculture, the flourishing sight before him suggested a promising outcome. The hint of pride illuminated the elder's countenance as he raised 3 fingers, replying, "Your Highness, this harvest exceeds that of previous years by 30%. Joy flickered across Xue Qinghe's face. 30% represented a significant enhancement. Even without an understanding of farming, he recognized the impressive nature of this figure. However, Jiang Yu, standing nearby, felt a twinge of surprise. Why only 30%? Should it not be doubled? The contemporary farming techniques were derived from Jiang Yu's own expertise, formulated from the experiences of his past life. By his calculations, a 30% increase seemed implausible. Without further ado, Jiang Yu approached the field's edge and summoned his martial spirit. A grass-like manifestation materialized in his hand. His martial spirit, the 100 herbs, an enigmatic concept he himself could scarcely comprehend. Spirit of the 100 herbs. Glimmers of light cascaded from Jiang Yu's hand, merging with the rice stalks before him, which appeared to come alive, swaying in response to his presence. The data regarding the rice crop swiftly flooded into Jiang Yu's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. Expand. He then broadened the range of his influence to gather more data. The spirit of the 100 herbs was his first soul skill, a domain-type ability that allowed him to control all plants within its vicinity while discerning their states. With his current cultivation level as a 29th rank soul master, extending this range across the entire field posed no challenge. Soon, the data revealed the underlying reasons. "Your Highness, this batch of rice was sown earlier than ideal, and it has yet to meet the standards of meticulous cultivation. The soil's fertility is also lacking otherwise. The yield could have been significantly greater." Jiang Yu addressed Xue Qinghe directly. Xue Qinghe was slightly taken aback. "What do you know, young one? We are well aware of the conditions of the fields we cultivate, the elder retorted, a hint of displeasure marring his expression. Jiang Yu's observations pointed to shortcomings that they believed were inconceivable, given their extensive experience in farming. Did not be disrespectful. All current planting techniques and superior seeds stem from this individual's expertise. His words are undoubtedly correct, Xue Qinghe admonished, defending Jiang Yu. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, the elder's face paled with trepidation. He had not anticipated that such a youthful figure was a contemporary divine farmer and hastily offered his apologies to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He was not particularly concerned the superior seeds and cultivation methods indeed originated from him, as his martial spirit was exceptionally suited for agriculture. Not utilizing it would be a disservice to such a remarkable gift. There is no need for apologies. You have performed admirably, though there are minor deficiencies. Surely, the officials who instructed you in your studies did not impart their knowledge with due diligence. Henceforth, I urge you to heed my words and disseminate them to others, to ascertain whether they too have erred in a similar manner. Jiang Yu concluded. Indeed, the elder repeatedly affirmed. Jiang Yu elaborated on the methods of farming in detail, casting a glance at the elder, who appeared to be listening intently. However, the fear in his eyes remained unshakable. Thus, Jiang Yu refrained from further pressuring the elder and allowed them to depart. After all, this era was ultimately one steeped in feudalism. With a sigh, Jiang Yu returned to the side of Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, this issue should not have arisen in the first place. It seems to stem from the oversight of the officials who came to provide instruction. If it were merely the negligence of one individual, it could be dismissed, but if the oversight is widespread, we must be cautious, as it could lead to significant problems. Jiang Yu spoke to Xue Qinghe, his tone tinged with coldness. Jiang Yu had already deduced that the problems lay within those regions. Should they proceed with the traditional farming methods, what should have been benevolent governance could easily devolve into tyranny, completely disregarding the lives of these ordinary people. To be honest, Jiang Yu was a bit angry. It's fine to fight, but don't involve people's livelihoods. This is not a joke. Are you saying someone is deliberately being a ghost? Xue Qinghe has said with a somewhat cold gaze, but is there someone to choose from? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment regarding Prince Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had long suspected that Prince Xue Qinghe was actually used by the Snow Knight Emperor to restrict Xue Qinghe, having much more power than Xue Qinghe. As a result, many matters had to go through Prince Xue Qinghe, which greatly increased the likelihood of manipulation. Jiang Yu understood that this was actually a means of balancing power, aimed at preventing Xue Qinghe from growing stronger while also keeping him complacent. On the surface, Xue Qinghe held a high position, but in reality, his power was very limited. This meant that when Xue Qinghe truly needed to get things done, he couldn't find anyone to help him and could only resort to using people from the Spear Hall. Once he did that, he would completely fall into the traps set by the Snow Knight Emperor. By then, even if he were to die, it would leave an opportunity for Xue Bing to turn the tide. In the original work, this was exactly what the Snow Knight Emperor did. Therefore, Jiang Yu had already had his suspicions, and now it was just a matter of confirming them. It seemed that he needed to develop his own power, otherwise he would always be at the mercy of others. Jiang Yu thought silently to himself. The current situation had already sounded an alarm for him. Xue Qinghe's power was too singular, and he couldn't tap into the forces within the Tiandou Empire. If things continued like this, he would eventually end up like in the original story, where Xue Qinghe could only rely on the power of the Spirit Hall. Governing a nation doesn't work that way. If one's own strength consists entirely of outsiders, it leads to a dead end. At that time, Jiang Yu would inevitably be implicated, which was not what he wanted. He just wanted a good environment to relax in. Chapter 3. Your Highness, let us arrange a marriage on the way back. Xue Qinghe was also deep in thought. However, compared to Jiang Yu's reflections, his thoughts were much simpler. Eliminate all obstacles in his path. It seemed he had to give Prince Xue Qinghe a warning. In the carriage, Xue Qinghe's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He didn't mind getting rid of anyone who stood in his way. Therefore, Prince Xue Qinghe's recent little antics had put him on Xue Qinghe's purge list. However, Prince Xue Qinghe was different from others. Eliminating him would be somewhat difficult, and the Snow Knight Emperor would surely fight to the death. If the plan failed, it might even completely push the Tiandou Empire to the opposing side, which was not what Xue Qinghe wanted. However, this meant that the uncle who wanted to suppress him would need to use other methods. Perhaps giving his younger brother, Xue Bing, a warning and putting some pressure on him could also serve as a warning. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the carriage. Outside, Jiang Yu heard the rhythmic tapping and immediately understood that Xue Qinghe was probably thinking of some new scheme. Over the past 6 years, every time Xue Qinghe pondered something, he would tap rhythmically on nearby objects. So Jiang Yu recognized it immediately and guessed what Xue Qinghe was thinking. In fact, Xue Qinghe's thought process was somewhat simplistic, although he was very intelligent. He had experienced too little, and the palace struggles on the Douluo Continent were only at this level. Thus, his method of solving problems was always violent, either killing you or suppressing you, completely oblivious to the meaning of struggle. The meaning of struggle is very simple: to increase one's own side or neutral allies while reducing enemies. Your Highness, I believe our current situation is not very good. I suggest that Your Highness should seek some allies. Jiang Yu interrupted Xue Qinghe's thoughts. Jiang, you must bring Xue Qinghe back from the wrong path, as Xue Qinghe ultimately fails in the original work. Although he still controls the entire Tiandou royal family in the end, he has no control over the power of the Tiandou Empire, relying entirely on the strength of the Spirit Hall. While the Spirit Hall is formidable, Xue Qinghe cannot fully master it. The Tiandou Empire, being a whole empire, possesses significant potential, even if it cannot compare to the Spirit Hall. So giving up on it seems a bit regrettable. Oh, you think I need allies and that the current situation isn't very good? A playful smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face as he looked at Jiang Yu, curious about his response. Yes, Jiang Yu's expression was very calm. Although we have courted many people within Tiandou City, I believe the prince is well aware of how unreliable they are. They hold no real power. With just a word from the current emperor, they could betray the prince at any moment. Jiang Yu had long noticed this issue. Although over the years they had gathered many officials from the Tiandou Empire, the vast majority were civil officials. They seemed quite impressive, but they had almost no real power. The most important military and soul masters were beyond Xue Qinghe's reach. The military was controlled by Prince Xue Qinghe, and although the Tiandou Royal Academy, the cradle of soul masters, was nominally under the name of Emperor Xue Yi, with the fourth Prince Xue Bong enrolling in the past 2 years, it could be said that the academy had fallen under Xue Bong's influence. Given Xue Bong's reserved character, he would definitely take the opportunity to unite those noble youths with his identity. Most of the children of the officials that Xue Qinghe had courted were studying at the Tiandou Royal Academy. So if all these young people were won over by Xue Bong, then all of Xue Qinghe's efforts over the years would be in vain. Jiang Yu could enter the Tiandou Royal Academy to suppress Xue Peng, but as the Crown Prince's companion, it's no longer possible for him to attend the academy. Otherwise, he would prefer to go to Shrek Academy to recruit a group of people from there, which would be more efficient. Moreover, Xue Qinghe's attitude is also problematic. He doesn't care much about these people. Therefore, a way must be found to make Xue Qinghe take an interest. His Highness now needs some visible power. Not the powerless nobles of Tiandou City, but more substantial forces, such as the army or soul master families, Jiang Yu suggested. Jiang Yu is well aware of what nobles are. These people would do anything as long as their interests are served. Xue Qinghe frowned and said, Jiang Yu, I think what you're saying is nonsense. Is the army something we can intervene in? And regarding soul master families, my master is Ning Fengzhi, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Isn't that enough? Jiang Yu shook his head and said, not enough. Your Highness, haven't you realized? The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is too large, far exceeding us. What they can offer is only support, and it's difficult for us to ask them to handle certain matters. This is the truth. The support from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect seems impressive, but the actual help they can provide is quite limited. Moreover, it's hard to avoid the possibility that this move is just a way for the Snow Knight Emperor to put Xue Qinghe at ease. Therefore, we must have some practical power in our hands, needing some families that are not too strong, but also not too weak, and can be used by us. As for the army, we can actually intervene, but that doesn't mean we should reach into the existing army. Rather, the Crown Prince himself has an army. It's just that you Haven T had one until now. I have an army? Xue Qinghe was taken aback upon hearing this. Jiang Yu nodded seriously, saying that there have been some throughout history, although not many, but definitely enough. This is the difference between Douluo Continent and Jiang Yu's previous life in the ancient feudal dynasties. The martial power is higher in Douluo Continent, and the Crown Prince is allowed to establish an army, apart from the necessary protective forces. However, the current dynasty hasn't established one, presumably because the ruler intends it that way. Xue Qinghe wasn't aware of all this. He only thought to himself that he actually had an army, which no one had mentioned to him, and he speculated that his father must have some suspicions about him. However, the Crown Prince's guard currently only exists in name, and if he wanted to restore it, he would need to recruit anew. Xue Qinghe didn't doubt this. He didn't even know about the existence of the Crown Prince's guard, so it must not have existed at all. That's not the issue. What I'm concerned about now is the soul master families. How should we operate this? There shouldn't be any suitable families in Tiandou City, right? But since you mentioned it, you must have someone in mind, right? Xue Qinghe asked curiously. He still had some intelligence on this matter. Jiang Yu made a lot of sense. He really needed some power that he could control in his hands. Although the power of the spirit hall was useful, it couldn't be brought to light. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect was more of an invisible support. In fact, the issue of army recruitment was not without problems. It still required attention. If His Highness trusts me, it would be better to leave it to me to handle. Jiang Yu said cautiously, fearing that Xue Qinghe would refuse, as this request was a bit excessive. However, Jiang Yu was even more afraid that Xue Qinghe would recruit a bunch of people from the Spirit Hall, which would be a waste of the quota. All right, let's talk about the issues of soul master families. Jiang Yu was still relatively trusted by Xue Qinghe, as they had been together for 6 years and were already familiar with each other, so he directly agreed. May I ask how old your highness is this year? 18, why? Xue Qinghe was a bit confused. Why do you need to ask my age? According to estimates, Xue Qinghe was indeed already 18 years old, while Qian Renxue might be a bit younger. Jiang Yu showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, saying that his method might require His Highness to make a small sacrifice. Jiang Yu made a distance of just a fingertip, really only a little bit. Of course, that's how he saw it. So, what do you need me to sacrifice? Xue Qinghe said with a relatively calm expression, not caring about the sacrifices Jiang Yu mentioned. How significant could this sacrifice be? It's just that your highness is still unmarried, so I suggest finding a suitable woman for a marriage alliance. Jiang Yu quickly said loudly, looking at Xue Qinghe with a face as if he were ready to face death. Xue Qinghe was stunned, his face full of disbelief and blushing, like a ripe persimmon, never having thought that someone's face could turn this red. Xue Qinghe also never expected that the sacrifice Jiang Yu mentioned would actually be this. How was he supposed to choose? Chapter 4. Suggestion. Xue Qinghe was unmarried, not even having a wife or concubines. This point can be seen both from the present and the original work, where Xue Qinghe had always been single. After all, Xue Qinghe was the crown prince of a nation, and his family background would definitely not be simple, which would be mentioned, but since it wasn't mentioned, it meant there was none. In the original work, Xue Qinghe's unmarried status seemed quite normal, although this was because Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Renxue, a woman. In Jiang Yu's eyes, who was in the Douluo Continent, this was as absurd as it could get. In this world, people got married and had children at 14, and Xue Qinghe, who would eventually reveal his identity, was almost 30 and still unmarried. Is this normal? Not at all. It was as if everyone had forgotten about this matter. Therefore, Jiang Yu brought this issue up, planning to use it as political leverage. Hey, I knew you were a woman, Xue Qinghe, but I'll pretend I don't know. What do you do about it? Not only that, but I also want you to marry. Jiang Yu suppressed the smile in his heart and looked at Xue Qinghe with a face of indifference to death. It turned out this guy was waiting for me to ask about my age. Xue Qinghe thought with a somewhat twisted expression. This matter will be discussed later. I have my own plans. In fact, Xue Qinghe had already decided to refuse. Family members know their own affairs. He knows what kind of person he is, doesn't he? Therefore, Xue Qinghe planned to muddle through for now and later find someone from the Spirit Hall to pose as a suitable partner. It indeed looked strange without a wife by his side. He hoped the prince would not refuse or show reluctance. This was important and also a means to an end. The position of the crown princess beside the prince could help him gain a very powerful family, and then the prince would have a force he could absolutely trust. Jiang Yu pressed on, even laying out the pros and cons. A marriage alliance was undoubtedly the most beneficial means of pulling people together, especially under Jiang Yu's manipulation. Xue Qinghe would definitely not suffer losses, but rather gain a lot. Don't say any more. I need to think about this matter. Xue Qinghe felt a bit tempted, but still couldn't overcome the barrier of being a woman. Jiang Yu noticed the hesitation in Xue Qinghe's heart and felt a wave of glee. No matter how powerful you are, you must obediently go along with my control to get married. 2 women getting married, and one of them is Qian Renxue. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Could it be that the prince has someone he likes? Don't worry, the prince can marry her as a concubine, but as a crown princess, that's not possible. It requires sufficient benefits in exchange, Jiang Yu said. Xue Qinghe quickly explained, that's not the reason. Then could it be that the prince is worried about that aspect? Your Highness, I can help with that. Jiang Yu deliberately glanced at Xue Qinghe's lower body. Xue Qinghe's face turned red with anger. Where are you looking with those eyes? Jiang Yu, you are becoming more and more outrageous. Jiang Yu quickly dismounted and apologized, asking the prince for forgiveness, explaining that he was thinking of the prince's well-being. He mentioned that the prince had not married for a long time, and rumors were circulating among the people, questioning whether the prince liked men. Jiang Yu's last sentence was spoken softly, but it happened to be heard by Xue Qinghe. There were indeed rumors among the people, but they were spread by Jiang Yu himself. Otherwise, why would normal people care about this? Jiang Yu did this for his future plans. Xue Qinghe fell silent, not expecting to have such an image. He stared silently at Jiang Yu. If it were someone else, Xue Qinghe would have already made them understand why flowers were so red. Forget it. I forgive you. After all, you meant well, Xue Qinghe said weakly. Then what about the prince's marriage? Jiang Yu asked. Xue Qinghe shot Jiang Yu a glare, but still said, I agree. Just tell me who to choose, and how to maximize the benefits. You should have an idea about this, right? Giving up the struggle is indeed the case. Jiang Yu's face flashed with a hint of excitement as he recommended the granddaughter of the clan leader of the Min family, by Qinxiang. It is said that this girl possesses extraordinary beauty and exceptional talent in cultivation, making her an absolutely viable choice for the crown princess. Jiang Yu paused and continued. His grandfather, Bai He, is even a contra, which is a great support for his highness. Although the martial souls of the Min family have significant limitations, his highness can use this relationship to win over the other three families that are friendly with the Min family. And the strength of these three families should not be underestimated. Although all of this will eventually become the power of the protagonist Tang San. And by Chunxiang is even Ma Hongjuan's wife, Jiang Yu had no worries at all. So what if he was digging into your corner? Anyway, there won't be any intersection. It would be good enough not to get you killed. Jiang Yu's suggestion made Xue Qinghe's expression quite unpleasant. He had not expected that Jiang Yu would recommend this family. How could Xue Qinghe not know about the Min family? They were the subordinates of his father's murderer. Give me a reason. Xue Qinghe's cold voice rang out. Although the Min family had sole master-level powerhouses, they had not fared well in recent years. The Haotian sect had offended the Spirit Hall and suffered suppression, and the Min family, as an affiliated sect of the Haotian sect, was implicated and suffered greatly. Furthermore, due to the abandonment by the Haotian sect, they had been living a very bleak life in recent years. Despite their powerful capabilities, they were constantly bullied. If His Highness could extend a helping hand at this time, marrying the granddaughter of the Min family's patriarch and providing them with status and wealth, the Min family would undoubtedly be grateful and loyal to His Highness. With this connection established, His Highness could also win over the other three families, and, at that time, he would possess the strength of the four affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, making His Highness's position unshakable. Jiang Yu said solemnly, then looked at Xue Qinghe. This was a countermeasure he had thought of long ago. If we talk about which decent forces in Douluo Continent are easiest to win over, then the four major clans with single attributes would definitely be at the top of the list. They have good strength, are loyal, and are easy to satisfy. It's really speechless that these four families, clearly possessing soul Dula, have fallen to such a level. Rather than letting Tang San benefit from them in the future, it would be better to let Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe benefit now. Although Bai He has a blood relationship with Tang San, what does it matter? Once Xue Qinghe marries by Qinxiang, that little relationship is simply not enough to consider, not to mention that they were once severely tricked by Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe was really shaken. Jiang Yu's idea was simply too good. Setting aside the historical factors of Haotian sect, the four major clans haven't done anything wrong. If he could really bring these four major clans under his command, then his foundation would truly be stable. What if they choose to rely on Haotian sect in the future? Xue Qinghe still felt a bit uneasy. Rest assured, Your Highness, they will definitely not switch to Haotian sect. Jiang Yu revealed a faint sneer. It might be possible for them to turn to Tang San, but they absolutely wouldn't turn to Haotian sect. Moreover, since he acted first, Tang San wouldn't have that chance anymore. The events of that year might not be very clear to Your Highness, but because of Haotian sect behavior of fleeing without a fight, all the affiliated clans were severely harmed, suffering countless casualties. Among them, the Pa family lost more than half of their members and relocated to Xingluo Empire, suffering heavy losses that have yet to recover. These four major clans harbored deep hatred towards Haotian sect and would never switch to them. Xue Qinghe was also a bit surprised, not expecting that the situation back then was like this. The culprit, Haotian sect, has gone unpunished, while the affiliated clans almost faced extermination. It seems that it's indeed impossible for the four affiliated clans to betray and switch to Haotian sect. However, what if they find out that I am from the Spirit Hall? Xue Qinghe still felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that Jiang Yu sensed Xue Qinghe's hesitation. So he said, Your Highness, you are the prince of the Tiandou Empire and the future emperor. Once the four clans pledge allegiance to you, they will definitely not betray you and will be loyal to you and the Tiandou Empire. Moreover, with the relationship with Bai Chenxiang, it is even more foolproof. Indeed, even if they find out, so what? As long as it's not exposed, they will still be my subjects. Moreover, if I treat them sincerely, they will be even less likely to betray me. The ones who harmed them back then were the Spirit Hall, and the ones who betrayed them were Haotian sect. What does that have to do with me? Xue Qinghe had already been brainwashed by Jiang Yu and directly agreed with his statement. However, this matter did not require too much attention. Jiang Yu would handle it well. Xue Qinghe, being the daughter of the victim Qian Renxue, treated them without holding grudges. So what more could they want? In fact, Jiang Yu believed that these four clans were loyal and righteous people, which is why he made such a suggestion. Those people would not do something like repay kindness with enmity. You can take charge of this matter, Xue Qinghe said with satisfaction. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle it well. A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. He had taken another step closer to his goal. Chapter 5. The Li clan. Now that Xue Qinghe was settled, the only clan left to deal with was the Min clan. The Min clan was not mentioned in the original text regarding their location, probably because they were too poor. The Min clan likely lived a nomadic life. If Jiang Yu were to search for them, it would definitely be difficult to find them. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had another way to find the Min clan, which was through the Li clan. By contacting the Li clan, he would definitely be able to locate the Min clan. Sigh. After persuading Xue Qinghe, the next step was the most troublesome. Jiang Yu walked the streets of Tiandou City, feeling a bit low-spirited and sighing. Several days had passed since he experienced the local customs, and now that he had received Xue Qinghe's permission, he was on his way to the Li clan's residence. His mood was not very high. When he persuaded Xue Qinghe that day, Jiang Yu was actually a bit boastful. He merely suggested an idea and did not have much confidence in his heart. The Li clan was blindly loyal, the Min clan was proud, the Pa clan was indifferent, while the Yu clan was easier to persuade. However, the Yu clan had a close relationship with the Li clan, so, to persuade them, he must first win over the Li clan. Persuading Xue Qinghe was never a hassle for Jiang Yu, as they had studied together for 6 years and were quite familiar with each other's personalities. However, persuading the four major clans with single attributes was truly a challenge for Jiang Yu. Young master, we have arrived at the Li clan's territory. Just as Jiang Yu was feeling troubled, the servant leading the way reminded him that they had reached the Li clan's territory. These servants were ordinary people bought by the Jiang family. The Jiang family, being a small household, could not afford guards and could only purchase some ordinary people. Jiang Yu did not particularly like this feudal arrangement, but it was indeed quite convenient. Go and announce my arrival. Just say that I, Jiang Yu, a close minister of Prince Xue Qinghe, have come to pay a visit. Jiang Yu said. This was the position Xue Qinghe had given Jiang Yu a few days ago. After all, without a position, Jiang Yu did not have much status to do such things. At the same time, he was also given a token that allowed him to mobilize some personnel as needed. Jiang Yu understood that this was Xue Qinghe's assurance to prevent him from getting into trouble, and the personnel being mobilized were presumably from the Spirit Hall. It was best not to use them unless absolutely necessary. Soon, a servant returned with news that the Li family had agreed to Jiang Yu's visit, which relieved him greatly. Let's go, Jiang Yu said as he led the servant inside. He didn't bring many people with him, just a few. The Li family's residence covered a vast area. Although the decoration was understated, it exuded a sense of grandeur, and the thick double doors appeared very heavy. They really are wealthy, Jiang Yu remarked, noting that the Li family was the richest among all single-attribute families. Ha! My Li family cannot afford such praise from a young friend. Compared to His Highness the Crown Prince, my Li family's wealth is merely a drop in the bucket, a tall elder strode out. His massive physique making Jiang Yu appear quite small in comparison, and his muscular build radiated explosive strength. Jiang Yu came this time in the name of the Crown Prince. So the old man directly referred to him by the prince's influence. He must be Titan, the leader of the Li family. I have met Titan of the Li family, and I apologize for my abrupt visit today. I hope you can forgive me, Jiang Yu said as he paid his respects. Titan's face showed a rugged smile, but his eyes were particularly calm as he carefully scrutinized Jiang Yu, pondering his identity. Lord Jiang is being too polite. I just don't know what brings you here today. I'm a straightforward old man, so I'll ask directly. Please don't take offense, Titan said. This statement appeared to be polite, but implied a sense of distance. You are an official, and we are common people. If you need our cooperation, we will certainly comply. However, if you think we're easy to bully, I'm sorry. We are not to be trifled with. Indeed, difficult to deal with, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. I do have matters to discuss this time. Why don't we go inside and talk in detail? Jiang Yu suggested. Titan looked at Jiang Yu with suspicion, unsure of what he was up to, but he didn't refuse much. All right. He then led Jiang Yu into the house. You stay here, Jiang Yu instructed his servants. Yes. Jiang Yu then entered, arrived at the hall, and sat down. Soon, tea was served. The one serving tea was Titan's grandson, Talon, who, after serving the tea, did not leave but stayed in place. Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to it, but instead took a sip of tea, which was quite nice. Titan glanced at Jiang Yu with satisfaction. Leaving Tai Long here was both a test and a hope that Tai Long could learn more about the family matters. He could tell that Jiang Yu's situation was definitely not simple. This kid is not simple at all, a little younger than Long, yet his thoughts are very heavy. Titan thought as he sipped his tea. Lord Jiang, there are no outsiders now. Could you tell me what brings you here this time? Titan said, looking at Jiang Yu after putting down his teacup. Jiang Yu also put down his teacup and looked at Titan, both of them sizing each other up. I can bring wealth to the Li family. I wonder if the Titan clan leader might be interested? Jiang Yu said with a hint of a smile. It was a simple line, with a direct purpose, but it was indeed very effective. As expected, Titan showed interest. Oh? Tell me more. Although Titan appeared very rugged and simple-minded with his strong limbs, he was actually quite perceptive and had already guessed part of it. I wonder if the Titan clan leader is interested in serving His Highness the Prince? Without beating around the bush, Jiang Yu stated his purpose directly. In fact, when dealing with someone like Titan, the more you say, the more mistakes you make, and the less likely you are to succeed. Being straightforward is actually better. Serve His Highness the Prince? Sorry, our Li family has no intention of getting involved in politics. Titan shook his head regretfully and refused. Beside him, Tano and Talon looked at Titan with confusion, not quite understanding why their grandfather, would refuse. After all, they saw this as a golden opportunity. Jiang Yu, without surprises, said to the Titan chieftain, "Don't be too quick to refuse. I have come with the sincerity of His Highness the Crown Prince, and I can assure you that it will definitely satisfy the Titan chieftain." The Titan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Yu. I understand the Titan chieftain's concerns. Rest assured, there will absolutely be no situation where His Highness the Crown Prince wants to exploit the power of the Li family. I guarantee it, Jiang Yu said earnestly. The Titan indeed had such concerns. Apart from him, the other members of the Li family were not very smart and could easily be exploited, especially when it involved the royal family. I don't understand why His Highness the Crown Prince would seek out my Li family. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and said, "No, Your Highness the Crown Prince is not only looking for your Li family, but has his eyes on your 4 major single attribute clans. As for why he hasn't approached others, it's simply because your 4 major single attribute clans are the most suitable." Titan showed a hint of surprise, not expecting Xue Qinghe to have such grand ambitions to take in their 4 major clans. Does the Crown Prince know that we were once an affiliated clan of the Haotian sect, and that we have offended the Spear Hall? Titan said in a deep voice. He knows. Jiang Yu's gaze was very calm. Then why does the Crown Prince still want to invite us? Titan asked. This is not a simple matter. If our Li family joins under the Crown Prince, it would mean that he has offended both the Spear Hall and the Haotian sect. Because the Crown Prince has great ambitions, he needs more like-minded friends to support him. Jiang Yu's tone was calm and firm, as if it contained an immense belief within. Chapter 6. The choice of the Power Clan, since I am standing here today to invite you. It means that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is already aware of your past, and he is willing to bear the burden that comes with it. Although the Spirit Hall is strong, our Tiandou Empire is not weak either. If they can easily suppress us, just as they did to you, then they should weigh their own strength. Jiang Yu stated firmly. In fact, there is not much hatred between the Spirit Hall and the 4 major clans. What happened back then was more about the leaders themselves. However, the leader of the 4 major clans, the Haotian clan, ultimately became afraid, which led to their suffering. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has only suppressed them in terms of the status of soul masters, without taking any other excessive actions. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated long ago. Now, with Xue Qinghe's identity as part of the Spirit Hall, this issue can be easily resolved, and it also reflects Xue Qinghe's strength. As for the Haotian clan, Jiang Yu rarely showed a hint of disdain on his face. If offending them is a matter, then that underestimates our Tiandou Empire. The Haotian clan is just a group of wasteful dogs. They fled without a fight back then, leaving their subordinate clans to take the blame. Can they still show off now? It's truly something His Royal Highness looks down upon. The Haotian clan is strong, but unfortunately, they are too cowardly at heart. Without Tang San, these people are just a bunch of guys hiding in a valley, too afraid to come out. Titan's expression was very complex, filled with resentment and embarrassment. This was because he still held loyalty to Tang Hao in his heart. And Jiang Yu's words inevitably made him feel awkward, stirring up memories and causing him to resent the Haoyan clan's actions back then. However, Titan was still impressed by Xue Qinghe, as Jiang Yu described him. This ambition truly deserved to be called a wise ruler. May I ask if you could give me some time to consider this, young friend? Titan was somewhat tempted. This was indeed an opportunity. Of course, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. Since Tang San had not arrived yet, there was no need to worry about someone intercepting them. In fact, the timing Jiang Yu chose even accounted for Tang Hao. Jiang Yu calculated that he and Tang San were born in the same year. So right now Tang San is on his way to Shrek Academy, which means Tang Hao is still by Tang San's side and cannot come over. In this case, the two people he could intercept have not yet arrived, and even if Tang San and Tang Hao arrive at the same time after this period, they cannot intercept him anymore. Even if Titan still has old feelings in his heart, he would not allow himself to be repetitive. By then, it would be difficult for anyone to trust the Li family again. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yu, Titan called his son and grandson to the back, clearly indicating that this needed to be discussed. In the back hall, Titan sat in the main seat, eyes slightly closed. You all talk about it. What do you think of this matter? Father, I think Jiang Darren's suggestion just now is very good. Our Li family has suffered a lot because of the spirit hall over the years. Joining His Highness the Crown Prince could greatly improve our situation. And you should stop thinking about Haoyan's sect. They abandoned us back then, and our friendship has long since ended. As for the Haoyan Dula, who hasn't shown up for years, he's probably long dead. Even if he isn't dead, why hasn't he come to see us? He caused us so much suffering back then. Doesn't he feel any guilt? Tai Nua's words revealed hatred. He was also a witness to that incident. Everything that happened 12 years ago was vivid in his memory, and he personally witnessed many friends and family members die in that battle. Therefore, he strongly agreed to switch allegiance to the Tiandou royal family, as there was no longer any friendship with Haoyan's sect, only hatred. Titan sighed. He hadn't expected this matter to have such a significant impact on his son's heart. Many people from the Li family died in that battle back then. Who doesn't have relatives or friends? Who doesn't harbor hatred? He did too. But years of habit had made Titan accustomed to the Haoyan sect of the past, and it was hard for him to move on. You must understand, if we side with His Highness the Crown Prince, we are very likely to be caught up in the royal power struggles in the future. Are you prepared to face that situation? This completely stumped Tai Nua. As he hadn't thought that far ahead, he only saw the immediate benefits. Titan was a wise man, but his son and grandson were not, which was what Titan worried about. Recklessly getting caught up in the whirlpool of the throne was bound to end badly. He had confidence in preserving the family. But did his son and grandson have it? No. He was old. He couldn't protect them for a lifetime. But father, I still don't want to give up. This is our Li family's opportunity. If we miss it, there won't be another. Tai Nua lowered his head and said in a deep voice, although he didn't think much. He could see clearly that while the Li family had not lacked wealth over the years, they could only play second fiddle in the spirit master world. Clearly, they were not weak. Their single attribute clans were not weak either. Titan sighed, I understand. Longer, what do you think? Huh? Tai Long was taken aback. Wasn't I just here to listen? Why are you asking me? I'll listen to father. Okay, I understand. Since his son and grandson had made their decisions, Titan also made up his mind. The future ultimately belongs to the young, and his descendants would have their own fortune. In the hall, Jiang Yu was bored, sipping tea while estimating the time. Half an hour had already passed. It was time for them to come out. Sure enough, soon Titan walked out with the two. Jiang Yu quickly stood up. The Titan chief stopped Jiang Yu and said, Lord Jiang, our clan of strength is willing to serve His Royal Highness the Crown Prince from now on. That's great. A hint of joy flashed across Jiang Yu's face. On behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I welcome the addition of the Strength Clan. From now on, Chief Titan, we will be colleagues, Jiang Yu said solemnly. This is a significant breakthrough. Chief Titan's expression also became serious. Lord Jiang, since our Strength Clan has decided to join His Royal Highness, we will not go back on our word. Therefore, I kindly ask you to inform me what my clan and I need to do in the future. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how astute the old man was. In fact, His Royal Highness had long had plans for the Strength Clan. In due time, the Strength Clan would become an affiliated clan of the Crown Prince's residence, sharing both honor and disgrace with it, while Chief Titan would serve the Crown Prince's residence. And the Strength Clan would need to send some of its disciples to help form the Crown Prince's guard. However, for now, it was still necessary for Chief Titan to contact the other three major clans. Of course, these were all ideas that Jiang Yu had come up with based on the situation in the Douluo Continent. And they have been approved by Xue Qinghe. This could be said to be the greatest sincerity that Xue Qinghe could offer at the moment. After all, Xue Qinghe was just a prince, not an emperor. Fortunately, these matters truly shocked Chief Titan, sharing honor and disgrace. If the Haotian clan had been able to do this back then, they wouldn't be in their current situation. We are honored to be valued by His Royal Highness, but what merit does our Strength clan have to deserve such treatment? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Titan's face. Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe's sincerity is indeed very strong, and Tainua and Tailong are already so shocked that they can't speak. Jiang Yu revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Please, Titan clan leader, do not belittle yourself so. The Power clan deserves such treatment, and the 4 major clans are equally worthy. Back when we were at the Haotian sect, although you were just 4 relatively inconspicuous limit attribute clans, however, Jiang Yu looked out the door where the entire Tiandou city and the Tiandou Empire lay. When it comes to the national level, you are enough to support the cornerstone of the nation. The 4 most basic attributes of clothing, food, housing, and transportation are represented by the 4 major clans, with 2 of them covering housing and transportation. The forging, construction, speed, and medical clans each occupy 1 attribute, which is truly a tremendous potential. From Jiang Yu's experience, if all 4 of these develop fully, they can resolve many national-level issues. While single attribute clans might have weak combat power, they're indeed strong in other areas. Even the weakest clan, the Sins, can play a significant role as information processing hubs in various regions if utilized well. Jiang Yu truly considers future events from a national perspective. Chapter 7. The Foundation of the Empire? Are you kidding me? How can we not know? Titan couldn't help but complain in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but what Jiang Yu said was so outrageous that it was hard to accept. Jiang Yu smiled lightly, not displeased by the appearance of the Titan, but instead began to explain. Titan Chieftain, do you not believe what I am saying? The Titan nodded without hesitation. Yes, after all, what you are saying is indeed hard to believe. We do have a bit of self-awareness. Then let me explain it to you properly. First of all, your clan, the Strength clan, excels in forging, and you yourself are a divine craftsman. This means that the forging level of the Strength clan is quite high. So, Titan Chieftain, let me ask you a question. How do you determine a person's forging level? The Titan almost instinctively replied, of course, it is determined by the rare and exceptional weapons they forge. That is the ultimate test of a person's ability. I don't think so. Then what do you think? Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on Titan's eyes and said, I believe that to assess a person's forging level, one only needs to look at their creativity and popularity. These are the most important factors. Creating a supreme weapon from rare materials does not necessarily indicate that one is highly skilled, but crafting a supreme weapon from ordinary materials can show true skill. Only those who can create rare treasures from a pile of ordinary materials can be called master craftsmen. Although there is a significant bias in this view, it truly reflects Jiang Yu's thoughts. He does not need a master craftsman who can forge supreme weapons from rare materials. He needs a thoughtful and creative master craftsman, as that is the cornerstone of a nation. The Li family has the potential to become that cornerstone. After all, in this era, the blacksmiths are the closest to the sole mentors of later generations. The sole guiding devices in the first part of Douluo Continent were actually forged by blacksmiths, so guiding them down this path is extremely important. Titan was silent for a moment and said, I understand your point. Although I believe you're wrong, I respect your conviction. However, the Li family will strive towards this goal. Jiang Yu thanked the Titan clan leader, believing that in time, the Li family would surely achieve great renown. Jiang Yu stated solemnly, let us hope so. Titan did not have much of a reaction. Jiang Yu continued, the Yu family is skilled in architecture and can build structures for the country, connecting various regions. Although the Min family has weak combat abilities, their speed allows for quick communication across different areas. The Bo family's medicine can also be greatly developed, and in the future, when medicine is fully perfected, ordinary people will be able to seek treatment without relying on soul masters, which would be a tremendous benefit to the country and its people. At this point, Titan was captivated by what Jiang Yu said. He had never realized that he and his brother's abilities had such a significant impact on the nation. Ha ha ha. My brothers would surely be overjoyed if they knew that Lord Jiang held such a high opinion of them. Titan laughed, but suddenly felt a sense of loss. They did not take the wrong path back then. They just did not apply their abilities in the right places. Jiang Yu also smiled, knowing that things had been settled. To win someone over, you not only need to offer benefits, but also make the other party recognize their own value. Therefore, it is necessary for the Titan clan leader to contact the other 3 clans as soon as possible. On behalf of the Crown Prince, I assure you that the Crown Prince will not treat you unfairly. and on the road ahead, you will definitely be able to realize your own value. For the country, the roles of the Strength clan and the Imperial clan will be very important, while the Poison clan, although currently only skilled in toxicology, will become very significant once it transitions to pharmacology. Only the Sensitive clan may completely decline over time. Jiang Yu's previous statements, while quite impressive, seemed a bit forced and would completely fade away as time progressed. Therefore, Jiang Yu must have other plans for the future of the Min family. After all, he is not a callous person, and his vision is far-reaching. There is no reason to leave behind Xue Qinghe's wife's family, and he will definitely do his best to continue it. It can also be seen as a way to repay their current assistance. In the future, the Min family will likely have a strong grasp of information in Jiang Yu's plans. With their speed, having a hidden attribute as reporters in the future would be incredibly powerful. It can be said that if the four major families align themselves with Jiang Yu and follow his plans, even a legendary Tang sect plot thousands of years later could very well exist, and they would live quite well. They wouldn't vanish as they did in the original story along with the Tang sect. I will inform them as soon as possible, and I will also try my best to persuade them, thanking His Highness the Prince for valuing and trusting us, Titan said earnestly. Thank you, Chief Titan, Jiang Yu replied. Thus, the matter was finally settled. Titan then respectfully saw Jiang Yu off, and Jiang Yu formally bid farewell, considering his mission for the day a complete success. After Jiang Yu completely left, Tai Nuo and Tai Long became thoroughly excited. Tai Long, with a face full of excitement, said, Grandpa, will we be able to be like those nobles in the future, high and mighty? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Tai Long was slapped to the ground by Titan. You impudent child, I warn you, we of the Li family must never be like those nobles in the future. We must remain as we are now. Titan angrily scolded. You can't get arrogant just because your status has risen. Do you understand? It was truly a bit of a lesson before the matter had even begun. I understand, Grandpa, Tai Long said, a bit aggrieved. Titan then looked at Tai Nuo beside him. You too. What I just said will be written into the family rules. In the future, all offspring of the Li family must abide by it. Do you understand? Tai Nuo immediately looked tense and said, Understood, Father. Titan nodded in satisfaction. Looking in the direction Jiang Yu had left, a slight smile appearing on his lips. This kid is really talented, very clever. However, what he said truly interests me. Having lived for so long, how could Titan not recognize the blueprint in Jiang Yu's words? To be honest, he was tempted. Ensuring the family's longevity is something every family must consider. The path for their Li family, being a single attribute extreme family, is very difficult, and they are likely to disappear in the long river of history. Titan often worried for his family. If no one like him emerged from the family, it could very likely cease to exist. Thus, Titan also frequently sought a way out for the family's future. Today, he heard a possibility in Jiang Yu's words. It turns out they could take this path. As long as they are tied to the nation, their future could very well be linked with the country. Old buddies, don't think that just because I have good news, I want to be thinking of you. This matter can truly change the future of our four families. If you refuse firmly, I will have no choice. Titan sighed inwardly, then prepared to visit the other three families. This was indeed a significant opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. On the other side, after finishing his business, Jiang Yu did not go directly home, but went to the prince's residence to find Xue Qinghe. Compared to being at home, he preferred staying at the prince's residence, and his father also liked him being there. So it was better not to make things uncomfortable for each other. Jiang Yu arrived just in time. Xue Qinghe happened to be at the prince's residence, and unexpectedly, another person Jiang Yu did not anticipate was also at the prince's residence. Xue Qinghe's master, the head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzhi. Chapter 8. Ning Fengzhi. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the living room of the prince's mansion, he happened to see Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi chatting and laughing together, which surprised him a bit. When Xue Qinghe noticed Jiang Yu approaching, he smiled and introduced him to Ning Fengzhi. Teacher, this is Jiang Yu, my capable assistant. Ning Fengzhi replied with a smile. Indeed, a young talent. Ning Fengzhi had actually known about Jiang Yu for a long time. After all, Jiang Yu's father's incident back in the day had caused quite a stir, and even he had heard about it. Moreover, as someone close to Xue Qinghe, it was impossible for Ning Fengzhi not to know. However, although he knew of Jiang Yu, they had never formally met. Similarly, Jiang Yu had never met Ning Fengzhi formally either. He had only seen Ning Fengzhi from a distance and was aware of who he was. Having met the crown prince and the leader of the Ning clan, Jiang Yu did not dare to act recklessly. He was originally here to report good news and seek recognition. but now he could only wait for Ning Fengzhi to leave before speaking. Xue Qinghe simply asked Jiang Yu to stand by his side. Ning Fengzhi smiled at Jiang Yu, who also returned the gesture. Teacher, may I ask why you have come to see me this time? Xue Qinghe asked with a smile. Ning Fengzhi usually did not come to the prince's mansion to find Xue Qinghe. They typically met in Tianzhou City. The fact that he had made a personal visit indicated that it was not a trivial matter. I heard you were getting married, so I came to take a look, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile. Oh, so the teacher already knows. I was planning to tell you in a few days, but the matter isn't settled yet. I was afraid it wouldn't happen and I would be laughed at by you, Xue Qinghe said gently. After a round of exchanges, both of them were experienced and easily navigated the conversation without blaming each other. Ning Fengti tuklet likthli. I wonder which girl is so lucky to have you preparing for marriage without a word. A smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face, which he did not hide. This was indeed news he intended to share with Ning Fengzhi. It's the granddaughter of the Min family by Qinxiang. Ning Fengzhi's expression froze for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. The Min family? Qinghe, do you know the background of the Min family? Originally, Ning Fengzhi thought that even if Xue Qinghe were to marry, he would choose someone from a sect close to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or would directly marry a disciple from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He did not expect Xue Qinghe to choose someone from the Min family, which had no connection to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This caught Ning Fengzhi off guard, as he had invested quite a bit of thought into Xue Qinghe, and now the marriage bypassed him. It seemed someone had guided him. Was it Jiang Yu? Ning Fengzhi's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu for a moment, subconsciously feeling that it was Jiang Yu's idea. It appeared he would need to pay more attention to him in the future. He knew that the Min family had once been an affiliated clan of the Haotian sect. But so what? Did they dare to cause me trouble just because I married the daughter of the Min family? Even if they did come looking for trouble, what would I, Xue Qinghe, fear? For Qinxiang, I would even dare to challenge the Haotian sect. Not to mention, when I first saw Bai Qinxiang, I fell in love with her at first sight. I will marry no one else. A glint of deep affection and determination flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes, making it clear to anyone that he was resolutely committed. Jiang Yu was also taken aback. If he hadn't read the original story, he might have believed it. Impressive. Your Highness, your acting skills are quite remarkable. Naturally, Ning Fengzhi was also surprised. It seemed like he was witnessing this disciple's determination for the first time after so many years, as if this was the real him. I didn't expect Qinghe to have such determination. It seems that girl is indeed a lucky one to inspire such resolve in you. I wish you both happiness, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile after his initial shock. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Ning Fengzhi felt much better knowing that Xue Qinghe was still his disciple. It's a bit of a pity, though. I'd already noticed your marriage and was planning to introduce you to a suitable girl. I didn't expect you to already have true love. The Min family isn't bad either, Ning Fengzhi joked. Teacher, you were going to introduce me to a girl? Could it be your daughter, Rongrong? Xue Qinghe laughed. Haha, that's not impossible. If you can win Rongrong's heart, I would agree. I actually hope she can choose her own path. A hint of doting flashed in Ning Fengzhi's eyes. In fact, if Ning Fengzhi were willing to marry his daughter Ning Rongrong to Xue Qinghe, it would definitely lead to a successful alliance, and there would be no need to worry about anything in the future. Even if Xue Qinghe's identity were exposed, Ning Fengzhi would support him all the way to the throne, ensuring the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's position would not be insignificant. After all, Ning Rongrong's identity was not ordinary. If they could form an alliance, Xue Qinghe would not easily sever that relationship, and he would definitely bring the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into the fold. If that happened, perhaps the Douluo Continent would be a completely different scene. However, Ning Fengzhi was reluctant to marry his daughter off to Xue Qinghe and instead let her choose her own path. That is a bit of a pity. I already have someone I like, Xue Qinghe said regretfully, then smiled at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi smiled back, and both fell silent, knowing it was impossible. If it were possible, it would have been settled long ago. The conversation then shifted to some casual topics, mainly concerning Xue Qinghe's cultivation. Ning Fengzhi did not stay long and soon took his leave. Xue Qinghe smiled as he saw Ning Fengzhi off at the door, and, upon returning, he found Jiang Yu slumped in a chair, looking exhausted. Xue Qinghe jokingly scolded, "You rascal, do you still see me as the crown prince? Don't you know that your behavior, right now, is a bit disrespectful in front of me?" Of course, it was just a light-hearted reprimand. He was very familiar with Jiang Yu's demeanor over the years. "Your Highness, I'm tired. I've been running around for so long, and now I have to stand for so long." Jiang Yu was indeed a bit fatigued from having to stand earlier due to the significant difference in status. Forget it. Do as you please. How did the task I assigned you go? Xue Qinghe asked, sitting in the spot where Ning Fengzhi had just been. Jiang Yu sat upright, having completed all the arrangements. I have already convinced the Li family. Your Highness can send someone for preliminary negotiations later. All you need to do is prepare for the upcoming marriage. As long as they feel valued, that's enough. The key is your Highness's attitude. Whether we can win over these 4 families depends on this round. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Your Highness just needs to follow the instructions above. After speaking, Jiang Yu handed Xue Qinghe a plan, which detailed the follow-up arrangements for the 4 families with single attributes. Xue Qinghe did not read the plan, but set it aside, saying, "Since you are handling these matters, I will leave the subsequent actions to you. I trust you," Jiang Yu said solemnly. "Then I will respectfully obey your command." Jiang Yu did not refuse, but instead took the order, as he was not at ease handing this matter over to others. Next, let's talk about the marriage. At this point, Xue Qinghe also showed a look of embarrassment on his face. This was like a big girl getting into a sedan chair for the first time. Although he had been mentally prepared for it, when it actually came time to do it, he still didn't know what to do, feeling quite nervous inside. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless. You ask me, and I ask who? I don't know either. In his previous life, Jiang Yu was also single, so this was a first for him. Chapter 9. Ning Fengzhi's good intentions, however, Jiang Yu, having lived 2 lives, still offered a suggestion. Your Highness, you can actually go to the palace and ask around, find some officials responsible for such matters to help you arrange things. After all, you are marrying the crown princess, and the rituals and standards must be in place. You also need to inform His Majesty. I understand. Xue Qinghe nodded seriously, feeling a hint of anticipation in his heart. After all, he had never thought about marrying before. Suddenly having a wife felt quite strange to him. Oh, right, Your Highness. You can have someone spread the news about today's conversation with Master Ning. It would be best if everyone knew, and it should reach the ears of the 4 major clans. This will help your clan persuade the other 3. Jiang Yu suddenly said, "Is it really necessary to go that far?" Xue Qinghe said somewhat unwillingly. "This is also to establish an impression of infatuation for you in front of the public. To help you gain some popularity," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. This was a very common tactic in his previous life, using gossip and public opinion to deepen people's impressions. Moreover, compared to achievements like political performance, gossip can better arouse people's curiosity. Driven by curiosity, people will want to learn what kind of person Xue Qinghe is, greatly increasing his influence. But what if the teacher asks, "How should I respond?" Xue Qinghe was still somewhat reluctant, as these matters could be embarrassing if they reached the ears of those who knew his identity in the Spear Hall. "Don't worry, Your Highness, it will be fine. If Master Ning asks, we can just say we don't know, and then take the opportunity to replace everyone around," Jiang Yu said viciously. This time, since Ning Fengzhi knew about Xue Qinghe's marriage, there would definitely be people from Ning Fengzhi around him, making it a good chance to clean out those people. However, Master Ning probably wouldn't give the opportunity, as this time, Your Highness's departure from control had already made Master Ning a bit wary, Jiang Yu said with a hint of regret. However, Xue Qinghe thought Jiang Yu's suggestion was good. If Ning Fengzhi were to ask, he could also take the opportunity to remove those pawns around him, and the reason would be quite reasonable. "Let's do as you said." "Yes, Your Highness," Jiang Yu responded. After all, it was a convenient matter and wouldn't affect future plans. "By the way, Your Highness, I have something I wonder if I should ask for your help with." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's face looked a bit awkward. "Speak." Xue Qinghe's expression remained calm. "It's just that my soul power has reached level 30, and I need to hunt for a soul ring, but I'm struggling to find a suitable person to help me. I wonder if Your Highness has anyone appropriate to lend me for hunting a soul ring." Jiang Yu bluntly stated his own matter. Jiang Yu's soul power had already reached the critical point, and after these few days of hard work, he unknowingly broke through. If it weren't for unfinished business, Jiang Yu would have gone to hunt soul beasts long ago. After all, no matter how important planning is, one cannot overlook the improvement of strength, as this is ultimately a world where strength is paramount. Jiang Yu has managed to get things done this time, partly to seek help from Xue Qinghe. "You've reached level 30 already?" A hint of surprise flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Although Jiang Yu is inherently a soul power of full innate potential, he is merely a support-type soul master, and it is quite difficult for support-type soul masters to level up. Yet, Jiang Yu has reached level 30 so quickly. This talent is probably not inferior to that of the golden generation of the Spear Hall, right? "Yes, I only reached it in the past few days, but I struggled to find a suitable person to help me hunt soul beasts, which is why I came to ask for your help," Jiang Yu said. "Reaching level 30 requires a 1,000-year soul ring. Although the Tiandou Empire has areas for raising soul beasts, the number of thousand-year soul beasts there is very limited, and their quality is not high. To obtain a decent soul ring, Jiang Yu can only go to the Star Do Great Forest. Moreover, Jiang Yu's father is just a great soul master, and the Jiang family does not have strong connections to find powerful soul masters to accompany Jiang Yu to the Star Do Great Forest. I see. You can take my token to the Tiandou Royal Academy later. They should give me face and help you hunt a suitable soul ring. Xue Qinghe then gave Jiang Yu a token. It was the prince's token, representing Xue Qinghe's identity. It's not that Xue Qinghe didn't want to use her own power, but she didn't want to expose her identity just yet, not even to Jiang Yu. Yes, Jiang Yu happily accepted the token. This way, he could obtain his third soul ring. Afterward, Xue Qinghe dismissed Jiang Yu, as he needed to prepare for his wedding. This is a major event in life. Xue Qinghe wanted to make it beautiful and ensure that nothing went wrong on the wedding night. This was indeed quite challenging for him, as Xue Qinghe is a woman, and there are some things he truly couldn't manage, so he had to think of a way. Jiang Yu happily took the temporary license and left. As for Xue Qinghe's wedding, it had nothing to do with him. It wasn't his wedding. He could handle the bridal chamber himself. If he didn't have that thing, couldn't he find a way to fake it? There are always more ways than difficulties, right? Thinking about it this way, he was indeed a bit looking forward to it. With a joyful mood, Jiang Yu walked out of the prince's residence. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a carriage parked in front of the prince's residence, belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Could it be that Ning Fengzhi hadn't left and was still looking for Xue Qinghe? Jiang Yu couldn't help but think. It wasn't impossible. Just now, Jiang Yu was there, and Ning Fengzhi might have had some words that weren't suitable for that occasion. But what happened next exceeded Jiang Yu's imagination. A disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect approached Jiang Yu and said, "Lord Jiang, the sect master requests your presence," pointing to a nearby tavern. Jiang Yu was astonished. Ning Fengzhi was inside the tavern, smiling and waving at him. Jiang Yu felt helpless and had no choice but to follow. Since it was about finding his own, he couldn't refuse. Soon, Jiang Yu was brought to a private room where Ning Fengzhi was drinking tea, and an old man quietly stood behind him. Jiang Yu hadn't seen him before. He should be one of the two titled Dula from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but he wasn't sure who it was. "Lord Jiang has arrived. Please take a seat," Ning Fengzhi said with a smile, gesturing to the seat in front of him, clearly treating Jiang Yu as an equal. Jiang Yu said in surprise, "Sect Master Ning, you flatter me. I can't bear to be called Lord Jiang. Just call me Jiang Yu." As he spoke, Jiang Yu found a seat and sat down. Looking at Ning Fengzhi, he said, "Sect Master Ning, I wonder why you called me here. This sudden invitation has me feeling a bit anxious." Ning Fengzhi laughed, unsure whether it was Jiang Yu's smoothness or his fearful expression that amused him. Then I will call you Jiang Yu. However, since you are the companion of my disciple, you can also call me uncle in private. I have met your father once. He is quite a character." "Indeed, he is quite a character," Jiang Yu silently complained. "Then I will respectfully follow your lead, Uncle Ning. May I ask what you need from me?" Ning Fengzhi nodded and said, "There's nothing much. I just sense that your soul power has reached level 30. I wanted to ask if you need someone to help you hunt for a suitable soul ring." Jiang Yu was initially inclined to refuse. After all, he had already sought help from Xue Qinghe. However, after some thought, he decided it would be better to agree. This was an opportunity. "Then, thank you, Uncle Ning. The kid happens to need help." Ning Fengzhi smiled. "I thought you would refuse." "Why would I refuse?" Jiang Yu smiled back at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi fell silent for a moment, then resumed his smile. "That's true. Since that's the case, then some of Uncle Ning's words can be freely spoken. Uncle Ning, please tell me more." "I'm eager to hear," Jiang Yu nodded. Ning Fengzhi's face was filled with smiles. It was interesting, very interesting. Jiang Yu's maturity made Ning Fengzhi see him in a new light. If Jiang Yu were in his 20s, Ning Fengzhi wouldn't find it strange. But Jiang Yu was only 12, even younger than Xue Qinghe by a few years, yet his maturity surpassed that of Xue Qinghe, resembling a little fox. This marriage alliance was pushed by you behind the scenes, right? Sure enough, he knew there would be no good news. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. It was all about recognizing relatives and giving benefits. If there were no issues, that would be strange. So Jiang Yu seized an opportunity. Wanted to see what Ning Fengzhi really wanted from him. He didn't expect to be suspected instead. Yes, Jiang Yu openly admitted it. Chapter 10 Conversation. It's useless to play tricks with Ning Fengzhi. As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengzhi's cunning is already comparable to that of an old fox. It would be very difficult for Jiang Yu to fool him, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be exposed in the future. Can you tell me why? Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly, gently tapping the table, staring at Jiang Yu with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The old man behind him also focused his gaze on Jiang Yu, causing the pressure on him to increase significantly in an instant. Jiang Yu, under pressure yet unflinching, said, "Because His Highness the Crown Prince needs his own strength. Is the support of the seven treasure glazed tile sect not enough?" Ning Fengzhi's tone revealed an air of oppression. This put an immense pressure on Jiang Yu, but he still stubbornly replied, "It's not enough. What the seven treasure glazed tile sect provides is only support and cannot offer assistance in terms of power. Beneath the seemingly glamorous exterior of His Highness, there is no strength that belongs to him." "Uncle Ning, do you think this is normal?" A single sentence from Jiang Yu left Ning Fengzhi speechless. Indeed, Xue Qinghe currently did not possess any power of his own. However, this was exactly what the seven treasure glazed tile sect wanted to see. Only without power would Xue Qinghe rely more on them. "You can consult with me, after all. I am Qinghe's teacher, and I won't disagree." Ning Fengzhi's tone softened slightly. As Xue Qinghe's teacher, he naturally wished for his well-being, but Xue Qinghe's current actions left him somewhat resentful. These matters were not unnegotiable. He was not someone who lacked understanding. Jiang Yu shook his head, not answering directly, but instead asked an unrelated question. "Uncle Ning, do you support His Royal Highness the Crown Prince because of the decision of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, or at the request of His Majesty?" "It's half and half," he replied. "Are you saying His Majesty doesn't trust Qinghe?" "Why?" Ning Fengzhi suddenly frowned, realizing the implication. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Uncle Ning, I haven't said anything at all. This is all your speculation." Through his conversation with Ning Fengzhi, Jiang Yu realized one thing. Ning Fengzhi was unaware and had also been plotted against by the Snow Knight Emperor. What he needed to do now was to stir up trouble in Tiandou City, making everyone too afraid to act, and wait until he developed before calculating everything one by one. "Indeed, this is all my speculation," Ning Fengzhi responded, realizing it. As for whether it was speculation, perhaps only Ning Fengzhi knew, as some things could not be stated outright. The events of these years flashed before Ning Fengzhi's eyes, and he began to see some issues behind the scenes clearly. "So, I hope Uncle Ning will understand. His Highness the Crown Prince, as the heir of the Empire, needs some power to protect his own safety," Jiang Yu said seriously. "Of course I understand, but these matters can also be handled by my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Ning Fengzhi pressed on. "In any case, investing in Xue Qinghe is a decision made by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and we cannot simply abandon it. It can be done, but what can His Highness the Crown Prince offer Uncle Ning in return?" "What?" Ning Fengzhi was taken aback, not understanding Jiang Yu's meaning. Simply offering help does not provide reassurance. Only mutual need can strengthen the relationship between both parties. In the eyes of His Highness the Crown Prince, everything the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has done is already very significant. If it becomes even greater, His Highness the Crown Prince will feel uneasy, and this is certainly not what Uncle Ning wants. Therefore, I respectfully ask Uncle Ning to wait a bit longer until we can offer benefits that would allow Uncle Ning to help us. "How about that?" Jiang Yu said calmly, looking steadily at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi also looked at Jiang Yu with a calm expression, his usual smile gone, and he was very serious. "All right." Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, thanking Uncle Ning. He was very curious about what price Qinghe would pay to make him act, and when it would happen. Ning Fengzhi smiled again, as if the previous matter had no effect on him. "A benefit that Uncle Ning cannot refuse, and it will come soon," Jiang Yu said meaningfully. "The Chihuahua tulip, you cannot possibly refuse. Things like the ice and fire Tuyong I must be obtained. They absolutely cannot be left for Tang San. Then I look forward to it. It's worth looking forward to." The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. Ning Fengzhi chuckled. "Now I'm even more curious. To whom are you loyal?" "It's a very interesting question," Jiang Yu replied. "It's somewhat like asking a question when you already know the answer. But it's definitely not a question with an obvious answer. Of course, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. If this empire must have an emperor, then I hope it will be His Highness. As for the fourth prince, he is not suitable. He is too overly patient, fearing authority but lacking virtue, making him a poor choice." Jiang Yu smiled. He explained but didn't really explain, yet inadvertently planted a seed in Ning Fengzhi's mind. Over the years, Ning Fengzhi had suppressed Xue Qinghe multiple times, so it was good for him to see the true nature of Xue Qinghe. In murky waters, it's easier to catch fish. It's best when everyone has something to do in this struggle. Sure enough, a glimmer of thought crossed Ning Fengzhi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Uncle Jian, I'll trouble you with Jiang Yu's matter. Please help him go to the Stardow Forest to obtain a suitable soul ring. By the way, you can also visit Rongrong, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile, choosing to end the conversation. Although Jiang Yu revealed a lot of information, Ning Fengzhi felt that the situation had become even more murky. All right, Jian Shu, also known as Sword Douluo, agreed without any hesitation. Jiang Yu also finally realized that the person in front of him was the Sword Douluo Qian. However, is it a bit of an overkill to have a title Douluo help him obtain a soul ring? Well, perhaps he was just a bystander. The other person simply wanted to visit his granddaughter. Jiang Yu instantly realized that in the original work, the Sword Douluo was very fond of Ning Rongrong. So this time he would definitely be very willing to have the opportunity to see Ning Rongrong, who had run away from home. The reasons were already at hand. Jiang Yu has also met Ning Rongrong, but they haven't had much in-depth communication. Their interaction was limited to greetings. Without the setbacks from Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong is indeed a proud little witch. It is necessary to make as many plans as possible. It's still not enough. Jiang Yu smiled, his eyes deep, and after agreeing on a time with Ning Fengzhi, he stood up to bid farewell. This enjoyable conversation between host and guest had completely come to an end. The next day, it was the day they had discussed yesterday, and Jiang Yu arrived early at the gates of Tiandou City, but he was still a bit late. Jian Douluo had already been waiting there. After greeting the sword senior, Jiang Yu stepped forward and bowed in respect. Jian Douluo, Chen glanced at Jiang Yu, seemingly confirming whether he was indeed Jiang Yu, and then said, "All right, let's set off." "Okay, senior, I have already prepared the carriage, and it will arrive soon," Jiang Yu suggested. The Stardew Forest is not very close to Tiandou City. It's a bit far. If they relied solely on walking, it would take a long time. Several days, even. Taking a carriage would be much more convenient, and Jiang Yu didn't need that kind of exercise. No need for that. Saying this, Chen reached out and grabbed Jiang Yu by the collar. Huh. Jiang Yu had not yet reacted when Xue Qinghe suddenly disappeared from the spot. Jiang Yu felt the air around him instantly form a massive wind pressure, tightly wrapping around him. Before he could say anything, as he tried to stop Xue Qinghe's actions, a cold wind howled into his mouth, causing a sharp pain. Xue Qinghe clearly did not care about Jiang Yu's feelings. In his eyes, as long as Jiang Yu was not dead, it was fine. If he couldn't endure such minor suffering, then what kind of soul master was he? At this moment, Jiang Yu felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He regretted agreeing to Ning Fengzhi's good intentions, which had only brought him a lot of trouble and suffering. If Jiang Yu had used the token that Xue Qinghe gave him to find a Tiandou Imperial Academy, he would have comfortably obtained a soul ring without having to endure hardship here. However, that was just a thought. Jiang Yu was still clear about the situation. After all, the Tiandou Imperial Academy was the territory of Xue Bang and others, and recklessly going there would only lead to losses. He needed to cut off their wings first before taking action. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to make contact with Dugabo. Jiang Yu silently thought that if he resolved the issue with Dugabo, the situation in the Tiandou Empire would become much clearer. Chapter 11 Encounter. It must be said that being accompanied by a title Dula level expert, the speed was simply astonishing. In just one day, Chen had brought Jiang Yu to a small town near the Stardew Forest. If it weren't for the consideration that Jiang Yu's strength was not enough to endure for so long, Chen would have probably rushed into the Stardew Forest with Jiang Yu for a quick battle. This was a town specifically serving soul masters. Although it was small, it had all the necessary facilities and entertainment. Jiang Yu remembered that in the original work, Tang Sen also came here to obtain his third soul skill. But he wasn't sure if it was the same town. The small town was brightly lit and had everything one could need. Many soul masters, after returning from the Stardew Forest, would usually come here to seek pleasure and relieve the pressure from the Stardew Forest. People of various shapes and sizes were looking for all sorts of things to do. However, Jiang Yu and the Sword Douluo walked silently along the street, behaving like two strangers, as their relationship was not familiar, and Xue Qinghe had no possibility of drawing closer. Interestingly, Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe reached a consensus on one issue. Neither of them mentioned the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest, being one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts, was closer to Tiandou City, and if Jiang Yu wanted to obtain a soul ring, it would be more appropriate to go there. However, Jiang Yu still chose the Stardew Forest. The reason for this was that, in the original work, the Sunset Forest had relatively little plot development. Going there would only allow Jiang Yu to obtain one soul ring, with nothing else to do. But the situation was different in the Stardew Forest. There was more plot development and more opportunities. Not to mention that at this point in time, school had already started. This meant that Tang San and the others were at the stage of obtaining their soul rings. The protagonists always encounter opportunities along their journey. This is a timeless principle. Jiang Yu wondered if he could encounter something here, and then try to instill some ideas in everyone and win them over. Meanwhile, he also wanted to see if he could see some opportunities from Tang San and the others. After all, he couldn't win over Tang San and Xiao Wu, but the other 5 were still very valuable. You seem to have something on your mind. Are you thinking about what kind of soul ring you'll obtain next? Xue Qinghe broke the silence between the two, having not spoken until now. Ah, yes, the junior is also filled with anticipation. Not knowing what kind of soul ring I can obtain, Jiang Yu replied immediately, a bit flustered and speaking without thinking. Xue Qinghe silently observed Jiang Yu, realizing that Fengzhi was right. This kid was quite clever, and one could hardly tell what he was really thinking. Show me your martial soul. I'll give you some advice, Xue Qinghe said calmly, without asking what Jiang Yu had been thinking earlier. There must be a reason for coming to the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, he would have requested to go to the Sunset Forest. Xue Qinghe's task was simply to help Jiang Yu obtain his 3rd soul ring, and nothing else was within his consideration. It would be best to complete it as soon as possible. Jiang Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that Xue Qinghe would actually be quite nice and would take the initiative to offer help. It was really a surprise. Perhaps Ning Fengzhi had specifically instructed him to do so. Jiang Yu didn't beat around the bush and directly released his martial soul, introducing his soul skills. Senior, this is my martial soul, Bai Chao. In Jiang Yu's hand appeared a martial soul that resembled grass, looking like grass yet not quite grass. On this martial soul, one could see different plants, which entirely depended on one's perception. That's why Jiang Yu defined it as a conceptual martial soul. To be honest, he himself couldn't understand what type of martial soul he had, so he categorized it as conceptual. Conceptual martial soul? This was the first time Xue Qinghe had heard of such a thing. Jiang Yu didn't explain further. After all, he didn't understand it himself. Perhaps only Master Yu Xiaojing in this world might know. This is my first soul skill. Bai Chao Ji Ling. Jiang Yu demonstrated his first soul skill, Bai Chao Ji Ling, which he obtained from a plant-type soul beast. He didn't gain the abilities of the plant soul beast, but rather acquired a conceptual soul skill, Bai Chao Ji Ling. This is my 2nd soul skill. CG Ji Ling. Jiang Yu then showcased his 2nd soul skill, CG Ji Ling. Like the first, it was also a conceptual soul skill. CG Ji Ling could change the climate within a certain range, altering the battlefield to create a suitable fighting area. Bai Chao Ji Ling could control the surrounding plants, having a suppressive and enhancing effect on plant-type soul masters. CG Ji Ling could create different environments around, capable of suppressing the abilities of soul masters of different attributes and enhancing those of different attributes. Jiang Yu briefly explained his 2 soul skills. Xue Qinghe frowned as he listened. Jiang Yu's martial soul was indeed peculiar, and his soul skills were quite special as well. He couldn't quite understand how to develop them at the moment. Do you have any thoughts on this? Although these were all area-type soul skills, from Xue Qinghe's perspective, their amplification was too weak, and there was a certain targeting aspect, which was a bit regrettable. Well, I don't have any thoughts. I can just casually find a plant soul beast, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. Over the years, Jiang Yu had come to realize that relying on his own strength to navigate this was somewhat unrealistic. He had combat power, but it was too weak. It was completely inadequate for fighting. However, for farming, these 2 soul skills were quite good. Jiang Yu felt that if he put in a bit of effort, he might just become the Shin-Nong of this world. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't take it to heart, Xue Qinghe didn't say much more. He had fulfilled his obligations. Xue Qinghe shifted his gaze from Jiang Yu to a nearby trio of a grandfather and his grandchildren. Does the senior feel that something is off? Jiang Yu also turned his head to look, but there were too many people, and without Xue Qinghe's keen eyesight, he naturally didn't notice anything unusual. He discovered a rather strong individual. A faintly interesting smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's lips. Perhaps Xue Qinghe's smile caught the attention of the 3. The elder at the front turned his gaze over and was immediately taken aback, quickly walking over. I have met Sir Douluo before, Meng Shu said respectfully. So it's the Dragon Duke, Xue Qinghe nodded with a smile. The name of Dragon Duke and Snake Lady was somewhat renowned on the Douluo Continent, and Xue Qinghe had heard of it, so encountering them here was quite unexpected. I can't compare, Meng Shu hurriedly declined, knowing that his fame was nothing compared to the one before him, as this was a title Dula. The Snake Lady, Tian Xiang, and Meng Iran also quickly paid their respects. After all, this was a title Dula, someone they could hardly see on a regular basis. On the other hand, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. It turned out to be Meng Iran and Dragon Duke Snake Lady. This meant that Tang San and the others had already arrived here. He just wondered if Meng Iran had a spirit ring, since they had met. Qian Renxue didn't put on airs and looked at Meng Ran beside him, asking, "Are you two also here to obtain spirit rings for your juniors? Could it be that the sword senior is also?" Meng Shu's face brightened. This was indeed a coincidence. "This is my granddaughter, Meng Ran, who is now 15 years old and already has a spirit power of 30 levels. This trip is precisely to obtain her third spirit ring." Meng Shu lowered his stance and referred to himself as a junior, giving Qian Renxue due respect. "Sort of," Qian Renxue replied lightly. "May I ask if the senior would be willing to go to the Star-Do Forest to obtain a spirit ring? If the spirit beast is suitable for both, we can let the sword senior's junior absorb it first," Meng Shu suggested. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability to obtain a spirit ring, but this was a great opportunity to befriend a titled Douluo, and to pass it up would be foolish. Qian Renxue thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, Jiang Yu, come over." Jiang Yu hurried over. The prince's close aide, Jiang Yu, had met Elder Long and Elder Shi, as well as Miss Meng Ran. The prince's close aide? Long Gong and Shi Po did not expect that he was not a junior from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but rather someone from the prince. Meng Shuqiao Tianxiang noticed that there was not a hint of dissatisfaction on Qian Renxue's face and felt a strange sensation in her heart. It seemed that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had fully supported the current prince of the Douluo Empire. Was it that infatuated prince, His Highness Xue Qinghe? Meng Ran's level of interest was quite different. Yes, Jiang Yu felt speechless in his heart, not expecting Meng Ran to also know the story of Xue Qinghe. How long had it been? Without a doubt, Xue Qinghe must have used the intelligence system of the Spirit Hall. However, this was an opportunity, Jiang Yu silently thought. He could take this chance to strengthen the relationship between the two parties and see if he could win over Long Gong and Shi Po, whose strength was still quite good. A soldat would be a great help for Jiang Yu at the moment, even if it was just a fighter. Chapter 12 Invitation, I must say, there is really too little spiritual entertainment on the Douluo Continent. Jiang Yu, just relying on a few stories and some casually fabricated love tales between Xue Qinghe and Bai Qinxiang, successfully established a good relationship with Meng Ran. Of course, it was not a romantic relationship, but rather a gossip relationship, as the two were familiar through the gossip about Xue Qinghe. The process went surprisingly smoothly, which Jiang Yu did not expect. This also strengthened Jiang Yu's determination to develop the Douluo Continent, establish spiritual civilization, and then lie flat. Doing nothing really felt a bit painful. Besides cultivation, there was nothing else to do. On the side, Meng Shuqiao Tianxiang did not say much about the increasingly close relationship between Jiang Yu and Meng Ran. On the contrary, she was somewhat pleased. They learned about Jiang Yu from Qian Renxue, a 12-year-old 30-level soul master, an absolute genius. Coupled with his status, although he was not a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, being a close aide to the prince was not bad either. If the two could unite, it would be quite good. However, they did not realize that Meng Ran's mind was not on Jiang Yu at all. She was entirely focused on the gossip and love-hate relationship of Xue Qinghe. Perhaps this is the nature of women, inherently interested in such matters. Since Miss Meng is so concerned about His Highness the Prince, why not come to the wedding day of His Highness in Tiandou City to witness it? Jiang Yu smiled at Meng Ran, making a timely suggestion. "Is that possible?" Meng Ran said with surprise. "Of course, if Miss Meng can come to bless His Highness, he will definitely be very happy. I can send you an invitation, and you can come directly without worrying about anything else." Jiang Yu tempted Meng Ran like a cunning wolf, trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. "All right, it's a deal. You must not go back on your word," Meng Ran said happily, increasingly wanting to see Xue Qinghe. "Of course, I want to go back on my word." A sly smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face, but he did not let anyone else see it. Then Jiang Yu turned to Meng Shu and Qiao Tianxiang beside him. "I hope the two elders can honor us with their presence at His Highness's wedding." Meng Shu and Qiao Tianxiang both nodded and agreed with smiles. This resolved the matter. Later, he could let Xue Qinghe show respect and recruit them. It was very likely to be successful. Jiang Yu thought to himself, "Should I prepare a book specifically for His Highness? This tactic seems quite effective and could deceive quite a few young girls. I'll discuss it with His Highness when I return. After all, this is also for his great cause and reputation. Sacrificing a bit is nothing. Later, I'll release a book of wild history. That would be much more interesting." Jiang Yu secretly chuckled in his heart, while appearing gentle on the surface. Qian Renxue had been watching Jiang Yu from the side, feeling a bit curious. They had only just met, and yet he was invited to the prince's wedding. Moreover, he was a soul master. "Senior, is there something you want to say since you've been looking at me for a while?" Jiang Yu asked Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue stared at him for a moment. TSK. I just think you're quite impressive. No wonder Fengzhi described you as a little fox. Even he has to be cautious around you, Qian Renxue said directly, not considering Jiang Yu's feelings. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless. What do you mean by little fox? Can't you compliment someone properly? You should say they're smart. Next, it's time to obtain your spirit ring. Have you thought about what kind of spirit beast you want to hunt? Qian Renxue didn't pay attention to what just happened and asked. Hearing Qian Renxue's words, Jiang Yu felt a bit helpless in his heart. The development of events was somewhat unexpected for him. Ning had obtained her spirit ring, and it was the wind-tail rooster snake. Who would have thought that the wind-tail rooster snake, which had run away in the original story, would die like this? It completely disrupted Jiang Yu's plan. However, this was also normal. After all, their team had gained a title Dula. If this 1,000-year soul beast were to escape, Qian Renxue would probably be utterly embarrassed. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to take this opportunity to bump into Tang San and the others. As for whether Qian Renxue would discover Xiao Wu's identity, that was not something Jiang Yu was considering. As it stands, Jiang Yu was unlikely to encounter Tang San and the others. Dragging this out would only waste time. It should be a plant-type spirit beast. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, after all, his martial soul was the 100 herbs, so obtaining a plant-type spirit beast spirit ring made sense. Jiang Yu has no other requirements. As long as it's a 1,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, that's fine. Qian Renxue has no objections. The lower Jiang Yu's requirements, the better, as it can save time. Let's set off now. Senior, please wait a moment. Jiang Yu called for everyone to stop, crouch down, and his martial soul, 100 herbs, appeared in his hand, along with 2 soul rings. The spirit of 100 herbs. The yellow soul ring lit up as Jiang Yu activated his first soul skill, instantly controlling all the plants around him, sensing the feedback information within. Jiang Yu looked to his left, where there was a powerful life force. Senior, let me take the lead from here, Jiang Yu said seriously to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue frowned and looked at Jiang Yu, wondering about his strange behavior just now. Can you sense the aura of soul beasts? Yes, but I can only sense the aura of plant-type soul beasts, Jiang Yu calmly explained. The Titan Grade 8 would appear, but considering the current time, it would take at least a few more days, and he couldn't delay that long. He would have to give up. It seemed he wouldn't be able to meet the main character Tang San, which was a bit of a pity, as he had come specifically to meet the main cast. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, but his face showed no signs of disappointment, remaining calm. Qian Renxue observed Jiang Yu's tranquil face, feeling a hint of doubt. Was this little guy really as he appeared, or was he hiding something? And was his martial soul really like that? After all, he was a full innate soul power. A full innate soul power shouldn't have a useless martial soul. Qian Renxue was filled with questions. He wanted to understand Jiang Yu. Not only the person, but also his martial soul and the reason he came to the Stardew Forest. These were all tasks that Ning Fengzhi had assigned to him before coming. Unfortunately, he couldn't use force, even with these 2 days of contact. It would be impossible for Qian Renxue to clearly understand Jiang Yu's character or why he was here. The mystery surrounding Jiang Yu seemed to have deepened. However, it seemed that his goal had failed. Qian Renxue thought silently. Then you lead the way, Qian Renxue said, without questioning Jiang Yu about why he hadn't done so earlier. Okay. Jiang Yu's face regained a relaxed smile, as if the failure of his objective hadn't affected him. The 3 members of the Meng family beside them were left in confusion, unable to understand the relationship between Jiang Yu and Qian Renxue. Jiang Yu did not hesitate, instead walking towards the direction he was clear about. Along the way, all the wild grasses and shrubs that obstructed him made way, as if they were meeting their king. What a peculiar ability. A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Renxue and Meng Shu's eyes. After all, they had never seen Jiang Yu's soul skill. They had only understood it briefly. But now it seemed that this soul skill was not as weak as they had imagined. In the forest, it was his main stage. As they walked smoothly, Jiang Yu and the others soon reached their destination. Senior, we have arrived, Jiang Yu said, stopping and looking at the others. Plant-type soul beasts have a significant drawback. When their strength has not reached a certain level, they cannot move. Where is it? I don't see it. Meng looked around, not noticing any soul beasts. However, Meng Shu and Qian Renxue did notice. Are you really going to let this soul beast be your 3rd soul skill? Qian Renxue said after a moment of silence. It's pretty good, Jiang Yu replied casually. He then looked at the soul beast in front of him. A large blue vine that seemed unremarkable on the surface, just significantly larger than its surrounding counterparts. However, its vitality had already reached the level of a 1,000-year soul beast, making it a genuine plant-type soul beast. As for why Qian Renxue hesitated to remind Jiang Yu, It was because this soul beast was the most common weed in the Douluo Continent, the blue silvergrass. Chapter 13, Third Soul Skill. Farming ability enhancement. Blue silvergrass is not incapable of becoming a soul beast. After all, due to its large numbers, there are bound to be one or two with exceptional talents, such as Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue silver emperor, and the 50,000-year blue silver king in the original work, as well as this 1,000-year blue silvergrass before him. However, blue silvergrass needs vital nutrients to cultivate. Since blue silvergrass is the weakest plant, although its vitality is incredibly tenacious, its strength is too weak to compete with any plant-type soul beasts, resulting in very few blue silvergrass actually cultivating into soul beasts. However, perhaps because blue silvergrass is too weak, they have developed a very peculiar cultivation method, which is to gather the strength of the entire clan to nurture a king, who then nourishes itself in return. Therefore, whenever a blue silvergrass soul beast appears, there's always a large patch of blue silvergrass around it. Yet, this still does not change one reality. Blue silvergrass is very weak, extremely weak, and almost no one is interested in blue silvergrass. Senior, I think it's pretty good. Perhaps blue silvergrass seems very weak in your eyes, and it has no advantages at all. Even absorption does not bring powerful soul skills. But in my opinion, blue silvergrass has a very strong characteristic, which is its vitality, an extremely tenacious vitality. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly and walked towards the 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass without a hint of caution. Danger! Meng Iran exclaimed involuntarily, realizing that the plant-type soul beast Jiang Yu mentioned was the blue silvergrass in front of them. Jiang Yu walking over so directly could lead to injury. After all, even if it was blue silvergrass, it was still a 1,000-year soul beast. Iran, don't worry, he won't have any problems. Just watch, Meng Shu said from the side, looking at Jiang Yu with a serious expression. Meng Iran was confused and looked over, only to find that the 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass remained completely still in the face of Jiang Yu, as if it had completely submitted. What's going on? Meng Iran didn't understand why this scene was unfolding. It was Chun Xin who explained, it's because of suppression. With Jiang Yu's strength, even if his first soul skill can manipulate plants, he shouldn't be able to control a 1,000-year soul beast. The situation can only indicate that Jiang Yu's martial soul has a suppressive effect on the blue silvergrass. It could be considered suppression. Indeed, Jiang Yu's martial soul, 100 herbs, is a conceptual martial soul. It is not a specific plant, but a general concept, the king of all herbs. This is a characteristic, albeit latent, that only manifests when facing intelligent plants. Jiang Yu had actually discovered this ability long ago. When he obtained his second soul ring, he realized that his martial soul had a suppressive effect on plant-type soul beasts. However, he didn't pay much attention to it at the time, as this ability seemed somewhat useless. Suppression couldn't completely dominate. If the soul beast wanted to resist, it could still do so. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to encounter a 1,000-year blue silvergrass instead of Tang San, Jiang Yu thought to himself, feeling a sense of wonder. Before coming here, he had no idea that this 1,000-year plant-type soul beast was blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass soul beasts are already rare, let alone a 1,000-year one. This stirred a strange feeling in Jiang Yu, as if it was a compensation or perhaps destined. Moreover, for some reason, the blue silvergrass showed no signs of resistance against Jiang Yu, instead displaying complete submission. Was it too weak, or did it sense its own danger? Or was it something else? Jiang Yu pondered silently. Jiang Yu also discovered that his first soul skill had another ability, which was that when facing intelligent plants, he seemed to be able to communicate with them, although he couldn't control them. He could sense the thoughts, consciousness, and emotions of plant-type soul beasts. I need your strength, Jiang Yu said softly, stroking the leaves of the blue silvergrass. This blue silvergrass showed no aggression towards Jiang Yu, allowing him to touch it with ease. Suddenly, the leaves of the tall blue silvergrass quivered slightly, as if responding to Jiang Yu's words. Before Jiang Yu could react, a strange light began to flow around the 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass, while a faint blue glow also emanated from many ordinary blue silvergrasses surrounding it. The blue light converged into a beam, enveloping Jiang Yu completely. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt as if he were in a warm ocean, completely at ease and unwilling to move. The blue light was the vitality of the blue silvergrass, and now this vitality was continuously pouring into Jiang Yu's body. The blue light gathered around him, forming a blue ring, followed by a purple soul ring, and then 2 yellow soul rings slowly emerging. What is this? The four people watching beside him were stunned, their mouths agape. Even the well-informed Qian Renxue was no exception. He had never seen anything like it, gaining soul rings without hunting soul beasts. Who on earth is this kid? And how can he absorb soul rings without hunting soul beasts? Qian Renxue thought to himself. At this moment, Qian Renxue even doubted that Jiang Yu was a 100,000-year soul beast. But if Jiang Yu were a 100,000-year soul beast, it would be impossible to hide it from him. It seemed that Jiang Yu must have some secret. However, at this moment, Jiang Yu was also in a daze. What he meant by needing your power was actually, let me kill you later, right? He never expected this situation. Although Jiang Yu had never encountered such a situation, it had appeared in the original work. Tang San's fifth soul skill was obtained in this manner from the Blue Silver King. Jiang Yu never thought he could also acquire such a soul skill from a 1,000-year blue silver grass. Could this be a racial ability of the blue silver grass? Jiang Yu thought. It wasn't impossible. The Blue Silver King had used it in the original work. However, Jiang Yu had always believed this ability was an internal capability of the blue silver grass, only usable by its own kind. Tang San could use it because he had the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor, but Jiang Yu never expected it could be used on outsiders. At this moment, the blue light gradually faded, and a deep purple soul ring appeared on Jiang Yu, confirming it was indeed 1,000 years. Jiang Yu could feel that his soul power had also increased by 1 level. Jiang Yu looked weirdly at the withered blue silver grass in front of him, including the previous 1,000-year-old blue silver grass. Now, all the blue silver grass looked wilted, as if it had indulged excessively. The vitality of the 1,000-year-old blue silver grass had also dropped significantly. What a peculiar race. I really want to study it. Jiang Yu mumbled softly, but seeing the blue silver grass in such a state for his sake, he felt reluctant to take action. Forget it, since you have helped me. I will help you a bit as well. When Jiang Yu just obtained the third soul skill, he already had a general understanding in his heart. It was very peculiar and very powerful, as if it were a soul skill destined to appear, linking together his previous 2 soul skills. Jiang Yu named this soul skill Spirit of Life. Like the previous 2 soul skills, it is also a domain-type skill. Its effect is to absorb the life force of surrounding plants to nourish himself, while also allowing him to convert his own soul power into life force and infuse it back into the plants he chooses. In other words, with this soul skill, Jiang Yu can quickly promote the growth of plants and then control these plants to help him in battle. However, the first thing that came to Jiang Yu's mind was not combat, but rather an uncontrollable thought about farming. It seems that my farming ability has become stronger, right? Indeed. For farming, this is a God-level skill, and it will eventually lead to the development of God-level seeds. Why can blue silver grass cultivate into soul beasts, but not my rice? Cultivating a 100-year or 1,000-year rice soul beast doesn't seem impossible. I just wonder if a rice soul beast can be raised later. As long as harvesting the fruit does not lead to death, then it could be sustainable development. Jiang Yu's thoughts were running wild, and he felt more and more that this idea was feasible. Fortunately, this life force can also be shared with others, providing a powerful healing effect. Jiang Yu wouldn't completely fall into farming. Surrounded by blue-silver grass, Jiang Yu had no targets to absorb and could only convert his own soul power into life force. The third 1,000-year soul ring lit up, and a milky white light radiated from Jiang Yu. He converted the soul power within him into life force. When it was almost done, under Jiang Yu's control, the white light suddenly shattered into countless light particles, scattering over the surrounding blue-silver grass, with the 1,000-year blue-silver grass receiving the most. Instantly, the previously wilted blue-silver grass regained vitality. Chapter 14. Mutation. It seems that these blue-silver grasses have become a bit different, or were they always like this? After releasing the soul skill, Jiang Yu looked back at the blue-silver grass in front of him and immediately noticed the differences. The originally crystalline blue-silver grass had become more transparent, sparkling like a sapphire. The 1,000-year blue-silver grass showed even more significant changes, with a shiny silver thread appearing throughout its body, dazzling and penetrating the entire plant, giving it a heavier aura. Although it was still 1,000 years of cultivation, its aura had changed drastically compared to before. There was no need to look further. The blue-silver grass in front of him had definitely mutated, and Jiang Yu was very certain that this 1,000-year blue-silver grass had proven everything. And all of this was brought about by Jiang Yu. Is my soul skill really that powerful? It can actually cause plants to mutate? Even Jiang Yu felt delighted at this moment, even though it didn't significantly enhance his combat power. However, farming had become even more impressive. Damn, why am I thinking about farming again? Jiang Yu had a face full of frustration. He decided to set farming aside and just wanted to lie flat instead of becoming a farmer. Feeling the joy emanating from the millennium-old blue silvergrass, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and stroked the leaves of the blue silvergrass, which responded with a little shake. After that, Jiang Yu returned to Qian Renxue's side. Seeing Jiang Yu approach, Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment before asking, "What about your soul ring?" Replying to the senior, "It's already fine. If the senior wants to know how I did it, I'm not really sure. I can only say that it wasn't my ability, but rather the ability of that blue silvergrass," Jiang Yu said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He knew what Qian Renxue wanted to ask, but he couldn't explain it clearly. It was better to keep some mystery. "Is that so?" Qian Renxue looked deeply at Jiang Yu. "Yes." Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. However, this ability can be tried in the future." Jiang Yu had already figured out the principle. The blue light earlier was essentially the life force of the blue silvergrass. The principle is to use life force to condense a soul ring. If that's the case, Jiang Yu could also do it, but perhaps only he could do it, as others didn't have his ability to absorb the life force of other beings. From this phenomenon, Jiang Yu also understood that the essence of the soul ring seemed to be the life force of soul beasts. After all, if the soul ring is made up of life force, then many previously unclear things also become clear. At the moment a soul beast dies, its life force is fully released, forming a soul ring, which gradually disappears over time. As for why soul rings recognize people, it should be because, at the moment of death, the life force of the soul beast taints the killer's soul power. In this case, why can't humans produce soul rings? Is there something different about them compared to soul beasts? This is worth researching, but maybe it's better to leave it alone. If it turns out that humans can also release soul rings, I fear I might become the ancestor of evil soul masters, and such an identity is absolutely unacceptable. In just a short while, Jiang Yu's thoughts had wandered off somewhere. "Since you don't want to say, then forget it. I have no interest in knowing," Qian Renxue said, feeling displeased. Of course, saying he didn't want to know was a lie, but Jiang Yu's identity prevented him from being forced. Then Qian Renxue looked at Meng Shu beside him. "Meng, brother, since this matter is settled, we shall take our leave." Saying this, he picked up Jiang Yu again. "Senior Jian, take care," Qian Renxue said as he prepared to leave, and Meng Shu could only clasp his fists in response. Qian Renxue nodded and quickly disappeared with Jiang Yu. However, Meng Yiran suddenly thought of something and shouted at the place where Jiang Yu and Qian Renxue had left. "Hey, Jiang Yu, you don't have my address. How will you send me an invitation in the future?" Unfortunately, Jiang Yu had already gone far away and could not hear what Meng Yiran said, let alone reply. Seeing this scene, Chao Tianxiang smiled and said, "If you want to find him, you can go to Tiandou City to look for him after a while. After all, Jiang Yu also invited us, and with his identity, he can't go back on his word. So when the prince gets married, they will need to go to congratulate him. And it would be a good opportunity to get to know the Tiandou royal family." Okay, Meng Yiran felt a bit down. She would rather receive an invitation that was exclusively for her than go to Tiandou City. Chao Tianxiang smiled gently. And then the two left the place under Meng Shu's guidance. Not long after everyone left, the patch of blue silvergrass seemed to come alive. All the stems and leaves shrank underground, and in a short time, the area that was once filled with blue silvergrass instantly became an empty space. The original blue silvergrass did not have this ability, but the evolved blue silvergrass did. In the Xingluo Empire, Longxing City. This was the residence of one of the single attribute clans, Yuji. After Tang, Hao had a conflict with the Spear Hall. Haotian sect expelled Tang Hao from the sect and closed the sect down. The Yuji clan also broke away from the Haotian sect and migrated to Longxing City in the north of the Xingluo Empire to settle down. Tang, after deciding to personally persuade the other three clans, hurried to the residence of the Yuji clan, intending to first convince this old friend, the old rhinoceros. Now, Titan was sitting in the hall of the Yuji clan, accompanied by the clan leader, Niu Gao. Niu Gao refilled Titan's teacup and then set down the teapot, looking at his old friend. "Old gorilla, are you really sure? Let go of the past and make a new choice. If you choose again this time, there will be no turning back." Niu Gao's tone was heavy. Titan immediately explained the benefits, which were quite persuasive, and Niu Gao was moved. The Yuji clan specialized in defense. In terms of martial souls, they were useless except for defense. They had joined the Haotian sect back then because they were also good at construction, making up for the shortcomings of the Haotian sect in that area. Titan's proposal seemed very reliable to him. Relying on a country was better than relying on a sect. However, due to the Haotian sect's abandonment back then, Niu Gao had become sensitive and subconsciously did not want to join another force. Once bitten, twice shy. What's there to hesitate or regret about? Of course, I've decided. This is an opportunity. Although there are huge risks involved, how can big things be achieved without risk? If there were no risks, why would this opportunity fall into our hands? Titan said cheerfully. He had already figured it out. As for what happened back then, let's just let it go. The waiting over these years can be considered as giving an explanation for that time. We should also think about our descendants and our clan. Then he looked at Niu Gao. You old rhinoceros, you wouldn't still be unable to let go, would you? After saying this, Titan's expression was somewhat complicated, a bit desolate, but more relieved. Letting go was letting go. In the original work, Titan was the most loyal, always unable to let go of the past, and ultimately waited for Tang San. Niu Gao, on the other hand, was neutral and indifferent, following Titan. As for Yang Wudi and Bai He, Bai He's attitude was even more complicated, filled with hatred and old feelings, making it harder to let go. Yang Wudi, however, was completely consumed by hatred. What I have to let go of? When the Haotian sect abandoned us, I let go. Over these years, I have had no ties with the Haotian sect. Niu Gao scoffed. It should have been this way. They never did anything wrong. Ha ha ha. In the end, it seems like I'm the only one who can't let go of the past. Titan laughed heartily, a touch of self-deprecation. Now you have let go too, haven't you? Niu Gao smiled, feeling happy for his friend. Indeed, it's not too late now. Titan put away his smile, looked at Niu Gao, and said, so, old rhinoceros, are you interested in joining me under the prince? I don't know what kind of magic potion that prince has given you, but he's managed to charm you, old gorilla. Fine, I'll go along with you, but don't abandon me like before. I've been abandoned once, and to be honest, I'm a bit scared, Niu Gao said casually. The prince didn't give me any magic potion. It was actually a young man under him who persuaded me. Honestly, I was quite surprised. Thinking back, I was indeed quite stubborn back then. Titan recalled his past, Jiang Yu's figure flashing in his mind. Truly a little fox. I was actually persuaded so easily. Perhaps I'm getting old, with more concerns in my heart than before. But it is undeniable that his proposal is quite good. As for what to abandon, that won't happen. If it really comes to that in the future, it will only be elimination, and most likely, we will be the ones eliminating ourselves, Titan said seriously. He is not a fool and can see things clearly. Chapter 15, Contemplation, so sure? Niu Gao laughed, a bit skeptical. You really shouldn't doubt it. What I'm saying is true, Titan replied, unhappily. There are some things he only partially understood, and it's hard to explain, but he is clear in his heart. The reason Titan finds it hard to explain is actually quite simple. Some things can only be understood when they reach the level of a nation. Even if you are just a decayed piece of wood, for the country, you can still be used as firewood to make your contribution. Not to mention other things. For example, the forging of the Leaf family, when placed in a single household, is at most just a blacksmith. But if placed at the national level and guided for development, it might spark mechanization. The same goes for the Yu family. At the household level, it's just a craftsman. But at the national level, it lays the foundation for building roads and bridges, connecting the nation and benefiting everyone. This way of thinking is not possessed by the people of Douluo Continent, and it is also the biggest difference between Jiang Yu and them. After all, Jiang Yu has a different experience. He lives in a world without the supernatural and has seen much more. All right, I believe you. Is that enough? Niu Gao decided not to argue with Titan on this matter. This old gorilla has definitely been brainwashed. I consider myself convinced by you. But what about the old goat and the old white bird? How will you convince those two? They are much harder to persuade than me. Niu Gao is referring to Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, and Bai He, the leader of the Min family. Titan fell silent for a moment. Niu Gao was right. The other two are indeed hard to persuade, which is why he came to the Yu family first. With the Yu family's participation, things would be much easier. The old white bird is easier to deal with. This guy has a proud personality, but lacks the courage to gamble. And he cares for his juniors. This time, the Crown Prince wants to recruit our 4 great clans, starting with them. The Crown Prince has decided to marry Bai Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the old white bird, which is a great honor, giving enough face and substance. Given the old white bird's character, he will definitely agree. Niu Gao nodded, agreeing with Titan's viewpoint. If the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire really wants to marry the old white bird's granddaughter, then based on the old white bird's character, he will definitely agree. As for the old goat, to be honest, I don't have absolute confidence. However, once we persuade the old white bird, the 3 of us can take him to the Tiandou Empire. If he stubbornly refuses to join, we can have someone else persuade him. Titan said with a bit of a headache. Yang Wudi is reclusive, headstrong, and acts very directly, which easily offends people. Throughout his life, Aside from the broken soul spear in his hand and his desire to become stronger, his only hobby is alchemy. Titan has no way to persuade such a person. We will see if Jiang Yu can persuade him. That works too. If the three of us agree, this guy will give us face even if he doesn't agree and will come along with us. Niu Gao nodded. Then he said, so next, let's go find the old white bird. Do you know where he is? Titan asked curiously. The Min family has always been poor and has never had a fixed residence, so it's not easy for Titan to find them. A smile appeared at the corner of Niu Gao's mouth. Of course, that guy recently ran out of money and came to my area. Titan's mouth twitched. This guy is really struggling. But that makes him easier to persuade, right? After confirming, the two began to take action, heading to the Min family's residence, deciding to deal with this guy first. On the other side, Jiang Yu was clearly unaware of what was happening on the Titan side. After obtaining the soul ring in the Tiandou forest, he was taken to Soto City by Sword Dula Qian Renxue in a hurry, without even having time to say goodbye to Mangaran. The sudden departure made Jiang Yu worry that all his previous efforts might have been in vain. Although Mangaran was a minor character in the original work, her grandfather was quite powerful, and their family could be a significant support. Jiang Yu wondered whether Mangaran and her grandparents would come to Heavendou City. It would be disappointing if they didn't. He felt frustrated, thinking that this trip had yielded very little. Bang! Just as Jiang Yu was worrying, his door was roughly pushed open, and Qian Renxue walked in with an unhappy expression, clearly having not found Ning Rongrong. Looking at Jiang Yu sitting on the bed, Qian Renxue directly said, pack up, we are going back to Heavendou City. Senior, you're not waiting? Jiang Yu wanted to laugh, but was afraid that Qian Renxue would get angry, so he suppressed it with difficulty. 2 days ago, Qian Renxue had brought Jiang Yu to Soto City and then left him there, rushing off to find his precious granddaughter Ning Rongrong at the village where Shrek Academy was located. Unsurprisingly, when Qian Renxue found Flender, he learned that his beloved granddaughter had gone to the Tiandou Great Forest for trials, which made him extremely upset. They had just missed each other. However, Qian Renxue was unwilling to give up easily, so he waited in Soto City for 2 days but still did not see anyone, which worsened his mood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had spent 2 days in Soto City, just watching the excitement and enjoying himself. He certainly wouldn't tell Qian Renxue that Ning Rongrong and the others would take a few more days to return. He wouldn't be able to wait for them, and perhaps he could still catch them at the previous little town. You seem quite happy, Qian Renxue said with a dark face, his eyes emitting a dangerous aura. Jiang Yu's tone had a hint of schadenfreude, which made Qian Renxue very displeased. Since he was unhappy, he wanted Jiang Yu to be unhappy too. Jiang Yu's expression stiffened, and he said reluctantly, Senior, you must have seen it wrong. When are we going back? Qian Renxue also wanted to scare Jiang Yu a bit, but he didn't really intend to cause trouble. He still couldn't bring himself to bully a child. We'll leave soon. So soon? Aren't you going to wait a bit longer? Senior? Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Qian Renxue cast a faint glance at Jiang Yu. Wait for what? I don't have that much time. I need to return to Heavendou City early. I have some matters to attend to. Is that so? Aren't the titled Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school supposed to be so busy? Aren't they just responsible for protecting Ning, Fengzhi? However, Jiang Yu didn't dare to ask too much. It was clear that these were secrets of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Senior, you can wait a bit longer. Maybe Rongrong will come over, Jiang Yu said with a smile. He was just trying to press his luck, knowing that once Qian Renxue made a decision, he would never backtrack. Sure enough, Qian Renxue refused. Shut up, you brat. Qian Renxue's tone was very displeased. If it weren't for you, why need to rush back so urgently? It was indeed because of Jiang Yu's matter of obtaining a soul ring in the Tiandou forest that Qian Renxue had to return early to discuss with Ning, Fengzhi, and the others. Otherwise, he could have stayed a few more days, and perhaps he would have met Ning Rongrong then. Jiang Yu's situation is very important. The ability to absorb soul rings without hunting soul beasts was unprecedented in the past. If they from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect can crack this, it will definitely have a huge impact. At the same time, they also need to reassess Jiang Yu's potential and increase their leverage with the Crown Prince. This kid is definitely not simple. Jiang Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and chose not to say more. During these 2 days of resting in Soto City, without being burdened by trivial matters, Jiang Yu had the leisure to think. After careful consideration, he realized that this was not a good time to meet the main character group, especially with Qian Renxue by his side. If Xiao Wu were to be exposed, Qian Renxue would try to capture her, and Tang San would definitely fight back, which would inevitably lead to further complications. This period was a rare moment of calm, and what Jiang Yu needed to do most was to delay Tang San as much as possible at Shrek Academy, ideally preventing them from coming to Heavendou City. Jiang Yu had just started to get involved in Heavendou City, and many things were still unstable and not well arranged. It was best to avoid any unexpected events. In Jiang Yu's view, this world might be better off without the presence of Tang San, the main character. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a hand grabbed his collar, and it was the familiar formula, the familiar scent, and the same sense of despair. Jiang Yu rushed back to Tiandou City. If he could, he would prefer to take it slow. He felt a bit dizzy and wanted to vomit. Chapter 16. Testing. On the way back to Tiandou City, Qian Renxue dropped Jiang Yu in front of the prince's mansion and informed Xue Qinghe before leaving on his own. As for why he didn't take Jiang Yu back to his own home, it was because of Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Yu. He was probably the only father who didn't want his son at home and was eager to send Jiang Yu to the prince's mansion. Qian Renxue was clearly aware of this, so he left Jiang Yu there to save trouble. Poor Jiang Yu was now feeling groggy and arrived in front of the prince's mansion without realizing it. He felt nauseous. Jiang Yu was sitting on the ground, retching. Qian Renxue returned much faster, and Jiang Yu couldn't adapt in time, causing a reaction in his body. Where am I? Jiang Yu looked at the familiar scene before him and momentarily couldn't figure out where he was. You are in the prince's residence. A familiar voice sounded, and Jiang Yu turned to look. Your Highness, why are you here? Gag. Upon seeing the familiar person, Jiang Yu couldn't hold back and vomited the food in his stomach directly out of his throat. A wave of sour stench instantly filled the air, and the atmosphere was thick with a foul smell. Jiang Yu narrowly avoided vomiting on himself and Xue Qinghe, preserving his dignity. As for Xue Qinghe, whose face was originally smiling, it instantly froze. He was quite happy to see Jiang Yu return and was about to ask about his situation. But then, you little brat actually vomited while looking at me. What do you mean by that? Perhaps seeing Xue Qinghe angry, Jiang Yu hurriedly explained, Your Highness, please let me explain. I didn't mean to vomit. As everyone knows, once the first vomit comes out, the second one becomes much easier. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back and vomited again. This time, Xue Qinghe's face turned completely dark, and without caring about Jiang Yu's situation, he said, Someone, drag him inside. Jiang Yu's observation of the crown prince vomiting caught the attention of some people. This was in front of the crown prince's residence. And after the buildup of the past 2 days, it was certain that someone would gossip about this incident. Xue Qinghe did not want to lose face over this. Yes, a nearby guard quickly responded. As for Jiang Yu, he dared not resist any further. He was dizzy but not drunk, and he understood that if this matter were to spread, it would definitely have negative repercussions. Therefore, he obediently allowed himself to be dragged inside. For an ordinary person, this would be a clear breach of etiquette before the ruler. Upon entering the crown prince's residence, Xue Qinghe was not as angry anymore. Instead, he seemed to have something on his mind, appearing somewhat distracted. He had someone help Jiang Yu regain his composure before bringing him to the hall. It must be said that there were quite a few talented individuals in the crown prince's residence, with a variety of skills, but unfortunately, they were all from the spirit hall. These people would need to be replaced entirely or reassign new identities in the future. Otherwise, it would easily raise suspicions. The crown prince must be the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire and cannot be associated with other attributes. Jiang Yu recovered after sitting for a while following the treatment. Xue Qinghe, sitting in the main seat, looked at Jiang Yu with a cold smile and said, Go ahead, what happened just now? If you don't give me an explanation, you can go and farm instead, since you seem quite interested in that. Jiang Yu's forehead was suddenly covered in cold sweat. This person was definitely ruthless and would follow through on their words. Jiang Yu had no choice but to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, that's basically it. It really wasn't my fault just now. Mainly, the speed of the sword Douluo was too fast. I got dizzy and couldn't hold back, Jiang Yu said with as he really didn't want to be in this position. It was too embarrassing. I didn't expect you would actually go hunting for soul rings with the sword Douluo. Are you dissatisfied with what I provided? Xue Qinghe continued to sneer. Of course not. Thunder and rain are both the grace of the Lord. How could I have such thoughts? It was truly because I was thinking of your Highness that I reluctantly accepted the goodwill of the Ning sect master. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have accepted, Jiang Yu said with righteous indignation. Then tell me how that is good for me? Xue Qinghe pressed on relentlessly. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then cautiously said, Your Highness's previous actions have already caused dissatisfaction within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If this continues for a long time, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will likely grow increasingly distant from your Highness. I believe that the day after the conversation with sect leader Ning, he should have explained this to you, right? Xue Qinghe nodded. That's right. I don't want your Highness to become estranged from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and sect leader Ning feels the same way. So when sect leader Ning arranged to meet with me, I selectively revealed some of our intentions, which were roughly as sect leader Ning mentioned to you. This made both sides more candid, and while maintaining the friendship between us, Your Highness can also develop your own power with peace of mind, Jiang Yu explained. After listening, Xue Qinghe remained silent for a while, and then looked at Jiang Yu, saying, "You did well." He was very satisfied with Jiang Yu. Even Xue Qinghe did not want to become estranged from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, it is one of the top 3 sections. This is a significant support that cannot be lost under any circumstances. Seeing that Xue Qinghe did not blame him, Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Xue Qinghe would lose trust in him. Otherwise, his plans would be completely useless, and his desire to live a carefree life in the future would be utterly dashed. Fortunately, over the past 6 years, Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had built a good level of trust. However, was the matter really that simple? Jiang Yu looked around. The hall was very quiet today, with only himself and Xue Qinghe present, as if all the guards had disappeared. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "So, Your Highness, is there a reward? Oh, what do you want?" Xue Qinghe also relaxed a bit and looked at Jiang Yu with a smile, responding to him. This caught Jiang Yu off guard. He seemed to have nothing he particularly needed. Status and fame, things that ordinary people pursue, seemed trivial in Jiang Yu's eyes. As for improving his strength, there didn't seem to be any necessity. He didn't seem particularly keen on cultivation. After thinking carefully, a wry smile appeared on Jiang Yu's lips. "Your Highness, it seems I don't have anything I particularly want. How about promoting my father?" Xue Qinghe, upon hearing this, was not angry but said with certainty, "Ask what you want, not what your father wants. He has his own plans." Jiang Yu was a bit taken aback. Xue Qinghe seemed unusually aggressive today, unlike his usual self. Normally, when Jiang Yu said something like this, Xue Qinghe would just smile and let it go, never pressing him like he was now. It seemed that recent developments had been too significant, causing some people to feel uneasy. A flicker of contemplation crossed Jiang Yu's eyes, and he suddenly had a suspicion. Xue Qinghe's opinions were definitely influenced by something, and it certainly wasn't anything coming from the Tiandou Empire. No one there could influence Xue Qinghe like this. It appeared that the influence was coming from the Spirit Hall. "Are you worried about me?" "Indeed, in the past. I only offered some guidance and didn't suggest getting involved in major matters like I am now, which even led to a distancing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are afraid of Xue Qinghe being exposed, so they want to test me." Jiang Yu realized in an instant that his recent actions had been too bold. However, there was no way around it. Time waits for no one. "Your Highness, what I desire is vast, so vast that I have never even seen it," Jiang Yu said, bowing his head. He did not conceal his thoughts as he had before, but instead decided to express some of his inner feelings. "Oh, is that so? Status, fame, wealth, or perhaps beautiful women and power?" Xue Qinghe said. His tone showed little fluctuation, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "None of those. These things are not difficult for me to obtain. What I want is something greater, such as a prosperous era, a flourishing world," Jiang Yu replied, his voice filled with a hint of expectation. This was indeed what he had always pursued, for only then could he lie back and relax. Xue Qinghe was somewhat surprised, as this answer was unexpected. He had never thought someone would desire such a thing. "This is indeed beyond my expectations." Jiang Yu smiled faintly and spoke sincerely. "After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and I am no exception. Compared to those mundane pursuits, what I want more is to create a prosperous era with my own hands. This is an immensely grand ambition, so I need a platform, which is Your Highness. Therefore, you need not worry about me having other intentions." He emphasized the last few words deliberately. He was not afraid that Xue Qinghe would distance himself from him, because he had already expressed his thoughts to Xue Qinghe a long time ago. He was merely affirming that he had not changed. "Have you noticed?" Xue Qinghe smiled lightly, not paying too much attention. "In that case, I will give you this opportunity. You may leave now." "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Yu withdrew. He had said and done what he needed to, and he was uncertain whether this group of people would believe him. The empty hall was left with only Xue Qinghe after Jiang Yu left, as the other attendants had already withdrawn early. After Jiang Yu left, the previously faint smile on Xue Qinghe's face completely turned into indifference. "Did you all hear what he just said clearly? Are you satisfied with that answer? I don't want today's events to happen again in the future." Xue Qinghe's tone was filled with anger. The events of today made him feel a strong sense of distrust, as if he were being monitored. Chapter 17. Conversation. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I acted according to the rules. That person is not one of us. Since he has been appearing around you for a long time, We must confirm his intentions according to the rules, as this is beneficial to your highness's plans. A faint voice echoed from the dark corners of the silent hall, but no figure could be seen. Clearly, this was a sole master skilled in secrecy, who had been lurking here to listen to the conversation between the two and observe Jiang Yu's reactions. This answer infuriated Xue Qinghe. He never expected his words to be so ineffective. He is my man. I said I don't want a day as events to happen again. The voice in the darkness fell silent for a moment. I apologize, Your Highness. I cannot make this decision. That person's answer just now was not fully satisfactory. We must test him again to confirm whether he is truly unaware. Get out. Xue Qinghe's furious voice rang out. The figure in the shadows did not expect Xue Qinghe to lose his temper so greatly, not wanting to provoke him further. They had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Now the hall was completely devoid of outsiders. Xue Qinghe's cold face was filled with rage, and an uncontrolled aura emanated from him. If outsiders were to see this, they would be greatly surprised to find that the crown prince was so formidable. Xue Qinghe didn't want to care about anything else now. Disguise? The hell with disguise. I want to vent. The events of today made him realize just how weak he truly was. He had once thought he wielded the power of the Spirit Hall, and that the strength of the Tiandou Empire was insignificant. But today, as seen, made him realize that it was all just a joke. The power of the Spirit Hall was not something he could control. In fact, he was merely a relatively high-level pawn. In some matters, he couldn't even make decisions, and those he once thought were his subordinates wouldn't even obey his orders. I must have my own power. Xue Qinghe thought to himself, not borrowed power, but real power firmly in my own hands. Jiang Yu is absolutely right. I truly do not have any power of my own. Borrowed power, no matter how strong, ultimately does not belong to me and is fundamentally unreliable in major matters. Outside the prince's residence, Jiang Yu walked out of the prince's residence and immediately felt a sense of relief. His perception ability was not strong, and he could not detect that there were others in the hall besides Xue Qinghe and himself. However, from some of Xue Qinghe's remarks, Jiang Yu realized that this was a test, and someone was watching from the side. Therefore, Jiang Yu actually felt a bit of pressure throughout the conversation. The person who could test him through Xue Qinghe must be from the Spirit Hall. This made things a bit troublesome. A trace of helplessness appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Your Highness, you really have put me in a difficult position. During the previous conversation, Jiang Yu was actually testing Xue Qinghe, trying to gauge his attitude change and to ascertain the surrounding environment. In fact, Jiang Yu also had some doubts. After all, there had been significant movements recently. If the Spirit Hall still cared about Xue Qinghe, they would definitely not let an uncertain factor like him be close to Xue Qinghe without testing him first. Jiang Yu thought this way and acted on it, and as a result, someone really was testing him. It was just that Xue Qinghe reacted too strongly, constantly hinting that there were people around Jiang Yu. Yes, Jiang Yu was indeed very touched by Xue Qinghe's actions, but it was a bit of a trap. Perhaps Xue Qinghe didn't think deeply. His behavior was actually sending a message to those around him that Jiang Yu knew about their existence. This matter could have been resolved if Xue Qinghe had just made a statement. As long as Jiang Yu confirmed that this was a test, he could pass without exposing it. But now, with Xue Qinghe's actions, Jiang Yu estimated that he would definitely be tested again. After all, those people were uncertain about how much Jiang Yu actually knew. If he already knew that Xue Qinghe was an undercover agent, then sorry, for the sake of confidentiality, he would have to die. So now Jiang Yu felt quite distressed. At that moment, a carriage came leisurely towards Jiang Yu. The mark on it was indeed from the Spirit Hall. They came? Such quick action. Jiang Yu looked at the carriage and immediately understood that it was coming for him. It was a bit too fast right after he just came out. They clearly did not take Xue Qinghe seriously. His attitude seemed to be of no importance at all. Young friend, may I invite you to board the carriage for a chat? The curtain of the carriage opened, and an old man smiled as he invited Jiang Yu. It was very direct, as if he was certain that Jiang Yu would not refuse. Indeed, Jiang Yu could not refuse, because he knew the consequences of refusal. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yu boarded the carriage. Once inside, Jiang Yu sat down and saw that there was only the old man who had just invited him. There were no other people in the carriage, so Jiang Yu directly asked, I wonder who you are and what you want with me. It won't do to take too long, as it will raise suspicions. After all, I am a close minister to the crown prince. There was a small table beside him, with various fruits and teas on it. The tea was hot, clearly prepared for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not touch anything, instead looking around distractedly as he spoke. The old man glanced deeply at Jiang Yu, and then said, I'm the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. As for why I am looking for you, I just want to ask if you would like to join our Spirit Hall. You are exceptionally talented, truly a genius. Our Spirit Hall is very eager for talents like you. If you join us, you will definitely receive great support. A faint smile appeared on Salas's face as he looked at Jiang Yu, his hands hidden in his sleeves doing who knows what, without any movement. Jiang Yu felt a bit pressured. It seemed there were undercurrents stirring. Jiang Yu glanced at Salas and said, Bishop Salas, I'm very sorry, but I'm not interested in your proposal. As expected, Salas continued, could you give me a reason? Jiang Yu's tone was extremely calm. Why did Cardinal Saha have to be so aggressive? Did I really need a reason for not joining your Spirit Hall? Salas smiled without speaking, just looking at Jiang Yu, as if this conversation could end if he didn't provide a reason. Jiang Yu sighed, knowing he had to come up with a reason. I am a close attendant to the Crown Prince. Is that reason enough? Before Salas could ask further, Jiang Yu began to explain. His Highness the Crown Prince is the next emperor of the Tiandou Empire, and he must ensure his own purity. He can take the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as his master, because although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is powerful, their foundation is lacking. Similarly, His Highness can also accept some small families as his subordinates, even if they had other affiliations in the past. Once they join under His Highness, they come under his control. This is the power of the Crown Prince. Regardless of what he does recently, he is only seeking his own development, which does not affect his purity. However, some developments should not be pursued recklessly, as there is a force that the Crown Prince cannot engage with no matter what. And that is the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has a solid foundation, strength, and prestige, and its overall power is comparable to that of an empire, much larger than that of the Crown Prince. Once he gets involved, the Crown Prince will be labeled by the Spirit Hall, and then he will lose his own purity. Why would the Crown Prince, as the first heir, need to engage with the Spirit Hall? Bishop Salas. Jiang Yu looked at Salas with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Ha! I must admit I didn't think this through. I didn't expect there to be this layer. Salas was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. In that case, it seems that young friend Jiang Yu is fated to be with our Spirit Hall, which is a bit of a pity. However, developing alongside His Royal Highness is also a very promising endeavor. I would like to congratulate you in advance, Salas said with a smile, making a gesture of congratulations towards Jiang Yu. Thank you for your blessings, Archbishop Salas, Jiang Yu responded insincerely. However, our Tiandou Empire still wishes to maintain a good relationship with the Spirit Hall. It's just that I find it difficult to negotiate due to the purity of His Royal Highness. Jiang Yu continued with a smile. If Salas also wishes to foster a good relationship with our Tiandou Empire, I can recommend someone. Salas instantly became interested. Oh, who might that be? It's His Royal Highness, the fourth Prince, Xue Qinghe. He is a prince of our Tiandou Empire, and if he were to negotiate with Archbishop Salas, it would surely elevate our mutual relationship to a new level. Jiang Yu is not a good person. Look, he casually dug a pit for the avalanche. And he can definitely kick the avalanche into the pit and keep it trapped. Chapter 18, A Move Ahead. Salas's eyes suddenly brightened, and after a little thought, he understood the feasibility of this. It's hard to tell that this seemingly kind guy can be quite ruthless when it comes to taking down political rivals. However, this matter doesn't seem to be something we can decide, right? The one in charge of the Tiandou Empire is still the Snow Knight Emperor. Isn't it? No matter how capable the Crown Prince is of becoming emperor, he is still just a prince for now. Such a major issue probably requires the Snow Knight Emperor's approval, right? If His Majesty disagrees, even if our Spirit Hall is willing, it won't matter if he is unwilling, right? Salas said. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, and he of course understood this point, but what impact does it have? The outcome of a matter is not very important. What matters is what you have done. Bishop Salas, although His Majesty does not agree, can you not change your perspective? You could first befriend the fourth prince, establish a good relationship with him, and then, when His Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne, appoint the fourth prince as the person responsible for maintaining good relations with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's meaning was very clear. Don't worry about the current situation, just focus on dealing with the avalanche first. It doesn't matter whether he is willing or not. As long as you do it, and let others see it, everything that you have promised will be negotiable once Xue Qinghe ascends the throne. It's interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect this little guy, despite his young age, to be so shrewd. If I agree to you like this, wouldn't it just highlight that we are not even as good as a child? Saras thought to himself, smiling, hearing that the fourth prince was naturally mischievous and narrow-minded. A complete wastrel. He wondered if it would be too conspicuous for the Spirit Hall to ally with the fourth prince, making it seem like the Spirit Hall had poor judgment. Good heavens! They were directly viewing the avalanche as useless and worried that their bold move to befriend him would attract the attention of others, especially with the brilliant and mighty crown prince available, choosing a wastrel instead. There must be something wrong with this, leading others to suspect that Xue Qinghe was behind it. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, not expecting that the spirit hall actually had some smart people. This situation was indeed possible. I somewhat disagree with Bishop Salas's devaluation of the fourth prince. After all, he is the offspring of the current emperor and the younger brother of the crown prince. Although he has some flaws and is a bit unruly, who can say for sure that the fourth prince doesn't inherit some of the emperor's good qualities? Salas, please rest assured that when you interact with His Highness the fourth prince, he will definitely become outstanding. Can't you be a bit more reliable? If Xue Lang were really that excellent, would he have survived to this day? Isn't it just because he hasn't been discovered in disguise yet? Since everyone thinks he is useless, why not put in some effort to create momentum for him, making everyone believe he is excellent? This shouldn't be difficult for your spirit hall, right? Of course, it's not difficult. Salas immediately understood what Jiang Yu meant. With Jiang Yu's efforts, the two were on the same wavelength, unaware that Salas had misunderstood. He thought Jiang Yu was unaware of the relationship between Xue Qinghe and him, but in fact, Jiang Yu was very clear about it. Both were pretending to be confused while knowing the truth. However, Jiang Yu was one step ahead. It seems that the fourth prince is indeed a good candidate. Salas smiled without reaching his eyes and took a deep look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled without any real warmth and said, I hope Bishop Salas will take good care of His Highness the fourth prince. After all, he is your highness's brother, and the future crown prince will not treat the bishop poorly. Of course, I will pay close attention to His Highness the fourth prince and pull him back from the edge of being a playboy, training him to become an outstanding royal. Isn't that just flattering him to death? It's simple. I will make it widely known. Salas smiled slightly. In that case, thank you, Bishop Salas. Jiang Yu pretended to smile. Bishop Salas, now that our conversation is finished, I should take my leave to avoid raising suspicions. Of course, Lord Jiang, take care. Salas was very pleased, even changing how he addressed Jiang Yu. Farewell. Jiang Yu did not linger for a moment, getting out of the carriage and leaving. Salas watched Jiang Yu's figure. Truly a person not to be underestimated. In form above, Jiang Yu's probing has ended, and the surveillance and vigilance against him can be relaxed, lest His Highness becomes displeased. With this guy around, His Highness's plans will proceed more smoothly. Yes, the coachman outside replied. Although Salas was a platinum bishop, his status was not low. He was one of the few who knew the true identity of Xue Qinghe, and had come here to cooperate with Xue Qinghe's actions. The probing of Jiang Yu was under his supervision, and since he said it had ended, Jiang Yu no longer had any suspicion. Moreover, Salas could see that Jiang Yu was indeed a talent, and he was ruthless, showing no mercy to his enemies. Having him by the crown prince's side would definitely be a great asset. On the other side, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Master, the platinum bishop of the Wuhuan Hall, Salas, and Jiang Yu met in a carriage not far from the prince's residence, and their conversation has concluded. Both have already left. Ning Fengzhi's expression was calm as he said lightly, All right, I understand. You may go. Afterward, the disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School left. Only a few people remained in the hall, all of whom were absolute high-ranking members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fengzhi, do you think that Salas from the Wuhuan Hall meeting Jiang Yu at this time means he has obtained some news? Douluo Continent, standing nearby, frowned and said, He just left, and now he meets someone. Isn't that too coincidental? Ning Fengzhi smiled gently. Sword uncle, you worry too much. How many people in this world can monitor you right under your nose? This should be a coincidence. Jiang Yu's special circumstances should not have been exposed. Bon Douluo Gu Rong nodded in agreement, saying it was basically impossible to monitor these titled Douluo powerhouses. Even those of the same level must be proficient in concealment. Then what does Salas's meeting with Jiang Yu at this time mean? Ning Fengzhi's eyes flickered as he too was puzzled. The people from the Wuhuan Hall cannot be unaware of Xue Qinghe's situation, yet they chose to meet Jiang Yu at this time, so openly. Could it be that the people from the Wuhuan Hall really understand Jiang Yu's talent and want to recruit him? That should be impossible. Jiang Yu's identity is very special, and such actions would offend Xue Qinghe. Or is it that Qinghe has been too eager for success and has contacted the people from the Wuhuan Hall? With Jiang Yu as his representative? That seems even less likely. Qinghe is not someone who would act so recklessly. So what does their meeting really mean? And why so openly? Ning Fengzhi felt confused. The originally clear situation seemed to have become shrouded in mist due to a few actions by Jiang Yu, complicating the relationships among the parties involved. Let's put this matter aside for now. The reason for their meeting will eventually be revealed. Ning Fengzhi shook his head. not getting entangled in this issue. Jiang Yu is not a fool. On the contrary, he is a very shrewd little fox. He understands what things can be done and what cannot. We must gather more intelligence to understand the current situation. Sword Uncle, tell me about Jiang Yu's situation. Can he really obtain spirit rings without killing spirit beasts? Mchenshin said firmly, then detailed what he had seen. How Jiang Yu obtained the spirit ring from a 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass. Although it seemed unbelievable for what I observed. That kid Jiang Yu indeed possesses the ability to obtain spirit rings without killing spirit beasts. Could he be a transformed form of a 100,000-year spirit beast? Gu Rong asked with a furrowed brow. He had never seen such a strange occurrence in his mind. He could only think of the fact that a 100,000-year spirit beast transforming into human form does not require absorbing a spirit ring. While is known very little among the common folk, the higher-ups among these titled law are well aware of it. No, his background is very clear. He cannot be a transformed spirit beast. Ning Fengzhi said confidently, as Jiang Yu's background had long been thoroughly investigated. It could not be false. This made all present furrow their brows. Ning Fengzhi glanced at everyone, tapped the table. All right, since his identity is not an issue, then the problem must lie with his martial soul or that 1,000-year blue silvergrass. Next, we just need to capture that blue silvergrass and befriend Jiang Yu. The secrets behind this will eventually become clear. Ning Fengzhi made a decisive decision, establishing the course of action. Yes, Master. The internal meeting of the 7-treasure glazed tile school concluded, determining the next course of action. That matter must be clarified. Chapter 19. The avalanche being schemed against in Tiandou City. After Jiang Yu left the carriage of Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall, he started wandering alone on the streets. He was worried that someone might still be watching him, so he decided to take advantage of this rare free time to stroll around and pass the time. However, it was so boring. After not wandering for long, Jiang Yu sighed heavily by the side of the road. The resource-scarce Douluo Continent really had nothing interesting to explore, far from the enjoyment of shopping in his previous life. Even the food hadn't changed in 6 years. It was still the same as it was 6 years ago. Sigh. Isn't anyone researching novels or games? However, that was clearly impossible. No one would waste time on such useless things. Those with martial souls were busy cultivating. Who would think about those things? As for those without martial souls, they were focused on living better, so they wouldn't think about this either. The Douluo Continent is a world where soul masters are respected, and many things are controlled by soul masters. No matter how smart the lower-class people are, they cannot escape the fact that soul masters do it themselves. As long as this group of soul masters does not want to change, it will be very difficult for this world to change. I'm going crazy. Jiang Yu frantically grabbed his hair, deciding to find something to do. But what should he do? You bunch of bastards. How dare you hit people? Ha! Lowly people are just lowly people. So what if I hit you? If you have the ability, hit me. Come on, I'm just not happy with this guy today. Give him a good beating. That voice sounds so familiar. Jiang Yu instinctively recalled. Whether it was the attacker or the victim, he was familiar with both. Wait a minute. Isn't that the voice of Talon from the Power Clan? That silly kid? And the one doing the hitting seems to be Avalanche. Is he here to cause trouble? Haha, looks like I have something to do now. Jiang Yu was not annoyed by the Avalanche causing trouble for his own people. Instead, he felt excited because finally there was something to do. Jiang Yu quickly walked towards the scene, pushing through the thick crowd. He saw 2 groups of people inside. The disparity in numbers was significant, with more than 10 on one side and only Talon on the other. It was puzzling why Talon was being beaten without choosing to retaliate. Avalanche, standing nearby, watched the scene with cold eyes, occasionally flashing a hint of cruelty and satisfaction. Stop it! Jiang Yu immediately shouted to intervene. He could see that Talon was enduring the situation, clearly stronger than his opponents, yet choosing not to fight back. It seemed that the change in his identity had altered Talon significantly. He had gained a bit of sense and understood that the other side was deliberately provoking trouble. Jiang Yu's voice made everyone stop and look over, and taking advantage of this moment, he moved through the crowd to stand beside Talon, locking eyes with Avalanche. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, may I ask what has angered you so much that you would harm someone? Jiang Yu said leisurely. This was his first time having a direct conversation with Avalanche. Although he had seen him before, Avalanche had always avoided him out of fear of Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu had never had a direct exchange with this ninja turtle among the Douluo. Lord Jiang. Talon looked at Jiang Yu with surprise, truly not expecting him to appear at this moment. He had originally planned to endure and let the situation pass. You did very well, Jiang Yu affirmed. Talon chuckled and said, this is all thanks to my grandfather. He told me not to cause trouble during this time, and even if someone slapped me in the face, I should endure it, because those people are just looking for trouble to find something to hold against me. So I followed his advice. Jiang Yu sighed when he heard this. Indeed, the older generation is more experienced. He never expected Titan to have anticipated this. It seems he truly is a wise person. However, that kid Talon has changed a lot. Nonsense. It was clearly this kid who insulted me. Su Bing said angrily. They mustn't let this incident be defined as intentional. He only acted because Talon insulted him. Oh, really? Talon, what did you say to the fourth prince? Jiang Yu asked nonchalantly. Wasn't it just a couple of insults? Can't you handle that? If I don't teach you a lesson, I would be failing the conditions you created. Talon scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I didn't insult the fourth prince. I just said he was a spoiled rich kid. Is that the answer? Jiang Yu looked at Talon with a hint of surprise, and a sly glimmer flashed in Talon's eyes. Damn, this kid did it on purpose. Jiang Yu instantly realized that this guy had actually pointed it out in one go, and there was indeed a meaning of awakening. He maliciously set up an excuse for Avalanche to create trouble by using Avalanche's intention to find trouble. In fact, even if Jiang Yu didn't show up this time, once it happened, it could serve as a breakthrough point to attack Avalanche later on, which was quite brilliant. It seems that the Li family doesn't only have Titan as the smart one. Talon definitely has a promising future ahead. Jiang Yu looked at Xue Qinghe with pity, realizing that he had been schemed against by a foolish young man. You're not fit to be a ninja turtle, he said. What you said is not wrong. Your image as the fourth prince has always been that of a playboy, hasn't it? Or is that not the real you? Jiang Yu smiled as he spoke. Xue Qinghe's expression changed, and he shouted, Jiang Yu, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. Just suddenly feeling that his fourth prince is not a simple character after all, to actually use such tactics of sowing discord, hiding it very well. Who doesn't know that the Li family has already sided with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, though it hasn't been officially announced yet? The fourth prince chose this timing to do such things. If Tai Long loses control and strikes you, wouldn't you demand that His Majesty punish the Li family severely? In that case, the Li family's allegiance to the Crown Prince would fall through. This way, the Crown Prince's power wouldn't grow, and the enemy's lack of growth would be your own gain. Truly impressive, fourth prince. Jiang Yu praised. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the onlookers suddenly understood and looked at Xue Qinghe with different expressions. Could it be that the fourth prince, Xue Qinghe, had been pretending all these years, secretly never giving up on the struggle for the throne? I always thought that the current emperor was so wise and powerful. How could he have such a useless son? It turns out it was all an act. Indeed, this kind of scheming is truly frightening. To have disguised oneself for so many years while secretly plotting against the crown prince. Yes, it's simply despicable to be so insidious. Wanted to harm the wise and powerful crown prince. Xue Qinghe's face turned pale with anger, but he didn't know how to explain. It seemed that everyone had chosen to believe Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's hard work over the past period has finally paid off. At this moment, the people of Tiandou City are all standing on Xue Qinghe's side, with almost no one doubting Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu smiled broadly at Xue Qinghe. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, you really don't need to resort to such underhanded tactics. His Highness the Crown Prince has a very broad mind and absolutely wouldn't mind competing with you openly, so be a little more straightforward. Xue Qinghe's face turned incredibly pale as he realized he finally understood that everything that happened today was a trap. Jiang Yu was plotting against him. Otherwise, why would he appear here at this time? But how did he know I was disguised? Or is he testing me? Xue Qinghe, whose face was originally ashen, couldn't help but burst into tears, his tears flowing with countless grievances as he pointed at Jiang Yu and Talon. In a crying voice filled with grievance, he said, I really didn't. You are bullying me. You are bullying me. This scene happened so suddenly that no one expected Xue Qinghe to cry. He was scared to tears by just a few words. Jiang Yu's expression stiffened. Good heavens, is it really that ruthless? Using this trick to cover up his own actions. It seems I still can't underestimate him. Let me play along with you a bit. How can the show go on without anyone cooperating? A hint of suspicion flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he said sternly, Fourth Prince, you should not speak nonsense. It is clearly you who are plotting against His Highness the Crown Prince. How can it be that we are bullying you? He was afraid. He was indeed testing me. Xue Qinghe's face brightened. I will go tell Brother Crown Prince. I will make him punish you. Xue Qinghe increased his intensity, even letting snot run down his face, looking as miserable as possible. After doing all this, Xue Qinghe left with his people, and their direction was clearly towards the Crown Prince's residence to report Jiang Yu. How clever of him, not even go to find His Majesty. It seems he wants to eliminate the negative impact of this incident. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Don't underestimate Jiang Yu. It seems he has framed Xue Qinghe with a hat of blame, but But the impact of this is indeed enormous. In the eyes of some with ulterior motives, this is a significant breakthrough and will definitely be exploited. Xue Beng understood this very well, which is why he was eager to distance himself from it. Indeed, bullying others brings a sense of joy. Chapter 20. A punishment neither light nor heavy, Lord Jiang. Was I too reckless? Will this matter bring you any trouble? Beside him, Tai Long walked alongside Jiang Yu like a child who had done something wrong, speaking with some guilt. After Xue Beng left, Jiang Yu followed Tai Long to the Li family. With Titan absent, he needed to express his stance, provide them with some comfort, and give outsiders an attitude. The crown prince cared greatly about the Li family. Ah, no, you did very well. You created a great opportunity for me, Jiang Yu said with a smile, as he genuinely believed this. It was like a pillow being delivered when one felt sleepy. He had just been discussing how to reasonably support Xue Beng with Bishop Suruth, and Xue Beng had created the opportunity himself. As long as Suruth seizes the chance and uses this as an excuse to get close to Xue Beng, then this matter could be resolved, and Xue Beng would not escape. Although Xue Beng used tears to conceal his true self this time, he still left others with the impression of scheming for the crown prince's position. No one is a fool. Everyone knows how to interpret this. Your opposition is of no use. But I have brought trouble to Lord Jiang. I fear you will be held accountable this time, Tai Long said with some concern. Accountable? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, and then said, this will indeed happen, but the fourth prince does not dare to make this a big deal. He is afraid of solidifying the facts of this incident, so it should be a minor reprimand, nothing too severe. Jiang Yu said nonchalantly, there are plenty of smart people in Tiandou City, whether it's Avalanche, Snow Prince, or Emperor Snow Knight. They will tacitly choose to help Avalanche clear Jiang Yu's name as much as possible. They would definitely not punish Jiang Yu severely, allowing Avalanche to gain a reputation for eliminating dissidents. After all, Avalanche must maintain his low-key persona. Being too flamboyant is not good. Moreover, Jiang Yu's problem is neither too big nor too small, entirely depending on how Emperor Snow Knight feels about it, whether he truly cares about his son. Talon clearly did not understand the intricacies of the situation and remained very confused, but seeing Jiang Yu's confident demeanor, he understood that Jiang Yu would definitely be fine. He felt somewhat relieved. I foolishly thought I could accomplish something, but now it seems my wisdom is still far from those above me. I just have a bit of cleverness. I hope Lord Jiang will grant permission for Talon to follow him and work for him. Talon is willing to serve. Talon respectfully said to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, looking at Talon's big figure, feeling a bit speechless. Who taught you to say these things? I thought of them myself, Talon replied, looking sincere. Jiang Yu also believed it, but couldn't help but say, do you know that what you're saying now feels very contradictory to your appearance? Didn't you have any idea before about how you could scheme against the fourth prince? Although you did well this time, and surprised me, it's still far from enough. With your current demeanor, you're a bit carried away. However, Talon wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Jiang Yu. I know what you want to say, that staying by my side isn't a good choice. I'm being watched by many people right now, and every word and action must be very cautious. There are some things I can understand that you can't. This could lead to disaster. So you should stay at the academy to study. The school is truly a good place. It's your best practice ground. And you can become the person you want to be, Jiang Yu said. He wouldn't keep Talon by his side, as it wouldn't be good for either of them. The current Talon was definitely only seeing the immediate situation, without deep consideration. Talon was silent for a while. He always felt that Jiang Yu's words had deeper meaning. But he wouldn't clarify. Lord Jiang, I understand, Talon said. Learning pretty quickly, huh? Jiang Yu thought to himself. It's good that you understand. If there's anything you don't understand, go ask your grandfather. He will clarify things for you. Yes. After that, Jiang Yu didn't say much more and headed toward the residence of the Li family. Talon's transformation surprised him. It seemed that in the future, Jiang Yu might have a good card in his hand, so Talon had to stay at the school. He hoped he could understand this reasoning and accomplish something. The next day, at the prince's residence. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I really did not bully the fourth prince at all. I didn't even touch a finger of his. I guarantee every word is the truth. If I'm wrong by even a word, may the heavens strike me down. Jiang Yu arrived at the prince's residence early in the morning and tearfully complained to Xue Qinghe. His punishment wasn't very severe, but he still needed to express his feelings. Xue Qinghe covered his forehead with his hand, feeling a bit speechless. Although he was pleased that Jiang Yu had passed the test, there were no outsiders here. Who was he putting on this dramatic display for? Me? Sorry, I don't want to see it. All right, stop claiming innocence. If you really think you were wronged, go talk to Father Emperor yourself and see if he believes you. Jiang Yu immediately stopped feeling wronged and said somewhat reluctantly, "Well, let's forget about that. How could someone like me trouble His Majesty? Since that's the case, then don't feel wronged here. Tomorrow, hurry up and go report to the Tiandou Royal Academy," Xue Qinghe said impatiently. The judgment on Jiang Yu came down quickly, and, as he had anticipated, it was very lenient, merely defined as childish mischief. He was sent to the Tiandou Academy to study, with the reasoning that he should learn what it means to have order among elders and juniors, and to distinguish between respect and inferiority, and to stop fooling around. This was indeed unexpected for Jiang Yu. He didn't expect that the Snow Knight Emperor would actually send him away from Xue Qinghe's side and into his territory. Surveillance? It didn't seem quite like that. But as a subordinate of the Crown Prince and a companion scholar, would it be inappropriate for him to enter the Tiandou Royal Academy like this? Although he was young, he still needed to alleviate worries for the Crown Prince and the Tiandou Empire, Jiang Yu said, his eyes shining with determination. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe smiled knowingly and reassured him, "Don't worry, I have mentioned this to my father, and he also thinks that my feelings should be considered. Therefore, he has specially granted you a token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the academy whenever I need you." Xue Qinghe tossed a token to Jiang Yu, which had the character for snow on it, representing the Tiandou royal family. It was more than just a pass. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Crown Prince." Jiang Yu immediately expressed his gratitude. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. This royal token was something he had fought hard to obtain, which was not easy at all. If it were in the past, Xue Qinghe would never have done such a thing, but now it was different. The series of events before had made him realize who his true allies were. Now that we've settled this matter, let's take a look at this letter. It's from Titan, the leader of the Leaf family. Then, Xue Qinghe tossed a letter to Jiang Yu. "Is it because of the Pa family?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. "Yes, see if you can persuade the Pa family," Xue Qinghe replied, not feeling surprised, as these plans were all devised by Jiang Yu, and he certainly knew best. Jiang Yu finished reading the letter, then closed his eyes to ponder a strategy. The letter didn't contain much content, only conveying the message that the Fengzhi clan refused to join the Crown Prince's palace, and the other three clans had no way to handle it. Xue Qinghe didn't seem willing to give up on the Fengzhi clan's influence, but it was indeed difficult to persuade them, and Jiang Yu was mentally prepared to let go. However, since Xue Qinghe requested it, Jiang Yu could only try his best. The clan leader of the Fengzhi clan, Yang Wudi, had a very bad personality and a foul temper. Even in the original story, Tang San had to exhaust all his efforts to persuade Yang Wudi. First, he defeated Yang Wudi in his area of confidence, his strength. Then he won him over by offering him the fragrant and exquisite fairy product. However, these two conditions were completely beyond Xue Qinghe's capability at present. No one in Xue Qinghe's apparent strength could defeat Yang Wudi. Meanwhile, the fragrant and exquisite fairy product that could attract Yang Wudi was still in Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. Jiang Yu quickly understood the situation and, after eliminating numerous options, took out a book from the soul guiding device. "Your Highness, you can hand this book over to Yang Wudi through Titan, the leader of the Li family. I believe you will be interested in it after reading it." Xue Qinghe took the book and looked at Jiang Yu with curiosity. "What is this book?" "This is a book on principles compiled from my unique ideas. It should be very valuable in the hands of someone knowledgeable," Jiang Yu said seriously. "It should be valuable, right? This book contains important knowledge from my past life that I have been recalling over the years. The principles mentioned here are not Confucian principles, but rather principles of comprehensive science." Chapter 21. What is going on? As a modern person, Jiang Yu certainly understood the importance of knowledge. So, even in a world where martial spirits are revered, he has gathered some important knowledge from his past life over the years and recorded it in this book. This book on principles can be considered the most important one among them, containing Jiang Yu's understanding and some key points about the three subjects: physics, chemistry, and biology from his past life. In this world without the seeds of scientific principles, Jiang Yu's book can be regarded as a pioneering work. Is this book really useful? Xue Qinghe flipped through the book Jiang Yu handed over, feeling a bit dizzy. Although he recognized every character, he couldn't understand the meaning when they were put together. "It should be useful," Jiang Yu said, somewhat uncertain. As someone who enjoys researching poisons, Yang Wudi belongs to the field of chemistry, so he should have some knowledge of comprehensive science. This book should be somewhat appealing to him. Similarly, this book should also have some attraction for Titan. However, it's a bit unfortunate that Jiang Yu has not focused on this area over the years. What is recorded in the book is only some relatively simple knowledge. Xue Qinghe, this is a bit frustrating. Can you not be so unreliable? Jiang Yu also noticed Xue Qinghe's expression and shrugged helplessly. He was also quite helpless. Yang Wudi was truly beyond his ability to handle. He couldn't defeat him, and without the fragrant Qi Luo fairy product, Tang San's tactics were completely unrepeatable. However, Your Highness, you can tell Yang Wudi that if he wants to become stronger, all he needs to do is come to me, and I can show him a path. I am a time traveler, and although I don't know much, my perspective is definitely broad enough to point out a path. Really? Xue Qinghe said, a bit skeptical. Really? Jiang Yu replied firmly. Then can you also show me a path? Xue Qinghe suddenly smiled and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was a bit silent, and after thinking for a while, he said, Your Highness, the path you are currently walking is the path of becoming stronger that I have chosen for you, and it is also the most suitable path for you. As long as Your Highness continues to walk this path, that will be enough. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, not asking further questions, and Jiang Yu also let out a sigh of relief, having escaped a calamity. The path Jiang Yu chose for Xue Qinghe could actually be seen from many aspects. It was a strategy of alliance and counter-alliance, uniting as many notable figures from the Douluo Continent as possible, gradually enhancing his own strength, and then ascending to the throne with great power to subdue everyone. However, Jiang Yu's abilities were limited, and he couldn't achieve perfection. For some individuals, the only strategy Jiang Yu could employ was marriage, arranging for Xue Qinghe to marry others. As long as Xue Qinghe had enough wives, his own strength would also increase. As for relying on wives for support, what difference did it make? After all, it wasn't him, so explaining this to Xue Qinghe now, he probably wouldn't be too willing either. However, after this interruption, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that there were still some matters he hadn't reported to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, during my previous journey to obtain soul rings, I unexpectedly got acquainted with the famous Long Gong and Shi Pe. After a conversation, our relationship is quite good. Therefore, I took the liberty to invite them to your wedding, and I asked for Your Highness's punishment. Jiang Yu said seriously, Long Gong and Shi Pe? Xue Qinghe thought for a moment, and suddenly had an impression. They were indeed a very famous couple, not only powerful, but also possessing a martial soul fusion skill. You did well. I won't punish you. On the contrary, I will reward you, Xue Qinghe said with great satisfaction. Although Jiang Yu had used his wedding to make him a bit uncomfortable, the fact that he had befriended two strong individuals made that discomfort fade away. I don't dare to hope for a reward, but I do have a request, and I hope Your Highness will agree, Jiang Yu continued, bowing. You may speak. It is like this. During this journey, I not only got to know Long Gong and Shi Pe, but I also got acquainted with their granddaughter, Mengran. Therefore, I hope. You want to marry her? Xue Qinghe suddenly became interested. It's not me marrying her, Jiang Yu said silently. If it's not you, then who? Xue Qinghe suddenly thought of a possibility and fell into silence. Could it be me? It is Your Highness. Jiang Yu's words confirmed Xue Qinghe's guess. It was indeed him. I learned from my conversation with Mengran that she has a very good impression of Your Highness. This is a great start. So I not only invited Long Gong and Shi Pe, but also their granddaughter Mengran. I hope that when Mengran comes over, Your Highness can take advantage of her good impression of you to personally entertain her and invite her to play frequently. Then take the opportunity to win her over and bring her into the harem. In this way, we can also invite Long Gong and Shi Pe's family to join. Jiang Yu said, what's the point of marrying one? Marrying two is a man's dream. Your Highness, you are a man, right? Xue Qinghe fell into complete silence. One is not enough. You actually want me to marry two? I've already married one. If I marry another, will it not cause dissatisfaction among others? So it's better not to. Furthermore, if I do this, how will the world see me? As lustful or shameless? There was a lot of resentment in Xue Qinghe's words. It was already difficult enough for him to marry one, and now they wanted him to marry two. It was impossible. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do enough ideological work with the four great clans and Long Gong and Shi Pe to make this matter a beautiful story. I will also create public opinion for Your Highness, so that everyone in the world believes that Your Highness truly loves both of them. In this way, not only will no one criticize Your Highness, but they will also praise Your Highness's character, Jiang Yu said with a smile, a bit unscrupulous, then looked seriously at Xue Qinghe. Therefore, I earnestly request Your Highness to prioritize the grand cause and make a small sacrifice for it. Is this a matter of sacrifice or not? What do you take me for? A sacrificial pawn in marriage? Xue Qinghe's expression was a bit out of control, and his tone carried resentment. He finally understood what path Jiang Yu had chosen for him. Feelings were just for marriage alliances. Couldn't it be done without marriage alliances? Of course it can, but it takes time. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to choose this path. In the Douluo world, he could also follow the technological route of his past life, but not to mention whether that route could defeat soul masters. Just the development time would take decades. especially since Douluo Continent had no foundation at all, relying solely on Jiang Yu himself. It was uncertain if he could even make progress. By then, Tang Sin would have already become a god. All his plans would be in vain. Jiang Yu wasn't worried about anything else. He was only worried that Tang San was too powerful for them to handle. He and the Xue Qinghe he relied on simply couldn't coexist peacefully with Tang San. Thus, Jiang Yu had to be a bit radical and use Xue Qinghe's marriage as a means to quickly accumulate power, striving to stabilize the forces of the Tiandou Empire and ascend to the throne as emperor as soon as possible. It could only be said that Xue Qinghe was not yet emperor, and Jiang Yu was just a small accompanying student. Neither of them had a foundation. Moreover, this approach posed no harm to Xue Qinghe himself. Looking at Jiang Yu's determined eyes, Xue Qinghe felt inexplicably disheartened. Was there really no other way? Did it have to be this way? I am not omnipotent. I hope your highness makes a decision soon, Jiang Yu said straightforwardly. Sigh. Xue Qinghe sighed. Then let's do as you say. After that, Xue Qinghe returned to the palace, feeling somewhat exhausted. He needed to think carefully about how to manage relationships with two unfamiliar wives in the future and how to avoid being discovered while sleeping. What situation this was? Chapter 22. Support is also strong, have you heard? Yesterday, Xue Bong was actually scared to tears by someone. It seems that person is the accompanying student by the side of His Highness the Crown Prince. Isn't that funny? The person you're talking about. Could be Xue Bong? Of course, it's that guy Xue Bong. I've never liked him. He was actually scared to tears by someone under some baseless pretext. And he's still a royal descendant? What a disgrace. That can't be said. Maybe, as others say, Xue Bong is just pretending to be weak, holding back, waiting for an opportunity to ascend to the throne and then seek revenge. Do you believe that? Not to mention that His Highness the Crown Prince is so outstanding and is the designated emperor, even if Xue Bong is holding back. As long as the Crown Prince is alive, he has to endure. Moreover, do you think someone who is scared to tears has that capability? Seems like he really doesn't. Then that's settled. That guy is just a playboy, and now he probably has to add coward to his title. Haha, that's really satisfying. And just one day, the news about Xue Bong being scared to tears spread throughout the entire Tiandou City. Now, not only the people of Tiandou City were discussing it, but even the students of the Tiandou Royal Academy were talking about it. Even the school teachers couldn't stop it. Xue Bong had become famous. Fortunately, although two versions of the story were still circulating, based on Xue Bang's performance, almost no one believed he had any capability left. Everyone thought he was just a cowardly playboy, easily scared to tears. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Xue Bong. However, it meant that Xue Bong had to endure others' discussions if he wanted to maintain his current persona. Your Highness the Fourth Prince. I didn't expect it to be you welcoming me. What a surprise. You don't plan to take this opportunity to beam me up, do you? Walking behind Xue Bong, Jiang Yu yawned, looking completely unconcerned, even taking time to mock him. He had been woken up early in the morning and thrown into the Tiandou Royal Academy for classes, which annoyed Jiang Yu to no end. What do you think? Xue Bong gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiang Yu with deep hatred in his eyes. It's all this guy's fault that I've ended up like this. Oh, I'm so scared. Jiang Yu crossed his arms and looked at Xue Bong with a fearful expression, his eyes filled with mockery. This made Xue Bong furious, as if years of restraint were difficult to maintain in front of Jiang Yu. He just wanted to teach this guy a good lesson. If it were just an ordinary person, Xue Bong wouldn't have to care. He could directly find someone to beat him up. If he couldn't win, he could ask his uncle, Prince Xue Qinghe, for help, and that would definitely solve the problem. But Jiang Yu was different. He was no ordinary person. He was the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe's man. Thus, even if Xue Bong wanted to deal with Jiang Yu, he had to consider Xue Qinghe behind him. After all, he had come this far to avoid Xue Qinghe. Stop pretending, Jiang Yu. You won't be able to escape this beating today, and don't worry, not just today, but every day from now on, you won't be able to escape. Xue Bong clapped his hands, and suddenly a dozen people surrounded them. Xue Bong was eager to take revenge, seizing this opportunity to teach Jiang Yu a harsh lesson. He had already asked his uncle, and his current behavior completely aligned with his persona, so it wouldn't raise anyone's suspicion. That's why he had his father, the emperor, bring Jiang Yu to the Tiandou Royal Academy. He already knew that Jiang Yu was just a newly promoted soul master of the auxiliary system. Although he didn't have any soul masters under him, he could easily gather 2 or 3 dozen great soul masters to surround and attack Jiang Yu. From this, it was clear that the Tiandou Royal Academy had been designated by Emperor Xue Yi for Xue Bong as a basic support. However, over the years, Xue Bong had been unable to gather any manpower, and all he had were a bunch of misfits. The Tiandou Royal Academy. as the highest level academy of the Tiandou Empire, had many geniuses inside, but none of these geniuses wanted to work under a playboy like Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu glanced around and immediately smiled. The people surrounding him were all offspring of officials from the Tiandou Empire. Jiang Yu had done his research before coming here and was well aware of who they were, including some whose parents were close to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, pursuing an official route was a mistake. This country still belonged to the Snow Knight Emperor. Who could possibly bypass him to recruit his people? You and T think you could use these people to teach me a lesson, would you? A strong disdain was evident in Jiang Yu's eyes. The Tiandou Empire allows the children of officials to enter the Tiandou Royal Academy, serving as a welfare benefit for officials. The group in front of him was merely a bunch of guys enjoying the benefits provided by this country. Their actual abilities were nowhere near enough to gain admission to the Tiandou Royal Academy. Jiang Yu was not intimidated at all, although his own strength was not very strong. It was more than enough to deal with these privileged individuals. Jiang Yu's words not only angered Avalanche, but also infuriated some of the people surrounding him. Who do you think you are? It's already enough to deal with you. Come on, let's beat him up. With a furious wave of his hand, Avalanche immediately ordered a dozen people to surround and attack Jiang Yu. TSK. Jiang Yu disdainfully clicked his tongue. Although he was a support-type soul master, who said that support-type soul masters lack combat ability. Support-type soul masters can also be very strong. Your limited perception restricts your imagination. Spirit of 100 herbs. Jiang Yu revealed his herb spirit, and the first soul ring on his body instantly lit up. A wave of light spread out from Jiang Yu as the center, covering the surrounding area in an instant, extending a full kilometer before stopping. Next, all the plants within this 1 kilometer radius were under Jiang Yu's control, even including the derivative plants controlled by the plant-type soul master across from him. A group of rookies. Jiang Yu simply seized control of the plants from the opponent, then tied up the opponent's feet. This sudden attack caused all of the more than 10 people on the other side to fall hard. Only Xue Qinghe, who was watching from the side, was spared because he didn't move. However, at this moment, Xue Qinghe also felt a hint of bad premonition, and his face turned slightly pale. Wasn't this guy an auxiliary soul master? Why was he so powerful? What were those informants doing? In fact, the people who provided information to Xue Qinghe weren't wrong. Before obtaining his third soul ring, Jiang Yu was indeed an auxiliary soul master. But who said that a person couldn't grow? Jiang Yu's martial soul grew in a way he couldn't fully understand. After obtaining his third soul ring, Jiang Yu was amazed to discover that his martial soul not only became more mysterious, but also surrounded by a faint golden mist. Even his first soul skill was enhanced. Originally, it could only interfere with the plant-type soul master's first soul skill, but now it could directly seize control from them, which was quite overpowered. Only the first soul skill changed. The other 2 soul skills remained the same. Spirit of the 4 seasons, winter, Jiang Yu softly said, using his second soul skill. Spirit of the 4 seasons. The originally crisp autumn weather suddenly felt as if it had skipped straight from autumn to the harsh cold of winter, with the temperature dropping below zero. The spirit of the 4 seasons can transform into 4 different seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each with its own characteristics: spring rain, summer heat, autumn wind, and winter cold. Right now, Jiang Yu was using the winter cold. The drop in temperature caused everyone present to feel extremely uncomfortable, their bodies instinctively trembling, and their hands and feet stiffening considerably. But it wasn't over yet. Summer. The temperature suddenly soared above 40 degrees, and the drastic temperature change immediately caused serious discomfort among the group. Seeing that it was about right, Jiang Yu lowered the temperature back down below zero. At this point, he could only achieve this level. Winter cold was the ability that weakened enemies the most. The power of the spirit of the 4 seasons soul skill is relatively low. Although it is excellent for farming, it is far from sufficient in combat. However, its suddenness is quite good, often catching opponents off guard. Spirit of life. Jiang Yu's 1,000-year spirit ring lit up, glowing a deep purple, stronger than an ordinary spirit ring. At the moment Jiang Yu activated his third spirit ability, all the plant-type spirit master soul derivatives nearby instantly vanished, transformed into vitality that was seized by Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, the plants within a kilometer radius also withered significantly. This was Jiang Yu's ability, to drain the life force that controlled the plants. Subsequently, Jiang Yu injected all the life force into a few nearby vines. And in an instant, the aura of these vines surged to a strength comparable to that of a several hundred-year-old soul beast, their size ballooning several times larger. It's over, Jiang Yu said somewhat disinterestedly. Under Jiang Yu's control, the few vines swept away the group of people who had just gotten up from the ground, sending them flying in the direction of an avalanche, which immediately caused them to curse in pain. This was Jiang Yu's first battle, defeating more than 10 opponents with ease. Chapter 23. The nemesis of plant-type spirit masters, however. Even though Jiang Yu achieved victory, he did not show much excitement. While the battle results looked impressive, a closer analysis revealed that Jiang Yu's win was largely due to luck. First, the over 10 opponents were all inexperienced, just like Jiang Yu. They had not undergone real combat training or had very little experience in actual battles. Coupled with their weak willpower from living in comfort, they were demoralized and unable to react when they faced setbacks, giving Jiang Yu plenty of time. Secondly, Jiang Yu's spirit abilities were highly situational. The beautiful scenery of the Tiandou Royal Academy, surrounded by flowers and a significant forest, provided an ideal environment for Jiang Yu to showcase his strength. His first and third spirit abilities could only be activated in the presence of plants or when facing plant-type spirit masters. If neither of these conditions were met, Jiang Yu would be rendered useless. Relying solely on his second spirit ability, Jiang Yu would merely be a simple auxiliary spirit master, and a rather weak one at that. The effect of his second spirit ability was indiscriminate. Aside from himself, everyone else would be affected. Thus, this victory was indeed a stroke of luck. However, others were unaware of this detail, so it did not hinder Jiang Yu from showing off. Your Highness the Fourth Prince. It seems the people you called are not up to par. They might be a bit too useless, don't you think? Jiang Yu said with a mocking expression. The aura of the vines, born from vitality, also weakened, returning to that of ordinary plants, though they remained as large as before and were still quite healthy, which could be considered a mutation. Jiang Yu was not worried that Su Biying would cause trouble for him after the fight. After all, there were many trees and grass at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. In such an environment, his combat ability would not be weaker than that of an average soul respect, and he could easily defeat plant-type soul masters. As for external tricks, it was not Jiang Yu who was afraid, but Su Biying. As soon as Su Biying got up from the ground and heard Jiang Yu's words, his eyes turned red with anger. He pointed at Jiang Yu, furious, and said, "You wait, just you wait." After saying this, he hurriedly left, as if he was afraid Jiang Yu would cause him trouble and give him a good beating. There was no need for that. Jiang Yu would naturally abide by the rules of this system and would never attack royal personnel directly. He would only take indirect action, just like he did earlier. The group of wealthy young masters who had come with Su Biying also left in a dejected manner. Through the previous battle, they had understood that the person in front of them was someone they could not afford to provoke. Jiang Yu smiled as he memorized this group of people in his mind. He didn't dare to provoke Xue Qinghe, but since these people were not royal offspring, Jiang Yu could give them a good beating. The naive fourth prince? Oh, you wouldn't think this matter would end here, would you? You have a lot to endure next. Jiang Yu thought casually. He really didn't expect Xue Qinghe to come looking for trouble so eagerly, whether it was revenge or an attempt to enhance his petty, spoiled attributes. Xue Qinghe did just that. However, this didn't matter much to Jiang Yu. Rather, Xue Qinghe's actions gave him plenty of leverage and opportunities to retaliate, so he could arrange for people to spread rumors next. Xue Qinghe had no understanding of the harsh realities of society. He only knew how to hide. Little did he know that the most dangerous things in society are not the overt threats, but the unfounded rumors that circulate. This reminded Jiang Yu of online bullying in his previous life, which was a deadly weapon that harmed many people. Although he didn't have the means to do it now, as long as Jiang Yu spread rumors, he could achieve good results, rendering Xue Qinghe's prior efforts futile. You want to attack me? Don't you know I'm not afraid of that at all? What I fear is you hiding from me and not showing up. Jiang Yu thought maliciously. Some methods he once looked down on and were somewhat illegal in his previous life felt quite exhilarating to use now. You don't have to worry about morality or humanity. Just catch them and use them to your heart's content. At the Tianshou Royal Academy's academic committee, 3 individuals were also observing the battle. They were the 3 committee members of the Tianshou Royal Academy, also the strongest 3 in the academy. They were Committee Chairman Meng Xinji, Wu Huan Heiyao, an 86th level 8-ring control system Sol Dula, Vice Chairman by Baoshan, Wu Huan Tianqing Furnace, an 85th level 8-ring defense system Sol Dula, and Committee Member Jilin, Wu Huan Tianqing Vine, an 83rd level 8-ring control system Sol Dula. Jilin, what do you think of that kid? Meng Xinji asked Jilin with a smile. Today, Jiang Yu's enrollment caused quite a stir, and the 3 of them came together since Jiang Yu was also a well-known genius, a 12-year-old Soul Zune, which ranked among the top in the history of the Tianshou Royal Academy, even possibly first. After pondering for a moment, Jilin replied, "It's hard to say. Although that kid's martial soul looks like a plant-type martial soul, I didn't sense any plant martial soul aura from it. And the 3 soul skills he displayed don't resemble plant-type soul skills at all. They seem more like those of an ordinary weapon martial soul. Perhaps his martial soul isn't actually a plant-type martial soul. In fact, plant-type martial souls are just weapon martial souls. In Douluo, martial souls are generally divided into 3 types: weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and body martial souls. Body martial souls haven't yet formed a category. There are currently only 2 types. Due to the large number of plant-type martial souls, they were categorized separately from weapon martial souls. That's true, but that kid is still quite strong. Ordinary academies can't achieve his level of performance, Fengzhi remarked. I don't see it that way. That kid is clearly taking advantage of the terrain. If the location were different, he would probably struggle to perform as he does now, Baoshan interjected. Everyone present was at the Soul Daw and had years of teaching experience, so their insights were sharp. They all recognized Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Without the terrain support, he would be comparable to a waste. Jilin voiced a counterargument. We shouldn't say that. This kid's martial soul ability is very peculiar. He might become a nemesis for plant-type soul masters in the future. I'm quite interested in him. As a plant-type soul master, Jilin was particularly sensitive to Jiang Yu's uniqueness. Although Jiang Yu is not strong now, just a soul Zune, what about in the future? If he smoothly grew with innate, full soul power, he would at least become a soul Dula. Would plant-type soul masters have the ability to resist him? It would be very difficult unless their soul skills were exceptionally unique. It seems your opinions differ, Fengzhi said with a smile. That's normal. Everyone has different perspectives, Baoshan replied nonchalantly. Jilin, are you interested in taking that kid as your disciple? Fengzhi asked Jilin again. After thinking for a moment, Jilin declined. Forget it. He's not in the same martial soul system as I am, and he's the prince's person. Taking him as a disciple would go against our teaching philosophy. However, I can provide some help in secret, like warning Prince Xue Qinghe. That's fine, but I'd really like to see how this kid responds to the 4th prince's retaliation. Fengzhi said, a hint of interest appearing on his face. These 3 were among the few good people in the original work. They were powerful, but dedicated to teaching. Although they were all soul masters of the Spirit Hall, they held deep feelings for the Tiandou Empire and resolutely chose to uphold justice when the final battle approached. At the same time, they were not loyal to the Tiandou royal family. They were only loyal to the people of the Tiandou and the justice in their hearts. In Jiang Yu's view, such people were worthy of respect. In terms of character, they surpassed the vast majority. Perhaps sensing the distant gaze, Jiang Yu turned his eyes toward the academic committee with some confusion. With the spirit of all herbs activated, controlling numerous plants enhanced his perception significantly. He could sense someone watching him from that direction. However, he couldn't see any figures. What a perceptive kid. Fengzhi and the others also noticed Jiang Yu's gaze, chuckled lightly, and then turned their attention away and left. Was that just an illusion? Jiang Yu murmured as he felt the gaze disappear. Then he no longer paid attention to it. He needed to release the rumors as soon as possible, taking advantage of the previous wave of rumors that hadn't dissipated yet. Quickly regaining the momentum and giving Xue Bang something to do. He couldn't let him keep bothering him. Although he was at the Tiandou Royal Academy, he still had things to do. Chapter 24. Xue Bang's Troubles Uncle. You have to help me. As soon as he entered, Xue Bang ran over to Prince Xue Qinghe with tears in his eyes, and those around them had long since gotten used to this scene. They had seen this kind of situation many times. Whenever Xue Bang was bullied, he would come to Prince Xue Qinghe for support. Prince Xue Qinghe was the younger brother of the current emperor, and not only was he not suspected, but he also held significant power and was trusted by Emperor Shui. He also protected Xue Bang very much. He was one of Jiang Yu's biggest headaches. The official power of the Tiandou Empire was blocked by this person, making it impossible for Xue Qinghe to do anything. Many of Jiang Yu's plans were stalled here. What's wrong, Xue Bang? Has someone bullied you again? Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes flashed with affection as he waved for the others to step back. The attendants left one by one, and as the door closed, the room was left with only Xue Bang and Prince Xue Qinghe. After the others left, Xue Bang seemed to shed his usual facade, becoming calm and composed, a stark contrast to his usual self. If outsiders saw this, they would surely be shocked. Prince Xue Qinghe was not surprised. Xue Bang only showed this demeanor when there were no outsiders around him. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Isn't today the day for your revenge? It's all because of that Jiang Yu uncle. This time, I really lost face. Avalanche gritted his teeth and said, his hatred for Jiang Yu had almost reached the sky. Then Avalanche recounted everything that had just happened to Prince Xue Qinghe. Prince Xue Qinghe frowned after hearing it, then looked at Avalanche and asked, Are you saying he defeated more than a dozen people by himself? How is that possible? Isn't he an auxiliary soul master? I have my doubts as well, but the strength that guy displayed does not resemble that of an auxiliary soul master at all. At this point, Avalanche felt frustrated. Jiang Yu's power left him feeling helpless. Uncle, do you think we can just eliminate that kid? Avalanche said fiercely, pressing his hand against his neck. No way. Haven't you learned your lesson from the last time? If you really eliminate him, all your actions will be exposed to the public, which will raise other suspicions. It's not worth it. You need to prioritize your safety. Prince Xue Qinghe rejected without hesitation. He had to prioritize Avalanche's safety. If they eliminated Jiang Yu, then Avalanche's true nature would be revealed, and he might end up dead like the previous princes, which could be his brother's only heir. Prince Xue Qinghe had always suspected Xue Qinghe's identity. So what should we do, uncle? Should we just let him bully me? Avalanche's face was filled with resentment. He desperately wanted to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and vent his frustrations. It was all because of Jiang Yu that he had become so troublesome. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. I know your heart is filled with resentment, but for the greater good, you need to endure for now. He is the crown prince's person. Even I can't do anything about him. The crown prince won't just stand by and watch. Avalanche still felt unwilling. Since we can't act ourselves, can we ask someone else to warn him? Like Poison Douluo? A figure flashed in Avalanche's mind. The revered Poison Douluo from the Tiandou Empire. No, Prince Xue Qinghe rejected without thinking, then hesitated and said, Poison Douluo is not one of us. Asking him to take action would require a favor. Although I saved him once back then, our mutual favors have almost been exhausted over the years. It's not worth troubling him for such a trivial matter. He added, moreover, this matter involves the royal family. Poison Douluo won't rashly intervene. Although Prince Xue Qinghe saved Douluo's life back then, Douluo had long since repaid the favor and had become a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire. Their relationship was merely one of acquaintance. But these favors would run out eventually. Douluo had helped Prince Xue Qinghe numerous times over the years. Perhaps the favor was already used up, and Prince Xue Qinghe didn't want to call on him. Furthermore, a simple warning would not suffice. It could very well drag Xue Qinghe into it. At that point, as a guest elder of the Tiandou Empire, Douluo might just lean towards him, rendering the favor meaningless. So, uncle, do we have no way out? As long as this guy is around, I won't have a moment's peace. Avalanche gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Yu is too good at manipulating people's mindsets. And Avalanche didn't need to think. After this, if he couldn't suppress Jiang Yu, his future days would be utterly difficult. At this stage, we don't have a good plan. He is the crown prince's person, and as long as he doesn't make a mistake, it's very difficult for us to target him. With his temperament, he definitely won't make mistakes. Prince Xue Qinghe sighed. They were all within the Tiandou Empire system, but due to being part of different factions, Jiang Yu had Xue Qinghe's protection. As long as Xue Qinghe was still in power and continued to protect Jiang Yu, they would find it hard to suppress him. If Avalanche had developed quietly over the years, he would have had enough strength to easily suppress a Jiang Yu. I'll go personally and warn him. If he dares to ignore my warning, that will give me a reason to act. A cold light flashed in Prince Xue Qinghe's eyes. As long as Jiang Yu dared to cause trouble in front of him, he would have a reason to take action. And even Xue Qinghe couldn't stop him as long as he acted quickly. However, this could very well escalate the conflict. Okay, then I'll trouble you, uncle. Avalanche was overjoyed. After all, he really had no way to deal with Jiang Yu. He initially thought that bringing Jiang Yu into the Tiandou Royal Academy would be like handling a soft persimmon, but it turned out to be a big problem for him. Prince Xue Qinghe waved his hand, not caring too much. This was, after all, his responsibility. However, just as Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were finalizing their plans, the words of the 3 teaching committee members from the Tiandou Royal Academy reached Prince Xue Qinghe, darkening his expression. These 3 were not people he could offend lightly. The situation was becoming worse, and, at the same time, the rumors spread by Jiang Yu were starting to take effect. Upon receiving the news, Prince Xue Qinghe and Avalanche were so furious they almost spat blood. This was simply an endless cycle of trouble. They had to set Jiang Yu aside for now. Tiandou Royal Academy. Jiang Yu arrived at the dormitory he was assigned to and began to unpack all the daily necessities he brought with him. The Tiandou Royal Academy also implemented a semi-closed system, where students usually live and eat at the academy, only able to return home during holidays. Jiang Yu was no exception, but he had been granted the privilege to go out if he had matters to attend to. After completing all of this, Jiang Yu sat on the bed, waiting for someone. After a short while, a chubby little boy sneaked into Jiang Yu's room. Upon seeing Jiang Yu sitting on the bed, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Jiang. This is school, so there's no need for excessive formalities. I just didn't expect that only you would come. It seems they have gone back on their original promise. Jiang Yu's expression was very calm, showing little surprise, or rather, he was quite surprised that someone had come over. The chubby boy in front of him was called Liu Yang, one of the subordinates Jiang Yu had developed a few years ago. He had sent Liu Yang into the Tiandou Royal Academy as an insider and intelligence officer through the benefits of his family's officials, tasked with gathering intelligence. This was actually a move made without much thought. Jiang Yu had not put in too much effort at the time, but he had chosen those who were close to the Xue Qinghe family. At that time, he had developed more than a dozen people, but to prevent exposure, he did not manage them too closely, allowing them to fend for themselves in the academy. To be honest, Jiang Yu had long been prepared for a complete loss. Because even if the Snow Knight Emperor did not take action, Prince Xue Qinghe and Xue Bong would spontaneously suppress any forces related to Xue Qinghe. He did not expect that there would still be one left now, which was quite surprising. Chapter 25. Someone worth recruiting. Liu Yang stood to the side with his head down, not saying a word. There was no communication among these insiders. Only Jiang Yu knew about them, so Liu Yang could not interject when Jiang Yu spoke. However, seeing his somewhat relaxed expression, it was clear that he had made the right bet this time. Jiang Yu took a glance and didn't pay much attention to it. He probably figured out the reason for the presence of another person. First of all, this kid's family wasn't particularly powerful. Among the people who had a good relationship with Xue Qinghe, he was more of an insignificant character. Secondly, this little fat guy had many scars on him, both new and old. If he wasn't mistaken, this Liu Yang should have joined the Avalanche's forces, but he was at the bottom of the hierarchy there, often bullied by others. So he thought about getting revenge on them, and after receiving Jiang Yu's order, he sought to ally with Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu didn't want to get involved in these matters. He just needed these people to get things done, which would be more conducive to control. How's the matter I assigned to you? Jiang Yu asked. If he hadn't accomplished anything at all, he would ruthlessly kick this guy out. He wasn't even qualified to be used as a pawn. It's all done. Please take a look, my lord. The little fat guy, Liu Yang, hurriedly took out a small booklet from his body and handed it to Jiang Yu. The booklet wasn't thin, at least 2 fingers thick, which made Jiang Yu raise an eyebrow slightly and take a closer look. This was clearly not something prepared hastily, but rather something that had been prepared for a long time. Jiang Yu took the booklet and began to read. The contents were very detailed, covering everything from enrollment to now over the course of 2 years, and basically included everything Jiang Yu had instructed at the beginning. The information was also organized by time periods, but there was a missing month, which seemed to indicate that they had just joined Avalanche and chose to stop, only to be bullied later, prompting them to start recording again, preparing for revenge. You did well. This booklet is very important to me, Jiang Yu said, putting away the booklet and giving his affirmation. The little fatty had indeed done a great job. However, although there was a lot of content, Jiang Yu only needed to understand a part of it. The rest was just to confuse and mislead to prevent them from betraying. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Liu Yang's face showed a hint of joy. Jiang Yu's affirmation made him feel that his choice was worthwhile. From now on, you will work with me. I understand part of your situation. Don't worry. All the grievances you've suffered over the years will be avenged. Those who bullied you won't have it easy. After all, betrayers don't have a good ending, Jiang Yu said with a hint of a cold smile on his face. This made Liu Yang shiver involuntarily, feeling Jiang Yu's indifference towards life at that moment. Yes, you may leave now. I will notify you if there is anything. Jiang Yu waved his hand casually. Okay. Liu Yang hurriedly exited and closed the door behind him. Now Jiang Yu was alone and had time to think. It seemed that the situation was much better than he had anticipated. He didn't expect Avalanche to have done nothing over the years, treating this place as a refuge. Jiang Yu thought silently. To him, the Heavendou Royal Academy held great significance. Although this academy had little presence in the original story, it was still the best academy in the Heavendou Empire, only overshadowed by Shrek Academy due to the protagonist's halo. It had abundant resources, especially human resources, as it gathered most of the family powers of the entire Heavendou Empire. However, Avalanche only took some of the dregs, gathering most of the officials' children and a few teachers. Perhaps this was because these people were easier to recruit. Avalanche hadn't managed to attract any real talents. This has turned out to be a bargain for me. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Although he had the original plot as a reference, it was still difficult for him to determine what changes would occur after he arrived. So far, it seemed okay. He hadn't changed the plot too much. However, if he wanted to recruit the 2 most important people, it would still be somewhat challenging. Jiang Yu suddenly showed a troubled expression. The most valuable recruits in the Heavendou Royal Academy were just a few individuals. First, the 3 sole Douluos, and secondly, several people within the academy. Talent was secondary. The most important thing was their families. Yu Qianheng, a standout of the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the heir to the family, was also the captain of the royal fighting team, possessing the ability to transform into a dragon and having a strong sense of responsibility toward his family. This was a person with great recruitment value. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family remained neutral, Jiang Yu could still extract considerable value from him. Then there was Dula Yin, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. She was the most valuable target for recruitment. Jiang Yu wanted to manage the Heavendou Royal Academy precisely to befriend her, and then, through her, connect with Douluo. Douluo's ability was the most terrifying one, being the only titled Dula who could be considered strategic. Such a talent was most secure in his own hands. However, Jiang Yu underestimated one point. At this time, Dula Yin was not only Yu Tianning's girlfriend, but also 20 years old, slightly older than Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, marrying Xue Qinghe to her would have been the best option. As for Yi Lingling, she was also a good option, with an age that was just right, but the issues with her family were significant. Jiang Yu frowned as he thought. Yi Lingling was the sole heir of the Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial soul lineage, with only one successor allowed per generation. At the same time, there could only be 2 living Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly soul masters. Only when one died could a descendant possibly appear. It could be said that this was the rarest martial soul. To outsiders, it seemed like a miracle, but from Jiang Yu's perspective based on his past life knowledge, it was somewhat cruel. If one viewed martial souls as genes, then if a gene could only be passed down in this manner, it indicated that this gene lacked hereditary properties. Normally, even if a gene could not be passed down through generations, it could still skip generations. The Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial soul lacked such characteristics, indicating that this martial soul was merely a one-time phenomenon, without hereditary properties. This meant that the inheritance of this martial soul likely required the sacrifice of the previous generation's owner to be passed on to the next. Moreover, according to Jiang Yu's speculation, this must be a generational inheritance. The first generation owner would use a special method to divide part of their martial soul to the descendants, similar to yin and yang, passing the yang part to the descendants to ensure the stable birth of an imperfect Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial soul, while keeping the yin part to maintain their own power. Then, by practicing secret methods when their descendants gave birth, they would sacrifice themselves to pass the martial soul onto their offspring, who would then pass it down to their children. Thus, a set of inheritance methods resembling yin and yang complementarity was born, ensuring that each generation would have 2 Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial souls. However, according to Jiang Yu's guess, this method must be performed by females, and each Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial soul was incomplete. The mother was yang, while the daughter must be yin. Only when the two were together could they form a complete Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly martial soul. Although Jiang Yu was not clear about the intelligence of this family, what he speculated should be approximately correct. This was actually derived from his studies in genetics in his previous life. So, while this was a miracle, it was also too cruel. For the sake of this so-called inheritance, the people of Yi Lingling's lineage would completely lose themselves, all for this inheritance. Perhaps I can use this as a breakthrough to get closer to Yi Lingling, but I wonder how she feels about it. Will she accept my suggestion? After all, this would mean betraying her family. Jiang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Jiang Yu's idea is simple: to make Yi Lingling betray her own family and join the Xue Qinghe faction. In return, Jiang Yu would find a way to perfect her martial soul and help her escape from that tragic fate. As the prince of the Tiandou Empire, it shouldn't be too difficult to confront the Nine Hearts Seaflower family. Although this family is mysterious, Jiang Yu doesn't believe they have a title Douluo. At most, they might have a soul Douluo, which isn't a problem. The only issue now is that Jiang Yu's assumptions must be correct. Chapter 26. The Royal Combat Team has returned. A few days have passed since Jiang Yu enrolled. During these days, aside from attending classes, Jiang Yu has been gathering information on his own. The courses at the Tiandou Royal Academy are very relaxed, with not many classes each day, relying more on self-study. Somewhat like his university experience in his previous life, Jiang Yu initially thought that the teaching model of the Tiandou Royal Academy was the same as the Shrek Academy he had seen in the original work, where all ages were taught together. However, he discovered that this was not the case. The reason Shrek had that model was that they had too few people. Normal schools are divided by grade, and Jiang Yu was placed in the first grade. "Sir, do you need me to do anything for you?" Liu Yang ran to Jiang Yu's side and said in a low, submissive voice, his eyes filled with flattery. Jiang Yu merely glanced at Liu Yang and said, "No need. Just focus on what you're doing now. You don't have to worry about other things." Liu Yang had been a bit too attentive these past few days, which made Jiang Yu somewhat suspicious of him. So, he casually assigned him a task, to suppress those who had bullied him before. With Liu Yang backing him up, those people didn't dare to bully him anymore. How can that be? It's my duty to help the master, Liu Yang quickly replied, clearly not wanting to continue with his previous tasks, and instead wanting to stay with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly changed, and there was more scrutiny in his gaze as he looked at Liu Yang. He certainly didn't want someone watching him. Jiang Yu's change caught Liu Yang's attention. I'm sorry, my lord, I overstepped, he said. You may leave. Jiang Yu did not pursue the matter further, and his tone was very calm. Seeing that there was no way out, Liu Yang could only retreat in frustration. Was it hasty action, or was there a guilty conscience? Was he an insider? Jiang Yu silently thought as he watched Liu Yang's back. Not to mention that this fat man's behavior had raised Jiang Yu's suspicions in recent days. He had never trusted anyone in the heavenly dual royal academy, except for the target he had long prepared to win over. In Jiang Yu's eyes, everyone else was likely to have been bought off by Prince Xue Qinghe. This was a bit cumbersome, having to be cautious, so it would be better to find an opportunity to get rid of them. Jiang Yu silently thought. He had hoped for good luck, thinking that there would still be a little brother left among the people he previously arranged, but it turned out to be a guy suspected of being an insider. So whether this person is an insider or not, Jiang Yu has no intention of using him. He didn't need to care about the reaction from the Avalanche side. This was just a move that didn't matter to either side. Indeed, he still had to rely on himself. Looking around, there wasn't a single trustworthy person, which was quite enough. For Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, it was a strange irony that the only people he could trust within the Tiandou Empire were those from the Wuhuan Hall. According to the plot in the original work, the Imperial fighting team, including Yu Qianheng and others, would go to Soto City a few months later. At that time, Tang San and others would come into contact with Yu Qianheng and notice the poison on Duge Yin, which would lead them to remind her and draw Dugebo's attention. This meant that Jiang Yu didn't have much time left. Jiang Yu analyzed the future plot in his mind. The trip of the Imperial fighting team to Soto City a few months later was something Jiang Yu couldn't stop, as the Tiandou Royal Academy was not something he or Xue Qinghe could decide. Thus, Jiang Yu had to accelerate his plans in the next few months. Time was a bit tight. He wondered if his actions a few days ago had attracted their attention. If they did, they would surely come looking for him in the next few days. A few days ago, when Jiang Yu enrolled, Yu Qianheng and others were undergoing brutal practical training in the Grand Soul Arena of Tiandou City, as required by their teacher, Qin Ming, which could be considered a tradition of Shrek Academy. Therefore, Jiang Yu missed the chance to meet them. But he heard that they had returned recently and would likely come to make contact. Jiang Yu believed that he had good talent, so they would not miss him. Moreover, based on his investigations over the past few days, he had a rough understanding of their personalities, which were similar to those in the original work. Yi Lingling, as he had guessed, was very mysterious and rarely interacted with others, having almost no friends. Although such people seemed very indifferent on the outside, they should be very lonely inside and thus should be easy to approach. Next, he could only wait. After analyzing, a slight relaxed smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Going back to school had always been his dream, but now that he was back in school, it felt very boring. Indeed, it lacked the fun he had in college before. Boss, quick look. A few days ago, when we weren't at the academy, a genius soul master enrolled. A 12-year-old soul master. Wow, how talented must he be? The boss wasn't even this strong back then, and he actually defeated over 10 great soul masters in one battle. In the conference room, the members of the Imperial fighting team had just returned from outside the school and were preparing to hold a meeting to summarize their recent battle experiences when they saw Yu Feng running into the conference room with an astonished look, holding a piece of paper. This paper was brought by Yu Feng, and it contained information about the newly enrolled student. Is this true? Duge Yin asked skeptically. It wasn't that she didn't believe it. It was just too exaggerated. A 12-year-old soul master. It had been years since that had happened, and he had defeated over 10 great soul masters in one battle. It's true. The information on this paper was compiled by the Academy's teachers. If you don't believe me, boss, take a look, Yu Feng said. Yu Qianheng furrowed his brows as he took the paper. He saw the Academy's emblem on it, confirming that the source of the information was reliable. The details recorded on it were similar to what Yu Feng said, even a bit more exaggerated. Support-type soul master? At this point, even the other team members couldn't help but turn their heads. In the corner, Yi Lingling's cold gaze also flashed with surprise. Qianheng, you didn't make a mistake? That person is really a support-type soul master? Duge Yin exclaimed in surprise. Yu Qianheng didn't speak but handed the note regarding Jiang Yu's information to Duge Yin. Duge Yin took the note and looked at it. Indeed, It defined Jiang Yu as a support-type soul master, personally confirmed by 3 committee members of the Academy. Even the information about Jiang Yu's 3 soul skills was recorded on it. The first soul skill, enhancement and restraint of plant-type soul masters. The second soul skill, enhancement and restraint of attributes soul masters. The third soul skill, group healing. Although it wasn't very detailed, it was roughly accurate. Yufeng, where did you get this news? Du Yin asked Yufeng. At this point, Yufeng couldn't say that he got it himself, so he had to admit, this was given to me by Teacher Qin Ming. This confirmed the accuracy of the information. Did Teacher Qin say anything else? Yu Tianheng asked with a frown. If it was Teacher Qin, he definitely wouldn't just let them know about it. Yufeng hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher Qin meant for us to contact him first and see if this person's situation is suitable for our team before making a decision. The information about Jiang Yu's soul skills wasn't particularly impressive, even a bit weak, but his battle achievements were indeed outrageous, which made Yufeng a bit worried. If Jiang Yu really passed their assessment and joined their team, someone would definitely be replaced and moved to the bench. I understand. Let's go meet him later, Yu Tianheng said, without much expression, although Teacher Qin only said to contact him, and even suggested that if he was qualified, he could be brought into the team. He had given him a veto right. As long as he disagreed, Jiang Yu would never be able to join their Imperial fighting team. And according to Yu Tianheng's character, he clearly wouldn't let Jiang Yu in. After all, Jiang Yu was just a newcomer. How could he compare to the teammates he had been with for so long? Chapter 27. Test Battle. On the other side, Jiang Yu did not expect the contact to come so quickly. He had only received the news of the royal fighting team's return today, and they showed up at his door this afternoon, and it was the entire team. Looking at Yu Tianheng and Du Yin, who came to find him, Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. So soon? Perhaps it was the opinion of the teachers from the Tiandou Royal Academy. They wanted the members of the royal fighting team to test my strength. In an instant, Jiang Yu figured it out in his heart. This matter must have the teachers from the academy as the driving force. Otherwise, with the personalities of Yu Tianheng and the others, they wouldn't have come so quickly. It's possible that the 3 committee members were behind this. Jiang Yu hadn't seen the 3 committee members in the past few days. Although this was quite normal, it shouldn't be the case. Jiang Yu was a transfer student, and he was a transfer student who came in due to a mistake. He should have at least met them, especially since Jiang Yu was a genius. It seems they want to understand my strength first, but that suits me just fine, Jiang Yu thought. Yu Tianheng? Jiang Yu looked up at Yu Tianheng in front of him. Yu Tianheng was now 20 years old, 8 years older than Jiang Yu, and was a head taller than him, which meant that if Jiang Yu wanted to see Yu Tianheng's face, he had to look up, making him somewhat uncomfortable. You know me? Yu Tianheng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect such a scene. He thought that by coming to meet Jiang Yu, he would at least make him a bit nervous, but Jiang Yu's expression was surprisingly calm. Yes, I'm very clear about your information. However, you probably don't know much about me, right? A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's lips as he extended his right hand to Yu Tianheng and said, Let us get to know each other again. I'm Jiang Yu, a subject of the Crown Prince. It wasn't that Jiang Yu needed to emphasize this every time, but rather that his notoriety was too low. If he didn't introduce himself like this, people wouldn't know who he was. Yu Tianheng almost mechanically extended his right hand to shake hands with Jiang Yu, captain of the royal fighting team. Yu Tianheng. Nice to meet you. Jiang Yu smiled and withdrew his hand. The whole process happened in an instant, but Jiang Yu had successfully suppressed Yu Tianheng's aura. When Yu Tianheng finally reacted, his expression turned a bit dark. He was actually overpowered in aura by a kid who was 8 years younger than him, which was quite embarrassing. Moreover, Jiang Yu had just claimed to be a subject of the Crown Prince. Could he be that one? How did he end up at the Tiandou Royal Academy? Clearly, Yu Tianheng had some impression of Jiang Yu's identity, which indicated how sensational the events back then were. Jiang Yu had gained a unique kind of fame. Miss Duga, hello. We have met before. Jiang Yu smiled and greeted Du Yin, bypassing Yu Tianheng with a very formal tone, showing no intention of undermining anyone. Ah, hello. Du Yin then remembered who Jiang Yu was, and upon realizing his identity, she was momentarily stunned before responding. After Jiang Yu greeted him, he ignored everyone else and turned to Yu Tianheng, saying, I wonder why Captain Yu Tianheng has come to find me with such great fanfare. Is it possible that you want to stand up for His Highness the Fourth Prince? Jiang Yu's tone was calm and relaxed, but there was an undeniable undertone of accusation that made anyone listening feel uncomfortable. This was intentional on Jiang Yu's part, aiming to expose a flaw in Yu Tianheng. However, how could Yu Tianheng fall for it? After all, he was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He glanced deeply at Jiang Yu, acknowledging that he had underestimated this guy, and now the conversation was in Jiang Yu's favor. Hey, kid, show some respect in your tone when talking to our captain. Also, what do you mean by standing up for the fourth prince? Are you talking about Xue? How could that kid expect us to stand up for him? Yufeng couldn't hold back any longer and said discontentedly. It wasn't just him. Jiang Yu's attitude was making others very unhappy as well. Clearly, they were here to assess this guy. So how did it turn into this guy's home turf? All right, Yufeng, shut up. Yu Tianheng, stop Yufeng, and then looked seriously at Jiang Yu. I don't understand what you mean. Why do you say that? Jiang Yu's meaning is very clear, which is to pull them into the royal factional struggle. Therefore, Yu Tianheng is actually a bit angry. After all, being born into the blue electric tyrant dragon family, and also being the heir, he understands the importance of remaining neutral. I'm sorry, I just want to confirm something. Have you pledged allegiance to the fourth prince? Jiang Yu said while scratching his cheek. But it seems like you haven't. Since you haven't, would you be interested in working with His Highness the Crown Prince? It might bring you considerable help in the future. Jiang Yu's words were not said casually. If the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family were to ally with Xue Qinghe, perhaps in the future, BB Dong would not destroy the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family out of consideration for Qian Renxue. This direct recruitment took Yu Tianheng by surprise, and he then shook his head, rejecting Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, this matter is not something I can decide. If you're really interested, you could discuss it with the elder of my clan. Jiang Yu is a bit regretful. From this, one can see Yu Tianheng's determination. He will not agree no matter what. If he could reach an agreement with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Jiang Yu wouldn't negotiate with Yu Tianheng. There is still some possibility with Yu Tianheng, but there is no possibility at all with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Now, let's talk about our matters, said Yu Tianheng. You speak, replied Jiang Yu. You should have some guesses about the purpose of us coming here, right? It's to assess you. If you pass the assessment, you can join our Imperial fighting team. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not really interested in joining the royal fighting team. After all, this is just child's play. Although the prizes for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master competition are quite good, I also have some self-awareness. My strength is not a match for those guys. You actually refused. Yu Tianheng frowned, but then recalled Jiang Yu's uniqueness. All right, but the assessment still needs to be conducted. It's a task assigned by the Academy's teachers. Is that really necessary? Besides, I don't even know what your so-called assessment entails. It wouldn't be a battle, would it? I'm just a support-type soul master and not good at combat, Jiang Yu said reluctantly, furrowing his brows. He only wanted to interact with these people. He had no interest in fighting, and he had already prepared his excuses. I'm sorry, but you can't refuse. To be honest, I'm very interested in your strength. I also heard about your performance during the entrance exam. It was quite impressive, completely unlike a support-type soul master, Yu Tianheng stated directly, making it clear that he wouldn't let Jiang Yu go without a fight. This left Jiang Yu feeling quite helpless. Fine, I'll fight one match. But I have a request. I want to choose my opponent. Okay. Yu Tianheng agreed without hesitation. Great, then I choose her. Jiang Yu confidently pointed to Yi Lingling, standing at the edge, without a hint of embarrassment, even a bit smug, full of confidence. Since she is a girl, I'll allow her to make the first move. Yu Tianheng, innocent bystander Yi Lingling. Everyone, we've seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness. Although both of you are support-type soul masters, at least you have some combat power. But does Yi Lingling even have any combat power? Yu Tianheng suppressed his urge to hit someone. No, pick someone else. This made Jiang Yu feel a bit regretful. Seriously, you're going back on your word. This angered Yu Tianheng quite a bit. What do you mean I'm going back on my word? This is clearly your scheme. Then I choose her. Jiang Yu pointed to Douluo Yen. This surprised Yu Tianheng. Are you sure? Douluo Yen is the second strongest in their team, and her martial spirit is the green-scaled snake inherited from her grandfather, Douluo Bo. Her poison skills are very terrifying, and in terms of combat, she is even more troublesome than the strongest, Yu Tianheng. Of course, I'm not strong either, so picking someone familiar means I can go a bit easier on her. Douluo's sister, please hold back later, Jiang Yu said with a smile. You're quite amusing, little brother. Don't worry, I'll hold back later. Douluo Yen giggled from the side. Yu Tianheng didn't say much about this. He trusted that Douluo Yen would know how to control her strength. Since Jiang Yu wanted to test his limits, he could let him, especially since with Yi Lingling around, no one would get seriously hurt. Chapter 28. Victory. The battle was ultimately set on the soul fighting stage of the Tiandou Royal Academy, which has its own dedicated soul fighting stage. So they didn't have to find a random spot to fight. Jiang Yu and Yu Tianheng arrived at the soul fighting platform and then walked up. Standing opposite him was Jiang Yu's opponent for this battle, Douluo Yen. Douluo Yen was very strong, possessing a soul power of 37, which was one level lower than her first appearance in the original work, but still 6 levels higher than Jiang Yu. As for the others, Xue Qinghe had a soul power of 38, while the other few were around 34. In fact, if it were a one-on-one match, it would be better for Jiang Yu to choose someone with lower soul power, but unfortunately, he had learned about the others, all of whom were B-soul masters, either agility type or strength type soul masters. What Jiang Yu feared the most were these types, as his combat power required time to unleash. And these people would obviously not underestimate him. They would definitely attack him up close at the first opportunity, which would lead to his certain defeat. In comparison, Douluo Yin was much easier to deal with. She was a control-type soul master and specialized in poison, making it impossible for her to engage in close combat. Jiang Yu only needed to be cautious of her poison, and Douluo Yin's soul skills had also been mentioned in the original work, making her not too difficult to handle. Although he didn't really want to fight, Jiang Yu still didn't want to lose. "Are you ready, little brother?" Douluo Yin said with a smile. "I'm ready," Jiang Yu replied. Seeing that both sides were ready, Xue Qinghe shouted, "The match begins." Jiang Yu and Douluo Yin both instinctively created distance at the same time, as neither of them had close-range battle spirit abilities, and maintaining distance was beneficial for combat. Fortunately, this was within expectations. Jiang Yu felt much more at ease. In the Imperial fighting team, Douluo Yin was a control-type soul master and generally wouldn't position herself too far forward. So this was part of Jiang Yu's calculations. Herba Spirit, Seasonal Spirit Spring. With the first and second soul skills activated, Jiang Yu used one of the 4 forms of the seasonal spirit, Spring Rain. Unlike the temperature control of winter and summer, once the Spring Rain was unleashed, a layer of mist immediately enveloped the entire arena. One interesting soul skill, Douluo Yin remarked in surprise. This layer of mist significantly slowed down the spread of her poison fog, as her poison usually took the form of mist. With the air saturated with water vapor, once the poison fog was released, it would merge with the mist, making it difficult to spread towards Jiang Yu. I misjudged this. No wonder this little guy chose me as his opponent. Does he have some understanding of my soul skills? Douluo Yin cursed Jiang Yu's cunning in her heart. However, it wasn't enough. Douluo Yin quickly made a judgment. Long-range poisoning was no longer an option, so she had to rely on close combat. This rain curtain could only delay her poison fog, not cancel it. As long as she got close, she could still cover him. With that, Douluo Yin charged towards Jiang Yu. Douluo Yin's martial spirit was the Azure Scale Serpent, a beast martial spirit with good close-range combat abilities, though she specialized in poison. Here I come. Jiang Yu thought to himself that Douluo Yin's decision at this moment was already within his expectations. Fortunately, due to the previous delay, his layout had already been completed. Spirit of Life. The 3,000 years soul ring lit up, and the flowers, grasses, and trees within a radius of 1,000 meters rapidly withered, as their life force was mostly stripped away by Jiang Yu. This time, Jiang Yu was ruthless for the sake of victory. Although he didn't completely strip away the life force of these plants, he did remove a significant portion. It would take a long time for them to recover. A dense white light shone on Jiang Yu, which was the life force of the plants. He did not immediately inject it back into the plants, but kept it by his side. Douluo Yin's poison was extremely potent, and ordinary plants found it difficult to resist such a fierce toxin, dying in an instant. Jiang Yu needed to think. However, he didn't have much time to ponder, as Douluo Yin was approaching, and he had to stop her. Otherwise, he might end up poisoned himself. Go! Jiang Yu made up his mind and chose a pile of blue silvergrass, injecting a large amount of vitality into it. The reason for selecting blue silvergrass is that its vitality is very resilient. A while after he obtained his spirit ring, Jiang Yu carefully contemplated the information about blue silvergrass. It can be said that blue silvergrass has infinite possibilities. Its powerful vitality allows it to undergo various evolutions and grow in different environments. The only limitation for blue silvergrass is its potential. There are too few blue silvergrasses with good potential, and even fewer that can grow effectively. This is one of the reasons why it is defined as a waste martial soul by others. However, if properly nurtured, it is possible to cultivate it to the level of Tang San. In the beginning, Tang San had not awakened the blue-silver bloodline. His martial soul was just the most basic blue silvergrass. So, this is indeed possible. Jiang Yu's soul skill fundamentally revolves around controlling plants, and these plants are not immune to toxins. Therefore, his current approach is to leverage his soul skill to see if he can cultivate a blue silvergrass with toxin resistance, which will be the key to his victory. A large cluster of blue silvergrass is growing wildly, and under Jiang Yu's control, it bravely charges into Douluo Yin's poisonous mist. Most of the blue silvergrass withers immediately upon contact with the poison fog, but a small portion of it holds firm. Jiang Yu extracted all the vitality from the withered blue silvergrass and then infused it into the good one, helping it to survive while also it to evolve. Jiang Yu has always suspected that the evolution ability in his soul skill is not guaranteed, and this time he just happened to test it out. Du Guyan was a bit surprised to see this scene. How did he manage to resist my poison? She couldn't understand. But that didn't stop her from strengthening the potency of her toxins. Du Guyan has 3 soul skills. The first is the phosphorus red poison of excitement, which stimulates the nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20. The second is the phosphorus blue poison of paralysis, which eliminates pain and increases defense by 30. Lastly, there is the phosphorus purple poison. Although the first 2 soul skills appear to be auxiliary, they're actually very powerful toxins, which can be better understood as neurotoxins and blood toxins. Previously, Du Guyan had only used 2 less powerful toxins, but now she was going to get serious. It would be embarrassing to lose due to carelessness. Du Guyan's originally green eyes turned completely purple, and even the green scales on her serpent tail were covered with a layer of pale purple light. She opened her mouth and a rich purple mist spewed out, rapidly spreading through the air toward Jiang Yu. The powerful toxin even turned the rain into a purple hue, resembling a purple curtain. The spectators below, including the members of the Imperial battle team, couldn't help but step back. No one wanted to get contaminated by such poison. The blue silver grass that had been blocking Du Guyan's path was almost completely corroded in an instant, with only a few remaining, barely supported by their stems. But they wouldn't hold out for long. The horrific scene made Jiang Yu's face turn pale. This poison exceeded all his previous knowledge of toxins. His understanding of toxins still lingered in his past life, where he thought such corrosive poison was acidic. How terrifying. Without pausing, Jiang Yu activated his soul skill, quickly injecting life force into the surviving blue silvergrass while it was still alive. Perhaps it was due to the timeliness of Jiang Yu's actions, but one of the blue silvergrass actually survived, and it seemed to have truly evolved. How is this possible? Why hasn't this blue silvergrass died? It can resist my poison? Du Guyan's face was filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a small piece of blue silvergrass could withstand her toxin. The grass standing between Jiang Yu and Du Guyan could no longer accurately be called blue silvergrass. Its appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. The huge size caused by Jiang Yu's soul skill was now reduced to a small, entirely purple stalk emitting a black glow, and it was remarkably resilient. The purple toxic mist in the air had lost its effect on it, and even with each breath, this strange blue silvergrass was actually absorbing the purple mist into its body. What on earth have I cultivated? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. This is no longer blue silvergrass, right? There was no time to think. Jiang Yu controlled the blue silvergrass to continue fighting. At this point, the strength of the blue silvergrass had far surpassed its previous state, and Du Guyan was momentarily stunned by her own toxin being broken, allowing Jiang Yu's controlled blue silvergrass to throw her off the soul fighting platform. Thus, the match ended, and Jiang Yu emerged victorious. Chapter 29. Out of control, this guy really won. The spectators, including Yu Feng, murmured in disbelief that Jiang Yu had defeated Du Guyan. Although in the end, it was because Du Guyan lost focus for a moment that Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to throw her off the platform. The match had already ended when Jiang Yu countered Du Guyan's toxin. After all, Du Guyan's poison was her strongest weapon. Once it was broken, she had no other means left. Therefore, Jiang Yu's victory was without any doubt. No one present had confidence that they could escape unscathed from Du Guyan's poisonous mist. Yu Qianheng beside them was also stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to actually defeat Du Guyan. He had originally thought about saving her, but it turned out he didn't need to, and for a moment, his expression became complicated. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. Should I reconsider and let him join the Imperial battle team? With his addition, the team might become even stronger. Yu Qianheng stepped forward to help the fallen Du Guyan up. At this moment, her expression was still dazed. On stage, Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a hint of fear, "That was close. I almost lost. If it weren't for the fact that one blue silvergrass had held on, he would have really lost." After all, Jiang Yu had no other means of attack besides that one move. If Du Guyan had destroyed the remaining blue silvergrass, Jiang Yu wouldn't have had enough life force to raise another batch. In that case, he would have had no winning means, while Du Guyan's toxin would only need a little to take him out. One could say Du Guyan could afford many mistakes, while Jiang Yu could not afford even one. Thankfully, he bet right in the end. Speaking of which, what exactly is my third soul skill? Jiang Yu looked at the obedient blue silver grass in front of him with a strange expression. Although he understood that his soul skill might have the effect of promoting evolution, What was happening before him was somewhat unscientific. A species had actually evolved across boundaries in an instant. However, it seems that there is no concept of science in the Douluo Continent. On the other side, Dugu Yin had already regained her composure, breaking free from Yu Tianheng's grasp and standing up, staring intently at Jiang Yu and the blue-silver grass beside him. How did you do it? The blue-silver grass, which had previously only had a stem, gradually recovered under Jiang Yu's life force, although it still remained small. Its appearance was now crystal clear, resembling a jade ribbon, with purple essence flowing within it, and even the newly sprouted leaves had purple patterns flowing on them, incredibly vibrant. Just luck, I guess. My means are just these, Jiang Yu said, scratching his nose. Don't try to play dumb with me. You've already countered my toxin, right? Since this blue-silver grass can disregard my poison, it must have the ability to detoxify, Dugu Yin said, as she could clearly feel the difference in this blue-silver grass. It had undergone a tremendous transformation, and she felt a hint of pressure from it. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. This blue-silver grass indeed possessed detoxifying properties. After all, it was born from Dugu Yin's poisonous mist and could absorb her poison. Seeing Jiang Yu's expression, Dugu Yin let out a wretched smile, realizing it was true. Her poison had actually been cracked. Although it was true, this was actually an isolated case. Jiang Yu comforted her, but deep down, he understood that once an isolated case appeared, many more would follow in the future. He couldn't help but think, would Dugu Bo kill me if he found out? Probably, as this was equivalent to undermining his foundation. Jiang Yu inevitably thought of the tragic possibility. Although this was also an opportunity to get closer to Dugu Bo, he still felt that the probability of being killed was very high. Dugu Bo was not a good person. The companion, Yu Tianheng, also realized the seriousness of the situation. Dugu Yin's poison had been passed down from her grandfather, Dugu Bo, which could be said to be unsolvable in the world. Now that it had been cracked, Jiang Yu's situation might be dangerous. This was becoming a bit difficult to handle. Even Yu Tianheng couldn't interfere with this matter. Dugu Yin would definitely inform Dugu Bo. Should I just destroy this blue-silver grass? Jiang Yu thought silently. However, when this thought arose, he suddenly sensed a trace of fear emanating from the blue-silver grass. It actually had consciousness. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised, but also intrigued. This meant that the blue-silver grass had become sentient, a wise life form. This made Jiang Yu hesitate. Forget it, just get rid of it. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought irritably. He then directly pulled the blue-silver grass out by the roots. During this process, the blue-silver grass struggled continuously, but Jiang Yu ignored it. He was just giving it away, not sending it to its death. He presented the blue-silver grass to Dugu Yin, saying, Miss Dugu, I'll give you this blue-silver grass. It seems to have some consciousness now. It should make a good pet. After Jiang Yu's pruning, what remained of the blue-silver grass was just a vine, not more than a meter long. Its aura was very weak, looking somewhat desolate. If you find it useless later, feel free to dispose of it however you want. Burning it is fine too. Another wave of fear washed over him, which Jiang Yu directly ignored. If it weren't for the trouble it would cause, he would have destroyed this blue-silver grass. What a troublesome fellow. You're giving this to me? Dugu Yin was a bit surprised and somewhat tempted. This is the best solution, Jiang Yu said helplessly, then handed the blue-silver grass to Dugu Yin. Although it had been pulled out, the blue-silver grass still had vitality. Next, you just need to find a place to plant it. With that, Jiang Yu withdrew his control over the blue-silver grass. Although this blue-silver grass was powerful now, Dugu Yin was stronger and wouldn't let it cause any trouble. However, sometimes, the more you think something can go wrong, the more likely it is to go wrong. As soon as the blue-silver grass broke free from Jiang Yu's control, it suddenly sprang to life, wrapping around Dugu Yin's arm. Countless purple roots erupted from its small body and deeply pierced into Dugu Yin's arm. This scene unfolded too suddenly for anyone to anticipate. Even Jiang Yu was left dumbfounded, while Dugu Yin was caught off guard and soon fainted. Clearly, this blue-silver grass was poisonous and not weak at all. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yu hurriedly unleashed the spirit of herbs in an attempt to regain control, but this time he failed outright. This was simply impossible. After all, Jiang Yu's martial soul not only had an innate suppression over these plants, but with the enhanced soul skill, he could directly seize a portion of control even from weaker soul beasts. Not to mention, this was just a blue-silver grass that wasn't even a soul beast and possessed only a little intelligence. Yet Jiang Yu had actually failed this time. How could this be possible? Jiang Yu could clearly feel that there was a huge spiritual power within the blue-silver grass resisting him, more like a person than a plant. Jiang Yu looked at Dugu Yan's arm in shock. At this moment, The blue-silver grass had deeply embedded itself into Dugu Yan's arm, almost merging into it. Yu Tianheng, standing beside her, wanted to pull the blue-silver grass out. But as soon as he exerted force, a look of deep pain appeared on Dugu Yan's face. How did this happen? This scene resembled something parasitic. Jiang Yu panicked, thoroughly panicked. If Dugu Yan died here, Dugu Bo wouldn't care who he was. He would directly send him on his way, and the entire Jiang family would have to pay for it. For the first time in so many years, things were beyond his control, and Jiang Yu had no idea what to do. What did you do to her? Yu Tianheng grabbed Jiang Yu by the collar and lifted him up, their eyes locking in an angry glare. How would I know? I didn't do this. Jiang Yu shouted back, feeling quite wronged. Yu Tianheng, looking dejected, set Jiang Yu down. Indeed, Jiang Yu wouldn't be that reckless. He then turned to look at Dugu Yan with a worried expression. Yanzi, you mustn't have anything happen to you. If something happens to you, I will definitely send this guy down to accompany you. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver. What is happening? They actually want to kill him. Step aside, let me take a look. Jiang Yu felt that he could still struggle a bit. Pushing aside Yu Tianheng, Jiang Yu went to Dugu Yan's side. At this moment, Dugu Yan's body was flushed, radiating heat as if she were fully cooked. The blue-silver grass in her hand was almost fused with her flesh and blood. There must be a way, Jiang Yu muttered. Then he pressed his hands on the blue-silver grass. Since he couldn't control it from a distance, he would touch it directly. He refused to believe he couldn't find the consciousness of this blue-silver grass. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's luck was good. He found that mass of consciousness, but still couldn't control it. Survive. This was the only thought in that mass of consciousness, and it was extremely chaotic. The blue-silver grass, having just been born, was relatively weak in spirit, and under the pressure of fear, it collapsed. This made Jiang Yu's face darken. It was actually his fault. Chapter 30. Fusion. The consciousness of the blue-silver grass had been captured by Jiang Yu. In Jiang Yu's words, this grass had gone mad, acting like a lunatic. Its spirit was not normal. Jiang Yu, who had never seen such a scene, was speechless. Grass can actually go crazy? This was truly bizarre. Fortunately, Jiang Yu discovered that he seemed to be able to directly extinguish this consciousness. He didn't know what kind of ability it was, but it felt instinctive, and Jiang Yu had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he could control the life and death of this mass of consciousness. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu directly snuffed out this consciousness. With his consciousness gone, the blue-silver grass's frenzied absorption stopped, and Dugu Yan's body gradually recovered, no longer producing high temperatures. The previous high temperature was actually caused by the blue-silver grass crazily absorbing the nutrients from Dugu Yan's body. However, the fusion was still ongoing. The blue-silver grass, relying on instinct, continued to merge with Dugu Yan's body, and it seemed that Dugu Yan's body instinctively accepted this fusion, showing no resistance. The compatibility between the two was very high, and the fusion process was very smooth. However, it was obvious that the blue-silver grass's nutrients were a bit insufficient. It was originally a floating water plant. The reason it could be so rapid was that it had drawn nutrients from Dugu Yan's body. This left Jiang Yu somewhat speechless. How is this possible? Humans and grass, this is not a martial soul. But the fact was happening right before his eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Give me a hand. Jiang Yu sighed. At this rate, the blue-silver grass would definitely die. Without consciousness, it couldn't absorb the nutrients from Dugu Yan's body like before, relying solely on instinct, and Dugu Yan might not be able to hold on either. At this point, the blue-silver grass could be said to be one with Dugu Yan. If this fusion failed, who knows what would happen? Jiang Yu transformed his soul power into life force and injected it into the blue-silver grass. Soon, the blue-silver grass came back to life. This time, Jiang Yu had learned his lesson. As soon as it showed signs of consciousness, he directly cut it off, because he still couldn't control this blue-silver grass. You come help too, Jiang Yu said to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling didn't say much and walked over to help stabilize Dugu Yan's condition. Jiang Yu was then able to observe the nine-heart sea oddity, martial soul, up close. It was very fascinating, but he could also sense a flaw, which was his intuition. In the end, with the efforts of both, Jiang Yu was responsible for stabilizing the blue-silver grass, while Yi Lingling stabilized Dugu Yan. Soon, Dugu Yan calmed down, and the figure of the blue-silver grass gradually disappeared, completely merging into Dugu Yan's body. Now, a purple tattoo resembling the blue-silver grass appeared on Dugu Yan's arm, which was quite stunning, but its purpose was unknown. Is everything all right? Yu Tianheng asked nervously. It should be fine now, Jiang Yu replied calmly, though he was even more nervous than Yu Tianheng. This made Yu Tianheng breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Dugu Yan let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? Dugu Yan looked confused. wondering why she was lying on the ground, surrounded by a crowd. Yin Zi, it's great that you're okay, Yu Qianheng exclaimed as he hugged Douluo Yin tightly, his tone filled with concern. Douluo Yin, being embraced by Yu Qianheng, also had a tender expression. Although she didn't understand what had happened, she comforted him, saying, Tianheng, I'm Fine. Look, I'm all right. Jiang Yu saw that everyone was fine, so he quickly laughed and said, since everything is okay, I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for anyone else to respond, he hurriedly left, thinking that he should seek refuge next, and it would be best to hide in the Crown Prince's residence and not come out. Jiang Yu's departure went unopposed, and now this group of people was all concerned about Du Guyan's safety. Yinzi, are you feeling all right? Yu Qianheng asked with concern. I'm Fine, and I feel great, lighter than ever, but it seems like there's something in my body, Du Guyan said, dazed as she extended her hand that had merged with the blue silvergrass. With a thought, she made a small purple grass sprout from her palm, swirling with purple mist. What is this? Yufeng, curious, want to touch it. Don't touch it. Du Guyan sternly stopped Yufeng from his reckless behavior. It's poison. Very potent poison. Yufeng quickly withdrew his hand, keeping his distance. Yinzi, your hair and your eyes? Yu Qianheng said, in surprise. Du Guyan's originally purple hair had returned to black, and even the pupils of her eyes had turned black. This was Du Guyan's original hair and eye color. The previous colors were due to the extremely potent poison in her body. I don't know, Tianheng, but it seems I can control the poison in my body now. Du Guyan's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The poison in her body had always been a significant problem, present since her birth, uncontrollable and progressively worsening with her cultivation and age, looming like a shadow of death. Now, she could clearly feel that she could control the poison within her. Not that it had disappeared, but that she had complete control over it. I must tell Grandpa this news. Excitement sparkled in Du Guyan's eyes. The shadow of death that had haunted her for years had not only vanished, but her strength had also significantly increased. Du Guyan felt her poison becoming stronger and easier to control without harming herself. All the backlash from the poison had been absorbed by the vine. The original blue silvergrass had completely changed, no longer just blue silvergrass. All right, let's go tell Senior Du Gu soon, Yu Qianheng said, relieved. As for whether Jiang Yu would be in trouble, Yu Qianheng didn't care at all, since he was the one who had harmed Du Guyan like that. Although there had been a silver lining afterward, Yu Qianheng still wanted to find trouble with Jiang Yu, and this was a perfect opportunity. Your Highness, help! Jiang Yu's scream echoed throughout the prince's residence. Using his token, he rushed out of the Tiandou Royal Academy and returned to the prince's residence without stopping for a moment. In the study, Xue Qinghe was so startled by the scream that the book he was reading fell to the ground. He had just been thinking that he was not quite used to the days without Jiang Yu, and he didn't expect to hear his voice so soon. However, could this be a bit too tragic? Leaving the study, Xue Qinghe quickly walked towards the hall and immediately saw Jiang Yu, who looked anxious and was pacing back and forth in the hall. For a moment, he was a bit taken aback. Xue Qinghe had never seen Jiang Yu with such an expression. Something serious must have happened. His expression turned serious as he walked over. Jiang Yu, what happened? Jiang Yu hurried over when he saw Xue Qinghe come out. Your Highness, save me. The poison Douluo might kill me. Poison Douluo? Kill you? What exactly did you do to offend him? Xue Qinghe's expression also became serious. It is important to know that involving a title Douluo in this matter is very troublesome, especially the poison Douluo. The poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, is both righteous and wicked, and he always acts according to his own preferences. He is not easily swayed, has a narrow-mindedness, and leaves no room for future troubles. He will definitely eradicate any threats. He doesn't care about face and has no qualms about using power to bully the weak. When faced with someone who poses a threat to him, his first reaction is to eliminate them. He is the most difficult title Douluo to deal with, and offending him could indeed put Jiang Yu in danger. Jiang Yu's face was bitter. I didn't want to offend him. I just wanted to win him over. Who knew such a thing would happen? It was completely beyond my expectations. Jiang Yu has a wealth of knowledge, but his understanding is actually limited to the perceptions of the past and present worlds. Events that have occurred before are beyond his comprehension, and Jiang Yu truly doesn't know what to do. The minister did not intend to offend him. He merely wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to him and win him over, but there were some unexpected issues during the process. Jiang Yu seemed like a defeated rooster, feeling dejected. He had never made such mistakes before, but today he almost let Du Guyan slip away, and in doing so, almost got himself into trouble. Although Du Guyan was just a minor character in the original story, her background here was substantial, and she was not someone Jiang Yu could afford to offend. Jiang Yu then explained what had happened to Xue Qinghe. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe sighed in relief. Du Guyan was not dead, and as long as she was alive, there was room for resolution. Then Xue Qinghe turned his attention to other matters. Chapter 31. Du Gubo arrives. You said you gave Du Guyan a blue silver grass. And then this blue silver grass burrowed into her body and fused with it. How is that possible? Where did this blue silver grass come from? Xue Qinghe asked, very interested. To be honest, Jiang Yu had piqued his interest from the very beginning, but he had been considerate of Jiang Yu's feelings and refrained from asking questions. Once he confirmed that Jiang Yu was not in serious trouble, Xue Qinghe finally felt free to speak. Jiang Yu's situation is said to be very serious, but in fact, it's not a big problem. Du Guyan is not dead and hasn't suffered much harm. There is no need to involve the spirit hall. Just relying on his own strength, Xue Qinghe can resolve this matter. Your Highness, can we finish dealing with my issue before talking about anything else? Jiang Yu said with a helpless smile. He was really scared. After all, this is Du Gubo, one of the few people who cannot be reasoned with. Others might at least listen to you, but Du Gubo would come straight in with a mouthful of poison to make you feel euphoric, and then send you on your way. Your issue isn't that serious. I can just explain it to the poison Douluo later. After all, it was just an accident and not intentional. Besides, his granddaughter is fine, Xue Qinghe said casually. All right, if you think it's not a problem, then it's not a problem. Jiang Yu can no longer find a support to deal with Du Gubo and can only choose to trust Xue Qinghe. If His Highness wants to understand that blue silver, then there is nothing I can do, because I also do not know how it came to be. In fact, that blue silver grass was just an accident, and I'm not clear about how it emerged. Jiang Yu helplessly spread his hands. It's not like he hasn't done experiments before. After confirming that his soul skill might have a role in promoting evolution, Jiang Yu took the time to conduct several experiments, but the results were not ideal at all. They didn't meet his expectations and were even completely unrelated. So, currently, Jiang Yu also doesn't know what is going on, unless he is given time to conduct a large number of experiments and gather plenty of data. He wants to be able to draw a reliable theory. However, he is not foolish. There isn't much time as it is, and spending time on such meaningless research would be foolish. Therefore, the research has been put on hold by Jiang Yu, and any results now depend entirely on luck. I should find some time to do some research. Otherwise, I wouldn't have almost gotten myself killed like this, Jiang Yu suddenly thought, feeling a bit exhausted. How could you not know? Wasn't it you who created it? Xue Qinghe frowned and said. He didn't doubt Jiang Yu's words. Perhaps Jiang Yu would lie in front of others, but for such a small matter, Xue Qinghe was confident that Jiang Yu wouldn't lie to him. Since he said he didn't know, then he definitely didn't know. It was indeed created by me, but it's because of my third soul skill. The specific reason should be that my third soul skill has the ability to promote the evolution of plants. However, I haven't had my third soul skill for long and haven't figured out the principles behind it. This requires a lot of time for extensive validation to determine. Jiang Yu explained in detail. So, if Your Highness wants me to create such plants again, it's not just blue silver grass. I can work on other plants as well. I can create them all, but it requires luck. If luck is good, perhaps results will come quickly, and they will be what I desire. But if luck is bad, then I might end up with nothing at all, Jiang Yu said helplessly. This time, I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but it actually worked. It's just so pitiful. Perhaps it's because the desire for victory was too strong at that time. Some things really can't be dismissed, after all. This isn't Jiang Yu's previous world of science. This is Dula, where science isn't discussed, nor is theology. What is actually discussed, Jiang Yu is also unclear. Is that so? Xue Qinghe's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Relying on luck, this is really. As for what Jiang Yu said about spending time to reach a conclusion, Xue Qinghe directly ignored it. Jiang Yu's talents cannot be applied in that area yet. That would be a huge waste. Then let us postpone this matter. Now, isn't the time for this. Although the strange plan Jiang Yu created is quite good. Now, isn't the right moment. It's a bit regrettable. Yes, Your Highness, Jiang Yu replied. You should stay here and avoid the limelight for the next few days. After this period, you still have to attend classes at the Tiandou Royal Academy. This is the Emperor's order. If you violate it, it would be disobeying the decree. And even I wouldn't be able to protect you then, Xue Qinghe said after hesitating for a moment. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu immediately expressed his gratitude, knowing this was the limit of what Xue Qinghe could do. He is still the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire. And as long as the Emperor Xue Yi hasn't fallen, he cannot disobey the Emperor's orders. However, at that moment, a guard rushed in, his face showing a strong sense of panic. This made Jiang Yu instinctively feel that something was wrong. Reporting to Your Highness, The poisoned Douluo is requesting an audience outside. The guard spoke a bit awkwardly. If it weren't in front of Xue Qinghe, he probably wouldn't have been able to speak smoothly. Do you have to do this to me? Yin should be fine now, right? Did she have another problem after I left? What should I do? Jiang Yu left only after Yin woke up, and from Jiang Yu's perspective, Yin seemed fine. How could Douluo have arrived so quickly? A hint of suspicion flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Douluo's speed was impressive, but he chose not to avoid him and instead said, "Please come in." There was no escaping this. He could only invite him in to assess the situation. Since Douluo was able to find his residence so quickly, it was clear he had confirmed that Jiang Yu was here. Both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe understood this. Yes, the guard replied and went down. Soon a green-robed elder entered the hall. Jiang Yu immediately recognized him as Douluo, the poisoned Douluo. Douluo was tall and slender, resembling a spear, with hair and beard both dark green and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. He gave off an ethereal vibe, almost like a phantom, exuding a sense of solitude that was immensely pressuring. As Douluo entered, his eyes scanned the room, his expression stiff and emotionless, but he quickly locked onto Jiang Yu, who was subconsciously hiding behind Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe had met the elder Douluo before and asked, "I wonder what brings you to my residence, Senior Douluo?" He spoke with the same neutral expression, blocking Douluo's line of sight by stepping in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, the crown prince was reliable. "I'm looking for him," Douluo said succinctly, clearly indicating he was there to find Jiang Yu, although he didn't explicitly state it. Everyone present understood he meant Jiang Yu. This made Xue Qinghe's expression turn grim. He wondered what Douluo wanted with Jiang Yu. Surely Jiang Yu hadn't offended him? "He hasn't offended me, but I'm very interested in him, which is why I've come to chat," Douluo replied lightly, suddenly seeming to recall something, his brow furrowing. He said to Xue Qinghe, "What? Are you going to stop me?" "Don't worry, I won't harm him. I just need to ask him a few questions." Douluo had always acted according to his own preferences, never explaining himself like this before, and he even made a promise. It was known that Douluo kept his promises. If he said he wouldn't harm Jiang Yu, then he wouldn't. Xue Qinghe fell silent, observing Douluo without speaking, clearly not trusting him. The atmosphere became tense. Jiang Yu stepped forward, breaking the stalemate, and looked at Douluo, asking, "May I know what you need from me, Senior?" Douluo was silent for a moment, but his green eyes revealed his surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Jiang Yu to step up and speak to him. Xue Qinghe wasn't afraid of Douluo due to his status as the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire. But Jiang Yu was just a close aide to Xue Qinghe and a child. Why wasn't he afraid? Did he not know Douluo's reputation? "You're quite impressive," Douluo said, his tone carrying a hint of praise. This was not mere politeness, but genuine acknowledgement. Douluo found Jiang Yu's temperament quite strong, and his earlier actions had been clever, making a good move. If Jiang Yu had chosen to hide in the Tiandou Royal Academy after the incident, it would have been useless, as even the 3 old fellows from the Committee of Education were not a concern for Douluo. He could take Jiang Yu away with just a word. However, in the Crown Prince's residence, things were different. Although Xue Qinghe was not strong, he was backed by an empire. "Thank you for your praise, Senior Douluo. I just don't know what you need from me. If there is anything I can help with, I will do my best," Jiang Yu said respectfully. To Jiang Yu, this was an opportunity, a great chance to get close to Douluo. He sensed that Douluo didn't harbor any malice towards him, meaning he hadn't offended him. And Douluo must have something important to discuss. "You should know why I'm looking for you," Douluo said calmly. Xue Qinghe was a bit surprised, not understanding the sudden shift in attitude between them, and he stepped aside to give Jiang Yu some space. "I'm not aware of it, Senior. I left when Yin woke up, so I'm not informed about what happened afterward," Jiang Yu said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. He couldn't admit that he had been too scared at the time and had rushed to find a protector in Xue Qinghe. Douluo thought to himself, what a reckless kid, but it was fitting for his age. Your mutated blue silver grass helped Yenner successfully control the toxins within her body. From now on, she won't have to worry about too many toxins causing her to lose control and endanger herself. Moreover, since it's control and not disappearance, her strength has also increased. Therefore, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Douluo said, his tone filled with 3 parts comfort, 6 parts joy, and 1 part gratitude. As for why only 1 part, well, he was Tang-san, after all. Of course, that was just a joke. Douluo's personality was like that. Xinyu Douluo, you don't need to thank me so much. I just happened to help your granddaughter solve this problem. It can only be said to be fate. I played only a small role in it, Jiang Yu said, not daring to take credit. This was indeed a stroke of luck. and he couldn't guarantee he could do it again. However, Jiang Yu soon realized why Douluo had come to find him so quickly. It must have something to do with the toxins he carried. Could it be that you need my help with the toxins in your body, senior? Jiang Yu asked. Douluo's eyes suddenly became inscrutable as he looked at Jiang Yu and said lightly, "It seems you know quite a bit." Jiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. He hadn't thought much before speaking and had forgotten that this matter should have been a secret of Douluo. Fortunately, Douluo didn't mind how Jiang Yu knew about it. In his view, Jiang Yu must have some ability. So he casually said, "Indeed, I came here not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask for your help in solving the toxin problem in my body. Of course, I won't let you do it for free. I will promise you 3 requests, and as long as I can fulfill them, I will definitely help you." Douluo's words surprised Xue Qinghe. First, it was incredible that Douluo was poisoned, and second, he was willing to make such a heavy promise. So she quickly looked at Jiang Yu beside her, her eyes wildly signaling him to agree quickly. Jiang Yu's expression turned bitter. He also wanted to agree, but this was indeed a bit difficult, and he felt he couldn't manage it. However, he had to try, as he really didn't dare to refuse. As a junior, he would definitely give it his all. All right, straightforward. Douluo also felt much more relaxed. This isn't the place. I need Douluo Senior's cooperation. So please find a quiet and suitable place. Jiang Yu said after considering for a moment. That's simple. My residence is quite quiet and the environment is nice. You can come with me there, Douluo said generously. This was exactly what Jiang Yu wanted. Then Jiang Yu looked at Xue Qinghe, who signaled him to rest assured, and then looked at Douluo Senior. Douluo, I can agree to let Jiang Yu go with you, but you must guarantee his safety. If anything happens to him, believe me, you won't have it easy. Xue Qinghe's tone was very serious, and there was a hint of cold light in his eyes. Obviously, if Douluo dared to harm Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe would definitely use other means. Douluo was surprised by Xue Qinghe's attitude. This prince truly had something. Perhaps he would be a good emperor in the future. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will guarantee his safety, Douluo said solemnly. That's best. Jiang Yu, you may go. Xue Qinghe nodded, indicating he trusted what Douluo said. Both sides were satisfied with this, and Jiang Yu prepared to follow Douluo to his residence. Douluo's residence was located in the Sunset Forest, which housed the most famous ice and fire yin-yang eye in the entire Douluo Continent. The ice and fire yin-yang eye contained countless rare treasures and had contributed to the future success of Tang San and others, allowing them to become gods. However, around Douluo's residence, there was a poison array he had set up, and within a certain range outside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there are also poison arrays protecting it. Without soul power above level 70, anyone who stepped into it would surely die. Even soul beasts of over 10,000 years wouldn't dare to step into it. Lacking such strength, even if Jiang Yu had the intention, he could only think about it and look for opportunities to approach Douluo. However, the opportunity came. Now he finally had a chance to see this world-renowned treasure. Douluo quickly took Jiang Yu out of Heavendou City and crossed the Sunset Forest, finally arriving at his residence. Once they arrived, Douluo placed Jiang Yu on the ground and warned, "Don't wander around here. Although the surroundings look no different from other places, they all have poison arrays I set up. With your strength, touching them would mean certain death. So if you want to go anywhere, just let me know." "I understand, Senior Douluo," Jiang Yu replied respectfully, as he certainly wouldn't wander around. Douluo's place was not somewhere to visit casually. Seeing that Jiang Yu had no intention of wandering, Douluo felt relieved. After a moment of silence, he softly said to Jiang Yu, "Thank you." The surroundings were very quiet, so Douluo's voice was low, and Jiang Yu clearly heard what Douluo said. "There's no need for you to thank me again, Senior Douluo. You already thanked me earlier," Douluo said, rarely seriously. "One thing at a time." Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Douluo was actually quite endearing. In the original work, it's evident that Douluo is fundamentally not a bad person. Someone who is willing to keep promises to such an extent as Douluo is generally not too bad. It's just that his martial soul and reclusive personality have led others to misunderstand him a bit. In fact, if you delve deeper, you'll find that Douluo is the kind of person who would absolutely not spare anyone if it meant killing your entire family. He is that ruthless. However, fortunately, he still has some merits. Chapter 33 Method. I'll take you to the medicinal garden to have a look. All my medicines are grown here. There are various poisons and tonics inside. I'm sure there is something you need, Douluo said somewhat uneasily. The smile on Jiang Yu's face made Douluo feel very uncomfortable. It could be said that if it were someone else, Douluo would have slapped them directly. But Jiang Yu was different. Douluo had always been very lonely, but he was not afraid of loneliness. What he feared most in life was having his freedom restricted. Although after becoming a titled Dula, there was nothing in the world that could limit Douluo. In the end, he was still constrained by familial ties. Throughout his life, Douluo played with poison, and in the end, he was met with a fate of being harmed by it. Not only that, but his descendants also suffered greatly from the poison, with his son and daughter-in-law dying tragically, leaving behind only a young granddaughter. However, she too was deeply affected by the poison and could die at any moment as she grew older and stronger. From that moment on, Douluo was restricted because of family ties, which is why he truly valued this only relative he had. Jiang Yu's resolution of the toxin issue in Dongguyan was a great favor to Douluo, which is why he repeatedly thanked Jiang Yu. In fact, Douluo was so excited when he learned that the toxin in his granddaughter had been controlled and, after checking, found no drawbacks or side effects. This prompted him to rush over to find Jiang Yu, which was a bit thoughtless. Douluo had no other intentions, aside from wanting Jiang Yu's help to resolve the toxin in his own body. He also felt grateful that Jiang Yu had solved a long-standing concern that had been weighing on him. As for whether Jiang Yu could help him detoxify, Douluo actually didn't care. He understood his own situation. As a titled Douluo, how many people in the world could resolve the poison he had? Thus, he felt it was a trouble for senior Donggu. Jiang Yu suppressed his excitement and said, "The Eye of Ice and Fire. I want to see it for a long time. I wonder what kind of scenery it will be. Will it be filled with divine herbs? Maybe I'm overthinking it. All right, come here. I'll take you down." After saying this, Douluo spread his figure and jumped down from the pitch-black mountain edge where they couldn't see the bottom. A gust of whistling wind passed in an instant, and Jiang Yu felt himself land on the ground. After landing, Douluo set Jiang Yu down and said seriously, "Kid, remember, do not touch those two hot springs. The extreme heat and extreme cold there can't even be endured by me for too long. If you come into contact with them, you'll only have a dead end." "Understood," Jiang Yu replied. He was well aware of the dangers of the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was not only a treasure land, but also extremely dangerous. Soon, Jiang Yu's eyes were captivated by the sight of the Eye of Ice and Fire before him. The duality of ice and fire, the opposing forces, had formed a treasure land that might not even be created in 1,000,000 years. This was a treasure trove of the world, flourishing with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gathering rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, this was a treasure trove for those who knew. For those who didn't, it was the most dangerous place in the world. If humans or animals lived near the Eye of Ice and Fire, their bodies would be impacted by the extreme attributes of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a short time. If they couldn't leave in time, they would surely explode and die. Jiang Yu slowly walked over, and here he could clearly feel the vitality emanating from the surrounding plants. The life force contained in these plants was countless times greater than that of ordinary plants. "Be careful, it's very dangerous here," Douluo couldn't help but remind him. There were many poisons and medicinal herbs that he had collected planted around, and if Jiang Yu accidentally touched them, it could be life-threatening. "It's fine, Senior Douluo. I won't be in danger," Jiang Yu replied to Douluo with a reassuring smile, then squatted down to touch the small grass in front of him. This shocked Douluo greatly, as the grass Jiang Yu was touching was actually a poisonous plant that he had transplanted, just as he wanted to stop him. The next scene left him astounded. Clearly a dangerous poisonous plant that would cause poisoning upon contact. In Jiang Yu's hands, it seemed like an ordinary little grass. What's so special about this kid? How can he ignore these poisons? A hint of curiosity arose in Douluo's heart. In fact, Douluo had somewhat misunderstood. Jiang Yu was not ignoring the poison on the poisonous grass, but rather he was not poison at all. Here, Jiang Yu was the master. He could clearly sense that the plants here had already developed a simple form of consciousness, and the medicinal herbs were even more pronounced. Perhaps it was due to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Jiang Yu felt the will emanating from the small grass in his hand and thought silently. It was very difficult for plants in the Douluo Continent to develop intelligence, and the fact that these plants had some intelligence was definitely because of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In the first part of Douluo Continent, the ice and fire yin-yang eye was merely a natural wonder. Although it was somewhat dangerous, it was not too severe. In the later parts, the ice and fire yin-yang eye became a true perilous place, even a death trap, where ordinary people would surely die. After 10,000 years, the plants here might even develop complete intelligence and become fierce beasts, comparable to soul beasts over 100,000 years old. However, that was not the case now. The plants here were still ordinary plants, And even if they had developed some intelligence, it was not substantial. Even the more powerful medicinal herbs were the same. Otherwise, Tang Xin would definitely not be able to pick those medicinal herbs. Jiang Yu speculated that the reason for this situation might be the significant changes in the rules of the world after 10,000 years in Douluo Continent, which led to great transformations in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, allowing the plants here to take on human forms. He wondered if he could awaken their intelligence. Jiang Yu's mind suddenly became active, thinking that if the future confirmed this was feasible, the plants here all had that potential. "How about it, kid? My medicinal garden is impressive, right?" said Douluo proudly from the side. Jiang Yu stood up and smiled. "Of course. The medicinal garden of Elder Douluo is unparalleled in the world. This is not flattery. You won't find a second ice and fire duality eye in this world. So it truly is unmatched." "Ha ha." Elder Douluo clearly felt a bit pleased. "Then, I wonder if you can solve the toxins in my body. If not, then forget it. As a reward for curing my granddaughter, you can," Douluo casually said, though he still felt that Jiang Yu couldn't help him with the toxins. "Yes," Jiang Yu replied confidently. "What did you say?" Douluo was taken aback, clearly not hearing Jiang Yu's words clearly. "I said yes, but I just need a little time to experiment," Jiang Yu said seriously. If before coming here Jiang Yu only had a possibility, now it was a certainty. Although it wasn't 100%, there was still a 70% chance. Douluo's face immediately lit up with surprise. It really could be done. Douluo could hardly believe his ears. "Are you sure?" Douluo asked tremulously. "There's a 70% chance," Jiang Yu replied, stroking his chin. 70% was just a rough estimate, and experimentation was still needed. "That's enough. That's enough." Douluo hadn't expected there would actually be a 70% chance. This number far exceeded his expectations, as he initially thought it would only be 1 or 2%. "What I need to do to cooperate with you," Douluo said, calming down and speaking earnestly. "We still need to wait a while, and also, my method is not to help you detoxify directly. It will likely be similar to what I did for your granddaughter," Jiang Yu said. "That's best." This was exactly what Douluo wanted. If the poison in his body was truly resolved, he wouldn't want that, since a significant part of his strength was derived from it. After receiving Douluo's confirmation, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the ice and fire duality to search for the necessary medicinal materials. In fact, Jiang Yu's method of helping Douluo and Douluo detoxify was quite similar to the method Tang Xin used in the original work. Both involved forcing the toxins onto a carrier. In the original work, Tang Xin suggested using soul bones, while Jiang Yu was using plants now. This was also something Jiang Yu had just realized. Weren't these plants somewhat similar to soul bones? The blue-silver grass inside Douluo had completely merged with her body, controlled by her, yet independent. Moreover, since it was born from the poison of Douluo, it had directly grasped all the toxins in her body during the merging process. Now Jiang Yu was going to use the same method to resolve the toxins in Douluo's body. However, Douluo's poison was much more potent, and ordinary plants simply couldn't withstand it. Hence, Jiang Yu needed powerful celestial herbs. And this celestial herb was the fragrant and beautiful celestial product. Chapter 34. Cultivating test subjects. The fragrant and beautiful celestial product was not the most powerful celestial herb, but it had a very peculiar effect that could help Douluo solve his problem, which was also where Jiang Yu's confidence came from. Jiang Yu remembered that the original work mentioned that the fragrant and beautiful fairy product is the nemesis of all poisons, capable of neutralizing all toxins. It does not detoxify by itself, but it can counteract poisons. Surrounding it is a layer of light pink barrier, which defines the range in which it can counteract toxins. This pink hue cannot be seen from outside the barrier. Because of this characteristic, Jiang Yu was confident that for Douluo, it would be very difficult to resolve the toxins in his body like his granddaughter did, as his toxins are extremely domineering, and there are almost no plants in the world that can withstand his complete form of poison. If a plant cannot withstand Douluo's full-force poison, then it would be impossible to cultivate a plant that matches him, making detoxification merely a talk. It is important to note that Douluo chose that blue silvergrass because it could withstand Douluo's complete form of poison and survived, becoming a special individual, ultimately allowing it to merge with Douluo. However, if it were Douluo, the blue silvergrass would be instantly reduced to ashes. Fortunately, although almost all plants in the world cannot withstand it, there is still one plant that can endure, which is the fragrant and beautiful fairy product. Jiang Yu walked towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye, coming to the side of the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product. He turned over the soil above it, and then cut off a section of the root from the ground. After doing all this, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of Douluo. He randomly found a piece of ground and buried it. What Jiang Yu wanted to do was cultivate a new fragrant Qi Luo immortal product, but it wasn't exactly that. It was about creating a living organism. And Jiang Yu couldn't guarantee what it would ultimately become. In fact, if it were done in another place, Jiang Yu's method would not succeed because just a section or root is insufficient to cultivate a complete plant. However, near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there was this possibility. The ice and fire yin-yang eye could significantly promote plant growth, and with Jiang Yu providing life force, it was instantly possible. After completing all this, Jiang Yu released his martial soul, activated the third soul skill, and converted his soul power into life force to infuse it into that section of the root. Soon, a small grass sprouted from the ground. This made Jiang Yu's expression brighten. It worked. This was indeed a fragrant Qi Luo immortal product. However, in terms of strength, it felt a bit weak, and very weak at that. Even if it matured, it would likely remain weak. After all, it was just a piece of root. But fortunately, it already had the characteristics of the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product, which could counteract all poisons. Senior Dugu, release a bit of your poison at this little grass. Starting from the weakest, Jiang Yu said to Dugu Bo, specifically reminding him to be careful not to accidentally kill it with too much poison. The fragrant Qi Luo immortal product wouldn't form a pink protective shield before it bloomed. It just had strong resistance to toxins, so it couldn't completely negate Dugu Bo's poison. Hearing this, Dugu Bo squatted down beside the small grass and cautiously released a trace of poison. However, it did not pose a threat to it. It merely wilted a bit. This made Jiang Yu's expression brighten. There was hope. Although it was the weakest, other plants would likely have died from such a terrifying encounter. Then Jiang Yu increased the delivery of life force, and the seedling of the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product recovered again. Senior, increase the intensity a bit more. Keep adding until I say stop, Jiang Yu instructed. Dugu Bo complied, but expressed some confusion. Little guy, is this enough? Of course, it wasn't enough. It needed to grow a bit more, and it had to grow in an environment filled with your released poisonous mist until it matured and could withstand your strongest poison. Jiang Yu explained. I see. Since we want it to grow to maturity, why not just find a mature one? Dugu Bo asked. Because a mature one might not be killed by your poison, Jiang Yu casually replied. This flower is very peculiar. It's called the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product. It is non-toxic and cannot detoxify, but it can counteract all poisons. Your poison is also restrained, which means it can't develop poison resistance, and it doesn't fit your characteristics. However, this flower cannot counteract all poisons when it's young. It only has poison resistance, which is why it needs to be cultivated from a young age. Dugu Bo's face showed disbelief, so he decided to test it. He casually released a stream of poison towards the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product, only to see that Dugu Bo's poison was neutralized before it even approached, which surprised him greatly. Jiang Yu, watching from the side, felt like laughing. He didn't believe it before, but now he did. There truly are such peculiar flowers and plants in this world. Dugu Bo ignored Jiang Yu's expression. If he were to switch perspectives, he would want to laugh at himself too, having such a magical treasure without realizing it was indeed laughable. Aren't there other plants that can work? Dugu Bo turned to Jiang Yu and asked again. Of course, but first, they must be able to withstand your poison. And they must be in a non-mature state to grow well. Even if there are, they may not be suitable. The fragrant Qi Luo immortal product, aside from counteracting all poisons, has no other characteristics that make it the most fitting experimental subject for you, Jiang Yu said leisurely. Just this first condition eliminates most plants. Not to mention the second condition. However, Dugu Bo learned that this plant was called the fragrant Qi Luo immortal product, a true herb that could counteract his poison. But he wasn't worried at all. After all, such a thing couldn't possibly be abundant, and he still had this one in his possession. I didn't expect you to understand so much at such a young age, Dugu Bo remarked with admiration. Jiang Yu's reasoning was something even he couldn't refute because it was just too logical. Moreover, Jiang Yu was very young, at 12 years old. He was still just a child. In Dugu Bo's eyes, he was astonishing, and he couldn't help but reflect that he hadn't understood as much at such a young age. In the Douluo Continent, children mature very early. In the original work, Ma Hongjun at 12 already knew to find someone to lower his fire. And Oscar's father had him at 14, which shows just how extraordinary the children in Douluo Continent are. However, being precocious is one thing. There are hardly any truly knowledgeable young people, aside from Jiang Yu and a certain Tang San he had yet to meet, which is also why Dugu Bo was astonished. Is there a lot? Perhaps, but I feel there are still many things I don't understand. You think that way just because this happens to be what I know, Jiang Yu said casually, his eyes fixed on the small seedling before him. There are many things I actually don't understand. I just know not to do what I don't understand, avoiding foolish actions that make me seem stupid. In fact, what I do now is mostly for others to see. The true nature of things, I probably know best myself. The greatest fear for a person is to live as a version of themselves they don't even recognize. Douluo smiled, treating Jiang Yu's words as jest. The fragrant Luo, immortal product, seedling in front of him had already grown to an inch tall, its surface showing signs of corrosion in multiple places, yet remained upright due to Jiang Yu's support. All right, Senior Douluo, let's stop here, Jiang Yu said. His soul power was nearly depleted, and he needed to rest for a while to recover. One could say this was indeed an immortal product. Although taking a section of the stem itself was challenging, expending so much of his soul power only allowed it to grow to about an inch. If it were an ordinary weed, it would have probably grown several meters by now. Douluo slowly retracted the poisonous mist, and Jiang Yu used his last bit of soul power to heal its injuries. All right, let's leave it here for now. Let it rest for a bit, Jiang Yu said. Relaxing. He had been exhausted. Senior Douluo, let's head up now. Jiang Yu stood up and said again. Don't want to stay below to study it? Douluo countered, noticing Jiang Yu's keen interest in his medicinal garden earlier. We can come back later. I trust Senior Douluo won't refuse my small request, right? Jiang Yu shrugged and looked at Douluo casually. Of course not, Douluo replied with a hint of smile. EW. Jiang Yu expressed his distaste. One must say, Douluo's smile was truly ugly. Chapter 35. Uncontrollable rumors on the other side. Not many people know that Jiang Yu was taken away from the prince's residence by Douluo. After all, although Jiang Yu is a close minister to the prince, he is too young to attract much attention. However, there are still some who are aware of this news, particularly those who care about Jiang Yu's situation, such as Xue Qinghe. What did you say? Jiang Yu was taken away by the poisoned Douluo. The voice of Xue Qinghe came from the Xue Qinghe prince's mansion. Xue Qinghe's eyes first flashed with shock, followed by overwhelming joy, clearly delighted by the news. But he wanted to know the reason behind it, and what Jiang Yu's current situation was. Xue Qinghe's question was not out of concern for Jiang Yu, but rather a hope for his quick demise. As someone who had caused him trouble multiple times, Xue Qinghe had developed a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu. This subordinate does not know, said the person kneeling on the ground, feeling a bit helpless. Jiang Yu was taken away and brought to two places, the prince's residence and the residence of Douluo, where no information could be obtained. The few people in Xue Qinghe's hands could not infiltrate those places at all, as those two were not to be underestimated. So the only news at the moment was that Jiang Yu had been taken away by the poisoned Douluo. Sigh, you can leave now. Xue Qinghe naturally understood the situation and sighed helplessly. Not receiving news of Jiang Yu's death was somewhat disappointing, but considering the ruthless nature of the poisoned Douluo, Jiang Yu probably wouldn't have a good outcome. Yes, the attendant may leave. After that, Xue Qinghe sat in his chair and began to reflect on the news. He wondered if his uncle had asked the poisoned Douluo to take action. If so, that would be good news, as it would mean Jiang Yu was doomed. Xue Qinghe hadn't returned to the Heavenly Battle Royal Academy for a long time. Otherwise, he would have known the details of the situation by now. Unfortunately, he had been busy dealing with the rumors that Jiang Yu had spread earlier and had no time to go back, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Jiang Yu is really out of control. Is this how you handle things? Originally, a small rumor shouldn't have taken so long for Xue Qinghe to resolve. But at that time, Jiang Yu, with the mindset of creating chaos, released a bunch of false information, such as the fourth prince harboring ambitions, fratricide, patricide, and plotting to seize royal power through Prince Xue Qinghe before eliminating him. These were still somewhat normal, all aimed at sowing discord between Xue Qinghe and others. However, things slowly started to spiral out of control. After being passed around among the people and fueled by those with ulterior motives wanting to create sensational news, all the ambitions attributed to Xue Qinghe transformed into various tales of love and hate. Some said he liked Bai Qinxiang and wanted to eliminate Xue Qinghe. Others claimed he was interested in his father's concubines and plotted to usurp power. There were even stories about his relationship with Prince Xue Qinghe, with all sorts of versions emerging. Although the Tiandou Empire resembles a feudal dynasty, it lacks the kind of control seen in Jiang Yu's previous life, where powerful clans or soul masters could not be easily provoked by the current Tiandou Empire. As a result, rumors about Xue Qinghe were rampant. These days, Xue Qinghe felt like he was playing dumb. His previous act of being a spoiled disciple no longer worked. Now, he didn't dare to go out, hiding at his uncle's house, fearing he would be killed if he stepped outside. If Jiang Yu doesn't die this time, I will definitely tear him apart. Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth and said, rumors aren't the main problem. The real issue is the impact these rumors have caused. And Xue Peng has been terrified these days. He now has to worry not only about his brother Xue Qinghe, but also whether his father will come after him. And even about his uncle Prince Xue Qinghe, who has always cared for him. Not only that, Xue Peng might also be concerned about the revenge from various powerful families. The rumors that have spread these past few days made Xue Peng realize what it means to fear public opinion. The latest rumors suggest that Xue Peng has successfully gotten involved with the noble ladies of powerful families, with all sorts of chaotic details. Some say they are getting married. Some say they are not. Some are alive, others dead, young or old. As if at this moment, Xue Peng is connected to every famous woman in the world. The people of Tiandou, lacking mental entertainment, exploded with enthusiasm over this. And if it's not stopped, who knows what will happen. But Xue Peng really feels like he wants to die. Is there no way to live anymore? Jibaoluli sect. How dare they? Early in the morning, Ning Fengzhi, with a grim expression, threw a piece of information onto the ground. From the exposed side of the information on the ground, it was about his daughter Ning Renxue. Of course, it wasn't tea because something happened to his daughter, but because the information recorded rumors about her. The gist was that the little princess of Qibao, Liuli's sect, refused to accept her father's arrangement for her to marry Xue Qinghe, and in a fit of anger, she ran away from home, as she secretly liked the fourth prince Xue Peng. The entire story was well-constructed and vivid, and the imperfect ending was even more intriguing. This made Ning Fengzhi furious after reading it. How can they say he is a cruel father forcing his daughter? Do those who write these stories even understand the facts? But what does the truth have to do with the writers? They're only responsible for writing. The public opinion about Ning Fengzhi gradually became absurd, labeling him a cultured scoundrel, looking glamorous on the outside while doing unspeakable things in private. At this point in the development of the situation, many people with ulterior motives began to smear their opponents. Ning Fengzhi was caught in the crossfire. Have you traced the source of the rumors? Ning Fengzhi coldly looked at the intelligence officer from Qibao, Liuli's sect, kneeling on the ground. The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sect master, we haven't clarified the source of the rumors about our Qibao, Liuli's sect. There are too many sources, and they're all written by commoners, making it unclear who the mastermind is. However, we have identified that the initial rumor was caused by Jiang Yu, a subordinate of the crown prince. This answer stunned Ning Fengzhi, and he frowned, asking what exactly happened. At first, there were no such rumors. It started with Jiang Yu releasing information about Prince Xue Peng, seemingly to sow discord between Prince Xue Peng and Emperor Xue Yi, as well as Prince Xue Qinghe. However, once these messages reached Tiandou City, they gradually changed flavor. And after being spread among the people, they eventually evolved into what they are now, the intelligence officer said quietly. This response made Ning Fengzhi feel a bit of a headache. If that's the case, it's a bit troublesome. The rumors have developed to the point where there isn't a so-called mastermind behind the scenes, or the mastermind is just some commoners, which is very hard to deal with. How many forces have been affected by the current rumors? Many, including the Tiandou royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Qibao Liuli sect, Fengzhi sect, Xiangjia sect, Huabao sect, Xingluo royal family, and the Wuhan Hall. And all of them involve the love and hate between the fourth prince, Xue Peng, and the women from these major forces, the intelligence officer awkwardly said. This is a bit outrageous. Almost all major forces have been affected. Ning Fengzhi gasped, good heavens. It turns out that it's not just our Qibao, Liuli's sect, that is affected. Almost all major forces are involved. Is the fourth prince this bold? He has offended nearly all the major forces on the continent, except for the hidden Haotian sect. Ning Fengzhi even felt a bit sorry for Xue Peng. How tragic. Little did he know that Xue Peng no longer dared to go out, fearing he would be beaten to death. But what about Jiang Yu? Ning Fengzhi thought that Jiang Yu shouldn't be the kind of person who would court death. The information that Qibao, Liuli's sect could find, others could certainly find too. Where is Jiang Yu? He was taken away by the poisoned Douluo just over 10 days ago, shortly after the news was released, and has not been heard from since. Ning Fengzhi sighed. It seems Jiang Yu is also unaware of the situation, but he shouldn't be able to escape responsibility, as he is the instigator. Go inform Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. We need to prepare to rescue him. If this matter isn't resolved, Ning Fengzhi has a premonition that something big will happen sooner or later. So it's better to quickly retrieve this instigator to resolve the issue. This Douluo Continent, which has never experienced the bombardment of the information age, was completely stunned by this turn of events. Can it be played like this? Chapter 36. Successful fusion at this moment. Jiang Yu still didn't know the extent of the chaos happening in Tiandou City. He was focused on cultivating a suitable plant for Douluo to fuse with, and the progress was nearing completion, just one final step away from fusion. All right, Senior Douluo. This plant has been successfully cultivated. All that's left is the fusion. Jiang Yu looked at the strange and peculiar vine in front of him with satisfaction. His eyes filled with pride. After half a month, he finally completed it. This plant is a super plant that can withstand the most potent poison of Douluo, and it is itself highly toxic, which is quite terrifying. Is this really it? Are you sure this thing works? Douluo expressed deep skepticism. As the plant before him bore no resemblance to the Xue immortal grade he had seen before. The original Xue immortal grade had a very large and beautiful flower, while the one Jiang Yu cultivated had no flowers at all, not even a tiny leaf. It was completely bare and very ugly, about a meter long, entirely black, with only some fine hairs. In Jiang Yu's words, since it was cultivated to be a suitable experimental subject for Douluo, and not to cultivate Xue immortal grade, there was no need for so much appearance. So during the cultivation process, Jiang Yu artificially removed all the unnecessary parts, keeping only the most basic roots and stems. Thus, in the end, this thing had nothing to do with Xue immortal grade. The ability to restrain all poisons? That effect remained, but it manifested in a different way. You must exceed Douluo in terms of poison. The toxicity inside this experimental subject was already comparable to Douluo's, and in another sense, it had already surpassed the external poison. Of course it can. Senior Douluo, come and try it. Don't worry, it has no consciousness left, and we can definitely work together. Excitement flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. This was a historic moment. If successful, he could cultivate others in the future. Douluo replied, it's not your experiment, so of course you're not worried. And your excitement makes me even more uneasy. How about we test it a bit more? Douluo said with some concern. It wasn't that he was cowardly. Anyone would be worried, right? This plant was highly toxic. Douluo had been involved in the entire cultivation process, so he naturally knew how outrageous this plant was. Such a thing would never exist in a normal natural environment. What are you afraid of, Senior Douluo? This plant's poison is just like yours, so there won't be any problems. Besides, if we keep delaying, I'm afraid this plant might have issues, and that wouldn't be good, Jiang Yu said, somewhat dissatisfied. You were the one who started the poison duel, yet you're being so fussy and afraid of your own poison. Douluo was silent for a moment. All right, let's give it a try. Douluo was also a bit worried that this plant would change after today. According to Jiang Yu, if it succeeded in one go, they would be lucky. Under normal circumstances, an experimental subject would have to die at least a dozen times, and the evolution direction might also be wrong, requiring recultivation. Douluo didn't want to waste this opportunity. Jiang Yu had previously explained that the 70 success rate he mentioned was based on having cultivated a suitable experimental subject. If they hadn't succeeded, they might have to wait an indefinite amount of time. Okay, here I come. Jiang Yu excitedly walked over and used a jade clamp to pull out the experimental subject. He didn't dare touch it now. The mist emanating from it was lethal, and there was a shallow layer of poisonous aura 3 to 5 centimeters around it, which was quite terrifying. Touch it and die. However, this was the only part that inherited the essence of Xue immortal grade. The process went smoothly. Considering the current situation, Jiang Yu noted that the roots of this experimental subject were very shallow and could be easily pulled out. The jade clamp was not easily corroded. Although the front part had turned black, it wouldn't break. Carrying the experimental subject, Jiang Yu walked to Douluo's side and placed it on his arm despite Douluo's worried expression. Then, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with determination as he focused all his energy on controlling this experimental subject. He saw the fine hairs on the surface of the experimental subject begin to transform into sharp, tiny spikes that pierced deeply into Douluo's body. Oomph. Douluo couldn't help but let out a light grunt. It hurt. Since this was his poison, it carried the properties of his own poison, and he couldn't exempt himself from it. Senior Douluo, concentrate your mind and quickly control this experimental subject, Jiang Yu said. His only task was to link the plant of the experimental subject with Douluo's nerves, and then the rest would be up to Douluo to handle. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu needed to ensure the viability of the experimental subject throughout the entire process until Douluo could maintain its vitality. Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Douluo that the fusion step should be similar to the fusion of soul bones. Although Douluo was curious about how Jiang Yu managed to create such a plant resembling a soul bone, he did not ask further. In their speculation, the special plant specimen cultivated by Jiang Yu is essentially similar to a soul bone, except it is not a soul bone from any part of the human body. Moreover, soul bones are dead, while this plant specimen is alive. In order to fuse, its vitality must be maintained, otherwise it will only fail. Senior Dugubo, don't overthink it. Absorb the soul bone, just as you did before. Mobilize the poison within your body to fuse with the specimen, Jiang Yu reminded from the side. At this point, he had lost control over the specimen and handed over everything to Dugubo. Jiang Yu provided reminders based on what he had observed in Duguian's body earlier. Duguian had not fused the poison in her body with the blue silvergrass because, prior to that, the blue silvergrass had already completed the fusion with the toxins in Duguian's body. Jiang Yu's subsequent actions were merely to resolve the chaotic consciousness within the blue silvergrass. Everything else was instinctual behavior from Duguian. Therefore, both the previous and current actions are essentially Jiang Yu's conjectures, but they seem quite reliable. Now, this specimen is a completely unconscious plant, and it cannot autonomously complete the fusion step. Fortunately, Dugubo has already taken over the control of the specimen, so it will have to be handled by Dugubo himself. This step is also the most crucial, as it concerns whether Dugubo can resolve the toxins within his body. Jiang Yu silently retreated far back, distancing himself from Dugubo. He certainly didn't want to be poisoned by Dugubo later. At this moment, Dugubo's condition wasn't very good. Black veins started from the hand of the Dugubo fusion experiment and spread throughout his entire body, densely covering him. The patterns were not regular. They were as intricate as plant roots, filling Dugubo's body. To the eye, it looked terrifying, as if Dugubo's body had turned into a petri dish. This was Dugubo purging the poison from his body and merging with the plant experiment. Dugubo's poison had already spread throughout every part of him, which was why it appeared so horrifying. "Drink!" Dugubo shouted, and immediately, the black roots quickly retreated back to the previous fusion point on his arm, gradually forming into a black vine that wrapped around Dugubo's arm, resembling a black poisonous snake. Dugubo's appearance did not change much, but his spirit and energy surged significantly, and his aura became much stronger. Success! Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. The absence of a poisonous gas explosion relieved him. He walked forward slowly, knowing without a doubt that Dugubo had succeeded. Chapter 37. Winning over Dugubo, congratulations. Senior Dugu, for achieving your long-held wish today. Jiang Yu didn't know what else to say, so he followed up with this remark, thinking it conveyed a similar sentiment. Dugubo wouldn't mind this. Sitting cross-legged, Dugubo slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the entire residence became much quieter, and the cold, eerie wind cut through clothes and skin, causing a sharp pain in the bones. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver, remembering that Jiang Yu was beside him. Dugubo hurriedly reined in his aura. The cold wind, just now, was actually caused by Dugubo's presence. This time, Dugubo not only resolved his own poison, but also broke through to the next level, now a 92nd level title Douluo. As Dugubo restrained his uncontrollable aura, the surroundings immediately felt much warmer. Jiang Yu no longer felt cold. Every strong individual has a different aura, and Dugubo's aura was the kind that made one feel extremely cold, a chilling sensation akin to a lethal threat. I must thank you this time. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to resolve my poison. So if you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse and will do my utmost. Dugubo said seriously, his eyes filled with determination. This was not only gratitude for the detoxification, but also for the path to enlightenment. Dugubo could feel that his future path had been opened up again, which meant he could continue to enhance his strength. In fact, if Dugubo practiced diligently, his current strength would definitely be much greater. But unfortunately, he couldn't freely enhance his power. Before this, the capacity of his body had reached its limit, and recklessly increasing his strength would only cause the poison within him to spiral out of control. The stronger Dugubo became, the more potent the poison in his body would be. Previously, Dugubo could no longer suppress the poison in his body and could only use some methods to maintain balance, enduring excruciating pain every day. Now, thanks to Jiang Yu's help, Dugubo had solved this problem. It was a peculiar feeling. Dugubo could clearly sense that the poison within him was still circulating. But unlike before, which was uncontrollable, he could now fully control this poison, even as his strength increased. The poison that once spread throughout his body had, under the integration with that plant, formed something akin to meridians that Dugubo could control. He no longer had to worry about harming himself, and it was even easier to manage than before, allowing him to exert greater power. In the past, Dugubo faced another issue. Whenever he exerted himself to the fullest, the poison in his body would deepen, ultimately leading to a situation where no remedy could help. Haha, Senior Dugu, Although part of the credit goes to me this time, most of it still belongs to you. If you hadn't come to ask for my help, you wouldn't have been able to detoxify. Moreover, without your granddaughter's incident, none of this would have happened. One can only say that this is fate. Destiny is meant to be like this, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Jiang Yu has always been like this. He would never take all the credit for himself. Jiang Yu's statement made Douluo feel quite constrained. But Douluo did not agree with Jiang Yu's words. What you said makes a lot of sense, but ultimately it was your talent that helped me solve my problem. So the greatest credit still goes to you. Just like you said, without you, none of this would have happened. After hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say much more. In fact, in his heart, he thought the same way. Everything was too coincidental. If the series of events hadn't occurred, he would still be struggling with how to connect with Douluo, rather than being in a position where he had almost settled things with him now. Go ahead. Tell me what you need me to help you with. I, Douluo, have rarely owed anyone anything in my life. You have helped me so much this time, so I should help you with some matters in return, Douluo said straightforwardly. He believed that even if he owed someone, he should repay it as soon as possible. Just like the life-saving grace from Prince Xue Qinghe, which made him a patron of the Tiandou Empire. Since Jiang Yu had helped him so significantly this time, Douluo thought he should first offer some assistance, no matter how small, so that he would feel better himself. In fact, one should not underestimate the favor Jiang Yu did for Douluo. Jiang Yu not only helped Douluo resolve the poison within him, but also helped Dugi. Moreover, it was a perfect resolution, as both Douluo and Dugi could now control the poison in their bodies. This meant that their poison would no longer be passed on to the next generation, which was a favor that would last for generations. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Jiang Yu was taken aback. He did not expect Douluo to be such a trustworthy person. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu picked the most important request to make. The younger generation wishes to ask Senior Douluo to take on the position of a patron for the Crown Prince's residence. After hearing this, Douluo frowned. Your request is a bit strange. I am already a patron of the Tiandou Empire. Whether I take on the role for the Crown Prince's residence is not important. It is very important, Jiang Yu said with a serious expression, refuting Douluo's statement. Senior Douluo, do you know the current situation of the Tiandou Empire? I would like to hear more, Douluo replied, as he had not paid much attention to the situation of the Tiandou Empire before. Jiang Yu nodded and said, it is truly a last resort for Senior Douluo to take the position of the prince's palace's attendant. Although His Royal Highness the Prince seems to be flourishing on the surface, his internal strength is insufficient. If this continues, the position of the prince may become unstable and could face a crisis of displacement. Therefore, His Royal Highness urgently needs some strength to ensure his legitimacy. This cannot be, Douluo exclaimed. How could the Emperor of Tiandou be so absurd? I observe that he has not treated the prince harshly, but has instead shown him great favor. How could the position of the prince be unstable? It is no wonder Douluo was so surprised. Anyone could see that Xue Qinghe's position as the prince was stable. The current emperor indeed values the prince highly. However, that value could disappear at any time. I also think it is impossible, but this is indeed the fact. The most powerful minister under the current emperor, Prince Xue Qinghe, is not close to His Royal Highness, but is instead by the side of the fourth prince, Xue Bong, serving as his regent. The emperor sees all this, but has not intervened. Instead, he allows it to develop, which leads to the precarious position of His Royal Highness. That is the first point. The second point is that over the years, it seems that the emperor has kept the prince by his side to preside over many important matters. On the surface, it appears glorious, but he is forever in a secondary position. People only remember the emperor when thinking of him. This does not help His Royal Highness at all, as he has neither actual power nor the ability to gather fame, merely leaving an impression. The third point is that His Royal Highness has no real power, no personal guards, and no forces of his own. Is this normal, Senior Douluo? A prince without power, influence, or followers. If the emperor decides to abolish his position, will he have the strength to resist? Jiang Yu said with a serious expression. Douluo's face suddenly became much more serious. Although he felt that there was something strange about what Jiang Yu said, the reality was indeed as he described. Once the decision was made to abolish Xue Qinghe's position as prince, then Xue Qinghe would have no strength to resist. But that does not mean the emperor would certainly abolish the prince. There is no reason for him to do so, as the current prince has no faults. Douluo retorted, is that necessary? Moreover, don't these three reasons indicate the emperor's thoughts? The seemingly calm surface has long been turbulent beneath. Jiang Yu's serious expression revealed a hint of mockery, as if laughing at those who put on a facade. Douluo felt a bit of a headache. Jiang Yu was discussing the politics he disliked the most. He wished he hadn't asked him. Did you not say you wanted me to become the attendant of the prince's palace? I agreed to you, Douluo said irritably to Jiang Yu, choosing to end the topic. Although he was very interested in such gossip, Jiang Yu's half-told, half-hidden manner of speaking was truly bothersome. Furthermore, Douluo felt it was better to know less about the royal family secrets. Then I represent His Royal Highness to thank Senior Douluo, and please rest assured that His Royal Highness will not let you down, Jiang Yu said with a sigh of relief. Now, the visible strength in the prince's palace has a title Douluo, which makes many things much easier. Chapter 38. Thoughts speak. Do you have any other requests? Since I'm in a good mood now, say them all at once to save you from saying them later, Douluo said proudly. After all, the previous request seemed too simple in Douluo's view, and it was a matter of helping the prince. Douluo promised to help Jiang Yu fulfill his request, not to help the prince. This was hard to refuse. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Then please allow Senior Douluo to let me use or take away the medicinal materials in your garden. Jiang Yu said, this is simple. Just let me know whenever you need something, and I will bring you over, or I can take you there later. Feel free to use it, Douluo said generously. Then thank you, Senior. I have no other requests, Jiang Yu said with a joyful expression. Feel free to use it. That's great. You kid is really strange. You actually don't want such a good opportunity. You should know that my temper is not always this good. If you bring up a request, next time, when I'm in a bad mood, I will refuse. Douluo laughed and scolded. Although the senior permitted the junior to bring up more requests, the junior still felt it was better to wait until next time. After all, he had not yet thought of any necessary requests. Although he had many things to do, there was little that Senior Douluo could help with. Jiang Yu said. He was merely stating a fact and did not mean to look down on Douluo. Absolutely not. Brat, are you looking down on me? Is there really a request in this world that I cannot fulfill? Tell me one. Douluo suddenly became interested. Let His Royal Highness ascend the throne now, Jiang Yu said tentatively. Douluo, you really dare to say that? Are you playing with fire? Then develop an advanced soul guide. No offense, but I can't do that. Or develop a type of cuisine I've never tasted. You think I'm a chef? Would you dare to eat what I make? That's not possible. Then Senior Douluo, help me become a little stronger, just a bit weaker than you. At this last request, Douluo was about to say that it was acceptable, but Jiang Yu's next words directly choked him. Be a person, will you? All right. Senior Douluo, I was just joking with you. In fact, the help you are giving now is already significant and has saved me a lot of trouble, Jiang Yu said with a smile. To be honest, Douluo's speechless and exasperated expression was quite amusing to Jiang Yu. All right, I know you're capable. Is that enough? I will definitely not bring this up with you again. However, my words still stand. If you need my help in the future, just say it, and I won't directly refuse you, Douluo said helplessly. Thank you, Senior Douluo. Then please send me to your garden, Jiang Yu said cheerfully. Douluo rolled his eyes, too lazy to say anything more, and directly took Jiang Yu and jumped out. Soon, the two arrived at the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, after landing, Douluo keenly sensed that someone had intruded into his poison formation, and they were very strong. I'm researching here. I have something to handle. Be careful. Douluo frowned and said, Okay, Senior, you go ahead. I will be careful, Jiang Yu said. Soon, Douluo's figure disappeared again, and Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the ice and fire yin-yang eye before him, filled with enthusiasm. Next, he was going to do his own thing. In fact, what Jiang Yu wanted to do was quite simple, to attempt to promote plant evolution. In recent days, besides helping Douluo cultivate new experimental subjects, Jiang Yu also had a lot of time to rest and recover his soul power. However, resting cannot be just resting. He must find something to do. If this world had games or TV shows, Jiang Yu would definitely choose those and lie down. But since there is none, Jiang Yu had no choice but to think about other things during his rest time, such as his martial soul. Logically speaking, everyone should understand what a martial soul is. Unfortunately, no one can answer Jiang Yu's questions about his completely mutated martial soul, so he can only rely on himself to explore. By now, Jiang Yu has also discovered that he has only a superficial understanding of his martial soul. I remember in the original work, the second part Ice and Fire 2 instruments, I gave birth to many fierce beasts, among which there are 6 major fierce beasts. Jiang Yu was pondering as he traversed through the plant. His third soul skill has the effect of infusing vitality into plants, and it also carries some other effects, such as promoting the evolution of plants and awakening their intelligence. The ability to evolve is basically ineffective against immortal herbs, but fortunately, it still has some effect in awakening intelligence. Jiang Yu thought about finding one of the 6 great fierce beasts and helping it awaken its intelligence ahead of time. All 6 fierce beasts of the ice and fire yin-yang, I have the potential to awaken their intelligence, and in the subsequent original work, they all successfully awakened and became intelligent beasts. However, the current era Jiang Yu is in is a full 20,000 years away from the time when the fierce beasts awaken in the original work. It's uncertain whether they still have the qualifications now, and whether this era is suitable for their survival. This is quite possible, as the first part of Douluo Continent, which is the time Jiang Yu currently exists in, has many hidden aspects that have not been revealed or cannot be revealed, such as the Dragon Clan and the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, which have not transformed into what they would become in later generations. The hidden aspects that cannot be revealed hold little value at this point in time, so Jiang Yu is too lazy to seek them out. He would just take a look if he encounters them. However, the era Jiang Yu is in is not bad. It is the best and most brilliant era, with nearly 10 gods appearing, which cannot be compared to later times. Returning to the original topic, Jiang Yu remembers that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I was formed when the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, 2 of the 9 great Dragon Kings, both fell in the Sunset Forest. Their bodies are buried 10,000 zhang beneath the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, and thus it came to be, nurturing all things. Jiang Yu suspected that the reason why the Eye of Ice and Fire was not as terrifying as it was in later generations might be because the bodies of the 2 great Dragon Kings were still well preserved. As time passed, the bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings gradually turned into nutrients, leading to the terror of the Eye of Ice and Fire in later generations. In other words, Jiang Yu's awakening of the immortal herbs here actually had no significant impact, as some immortal herbs existed in later generations and were also present at this time. Hopefully, nothing unexpected would happen. Jiang Yu first sincerely prayed and then approached a plant. In the original work, the 6 fierce beasts of the Eye of Ice and Fire include the Chihuahua tulip, the 8-angled ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, the ink jade bamboo, the earth dragon golden gourd, and the longing for autumn dew. Among them, Jiang Yu did not find the ink jade bamboo and the earth dragon golden gourd, which he thought should appear later. The Eye of Ice and Fire has the ability to accelerate the cultivation of plant spirit beasts by 10 times. These 2 had a spirit power of less than 200,000 years, with their true cultivation being less than 20,000 years. Therefore, it seemed that only the few types of immortal herbs that appeared at this time were the most suitable. I don't know if what I'm doing is right. Jiang Yu sighed and said, to be honest, he felt a bit hesitant, as the potential risks of his actions were beyond his control. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize the resources of the Eye of Ice and Fire. After all, he wasn't Tang San. He didn't understand pharmacology and had only read about the effects of these immortal herbs in the original work, so he couldn't recognize many medicinal materials. You were lucky to encounter me. If it were Tang San, you would just wait to die, and I would eliminate all of you. Jiang Yu squatted down and mocked. Although he was not a good person, judging by actions rather than intentions, and there are no saints in intentions, what Jiang Yu was doing at this moment did not harm these plants. In front of Jiang Yu was a seemingly inconspicuous herb, entirely emerald green. Strangely, in the center of the herb, there were 3 snow-white leaves, with a few droplets of water in the middle, resembling dew left from the morning. This was the longing for autumn dew, a herb that was useful only to the main character and had no value for others. Jiang Yu admitted that at this moment he indeed had a bit of selfishness, choosing a celestial herb that was the least useful to himself, while keeping those that had considerable value for his own use. Chapter 39, From the Heart. Jiang Yu gently placed his hand on the Wanchuan Qiu Du, and 3 soul rings emerged around him. Then, Jiang Yu activated his 3rd soul skill, Spirit of Life. A white field enveloped the entire Eye of Ice and Fire. In an instant, white life energy emerged from most of the plants in the Eye of Ice and Fire, flowing toward Jiang Yu. The visible change was that the life force around Jiang Yu increased significantly, quickly transforming into a vast ocean of white life. Jiang Yu was ruthless this time. He didn't just extract a part of the vitality of the plants as he usually did, but chose to extract it all. He didn't care if it killed them. As a result, all the plants around Jiang Yu, except for a few familiar divine herbs, completely withered in an instant. This was the first time in the history of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye's existence that it had become so desolate. And all of this was caused by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also realized for the first time just how domineering his 3rd soul skill was, even exceeding his expectations. Any plant, as long as it has no consciousness, finds it difficult to resist his act of extracting life force. It must succeed for me. Jiang Yu roared loudly. He attempted to increase the success rate in this way, But in reality, it didn't have much effect. The lifespan of soul beasts is essentially their life force. Definitions like hundreds or thousands of years are not based on how long they have existed, but rather on the strength of the life force within them. The stronger the life force, the longer their lifespan. Why say this? This is also a deduction made by Jiang Yu based on the original work. Although it seems incredible, the original work did not state such a conclusion, but upon careful consideration, it becomes clear. Plant-type soul beasts are somewhat acceptable. Living for 100,000 years is still possible since plants themselves have no consciousness. However, what about animal-type soul beasts? Living for 100,000 years is simply impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that a pig could live to become Marshal Tianpeng in 10,000 years. Therefore, Jiang Yu's current method of directly infusing life force is essentially helping the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu to enhance its cultivation. The plants near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, apart from some celestial herbs, do not have a long existence. They are mostly poisons and tonics cultivated by Douluo Bo himself. However, there are a vast number of them. And with the tenfold effect of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, it should be sufficient. To his surprise, he could completely absorb it. Jiang Yu, who was continuously infusing life force, seemed to have discovered something, his expression very astonished. The Wang Chuan Xiu Lu in front of him was actually completely absorbing the life force he was irrigating. Normally, Jiang Yu's direct irrigation method is very unreasonable because it would cause significant losses. If he infused 10 units, being able to absorb 5 would be quite good, with the rest wasted in the process. However, the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu in front of him didn't waste a single bit, which was unreasonable. Was it due to the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu, or was it because of me? Jiang Yu was surprised for a moment before he began to think. He had not noticed this phenomenon before because he did not pay attention to such behavior, and the time for infusion was also very brief. Far from the current situation where he had so much life force to continuously infuse. It seems to be due to my soul skill. The original work did not mention that the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu had such an ability. This also explains why the plants I infused life force into with my third soul skill were able to appear again, as they completely absorbed the life force I provided. Jiang Yu compared this in his mind. Jiang Yu's soul power can transform into life force for plants, which can increase their cultivation by several hundred years. When used on humans, it can only heal. However, for plants, it is completely different. They can fully absorb the life force transformed by Jiang Yu, and suddenly gain several hundred years of cultivation. For ordinary plants, this represents a complete life leap, and it is quite normal for evolution or mutation to occur. If that is the case, wouldn't all ordinary plants be able to undergo mutation? Then why did my previous experiments fail? Jiang Yu frowned in confusion. No, perhaps it really is like that. The previous failures were inevitable because the life force did not elevate the plants to the level of a life leap. Jiang Yu recalled that the vitality he had previously infused into plants was not transformed from his own soul power, but rather extracted from nearby plants. And it was only a small portion. Most ordinary plants are annuals, and extracting only a part does not yield much, combined. It might only extend the lifespan of ordinary plants by a few years, which does not reach the level of evolution or life transition. If the vitality extracted back then had reached the level of the current white ocean, any plant would be able to achieve life transition. However, to reach such a level, it would only be possible in the eye of ice and fire, where the plant vitality is 10 times that of the outside world. This made Jiang Yu realize that he had overlooked an important conversion unit. He thought to himself with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is entirely his own fault. As an unqualified researcher, he had not set any units and just used whatever amount was available. However, he could not completely blame Jiang Yu, as he was not a researcher, and his understanding was still stuck in past thinking without considering so much. Indeed, I'm not cut out for this. How annoying. Can't I just lie down comfortably after traveling through time, suffering this torture and calculating this and that? Jiang Yu's mood suddenly became quite irritable. Clearly, he was working hard for a better life in the future. Yet somehow he felt increasingly distant from his original intention and busier than ever. Should he say that he is simply not suited for enjoying life? However, his mood did not affect Jiang Yu's actions. The branches and leaves of the autumn water dew became more and more vibrant under Jiang Yu's infusion, gradually emanating a tremendous pressure. However, this pressure had no effect on Jiang Yu, who didn't even feel it. Instead, the fairy grass nearby seemed to wilt slightly under the pressure. In the sunset forest, as Douluo stepped out of his mansion, He saw three people standing not far from his residence, which made his expression change dramatically, not understanding why they were here. The three people were not the trio of Yu Xiaojiang from the original work, although they had a Trinity martial fusion skill. Their level was only equivalent to a soul Douluo and posed no threat to Douluo. However, the three before him were significant figures: Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, Bon Douluo Gurong, along with the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzhi. This made Douluo a bit intimidated, and the swelling confidence from his recent breakthrough instantly vanished. He couldn't understand what he had done to attract these three to block his door. Both the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo were stronger than him and were more adept at offense. Either one could easily take him down. Not to mention teaming up with the renowned support type, Soul Master Ning Fengzhi. Are they here to kill me? He wondered what the three were doing here. Douluo may act reclusively, but I don't think I have offended your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Blocking my door is a bit inappropriate. I assent it? Douluo said with a somewhat unsightly expression. Since they were blocking the door and not attacking, it indicated that there was no immediate danger. And Douluo did not want to weaken his own momentum. Ning Fengzhi stepped forward, clasped his fists, and smiled at Douluo. I apologize for our sudden visit without prior notice. Please forgive us. The matter is urgent, so we came over. Did Douluo dare not to forgive? No. On the contrary, he had to put on a good face. Leader Ning, you yist. It is my honor that you came to visit. May I ask what brings you here this time? Douluo asked with a dry laugh. Ning Fengzhi smiled and replied, we need someone. Someone? Douluo thought for a moment. Are you looking for Jiang Yu? Yes. He has caused some trouble, and we need to take him away, Ning Fengzhi said. May I ask what the trouble is? If it's not too serious, Douluo, could take the blame for him. Douluo said. Previously, he had been worried about how to repay Jiang Yu, and now the opportunity had presented itself. As long as it wasn't tea about him, he could relax. How much trouble could this kid cause? It was probably just a minor issue, and Ning Fengzhi didn't seem too angry either. Ning Fengzhi smiled in a rather strange way and looked at Douluo, saying, Douluo, are you sure? After all, this is not a small matter. I'm sure. Douluo confirmed. All right, let me explain. Before Jiang Yu was brought over by you, he used a little trick to spread some rumors, which have now affected dozens of forces, including our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhi said with a rather mischievous smile. Douluo thought, if you want me dead, just say so. He turned around coolly and said expressionlessly, P.S. inside. Come with me. Chapter 40. Explanation, ha ha. 3 bursts of laughter came, and even Qian Renxue and Gu Rong couldn't help but laugh. This made Douluo feel somewhat embarrassed. If he could defeat them, he would have slapped them down long ago. It was truly humiliating, all thanks to Jiang Yu. After Ning Fengzhi and the others finished laughing, they stopped as Douluo, after all, deserved the respect due to a title Douluo. However, Douluo's earlier outburst had refreshed the trio's perception of him. Was this still the cold-faced poisoned Douluo from before? He was surprisingly funny. In the past, Douluo was fearless. If you wanted to mess with him, he wouldn't let you off easily. It seems that Elder Douluo really cares about that kid Jiang Yu, Ning Fengzhi said, his previous smile returning. From Douluo's words and actions, Ning Fengzhi could see that he genuinely cared about Jiang Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he would take the blame. It was important to note that this was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he was facing 2 title Douluo. Douluo's statement was made after careful consideration. If he hadn't later learned that the matter was indeed too serious, he wouldn't have acted so impulsively. If it were just the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo might have gritted his teeth and taken the blame, as he was also a title Douluo. But with dozens of forces involved, each not weak, and including the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and others like the Spirit Hall likely involved as well, Douluo truly didn't dare to boast. It could really lead to fatalities. Well, I can't say I care too much. That kid owes me a great favor, so I'm willing to help him solve some troubles. But Douluo's expression darkened. This burden is just too great. Ning Fengzhi smilet knovingli. Douluo's reaction was quite normal. However, he was secretly pondering about Jiang Yu. This kid's ability is a bit beyond my imagination. He actually managed to win over a title Douluo like Douluo so quickly and even made him say such things for him. With this, Qinghe now has a title Douluo on its side, and along with the 4 major single attribute clans, its strength is already significant enough to talk with me. This is no small standing. It can already rival the 7 major sections. What a remarkable ability. I wonder if this is all due to Qinghe or Jiang Yu's own methods. Ning Fengzhi thought gravely as he followed behind Douluo. The speed of this power expansion was too fast. Even Ning Fengzhi didn't dare to underestimate it. Moreover, the methods used were very clever, aside from some minor issues. There were hardly any hidden dangers. Douluo transmitted a message, saying, "What's wrong, Jinshu?" Ning Fengzhi replied with an unchanged expression. Dugubo's strength has increased quite a bit. I feel he is probably several times more difficult to deal with than before. Qian Renxue said with a serious expression. Although Dugubo did not showcase his strength, Qian Renxue had already sensed that Dugubo had become stronger. Qian Renxue trusted his intuition very much. This intuition had saved him many times. So even if it sounded a bit absurd, Dugubo's strength was indeed much greater than before. Is that so? Ning Fengzhi fell into deep thought. It seems Jiang Yu must have helped Dugubo in this regard. Just how many secrets does this kid have? You all wait for me here. I'll go bring him over, Dugubo said casually. It was already quite good to bring the three of them to his residence. Dugubo would not take them to his garden. This was all he had, and if these three rascals took a liking to it, he would probably cry to death. All right, Ning Fengzhi nodded in response. Dugubo then went to find Jiang Yu at the ice and fire 2 Yin. Ning Fengzhi, along with the 2 titled Duluos, waited above. They had no intention of visiting Dugubo's residence. After all, without Dugubo's permission, it would be akin to provocation. It could be said that if Ning Fengzhi hadn't brought the 2 titled Duluos, Dugubo wouldn't even let him in the door. Just then, a miserable voice rang out, "Bastard, what have you done to my herb garden?" Ning Fengzhi and the 2 titled Duluos were taken aback. However, before they could think further, Dugubo walked over with Jiang Yu, seemingly carrying Jiang Yu like a chick. Jiang Yu wore an awkward expression as he was carried. Senior Dugu, didn't you say I could do whatever I wanted? So I couldn't help it for a moment, Jiang Yu said innocently, scratching his head, which would surely infuriate Dugubo. Dugubo's face was filled with grief and anger. I said you could do whatever you wanted, but you, is this how you do it? My herb garden, it's all ruined by you. All my years of accumulation are gone. Dugubo was about to be driven mad. This was his years of hard work. Inside were countless precious herbs, and he had spent who knows how much effort. As a result, he was gone for just a little while, and everything was gone. The entire herb garden was left with only a few herbs. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Dugubo threw Jiang Yu in front of Ning Fengzhi, saying with a face full of grief and anger. Wait, Senior Dugu, I haven't finished yet, Jiang Yu said with an embarrassed expression. He actually just wanted Dugubo to agree to let him come over again, as the previous experiment was successful, but there would definitely be more to follow. Jiang Yu had made a promise and was determined to see it through. Uncle Ning, what are you doing here? And the 2 seniors? Jiang Yu was not blind. Before he finished speaking, he noticed Ning Fengzhi sitting nearby, as well as the 2 titled Duluos standing behind him. He didn't know the bow and Douluo, but he recognized the sword Duluo, and it was clear what that meant for the identity of the person standing with him. Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly and said, "We are here to find you." Find me? Jiang Yu pointed to his own nose and asked, feeling a bit confused. Logically speaking, after their last conversation, Ning Fengzhi should have understood his and Xue Qinghe's attitudes, and it would be unlikely for him to come looking for him in such a short time. Now that he was here, did that mean something significant had happened? May I ask what Uncle Ning is looking for me for? Ning Fengzhi did not speak, but handed Jiang Yu a stack of documents, indicating for him to take a look first. Jiang Yu took the documents with suspicion and began to flip through them. His expression grew more and more strange as he continued to read, and eventually he could hardly hold it together. Who could tell him what this thing was? He had only been gone for a little over 10 or 20 days. Had you all gone crazy? Why had things evolved into this situation? And why had no one come to inform him? Jiang Yu remembered that he had instructed the person spreading rumors to report to him regularly. However, he overlooked that with Dugubo, it wasn't something that others could report on whenever they wanted. Jiang Yu closed the document, took a deep breath, and looked at Ning Fengzhi. I don't know what Uncle Ning needs me to do. He said, let's resolve the matters above first, and then give me an explanation. Ning Fengzhi replied with a light smile. Jiang Yu refused without a second thought, saying it was impossible. He could solve the current problem, but explaining it was out of the question. Uncle Ning should talk about something else. It's impossible to explain. If he did, it would be over. This isn't just about the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, but dozens of sects. If the news gets out, everyone might have to explain themselves. Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly, knowing that Jiang Yu would choose this way. Then give me an explanation, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile, still not letting Jiang Yu off the hook. What a cunning old fox. He is putting the problem back on me. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. However, he still spoke up. Uncle Ning, this puts me in a difficult position. How about this? I will prepare a project, and you can participate as His Highness the Crown Prince's master. But you need to help me fend off the trouble regarding this matter. Jiang Yu looked seriously into Ning Fengzhi's eyes and said, "This time there really is no way out. We can only advance certain plans." Chapter 41. 2 Plans A Project? You can't be thinking of using this method to brush me off, right? And you want me to help you deal with the subsequent troubles of this matter. Ning Fengzhi said with a smile. Although he was dissatisfied, it was negotiable. Then Ning Fengzhi turned to the side and said to Douluo, "I wonder if Douluo could step aside for a moment. We may need to discuss some private matters." Douluo felt like cursing. Being driven away in his own home was really too much. However, seeing the predatory gazes of the sword Dula and bone Dula, he had no choice but to give in. Just as Douluo was about to leave, Jiang Yu stopped him. "Senior Douluo is a guest of my prince's palace. There is no need to avoid him." This made Douluo somewhat moved, and he immediately gained confidence. Standing behind Jiang Yu and looking at the sword Dula and bone Dula with a provocative expression, Ning Fengzhi was also a bit surprised. He had become a guest of the prince's palace. He wondered how his majesty would feel about this. Then Jiang Yu continued the previous topic, saying, "Uncle Ning, I believe it's enough. This project involves too much. I originally planned to start it when His Highness the Crown Prince's position was unshakable. Now that this incident has occurred, we have to advance it, just in time to respond to the current situation." Jiang Yu was full of reluctance, as this project was supposed to be fully controlled by himself and the future plans, and he absolutely could not cooperate with people outside of his own influence. Now presenting this to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was a significant loss, and the impact was considerable. Jiang Yu's project is actually nothing special. It's just about establishing newspapers and publishing houses to control the public opinion of the Tiandou Empire. Although the Tiandou Empire has already seen the early forms of newspapers and has developed them to some extent, it still hasn't attracted the attention of the upper echelons. Therefore, Jiang Yu plans to make a move in the future to seize control and hold the tools of public opinion in his own hands. Once Xue Qinghe ascends to the throne, he intends to leverage the strength of the Tiandou Empire to consolidate all current public opinion industries. This way, Jiang Yu would be able to achieve the goal of controlling the entire public opinion of the Tiandou Empire. The purpose of establishing publishing houses is to take hold of aspects such as newspapers, news, books, etc. as early as possible. Jiang Yu knew very well that such things must be done after Xue Qinghe ascends the throne. At that time, with the entire power of the Heavendou Empire in Xue Qinghe's hands, along with Jiang Yu, they would not fear any competition. At this moment, to be honest, Jiang Yu was still a bit afraid. It was not only about the Emperor Xue Yi above, but also a large number of sections. Once public opinion on this matter was exposed, as long as it was noticed by clever people, they would understand what was going on. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of competitors, and with his current strength, it would be very difficult for Jiang Yu to suppress others. If he couldn't suppress others, Jiang Yu would rather hide than reveal himself. He didn't want to engage in a public opinion battle in the future. Related to what is happening now, Ning Fengzhi suddenly became interested. The impact caused by the rumors Jiang Yu spread earlier was indeed terrifying. If such power could be controlled, could it achieve the current effect? Ning Fengzhi asked. It could, but it would be best not to, because the current situation is actually out of control. However, in the future, as it develops, as long as we are willing, we can guide the situation and achieve a similar effect within a controllable range, Jiang Yu said expressionlessly. If it weren't for the fact that this rumor had spiraled out of control to this extent, Jiang Yu wouldn't have brought out the public opinion weapon so early. For those lacking spiritual civilization in the Douluo Continent, this is very useful. The fact of already proven all of this. That's enough. So what should we do? Ning Fengzhi smiled as he leaned back in his chair, looking at Jiang Yu. It could be considered as tacitly agreeing to Jiang Yu's previous proposal. The 7-treasure glazed tile school provides funding and personnel. The Crown Prince's mansion provides the plan, and together they establish the Heavendou Publishing House, temporarily under the name of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, after the Crown Prince ascends the throne, the publishing house will be owned by the state, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school can hold a portion of the shares or establish a small publishing house separately. Jiang Yu stated his plan. To be honest, this is a bit underhanded, but Jiang Yu is not prepared to make concessions. Ning Fengzhi frowned as he listened. This is very unfair. It is already quite fair. Such matters cannot be controlled by any one family, not even by the Crown Prince. They must be state-owned. Uncle Ning wouldn't want the 7-treasure glazed tile school to become a thorn in other sides in the future, Jiang Yu said bluntly. Now, discussing official matters. Jiang Yu didn't show much respect and presented a businesslike demeanor. Ning Fengzhi still frowned and remained silent. Jiang Yu sighed and said, Uncle Ning, This is already my biggest concession. This dominant position should not be held by one family or one surname. Only the state can rightfully hold the dominant publishing houses. It's difficult to explain clearly at this moment, as this is not the era Jiang Yu lived in during his past life. This is a feudal era, and the concept of the state has not deeply rooted in people's hearts. Ning Fengzhi and his group still hold onto the ideology of family and country. They only want to grasp all the benefits in their hands, without realizing that some things are best held by the state, otherwise it will only lead to disaster. Jiang Yu believes that the publishing house he is establishing must be the most credible, representing the will of the nation. If it is controlled by a single family, it will inevitably carry some family attributes, which would be a disaster for both parties. However, I can promise Uncle Ning that when you establish your exclusive publishing house in the future, I can offer assistance. This is actually similar to later generations, where the largest newspaper must be led by the state, while other local newspapers can operate more freely. Jiang Yu has already shown great sincerity. Ning Fengzhi considered for a while and understood some of Jiang Yu's intentions, nodding in agreement with the plan. Okay, hearing this, Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. If Ning Fengzhi had disagreed, he wouldn't have dared to proceed with the project. Without the endorsement of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Jiang Yu's small stature couldn't bear the subsequent impact. Let's discuss this matter in detail later. For now, you should talk about how to resolve the current issue. Ning Fengzhi said, referring to the current public opinion, which is the most important matter. If it isn't suppressed, it could lead to further consequences. Jiang Yu wouldn't even be able to think about cooperating. His life could be at stake. Today, it's the 7-treasure glazed tile school reaching out. But tomorrow it could be the Spear Hall. Jiang Yu was also quite headache. He couldn't understand how the rumors developed to this extent. I have two options here. Does Uncle Ning want to resolve it quickly or slowly? What's the difference? Ning Fengzhi asked curiously. If it's quick, we can directly suppress the current public opinion with a big news. The advantage is speed, but the downside is that the effect is hard to guarantee. If it's slow, we can gradually guide the current public opinion with some current events to eliminate the impact, which is more prudent, Jiang Yu said after thinking. Moreover, if we want to be quick, we must ensure that the news is explosive enough to make people quickly forget the previous events. I happen to have a very explosive piece of news, but I'm a bit hesitant to use it. In fact, given the current situation, it's impossible to choose the slow option. Jiang Yu also understood the current situation. Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but rub his forehead, since Jiang Yu said it was very explosive. It must be something big. Tell me about your big news. Let me consider it. The current situation is very grim. We must quickly suppress the current public opinion. Ning Fengzhi had to take a risk. I wonder if Uncle Ning still remembers what happened 12 years ago. I also looked at the information you just provided. If we use this incident to suppress it, I can connect it very well and make it seem like we had nothing to do with it, Jiang Yu said. He wanted to see if Ning Fengzhi dared to use this news. After all, it involved two major forces. Ning Fengzhi fell silent. He didn't expect Jiang Yu was talking about this incident, which was indeed explosive enough. This incident had a huge impact back then and was suppressed by the joint efforts of many sects, and now it has completely disappeared. However, using it to suppress the current public opinion is indeed possible, but Ning Fengzhi frowned and said, "Are you not afraid they will come to trouble you? This is the Spirit Hall and the Tiandou sect, either of which is not something Jiang Yu can provoke. Even the Tiandou Empire wouldn't dare to offend both at the same time. Of course, I'm afraid, but can I lean a bit towards one side?" Jiang Yu said with a grin. Saying I'm not afraid is a lie, but as long as I lean towards the Spirit Hall, I won't be afraid of the Tiandou sect causing me trouble later. Chapter 42 Stance Ning Fengzhi suddenly felt Jiang Yu was particularly shameless. He could say such things and was actually thinking of pleasing one side. However, this could indeed reduce his own troubles, but is that really enough? Ning Fengzhi even knew that the side Jiang Yu wanted to lean towards was the Spirit Hall. As long as the Spirit Hall doesn't fall, the Tiandou sect wouldn't dare to make a move. And as long as the Spirit Hall's reputation is not affected, they won't trouble Jiang Yu. They would even be pleased. In fact, saying leaning towards is not accurate. As long as I objectively analyze the events of that year, the Spirit Hall won't trouble me, Jiang Yu said indifferently. What about the Tiandou sect? Ning Fengzhi asked. Why would they trouble me? I'm stating facts. If they're not satisfied, they can go find the Spirit Hall. Why come to me? That is indeed the case, Ning Fengzhi thought, quite impressed. Even in his opinion, the Tiandou sect was not in the right back then. And as long as the Tiandou sect is not in the right, they won't have a good reason to target Jiang Yu. The strong do not reason with the weak. Ning Fengzhi said lichtly. But I'm not weak. They're not the strongest either. Having lost the courage of that year, The Haoqian sect has become like a defeated dog that has lost its spirit, no longer the first sect of the past. Jiang Yu's expression was very calm. Behind him, Dugabo took a step forward at the right moment, making Ning Fengzhi realize that once the power was consolidated, Jiang Yu's ally, Xue Qinghe, was indeed not weak. You are very brave, but what are you planning to do? Ning Fengzhi set it aside, not wanting to think too much about it. How the Haoqian sect relates to them was of more concern to him than what Jiang Yu was offering. Jiang Yu spoke up, first guiding the public to remember the Haoqian sect, then shifting everyone's attention to the Haoqian sect, and arranging for people to gradually reveal the events of that year, stimulating everyone's enthusiasm to discuss it. After that, he just needed to guide them towards the correct direction. This matter was quite simple. Not to mention that the events from back then were explosive enough to pique others' curiosity. Even some minor details could be hyped up with the right promotional methods, which Jiang Yu was quite adept at, given the environment he lived in. Would those people follow your thoughts? Ning Fengzhi pondered. They would, Jiang Yu replied confidently. What a huge scoop. Even he couldn't resist wanting to dig in. So how could others possibly give it up? What about the Spirit Hall? Although you will guide public opinion to lean towards them, how can you ensure it? Ning Fengzhi looked at Jiang Yu. It was essential to establish an accurate plan, as the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would soon stand in front of Jiang Yu, directly facing the Spirit Hall. Actually, there was no need to lean towards anyone. Just stating the truth would suffice. Jiang Yu just said this, but now he needed to explain it in detail. The cause of the battle between the Spirit Hall and the Haoqian sect was that the Haoqian Dula killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall, leading to revenge from the Spirit Hall, while the Haoqian sect retreated from the world. I will divide this into 3 stages to clarify the reasons behind it. Jiang Yu said, understanding the plot, Jiang Yu was very clear that it was actually Bibi Dong who killed the former pope, and the Haoqian sect was merely a scapegoat. However, too few people knew about this, so there was no need to bring it up. Jiang Yu didn't want to stir up trouble. In fact, if someone did mention it, Jiang Yu would have to suppress it. The first stage, the cause of the battle between the former pope and the Haoqian Dua. The former pope pursued the wife of the Haoqian Dua because she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the Haoqian Dula killed the former pope. Here, we must affirm that the former pope's actions were not wrong, and also recognize the love of the Haoqian Dula. Although this approach seems to offend neither side, once released, the perspectives of different discussants would surely vary. Given the current grand era, there were still many who supported the former pope, especially with the subsequent events. The second stage, the retaliation from the Spirit Hall, analyzing the attitudes of all parties, comparing the strengths of both sides, and making everyone understand why the Spirit Hall wanted to retaliate against the Haoqian sect. We might even need to transform the concept of retaliation into revenge. Retaliation and revenge are entirely different concepts. Though their meanings are similar, retaliation lacks justification. The third stage, the Haoqian sect's retreat from the world. During this process, it is necessary to clarify what the Spirit Hall did and the reasons for their eventual cessation of hostilities. After explaining the operations of the 3 stages, Jiang Yu calmly looked at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi frowned, contemplating Jiang Yu's plan. It was feasible, but it seemed like it was whitewashing the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu's words did not lean towards the Spirit Hall. He was merely stating the facts from back then. However, even from an observer's perspective, the events that occurred back then favored the Spirit Hall. Only from the perspective of the Haoqian sect could one believe that their choices at that time were not wrong. And even then, it was merely a matter of not being wrong. Ning Fengzhi did not want to help the Spirit Hall whitewash its image in this way. Over the years, under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall's power had grown increasingly stronger, and the pressure on their various sects had become more intense. This can be said to be the reason why all the sects wanted to conceal the details of that incident back then, only letting the outside world know that the Spirit Hall forced the Haoqian sect into seclusion, thereby misleading people into thinking that the Spirit Hall was bullying the weak. Including Ning Fengzhi, no one wanted to see a powerful Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu is from Qinghe, right? Why does he defend the Spirit Hall so vigorously? Ning Fengzhi looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of suspicion in his heart. This made Jiang Yu's heart race. Could it be that Uncle Ning is doubting my stance? It's hard not to be suspicious. After all, what you're doing is too beneficial for the Spirit Hall. I believe you should understand our concerns, right? Not everyone wants to see a powerful Spirit Hall. Ning Fengzhi said to Jiang Yu openly. I can certainly understand, but I didn't think that much about it. Jiang Yu's mind was racing as he prepared to find a reason to brush it off. He hadn't considered this point before. In fact, everyone in the world today was wary of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's ambitions were too great, so much so that everyone felt threatened. However, Ning Fengzhi was not someone who could be easily brushed off. Even though Jiang Yu knew the original story and what would happen afterward, he couldn't just say that black was white. My stance is not a problem, Jiang Yu said quietly, not knowing how to respond. It's not enough for you to just say that. I believe your stance is not a problem, but your actions make your stance very questionable. You should know that many people won't believe what they hear. Seeing is believing. What you're doing is very dangerous, Ning Fengzhi warned solemnly. Jiang Yu's behavior has indeed crossed the line, but considering his youth, Ning Fengzhi believes it was unintentional. But what about others? What about the emperor of the Tiandou Empire? Jiang Yu's position also somewhat represents Xue Qinghe. A few days ago, when Jiang Yu met with Salas, he wasn't very well known, and few people paid attention, so it didn't attract much thought. However, Jiang Yu's fame will gradually grow, and it will be impossible for others to ignore him. Jiang Yu had a bit of a headache. His position was indeed a big issue. He could ensure that his own position was sound, but others might not think so. Therefore, Jiang Yu had to be cautious with his words and actions in the future. With Ning Fengzhi's reminder now, it might not be the case later. A single misstep could have far-reaching consequences, and one careless remark could undo all his previous efforts. Chapter 43. Financial loss to avert disaster so, if possible. I hope you can come up with a different plan or change the public opinion point, Ning Fengzhi said. In fact, he had come to understand what Jiang Yu meant by public opinion, realizing what the key issues were. Uncle Ning, please allow me to think it over, Jiang Yu said a bit dejectedly. He found a chair, sat down helplessly, and began to ponder. He had been so absorbed in research these days that his thinking had become somewhat rigid. He had focused solely on immediate benefits without considering the deeper factors behind them, which led to exposing flaws in front of Ning Fengzhi. Jiang Yu's intention in revealing this public opinion in advance is actually to suppress the reputation of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, aiming to win over the hearts of the four major clans and make them completely lose faith in the Haotian sect. In fact, Jiang Yu still has some concerns about the loyalty of the four major clans. This world is really unreasonable. The idea is not wrong, but in this process, Jiang Yu has somewhat overlooked his own position. If he shows such bias towards the Spirit Hall, what will the four major clans think? After all, the Spirit Hall was the perpetrator that caused them harm in the first place. Will this leave a thorn in their hearts? It's a bit thoughtless. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. He actually imagined that they could immediately let go of their hatred, which is simply impossible. At least it cannot be done all at once. It needs to be gradual. Fortunately, thanks to Ning Fengzhi's reminder, Jiang Yu recognized the issue and also realized that he was not alone. After contemplating for a long time, Jiang Yu made up his mind and looked at Ning Fengzhi. Uncle Ning, I've decided to go with this plan. It's currently the most useful and beneficial option. Ning Fengzhi was a bit surprised and looked at Jiang Yu with confusion. Aren't you afraid this will leave a thorn in the hearts of the four major clans? After all, besides hatred, they also have some old ties with the Haotian sect, while with the Spirit Hall, they only have hatred. Aren't you worried they might overthink it? Ning Fengzhi had mentioned this because he was considering this point, but it seemed Jiang Yu was not appreciative of it. I'm a bit worried, but first, I will make them realize that there is only hatred between them and the Haotian sect, and no old feelings. Second, I am not alone. After all, this is a plan for His Highness the Crown Prince, and His Highness must also contribute. In this process, I will take the role of the bad cop, while His Highness will play the good cop, Jiang Yu said with a light smile. There was an indescribable sense of ease. He didn't need to worry about everything. As there was still Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu just realized that he seemed to be too tightly bound to Xue Qinghe. He was not one with Xue Qinghe. There is a master-servant relationship between them, with Xue Qinghe as the master and him as the assistant. Some of his positions could indeed lead others to misunderstand. But as long as Xue Qinghe makes his position clear, that would be enough. After all, Xue Qinghe is the main position. When the time comes, he will side with the Spirit Hall, while Xue Qinghe will side with the Haotian sect. However, this is a bit difficult, Jiang Yu thought with some distress. After all, Jiang Yu is well aware of Xue Qinghe's connection to Qian Renxue. What if Xue Qinghe were to criticize the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzhi had not thought Jiang Yu would say this, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Jiang Yu is just a subject. It was himself who had prematurely tied Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe together. Outsiders do not know how important Jiang Yu is to the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire and would only see him as an ordinary subject. What does it matter if he has a subordinate leaning towards the Spirit Hall? Even Ning Fengzhi of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could not guarantee that no one would lean towards the Spirit Hall. This is indeed a good method. Ning Fengzhi priced it, Jiang Yu said with some frustration. After all, I don't seem that important to others. Only the Seven Treasures Liuli sect knows about him, to others. He is just a minor character. Since you've made your decision, let's proceed with this plan, Ning Fengzhi decisively stated. At this point, there was no need to say more. Ning Fengzhi could also see that Jiang Yu wouldn't back down, so it was enough to stop here. Does Uncle Ning not care about my position? Jiang Yu asked curiously. I believe your stance won't waver. You are a smart person, Ning Fengzhi said, smiling at Jiang Yu, his gaze incredibly deep, like an endless black hole. Jiang Yu awkwardly touched his nose, saying, my stance will definitely not waver. After all, I've always stood on the side of the spirit hall. I just don't know if you want to kill me when you find out later. Since things are already settled, I'll be leaving now. You should hurry back to the Crown Prince's residence, and then I will go there to finalize the details with Qinghe and you. Ning Fengzhi glanced at Jiang Yu and the Douluo bow behind him. Then, he left Douluo Bo's residence with the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. After waiting for a while, when the figures of the three completely disappeared, Douluo Bo said, they are gone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu finally slumped down. Damn, I'm exhausted. That old fox Ning Fengzhi actually took so many benefits from me. What a loss. Jiang Yu complained with a resentful expression. Despite their long discussion, it was actually nothing at all. The most important point was just one. Interests. Ning Fengzhi was always trying to gain more benefits from Jiang Yu, hinting many times. But Jiang Yu ignored it. Otherwise, it would have been a bloodletting. You little monster. Just now you were calling him Uncle Ning. And now you've changed to Ning Fengzhi? Douluo Bo chuckled. With Ning Fengzhi and the others gone, he felt much more relaxed, and his view of Jiang Yu changed as well. Although this kid's combat ability was not strong, his mind was indeed a little monster. He had listened to the whole process just now, but he hadn't understood a single word and had no idea what they were talking about. It's still good that he has referred to by his real name. I still wanted to scold him, that old fox. Jiang Yu said indignantly. Public opinion. The killer weapon that kills without bloodshed has been shared. It hurts so much I can't breathe. Douluo Bo smiled, saying, you're already scolding him. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that my Uncle Ning wants to gain more than this from me. Senior Douluo, do you feel that way? Jiang Yu adjusted his attitude, speaking suspiciously. Sorry, I haven't felt anything. I didn't understand what you were talking about at all, Douluo Bo said, speechless. So useless. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. This silent insult instantly made Douluo Bo furious. You little brat. He made a move to deal with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no choice but to play humble. All right, Senior Douluo, I apologize to you. You are still very important. If you hadn't been by my side just now, I wouldn't have had the confidence to face my Uncle Ning. After all, our identities are too different. Douluo Bo then calmed down, feeling a bit pleased. That's more like it. However, after thinking carefully about what you just said, it does seem to imply that. Not just seem, it is indeed that, Jiang Yu retorted. Though it was merely an intuition, Jiang Yu couldn't help but doubt it. By the way, what were you two discussing just now? I felt like I couldn't quite understand. Douluo Bo said curiously. After all, he really didn't understand politics. Explaining it would be too troublesome and not easy. Senior Douluo just needs to understand one thing. Everything in the world is for profit, and the commotion in the world is all for benefits. We just talked a lot of nonsense. And what we cared about was only the interests, Jiang Yu said with a hint of emotion. He didn't know what Ning Fengzhi was thinking. Perhaps it was just good luck that he managed to gain some decent benefits. Jiang Yu didn't dare to gamble on the previous situation. He could only lose some money to avoid disaster. Chapter 44. Return to the Prince's Mansion, Senior Douluo. Would you like to accompany me to the Prince's Mansion later? I'll explain to His Highness the Prince, and have him confirm your status as a worshipper of the Prince's Mansion. Jiang Yu suggested with a smile as he looked at Douluo Bo. Sure, I'll go with you, Douluo Bo said nonchalantly. Actually, I don't quite understand. With your abilities, even if you were to go out alone, you could still make a name for yourself. Why stay under the Prince of the Tiandou Empire? Douluo Bo had seen Jiang Yu's capabilities over the past few days. He had talent and intelligence, and was a genius soul master in his own right. It felt a bit stifling to be in the Prince's Mansion. Why? Because only His Highness the Prince can help me achieve my ideals, Jiang Yu said with a sigh. Then continued, I've mentioned this answer before and pondered the reasons many times, but I can only say it's fate. Ideals are like this. Some can be achieved through one's own efforts, while others must rely on others. Just like many people in the world want to become powerful soul masters. Some have great talent and family background and can achieve it on their own, while others with poor talent and background must rely on others or external factors. Mine is like that. My ideals are too big. If I want to achieve them, I can't do it alone. I need a platform, and for me, His Highness the Prince is that platform. If I had other choices before, now I only have one. Jiang Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't just that there were no choices, but he had also gotten used to it. So what is your ideal? Douluo asked curiously. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly became serious as he stood up straight and looked up. Even a faint glow inexplicably appeared on his body. Of course, it was to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all generations. In that moment, Douluo's heart was immensely shaken, and he suddenly felt that Jiang Yu's small stature had become somewhat great. He didn't understand the meaning of these 4 sentences, but they seemed to be filled with immense ideals. Pretty impressive, right? Jiang Yu's expression showed a hint of pride. Yes, indeed, very impressive, Douluo said, feeling a sense of admiration he couldn't quite explain. Hee, I copied it, Jiang Yu chuckled. Douluo replied, I feel like hitting you a bit. I thought you were really impressive, but I didn't expect you were just copying. However, even if it was copied, it was still impressive. Douluo wasn't interested in asking Jiang Yu where he copied it from. Is this your ideal? Of course not. I'm not that great, but I want to create a prosperous era. Jiang Yu casually slumped on the chair, his eyes shining. Then I can lie down comfortably. Suddenly, he felt that his goals were a bit unworthy of his ideals. Or perhaps lying down was the ultimate goal after all, since it wasn't easy either. Douluo felt a bit reluctant to speak. Compared to Jiang Yu's ideals, he inexplicably felt that his own ideals seemed a bit low. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but fortunately, it didn't last long. Senior Douluo, are we setting off back to the Crown Prince's residence now? Jiang Yu noticed Douluo standing silently beside him and reminded him. Wait, I still need to do something. Douluo came back to his senses and said, What is it? This made Jiang Yu a bit curious. Could it be that he was going to collect some treasure? Don't. I've already cleaned out all the treasures from the ice and fire duality eye. It will be a bit embarrassing if you give me more. How can you say that? Douluo shot Jiang Yu a fierce glare, thinking that the little brat still had the nerve to ask, Who turned my medicinal garden into this? Then Douluo headed towards the ice and fire duality eye. He had to replant the seeds, otherwise his medicinal garden would be completely ruined. At this moment, Jiang Yu also realized what Douluo was trying to do, feeling a bit embarrassed. This can't be blamed on me. You said so yourself back then. After a while, Douluo returned, not making Jiang Yu wait too long. Let's go. Back home. Jiang Yu nodded. After that, Douluo took Jiang Yu to the prince's mansion. At the prince's mansion, someone dressed in black was kneeling on the ground, reporting to Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, the poisoned Dula is currently on the way back with Jiang Yu and should be arriving at the prince's mansion soon. Xue Qinghe waved his hand and said, I understand, you can leave now. Yes. The person in black then withdrew. This was an intelligence officer from the Spirit Hall. Staying too long in the prince's mansion might expose him and raise suspicions. Xue Qinghe used such personnel less frequently now, but it was difficult to change habits overnight. Finally back. If I hadn't returned, I wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer, Xue Qinghe said, rubbing his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. These days, Xue Qinghe's life hadn't been easy either, as the rumors outside had affected him quite a bit. The rumors released by Jiang Yu not only affected Xuebong, but also had a secondary impact on Xue Qinghe. Although the effects were not as negative as those on Xuebong, they were still bothersome. Xue Qinghe had been hearing gossip about himself these days, and it was impossible to suppress it. When Jiang Yu returns, I will definitely have a good talk with him, Xue Qinghe thought angrily. If he didn't know that Jiang Yu was with Douluo, he would have gone to find someone long ago. Jiang Yu hadn't clearly reported this matter to him at the beginning. He only mentioned finding something for Xuebong to do, which had now left him in quite a predicament. The credibility of the entire Tiandou royal family had decreased significantly, which was a big issue. His status as the crown prince was still bearable, but the main problem was that many people from the Spirit Hall wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Yu, and it was Xue Qinghe who managed to suppress it in the end. The intelligence system of the Spirit Hall was much stronger than that of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, so they naturally knew early on that it was Jiang Yu's fault. If it weren't for Xue Qinghe suppressing it, they would have already come knocking, instead of the current ease. This made Xue Qinghe very headache-inducing, as the matter involved not only his lineage but also Bibi Dong's faction. That woman, Xue Qinghe felt a bit displeased. At this moment, a guard reported, Your Highness, Douluo and Jiang Yu request an audience outside the door. The guard was from the Crown Prince's residence, not from the Spirit Hall. The guard addressed Jiang Yu by his name without mentioning his title. Although Jiang Yu always claimed to be a close minister of the Crown Prince, he actually held no official position. A proper title must be granted by the Emperor Xue Yi, which Xue Qinghe couldn't do anything about. Let them in, Xue Qinghe said, his expression returning to its usual friendly demeanor. Yes, it didn't take long for Jiang Yu and Douluo to be invited into the main hall. We greet His Highness the Crown Prince, they both said in unison, bowing. Xue Qinghe stood up from his seat, smiling. with his hands gesturing to indicate no need for excessive courtesy. However, Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of confusion because he felt that Douluo's attitude was a bit too cordial. It should be noted that apart from showing some formality towards Emperor Xue, Douluo was very unconventional with others, and he had never seen Douluo show respect even to him, the crown prince. Jiang Yu raised his head, awkwardly touched his nose, and then replied seriously, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, after many discussions with Senior Douluo, he has agreed to serve as the worshipper of the Tiandou Empire and serve as the worshipper of the Crown Prince's residence." In fact, Jiang Yu knew that his actions were a bit out of line. Douluo rolled his eyes, but did not deny it, tacitly accepting Jiang Yu's statement. This left Xue Qinghe utterly astonished. What was going on? How could Douluo join the Crown Prince's residence after Jiang Yu was gone for just over 10 days? Senior Douluo, is this for real? Xue Qinghe's words were filled with barely contained excitement. It is indeed true. I hope your Highness will not mind that I am old. Douluo humbly said. To be honest, who would mind a title Douluo? No, Senior Douluo joining my Crown Prince's residence makes me very happy, and I warmly welcome your addition. Xue Qinghe replied, visibly excited, then realized he had lost his composure and quickly spoke seriously. The initial intention to reprimand Jiang Yu had completely vanished. Compared to the previous outrageous actions of Jiang Yu, Douluo's joining was far more significant for Xue Qinghe. Chapter 45. Mentality Issues. Douluo's identity was very important. In addition to being a titled Douluo, he was also a worshipper of the Tiandou Empire. This was a very important position, as there was currently only one titled low-level guardian in the Tiandou Empire. Although Xue Qinghe did not understand what methods Jiang Yu had used to persuade Douluo, he realized that the situation had truly changed. The strongest combat power representing the Tiandou Empire, the poisoned Douluo, had chosen to side with him. How would others perceive this? They would definitely think that the situation was clear and Xue Qinghe was the designated next emperor. In fact, Xue Qinghe was not wrong in thinking this. The current surface situation of the Tiandou Empire was actually very balanced. On the surface, no one had a more advantageous force, except for the Snow Knight Emperor, who held the greatest power. Below, everyone's visible strength was the same. For example, although Xue Qinghe had little power, he occupied the rightful position and had a better reputation. Xue Bing had no reputation, but he was accompanied by Prince Xue Qinghe, who held significant power. From this, it could be seen that the Snow Knight Emperor was indeed very capable, and the entire situation was very balanced under his management. It was precisely because of this balanced situation that it was difficult for the subordinates below to make a choice. Although Xue Qinghe seemed to have a bright future, those who understood knew that this was merely a facade. What truly mattered was the final outcome. However, now this balance had been broken by Jiang Yu. With the addition of the 4 major single-element clans in Douluo, Xue Qinghe's power would completely overshadow Xue Bing and even be comparable to the Snow Knight Emperor. Thus, the situation became clearer, and as time progressed, it would become even more evident. Those who understood knew how to choose. Xue Qinghe's words also brought a smile to Douluo's face. Your Highness, it is my honor to be able to join. Although he joined because of Jiang Yu's influence, it must be said that Xue Qinghe was indeed very charming. Otherwise, Douluo would not have agreed so easily. No, Senior Douluo joining is my honor, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. For a moment, both host and guest were delighted. Jiang Yu stood silently aside, which didn't really mean much, as it was just a process of mutual bragging. His mind had already shifted to other matters. Besides discussing the establishment of the publishing house with Ning Fengzhi, he also needed to consider the impact of Douluo's joining. Jiang Yu thought silently. Although Douluo's joining was undoubtedly good news for them, the negative effects could be significant. The most notable issue was that the balance had been disrupted, causing some people to become restless. Jiang Yu sighed to himself. Although everything seemed to be going smoothly for him now, it was actually because the speed of growth was too fast, causing others to be caught off guard. The Snow Knight Emperor probably didn't expect that Xue Qinghe's power would suddenly disrupt the balance to such a great extent. So much so that before he could take action to suppress it, Xue Qinghe's momentum had already been established. Jiang Yu has never underestimated anyone, especially an emperor. Although the Snow Knight Emperor appears infrequently in the original work, he directly changed the entire situation in Douluo. The exposure of Qian Renxue's identity was his scheme. The strategy he used was very simple, just 2 words, indulgence. However, Qian Renxue failed to see through it and ended up replacing the entire imperial palace with people from the Spirit Hall, which was a foolish move. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Tang San had allied with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Now, with Xue Qinghe's momentum rising, the Snow Knight Emperor would find it hard to stop me from gaining an advantage in this area. And he could only prevent me from entering the officialdom while simultaneously strengthening the advantage of Avalanche in this regard. Jiang Yu calculated in his heart. Your Highness, Jiang Yu interrupted the conversation between Xue Qinghe and Douluo. Is there something you want? Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. In his view, with Douluo's addition, his position was already very stable, and he no longer needed to make sacrifices as he did before. He could win with just a casual effort. He was already invincible in the Tiandou Empire. Seeing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes. There was no need to think. This prince had already become arrogant. Your Highness, soon, Sect Master Ning will come to discuss the upcoming cooperation project between the Prince's Mansion and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. If we handle this well, we can gain even greater support from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Jiang Yu looked into Xue Qinghe's eyes and said slowly, so it's better for His Highness the Crown Prince to understand more. Xue Qinghe, feeling a bit guilty, avoided Jiang Yu's gaze and retorted, what do you know? With your attitude towards work, how could you possibly know? I'm the one doing all the work, all right? It's exhausting. Jiang Yu explained. This was discussed just now between me and Sect Master Ning at Senior Dugu's residence, and Senior Dugu was also present. Indeed, this is the case. Douluo nodded in agreement. So what is this collaboration? Xue Qinghe asked in confusion, not pursuing why Ning Fengzhi would bypass him and discuss directly with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thought about how to say it. Because of my mistake this time, the rumors got out of control. Ning Zhongzhu found out that they originated from me. So he came to me, mentioning the pros and cons, and asked me for an explanation. After much consideration, I decided to collaborate with Ning Zhongzhu to set up a publishing house. A publishing house, what is that? It's something that can control the current rumors. Jiang Yu said softly. Xue Qinghe's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely sharp and serious. He remembered that Jiang Yu had mentioned a very important thing a long time ago. Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me? In fact, Xue Qinghe wasn't clear on how important a publishing house was. He could only infer its significance from Jiang Yu's past words and the current impact it was causing. If it really could easily create rumors of this magnitude, then even he couldn't ignore it. Jiang Yu was a bit silent, but still said, there's no time to discuss this with His Highness. Although it means giving up some benefits, I believe this is also an opportunity. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the media's public opinion, His Highness's position will become more secure. More secure? Isn't my position already secure enough with the support of Senior Dugu? Do you really need to do this? Xue Qinghe frowned and said. To be honest, Xue Qinghe didn't quite understand why Jiang Yu was being so cautious. Wasn't the current situation enough to determine the outcome? In fact, Xue Qinghe didn't blame Jiang Yu. He just didn't want him to put himself in such a dangerous situation. Although Jiang Yu seemed fine now. If it weren't for Xue Qinghe's suppression, many people would have already come to trouble him, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was the best example. Jiang Yu shook his head, thinking what modules the prince believed the country was composed of. Jiang Yu was not clear about what Xue Qinghe was thinking, and he did not directly answer Xue Qinghe's question. Instead, he asked a question. Xue Qinghe had become inflated, and it was not feasible to speak directly to him. He had to be made to understand. To be honest, Jiang Yu was also a bit tired. Xue Qinghe was really not suited to be a ruler. He was too inflated to the point that Jiang Yu had to remind him every time. Xue Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't that he didn't have an answer, but rather that he knew even if he provided an answer, it would be different from Jiang Yu's. And Jiang Yu would always refute him. Jiang Yu glanced faintly at Xue Qinghe, a hint of speechlessness flashing in his eyes. The most fundamental component of a country is its land, followed by the people on that land, then culture, and after that, the officials who establish stable social institutions. Soul Masters are just a part of the people, and powerful Soul Masters are merely a part of the Soul Masters. How much do you think you occupy within this? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Xue Qinghe, suddenly waking him up. His current power in the Tiandou Empire accounted for a very small part. The current emperor occupies everything. Even the fourth prince, Xue Beng, holds a part of the officials, while you have only recently begun to occupy a small part of the Soul Master's power. Although powerful Soul Masters can decide many things, especially those at the level of the Senior Dugu, it makes a difference. But if the emperor intervenes, do you think you would still be secure? So you should wake up. We are far from having the ability to determine the situation, Jiang Yu said meaningfully. Xue Qinghe felt a bit of a headache from Jiang Yu's words, pressing his temples and saying, will Father Emperor intervene? Who knows? Jiang Yu casually replied, his gaze drifting elsewhere. It all depends on whether he wants you to be emperor and inherit the throne. If he doesn't want that, he will definitely intervene. And I guarantee that you won't see through his methods. Not even I might. This is why Jiang Yu never engages in empty talk. He keeps power firmly in his hands. As long as I hold onto this core foundation, no matter how much you plot, it will be easily resolved by me. Chapter 46, Change of Mindset. Jiang Yu's words left Xue Qinghe completely silent, and even his expression darkened a bit. Douluo, who was beside him, suddenly said unhappily, "You little monster, does that mean I seem completely useless in your eyes?" "Senior Douluo, I didn't say that at all," Jiang Yu quickly clarified. "Senior Douluo is very important. You must know that once the news of your joining the Crown Prince's mansion is made public, it will astonish many people, and their perspectives on the situation will change significantly. This is also a crucial reason why Jiang Yu invited Douluo. He is a powerful asset capable of altering the current situation." "Then why did you say that just now?" Douluo asked, glancing at Xue Qinghe, whose face was still dark. In fact, Douluo had noticed Xue Qinghe's bad mood and spoke up to ease the tension. After all, he had just defected. If word got out that his defection had caused Xue Qinghe's bad mood, how could he possibly stick around? Would he still have a place to stay? Jiang Yu immediately realized that Douluo was trying to ease the atmosphere. He calculated in his mind and decided to reveal some information, as Xue Qinghe's mindset was not good. After all, the emperor would definitely intervene. If you think about the current situation, it is actually the emperor who has been maintaining a balance for many years, keeping the power of the crown prince and the fourth prince roughly equal. After all, he is getting old, and it is difficult for him to have heirs. The deaths of the second prince and the third prince in recent years have made the emperor a bit sensitive. He does not want to see one side's heir grow strong and then cause conflict leading to disastrous outcomes. Therefore, the emperor will definitely take action to curb the crown prince's growth and power, as the strength he has already displayed has greatly affected the balance. After speaking, Jiang Yu glanced at Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a flicker of panic, surprise, and gloom flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. "Am I being suspected?" Xue Qinghe thought to himself. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's reminder, he might never have realized this point. So, why is Douluo also a bit surprised? Jiang Yu interrupted Douluo's words. "Senior Douluo, I know what you want to say, but this is necessary. The struggle for the throne has never been predetermined. It relies on competition. The current emperor's ascension was not smooth sailing. The process was filled with bloodshed and turmoil, and people's hearts were in turmoil. I understand the emperor's thoughts. He doesn't want his juniors to fight fiercely for the throne, but isn't this a bit too biased? Besides reputation and public support, what substantial things does the crown prince have? I can't think of anything that the future crown prince can use to compete." Jiang Yu said unhappily. This was the first time he expressed his dissatisfaction, even if it was just an act. In the original work, without the support of the Wuhuan Palace, winning with just Xue Qinghe's hand would be a miracle. Reputation is illusory, and the support of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect is also illusory. In the adult world, it's all about interests and power. Without these two things, why would anyone support you? And how could you win in the end? If you can't even play the game, then why should we all play? Jiang Yu refused to indulge him. "Your rules are so trashy. Why should I play by your rules?" Douluo was at a loss for words, never having thought that royal matters could be so complicated, leaving him completely stunned. Aren't we all human? Is it really necessary to be so calculating? "All right, Jiang Yu, you don't have to say anymore. I already understand what I need to do," Xue Qinghe interrupted. "And thank you, Senior Douluo, for explaining for me just now. I'm really sorry that you had to see me in such a situation right after you joined." Xue Qinghe expressed his gratitude and apologies to Douluo. Now he had recovered, realizing that Jiang Yu's words were actually for his own good, which made him feel touched, but also added pressure and responsibility. "I was indeed too naive, thinking that it wouldn't matter even if I failed. My thoughts were so simple, never considering so much. From now on, I am no longer alone," Xue Qinghe silently thought, and his mindset had changed somewhat. In fact, Xue Qinghe's problem had always been present, and Jiang Yu had seen it but found it hard to resolve. Because Xue Qinghe was a spy and held a high position, everything had gone too smoothly for him, so he subconsciously did not take this matter too seriously. After all, even if he failed, there was still a way out. This mindset was not suitable for a ruler. Therefore, Jiang Yu had been planning to change Xue Qinghe's mindset, to burden him with responsibility, making him understand that behind him, besides the Wuhuan Palace, there was a group of people supporting him. If he failed, not everyone could retreat and scathe like he could. It seemed that this had some effect. Xue Qinghe's transformation brought Jiang Yu a sense of relief. Finally, there has been a change, but it's only for the better, and there is still more to do. "Your Highness," the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Zhongzhu, has come to visit. Just then, as Xue Qinghe was changing, Ning Fengzhi arrived, accompanied by sword Douluo Continent. Bon Doa Gurong did not come, but stayed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After all, this was not a visit to Dugubo's residence. Teacher, you are here. Xue Qinghe quickly adjusted his state and smiled at Ning Fengzhi, who walked in. Qinghe, as soon as I entered, I saw you three, and I immediately understood that you had just been talking, Ning Fengzhi said. However, the aura around Xue Qinghe surprised Ning Fengzhi slightly. It seemed that only a little had changed, but the overall impression was drastically different. If Xue Qinghe's previous demeanor was that of a gentle and refined nobleman, then the current Xue Qinghe was like a sharp and confident king, radiating strong self-assurance. Although it was just a little change, it was sharp, dazzling, and eye-catching. So much so that Ning Fengzhi noticed Xue Qinghe's transformation at a glance. Qinghe, you've changed. You look more like a crown prince now, Ning Fengzhi said, his tone complex and filled with relief. Xue Qinghe did not deny it. Teacher, everyone will change. It's just that I was a bit late, but it's not too late. It seemed that during this time, Qinghe had undergone changes that Ning Fengzhi was unaware of. Was it due to external rumors? Or was it because of Jiang Yu? Ning Fengzhi casually glanced at Jiang Yu, but could not discern any information. Jiang Yu's expression had not changed much. Not want to dwell on this. Ning Fengzhi looked at Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, the reason I came this time. I believe you already know, right? Xue Qinghe nodded. Jiang Yu's already reported this to me. So, teacher, you can speak directly. What Jiang Yu said is what I mean. A hint of apology flashed across Ning Fengzhi's face. I'm sorry, Qinghe. This time the cooperation bypassed you beforehand. It was my oversight, and I apologize to you. Teacher, you're too polite. How could I blame you? Xue Qinghe smiled slightly, accepting Ning Fengzhi's apology. Today, I realize that my relationship with the teacher isn't as good as I imagined. In that case, I can rest assured, Ning Fengzhi said with a relieved smile. But inside he felt quite heavy. Jiang Yu, come over and talk to the teacher about this cooperation matter. Xue Qinghe signaled Jiang Yu behind him. Jiang Yu approached from Dugubo's side and stood next to Xue Qinghe. I have met Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo. Jiang Yu greeted Ning Fengzhi and Qian. Since we have already established our basic intentions, let's keep it brief this time, Jiang Yu suggested. Sure, Ning Fengzhi responded, indicating no issues. Long before, at Dugubo's residence, Jiang Yu and Ning Fengzhi had already confirmed their basic intentions, so a simpler approach was better. However, Ning Fengzhi was a bit concerned that Xue Qinghe might not be willing, and he looked at Xue Qinghe. To his surprise, Xue Qinghe was completely unconcerned, no problem. Ning Fengzhi then felt relieved, but he noticed that his disciple's thoughts were much deeper than previously expressed. Chapter 47. Finalizing details due to confidentiality concerns. I will temporarily make this agreement a verbal one. I hope Sect Master Ning can understand, Jiang Yu said to Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi furrowed his brows, not quite understanding Jiang Yu's meaning. What did this verbal agreement entail? It means that the cooperation between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Crown Prince's Mansion will not have any written documents. All cooperation is based on our conversation. The purpose of this approach is to maintain secrecy. The Crown Prince's Mansion's future strategy leans towards being low-key. Being too ostentatious is not acceptable. This cooperation will be primarily represented by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the Crown Prince's Mansion will merely serve as a backdrop, Jiang Yu explained. Of course, Jiang Yu is only stating the surface meaning. The actual cooperation would still be based on the previous agreement. This seems different from what was discussed before. Ning Fengzhi recalled that Jiang Yu did not say it this way earlier. The specific cooperation matters will still follow the previous agreements, but outwardly, it will appear that the Crown Prince's Mansion occupies a very small part, with the main part being the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu stated. What is the purpose of this? Ning Fengzhi asked. For outsiders to see, Jiang Yu did not elaborate further. Both Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. After the earlier conversation with Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe quickly understood that this was meant for his father to see, and Jiang Yu indeed had that intention. However, Ning Fengzhi did not think so. He believed the external audience was much broader, and Jiang Yu's goal should be to show it to all other forces. But was it really necessary? Hadn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School already agreed to help him with the current turmoil? Okay, Ning Fengzhi ultimately nodded in agreement. As long as the specific content did not change, it was fine. From an outsider's perspective, having the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the main publisher would be more beneficial for them. All right, let's continue discussing. The address for the publishing house established by both parties will be in Tiandou City. The exact location is flexible, but must be within the control of both parties. The name must be Tiandou Publishing House. The work involved will include publishing books, printing newspapers, issuing periodicals, guiding public opinion, and collecting intelligence. The industries involved will span various sectors, not limited to soul masters, but also ordinary people. The content to be published must be jointly confirmed by both parties before release. The business model will be commercial, fully managed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but the general direction must be guided by the Crown Prince's mansion. How does that sound? Sect Master Ning. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he looked at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment. There were some terms Jiang Yu used that he had not heard before, but he understood the overall meaning very clearly. The implication was that the management would be decided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the development would be determined by the Prince's mansion. Yes, that's about the gist of it, Jiang Yu nodded. Essentially, it means that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School just needs to focus on their own work, while what to do will be decided by the Prince's mansion, which has a bit of a pulling a fast-one connotation, as it seems the Prince's mansion hasn't contributed much. All right, I have no objections, Ning Fengzhi directly agreed. This surprised Jiang Yu a bit. He had thought Ning Fengzhi would have some minor objections and was prepared to explain further. Now it seemed unnecessary. Truly. He was the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, truly a cunning old fox. Next came the personnel issue. The people recruited by the Tiandou Publishing House must belong to the Tiandou Publishing House, Jiang Yu said again. This is actually to prevent any factional splits, for now. It's essential to maintain a united front, and we can discuss future situations later. All right, are there any requirements for the recruits? Ning Fengzhi asked. Requirements? They must have good writing skills, and ordinary people who are not soul masters can also apply. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and replied. There is still a hierarchy of discrimination in Douluo Continent. Ordinary people have almost no presence, as can be seen from the original work, where there are hardly any ordinary people. Only Tang Yuehua can barely be considered one, and she even has her own domain. Her identity is still a direct disciple of the Haoyan school, with two titled Douluo brothers. If we call her ordinary, she is truly not ordinary. She is the only openly recognized disciple of the Haoyan school. Perhaps due to being too weak, she hasn't attracted others' targeting. However, Jiang Yu was a bit curious about how she would react to the upcoming actions. Ning Fengzhi should also know about Tang Yuehua's existence, Jiang Yu thought silently. He definitely knows, but he keeps it to himself. Must the writing skills be that good? This left Ning Fengzhi in a bit of a dilemma. He pondered that he had many connections, but finding someone with good writing skills was still somewhat difficult. Finding suitable soul masters was manageable. Do you think such people are hard to find? Actually, that's not necessary to think. Such people are readily available. Ning Zhongzhu just needs to grab a few of those who spread rumors this time, Jiang Yu reminded him. Previously, Jiang Yu had looked over the materials Ning Fengzhi provided, and the writing skills of those people made him feel a bit inferior. These were all talents. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fengzhi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method. All right, let's do it this way. Jiang Yu nodded, and the last few points were left. All matters regarding the prince's mansion would be handled by the Crown Prince. I will fully hand over the development plan to His Highness the Crown Prince, and everything will be decided by His Highness. This, Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe frowned simultaneously, not quite understanding Jiang Yu's actions. After all, he was the one who understood this cooperation the most. You are the initiator of this cooperation, so you should be responsible for it, Xue Qinghe said with a frown, thinking that Jiang Yu was doing this to avoid suspicion. He really didn't care at all. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. Your Highness, have you forgotten that I still need to go to school? This is the edict of His Majesty. It was originally meant to prevent him from causing trouble around Xue Qinghe. Staying with Dugabo was one thing. No one dared to say anything about Dugabo. If Jiang Yu stayed in the prince's mansion, it would mean he was disobeying the emperor's orders. In this special period, it would just give the opponent leverage against him. Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengzhi, I have to admit, if it weren't for Jiang Yu reminding us, we would have indeed forgotten that Jiang Yu has to go to school and cannot skip it. This is the will of the emperor of the Tiandou Empire. All right, Sect Master Ning, don't worry. His Highness is very capable. Just trust His Highness, Jiang Yu comforted. This made Xue Qinghe feel a bit guilty. He knew his own situation and that he didn't understand anything at all. In the end, he made a little addition. The establishment of the publishing house must wait until the matter between the Haoyan school and the Wuhuan temple has fermented. This way, it could eliminate the suspicions directed at him and would not affect the subsequent guidance of public opinion, Jiang Yu reminded. At that time, His Highness would stand from an emotional perspective to criticize the Wuhuan Temple for not understanding love, arguing that love is sacred and must be respected even between humans and soul beasts. Meanwhile, I will stand from the perspective of the Wuhuan Temple, supporting their actions as entirely correct. Sect Master Ning would then be there to mediate, seizing the opportunity to promote the publishing house's reputation, ensuring that people remember it. Jiang Yu's approach is essentially creating disputes, generating topics, and establishing authority to make a name for himself. Aside from being a bit unethical, it's quite good. Moreover, Jiang Yu has decided to deepen the character of Xue Qinghe in this incident, shaping him into a loyal and loving prince, which is beneficial for enhancing Xue Qinghe's reputation. That's fine. No problem. Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe both agreed. Jiang Yu had already discussed this with Ning Fengzhi, and he also took the time to mention it to Xue Qinghe. Then I'll trouble the teacher to take on more responsibility. After that, Xue Qinghe looked at Ning Fengzhi, his face full of smiles. Ning Fengzhi also laughed heartily, saying, "It's not you who needs to take on responsibility, but me as your teacher." The smooth cooperation created a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere, but what they were truly thinking in their hearts, perhaps only the two of them knew. Jiang Yu expressed that he was a bit unable to stand it. Chapter 48, Private Matters. Time quietly passed. The details of this cooperation had been gradually completed during the detailed discussions between both parties, and finally, the final cooperation plan was confirmed. Ning Fengzhi also stood up, ready to take his leave. Since the cooperation has been finalized, I should also take my leave. Qinghe, this is our first collaboration, right? Ning Fengzhi stood up and smiled at Xue Qinghe. He was very satisfied and pleased with this cooperation. Yes, teacher. I hope this collaboration will not affect the relationship between us. Xue Qinghe also stood up and said, "Haha, it won't." Ning Fengzhi replied with a smile. In fact, from their conversation, it could be seen that although there were many calculations between the two, their relationship had become closer. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Interests are the bond that maintains the relationship between the two. Now, the interest chain between Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe had become larger, naturally bringing them closer together. "Uncle Ning, please stay." Just as Ning Fengzhi was about to leave, Jiang Yu spoke up to keep him, and he still used the title Uncle Ning. This indicated that Jiang Yu wanted to discuss something private rather than official matters, and it was in front of Xue Qinghe, which meant this matter had something to do with Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengzhi's expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Jiang Yu with a beaming smile. "Jiang Yu, do you have something to say to me?" "Of course, so please, Uncle Ning, stay for a moment." Jiang Yu's expression held a hint of hesitation. This could not escape the notice of everyone present. It was too obvious, so Ning Fengzhi was very curious about what Jiang Yu wanted to talk to him about. "Uncle Ning, do you remember the matter I mentioned when we first spoke?" Jiang Yu said. This happened just a month ago, and Ning Fengzhi certainly remembered. "Of course. I remember. What's wrong?" "Wait, could it be that you?" Ning Fengzhi's eyes flashed with surprise. He recalled that Jiang Yu had mentioned seeking his help after having suitable interests. Could it be that Jiang Yu already had interests that could impress him? "Well, I already have suitable interests in hand," Jiang Yu said directly, without beating around the bush. "Moreover, I can guarantee that this is a condition that Uncle Ning absolutely cannot refuse." Jiang Yu wouldn't be aimless, so he must have something in his hands. "But what could it be?" Ning Fengzhi asked. "I can't say yet. Before the relationship between both parties reaches a certain level, I can only say that Uncle Ning definitely won't be able to refuse." Jiang Yu's expression was quite stubborn. In fact, he was a bit hesitant, but he decided to go through with it for the sake of the plan. "What level does the relationship need to reach?" "That depends on what Uncle Ning considers to be that level," Jiang Yu said, revealing a hint of a smile. This made Ning Fengzhi chuckle. "You little rascal. Just say what you need to say directly. There's no need to hide it or beat around the bush." Jiang Yu also smiled. "Then I'll speak frankly?" "Go ahead. I won't mind," Ning Fengzhi said with a smile. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has become in-laws with the prince's mansion. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, the entire hall fell into silence. Ning Fengzhi's smile completely vanished, and he looked at Jiang Yu with an incredibly indifferent expression, saying, "My daughter will not be a side consort to Xue Qinghe." Ning Fengzhi understood that Jiang Yu's implication was to marry his daughter to Xue Qinghe, not to himself. Only in this way could they become in-laws with the crown prince's residence. But this was clearly impossible, not to mention that it was merely a preliminary condition. Could Jiang Yu really offer such substantial benefits? "I know, but I can't rest easy otherwise," Jiang Yu said, also putting away his smile and looking at Ning Fengzhi with indifference. Both sides refused to back down, and the atmosphere fell silent again. Only Xue Qinghe looked dark and gloomy. He had thought that this matter would primarily concern Jiang Yu, and he would just listen. But what did this mean? Are your private matters now my private matters? Hey, aren't you going to consider my feelings? Xue Qinghe's tone was somewhat resentful, wanting to interrupt, but not wanting to do so. Yet, they were discussing his marriage while sidelining him as the party involved. Let me tell you, you're going too far. However, at that moment, it seemed that neither of them heard Xue Qinghe's words. It could be said that if the benefits were really that substantial, Xue Qinghe's opinion was actually of no importance at all, and he understood this point as well. My daughter's marriage should be decided by her, so I will not interfere with her choice, Ning Fengzhi said, staring into Jiang Yu's eyes, enunciating each word. But parents' opinions also need to be considered, and feelings can be cultivated. This does not interfere with her choice. His Royal Highness will not disappoint Uncle Ning in this regard. Jiang Yu retorted, equally unyielding. Both sides held strong wills that were fundamentally unshakable, but Jiang Yu was a bit more fearless. It was fine if they couldn't reach an agreement this time. He was merely testing the waters. Ning Fengzhi stared into Jiang Yu's eyes, trying to see through his heart, but could find nothing, only a placid surface. My Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects. My daughter must be the legitimate wife. Ning Fengzhi's words softened a bit. This surprised everyone present, including Xue Qinghe, who did not expect his teacher to actually relent. The Crown Prince's wife has no rank distinctions. All are legitimate wives. His Royal Highness will handle this matter well, Jiang Yu continued. By this point, Ning Fengzhi hesitated considerably. After a long contemplation, Ning Fengzhi finally spoke. I need to think it over. Of course, even if it doesn't work out, it won't affect our cooperation. Uncle Ning can treat this as a little joke from me, Jiang Yu said with a smile. It was as if this matter was truly unimportant. But Jiang Yu understood how significant it was for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhi also sensed this a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated. In the end, Ning Fengzhi gave Jiang Yu a deep glance, did not respond further, and directly left with the sword Douluo. Jiang Yu watched them leave until their figures exited the hall, at which point a genuine smile appeared on his face. It seemed it was successful. If Ning Fengzhi had any thoughts of refusal at the beginning, by the end, that idea had disappeared. He spoke of considering, but in fact he had agreed. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a powerful family. Despite Ning Fengzhi's evident affection for Ning Rongrong, as long as the benefits were enough, Ning Fengzhi would also make a choice. Ultimately, it was about sacrificing his daughter's happiness. But as long as the benefits were great enough, it was all worth it. Jiang Yu understands the thoughts of these noble families very well. Profit is paramount. This is something that cannot be avoided even in the Douluo Continent. However, I'm a bit worried about how much impact my actions will have in the future. Jiang Yu. The voice of Xue Qinghe came from the side, interrupting Jiang Yu's train of thought. Your Highness, what is it? Jiang Yu hadn't finished speaking when he saw a fist the size of a clay pot coming towards his face. The slender palm curled into a fist as big as a clay pot, growing larger and larger in Jiang Yu's eyes until it slammed hard against his eye socket. Bang! Jiang Yu was knocked away and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Confused, questions kept popping up in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What happened to me? Fortunately, with the remaining consciousness, Jiang Yu realized that he had been hit by Xue Qinghe, and it was a slap to the face. Was this the first time? For some reason, this question suddenly sprang to mind. You bastard, I asked you to mess around with marriage fate, to say whatever you want. Can it be resolved? Won't you be disappointed? How will you handle it? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? At this moment, Xue Qinghe's emotions were a bit out of control, completely erupting after Ning Fengzhi left. He punched Jiang Yu down and, not feeling satisfied, rushed up to kick Jiang Yu a few more times. He didn't expect Ning Fengzhi to hesitate. What kind of situation is this? I'm a woman. A woman. Do you know what a woman is? Women can't marry wives. You only marry three. How am I supposed to face them in the future? On the side, Douluo silently turned his face away and covered his ears. I didn't see anything, nor did I hear anything. Xue Qinghe's image once again refreshed Douluo's perception. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu lay silently on the ground, holding his head, letting Xue Qinghe vent his emotions. Well, I have to admit he made a mistake. He didn't expect Xue Qinghe's opinion to be so strong. It's just marrying 3 wives. You know how many men's dreams that is? It's not like I asked you to marry ugly ones. All 3 are beauties, okay? Plus, they carry significant political resources. If this were to fall on Xue Bong, he would be laughing like a fool. Finally, Xue Qinghe stopped, not continuing any further, and Jiang Yu had the chance to speak. That prince, Ning Zhongzhu and the others haven't gone far. The implication was that your shouting might be heard by them. Originally, Xue Qinghe was ready to stop, but upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, he became even angrier and hit harder. This time, Jiang Yu couldn't help but scream. It hurt too much. Chapter 49. Determination outside the door. Ning Fengzhi and Sword Douluo Continent, who were not far away, felt a bit speechless. Both of them were powerful soul masters, and naturally, the conversation inside reached their ears. To be honest, they really didn't expect Xue Qinghe's emotions to be so intense. Should we say Jiang Yu was a bit excessive? Probably. After all, Ning Fengzhi had been Xue Qinghe's teacher for so long and understood him quite well. His disciple didn't have much interest in relationships between men and women. And in just over a month, under Jiang Yu's planning, Xue Qinghe seemed to have become a lustful ghost, marrying several people, which was truly a bit too much for him. However, if it were someone else, they would probably be very happy. This was substantial political capital. A smile appeared on Ning Fengzhi's face, finding it somewhat amusing. Not wanting to watch the joke anymore. Ning Fengzhi took Sword Douluo back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it was obvious that Sword Douluo had a lot to say. Sure enough, once they returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qinshin's expression became a bit impatient as he pulled Ning Fengzhi and asked, "Fengzhi, are you really going to marry Rongrong to the prince? Won't that be disrespecting Rongrong's wishes?" Qinshin's words attracted Gu Rong's attention, and upon hearing Qinshin's words, Gu Rong's brows furrowed tightly. "Fengzhi, is this true?" Both elders treated Ning Rongrong like a granddaughter and naturally did not want such an unwanted will imposed on her. "Perhaps it is true," Ning Fengzhi said with a somewhat melancholic expression. Looking at the ceiling above, his emotions were very complicated. The two elders who had followed Ning Fengzhi for a long time understood from his words that he had probably already agreed in his heart. Otherwise, he would have directly refused. Just because of that kid's words? Why? Qinshin's tone carried a hint of anger. Just because of what that kid said. You are prepared to sacrifice your daughter's happiness. Qinshin did not understand, and Gu Rong also did not understand. Was this still the Ning Fengzhi they knew? Just a child's words could sway him and sacrifice his familial affection? Ning Fengzhi withdrew his gaze and looked at the two elders who had been like family to him. It's not just that one statement. It's also that kid's character and attitude. That's not enough. Rongrong is your daughter, Qinshin directly stated. Just because she is my daughter, I'm prepared to agree. For that so-called condition, I cannot refuse. I have decided to take a gamble. Rongrong. Ning Fengzhi's voice was incredibly deep, yet filled with determination, not to be changed. If what Jiang Yu said is false, then naturally there's nothing to worry about. But what if it's true? Ning Fengzhi could sense that Jiang Yu's words and attitude were too strange. Almost as if he was not truly willing to hand over that thing to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Knowing full well that the condition would be hard to agree to, Jiang Yu still resolutely brought it up, and it was even a precondition. This meant that without reaching that relationship, they wouldn't even know anything. An irrefusable condition. I, Ning Fengzhi, want to see what in this world I cannot refuse. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he must prioritize the school first. Qinshin and Gu Rong fell silent. Ultimately, Ning Fengzhi was first and foremost the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, then Rongrong's father. He had the most authority in this matter. Fengzhi, can we not change the terms? Or should we just capture him? Gu Rong suggested, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Ning Fengzhi shook his head, refusing. It's difficult. Just as he said, he can't trust us, which is why he decided to use this method. Moreover, we are currently cooperating. Capturing him is not possible, as it would affect the subsequent cooperation, which is crucial for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He then looked at Qinshin and Uncle Jian. Do you still remember that blue silvergrass? I remember. You mentioned bringing that blue silvergrass back. Yes, but the personnel who executed the mission returned yesterday, and that blue silvergrass has disappeared. According to the traces left on site, it was moved from below. A serious expression flashed across Ning Fengzhi's face. How is that possible? Qinshin looked very surprised. Plant-type soul beasts could not be moved without a certain level of strength. Nothing is impossible. That kid is too mysterious. Even his abilities and knowledge are very enigmatic. Just like this time, he can bring out such substantial interest for cooperation, Ning Fengzhi said in a deep voice. This was also why Ning Fengzhi agreed, as he could not grasp what Jiang Yu had that was truly irrefusable. What if there is? Besides, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not afraid of Jiang Yu deceiving them. Jiang Yu surely understood this, so he most likely had something that could sway them. Uncle Jian, you should make a trip and bring Rongrong back. This time I owe her. I originally wanted her to have a happy childhood, but it seems that is impossible. I should take on some family responsibilities now. Ning Fengzhi said very calmly. Qianxin fell silent for a moment. All right. After that, Douluo Qianxin left Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and headed towards Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzhi slowly walked to the window he often frequented, looking at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School outside, lost in thought. Jiang Yu, what exactly are you plotting? Why do you want to strengthen the relationship between Qinghe and me in this way? Ning Fengzhi's thoughts kept changing in his mind, but he couldn't grasp Jiang Yu's true intentions. A condition he couldn't refuse, whatever it was, could exchange greater benefits from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, allowing the prince's mansion to gain even stronger support. But Jiang Yu used it this way. Ning Fengzhi was sure his goal was to enhance the relationship between the two parties. However, a married daughter is like spilled water. Jiang Yu should understand this principle. So what exactly is he plotting? Fengzhi, you seem troubled, Douluo said as he took on the responsibility of protecting Ning Fengzhi after Douluo left, standing beside him. Uncle Bone, a little, Ning Fengzhi admitted. I'm wondering what that kid is really planning. Maybe he isn't planning anything. Perhaps you're overthinking it. After all, he's still so young. Gu Rong said, having only seen Jiang Yu once. He didn't feel much about it, merely thinking he was a young genius. Ning Fengzhi shook his head. Uncle Bone, you don't understand. The moment I saw him, I knew he couldn't be treated like child. His thoughts are too profound. No one knows what he is thinking, not even Qinghe. So his actions this time must be calculated. Gu Rong didn't reply, and Ning Fengzhi didn't intend to stop. It's just a pity I can't figure out. The situation in Tiandou City is becoming increasingly chaotic. From the moment that kid entered the game, many things have become ambiguous. More and more people are being forced to get involved, and even His Majesty has waded in. Numerous forces are stirring up this small pool of water, making it murky, hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. I know that kid wants to fish in troubled waters. I even know what fish he wants, but I don't know what method he will use to obtain it, which is what concerns me the most. Many of his actions are unclear to me, but the results he achieves exceed my expectations, Ning Fengzhi said with a deep expression. So is he an enemy? Gu Rong asked. No, but not a friend either. Clearly, Jiang Yu's actions were aimed at bringing them closer together, so he couldn't be considered an enemy. However, Ning Fengzhi also felt they weren't friends, more like collaborators maintaining mutual benefits. Since he's not a friend, then it's fine. Wait for Rongrong to come back and see what he really wants, Gu Rong said. Uncle Bone, you don't oppose it anymore? Ning Fengzhi sutendismidet. Does opposing it matter? After all, you are Rongrong's father, Gu Rong said helplessly. The two exchanged knowing smiles and said no more. After a swift journey, Qianxin arrived at Douluo City and reached Shrek Academy. Sitting in his office, Flinder immediately sensed a powerful aura approaching. His face turning pale with shock as he hurried out to check the situation, only to find it was Douluo, whom he had met before. He quickly approached and saluted. Flinder has seen Douluo. May I ask why you have come this time? I am here to find Rongrong. Bring her to see me, Qianxin said. A hint of difficulty appeared on Flinder's face. What? They went out again? That's not it. It's just that Ning Rongrong is currently training and may not be able to come. Could you please wait a moment, Douluo? Flinder said apologetically. After all, Flinder had agreed with the master not to interfere with the training, and it wasn't appropriate to disturb it now. No, bring her to see me now. Qianxin's words were filled with undeniable authority. Although a bit surprised, Flinder didn't dare to defy him and hurried to find Ning Rongrong at her training location. Qianxin watched Flinder leave and sighed inwardly. Chapter 50. Ning Rongrong's departure. Flinder didn't take long to bring Ning Rongrong over. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was drenched in sweat, her face a bit pale, carrying a large basket on her back filled with heavy stones. However, she was in good spirits, full of vitality. Seeing the scene made Qianxin feel a bit heartbroken. His little princess had never endured such hardships. Ning Rongrong, however, was still unaware of why Flinder had brought her over. But upon seeing Qianxin, her heart filled with surprise, and she immediately rushed over. Grandpa Sword, why are you here? Are you here to see Rongrong? Ning Rongrong sighed playfully. Qianxin gently touched Ning Rongrong's head, his eyes filled with tenderness, but her question made it difficult for him to answer. He hesitated before finally asking, Rongrong, how have you been here? Has anyone bullied you? Douluo's question made Flinder's heart race, fearing that if Ning Rongrong spoke without restraint, he would end up like Zhao Wujia. After all, Flinder had initially given Ning Rongrong quite a scare. Who would dare bully me? Ning Rongrong said proudly, choosing to hide some of the facts. This made Flinder breathe a sigh of relief. Qianxin, who was beside them, didn't notice and smiled knowingly. Indeed, Only when his little which bullied others would anyone dare to bully her. Grandpa Sword, I am doing very well here. Although the conditions here are not as good as at home, I feel very fulfilled. I train every day and feel that I have become much stronger. And I have made many friends. Ning Rongrong recounted all that had happened during this time at Qianxin. Qianxin listened patiently, feeling very pleased, thinking his little, which had grown up. However, just thinking about the purpose of his visit made Qianxin feel a bit reluctant. By the way, Grandpa Sword, you haven't said why you came here yet. After finishing, Ning Rongrong asked curiously. This time, Qianxin paused for a moment, not choosing to evade. I'm here to take you back. Ning Rongrong instantly exploded with anger. I don't want to go back, Grandpa Sword. I don't want to. Sigh. Qianxin sighed. Rongrong, I know you're doing very well here and have grown a lot, but the decision to bring you back was made by your father, so you must go back. Impossible. Father wouldn't do this. Ning Rongrong's face was filled with disbelief, not understanding why her father, who had always loved her, would make such a decision. But Qianxin's expression seemed to tell Ning Rongrong that this was the truth. Grandpa Sword, do you and Uncle Bone think the same way? Ning Rongrong's expression was a bit forlorn. Rongrong, you know that we cannot go against your father's decision. Qian Renxue sighed and ultimately spoke the harsh truth. At this moment, Ning Rongrong fell into complete silence, resigned to her fate. She could not resist. She had to go back. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she knew what this meant. The order came not only from her father, but also from the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, she felt a bit reluctant to leave everything behind. Although her month-long life here was not long, it made Ning Rongrong feel as if she truly belonged here. Despite some unpleasant experiences, overall, she had been very happy and had found her own value. Grandpa Jian, can you give me some time? I want to say goodbye to everyone. Ning Rongrong's eyes were a bit red, with tears continuously swirling in her eyes. All right. Qian Renxue ultimately did not refuse and agreed. Watching Ning Rongrong leave, he then turned his gaze to Flender. I'm sorry, Dean Flender, for causing you some trouble. Rongrong probably won't be able to continue studying here. Thank you for taking care of her during this time. Qian Renxue bowed to Flender, representing a parent's gratitude. No. Flender waved his hands repeatedly. As this was a title Douluo, Senior Jian Douluo, may I ask why you have to let Ning Rongrong go back? Flender finally couldn't help but ask. This is inconvenient to disclose. Qian Renxue refused. That is presumptuous of me. Flender wisely kept quiet. It was clear that Qian Renxue had very important reasons for sending Ning Rongrong back, and given the current situation, it seemed she would not return. Thinking of this, Flender couldn't help but sigh. After a month of training, everyone had built a very good relationship, yet they had to part ways at this moment. He imagined that those little ones might find it hard to accept. Flender could guess what kind of feelings those little ones would have in their hearts. However, what Flender did not expect was that Ning Rongrong would so easily agree to go home. Clearly, her previous behavior did not seem like that of a very obedient child. In fact, Flender was mistaken in this regard. Although Ning Rongrong was mischievous, she had still received the education of a noble family. If her family needed her, she would definitely return. This was unchangeable. After all, her family had given her everything she had now, unlike in later generations when Ning Rongrong would have the power to decide her own fate. Now, she had to abide by her family's and her father's decisions. Time passed second by second, and the sun in the sky gradually set. The evening glow made Shrek Academy seem to be enveloped in a layer of red light, beautiful yet filled with the melancholy of farewell. Qian Renxue stood quietly on the playground, waiting, believing that Ning Rongrong would make her choice. Because she was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had that awareness. Although he felt reluctant to let Ning Rongrong make such a decision at such a young age, they really had no way to refuse it. Flender also did not leave, quietly waiting beside Qian Renxue. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes. In the distance, Ning Rongrong dragged her weary body from the end of the path, each step seeming to exhaust all her strength. Eventually, she reached Qian Renxue's side and spoke. Grandpa Jian, I've said goodbye to everyone. We can go now. Ning Rongrong sighed softly. Qian Renxue slightly opened his eyes, looking at his beloved granddaughter, filled with reluctance. Ning Rongrong's face was extremely pale at this moment, her eyes red, and her tone choked. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong did not say goodbye to everyone. She only completed today's training one last time with them. She performed very well today. Even though her body was exhausted and she felt faint at any moment, she persisted. She did not faint. In fact, she received praise because today she was the only one who stayed awake. This was her first time achieving first place in this group. Let's go. Xue Qinghe sighed and said nothing more. Upon hearing this, Ning Renxue could no longer hold on and fainted, taking up the already unconscious Ning Renxue. Xue Qinghe quickly disappeared from Shrek. Flinder raised his hand, wanted to say something, but ultimately put it down and sighed. Master Yu Xiaojing walked out from behind the building. She has gone. Yeah, a bit reluctant after all, she is our student. Didn't we predict this day long ago? Yu Xiaojing retorted. Indeed, Flinder and Yu Xiaojing had long been aware of Ning Renxue's identity and had anticipated the current situation. After all, these noble families were not as free as ordinary families. If the family did not summon her, she would naturally be free, but if summoned, she had to return. Even so, Flinder sighed. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen just over a month later? What about the kids? Still unclear. After receiving your message and combining it with Ning Renxue's expression at the time, I understood what she wanted to do, so I cooperated. Now, they have all fainted and have not woken up, not knowing that Ning Renxue has left Shrek and will not return. Yu Xiaojing sighed. After guessing Ning Renxue's thoughts, Yu Xiaojing understood she must have wanted to leave behind a good memory, so he intensified the training for the others, leading to everyone fainting. Even Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's disciple, was not spared. Better that they don't know. I really fear they might act irrationally. Flinder exhaled. Over the past month, he had often paid attention to these students and naturally understood that their relationships were very good. If they knew Ning Renxue was leaving, they might do something unpredictable. But it wouldn't be hidden for long. At the latest, they would find out tomorrow. Yu Xiaojing's mood was not good either. After Ning Renxue left, the team that he thought was perfect had a flaw, which was not good news. He didn't know what impact this would bring. Chapter 51. Methods on the Other Side. At the Tiandou Royal Academy, Jiang Yu walked down the corridor of the academy, constantly touching his cheek and occasionally letting out a twitching sound. It was too painful. This was the most serious injury Jiang Yu had ever sustained. Not only did he have 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, but his face was also swollen, covered in bruises of various colors, and every part of his body ached. He couldn't understand what had gotten into Xue Qinghe this time. Why they hit him so hard? Was it really supposed to be such a profound impact the first time? Jiang Yu had some complaints in his heart, but when he thought about what he had done before, he still backed down. A beating was already considered light. If Xue Qinghe found out that he had knowingly committed an offense, it would probably not be resolved with just a beating. Recently, Jiang Yu had been a bit afraid of Xue Qinghe, especially since he had received news yesterday that Ning Renxue had been brought back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school for recuperation and would soon be heading to the prince's mansion. This meant that Xue Qinghe's real troubles were about to begin. Upon hearing this news, Xue Qinghe's expression turned sour. After all, he had treated Ning Renxue like a sister for a long time, and now he was expected to treat her like a wife. Wasn't that a joke? Therefore, Xue Qinghe had not been in a good mood lately, and Jiang Yu thought it would be better to avoid the spotlight. Coincidentally, he had nearly completed the plans he was working on, so he went directly to report to the Tiandou Royal Academy. In truth, Jiang Yu did not want to come, as his injuries had not healed, and his appearance was indeed a bit unsightly. Who knows what kind of power Xue Qinghe used? He just couldn't recover. However, for his own safety, Jiang Yu had decided to swallow his pride completely. Oh, isn't this Jiang Yu? Why do you look so disheveled? Did someone beat you? Just as Jiang Yu was touching his face to relieve the pain, a mocking voice caught his attention. Looking over, he realized it was a familiar face. Huh, I thought who it was. Isn't this the 4th prince? What's wrong? Are you brave enough to go out now? Jiang Yu sneered, refusing to back down. The person in front of Jiang Yu was none other than Xue Beng, the 4th prince, who had not shown his face for a long time. After all, rumors about Xue Beng had been rampant, and anyone who dared to go out would face consequences. For a long time, Xue Beng had been hiding in the residence of Prince Xue, not even daring to go to the palace. Recently, Jiang Yu had started guiding public sentiment towards the Haotian sect to eliminate the impact of the rumors directed at him. Although he had not completely succeeded, the buzz around the Haotian sect had already started to rise. As a result, the intensity of the rumors about Xue Beng naturally diminished, as the public had grown weary of them, making it difficult for the rumors to attract their interest. Xue Beng must have realized that the rumors had faded, which was why he dared to come out to school. Jiang Yu could be considered the first contributor, but unfortunately, Avalanche doesn't seem to appreciate it. This guy has become arrogant, and he will have his good days ahead. Avalanche looked at Jiang Yu with a dark expression, filled with immense anger. This past month could be said to be the darkest month of his life, so naturally, he harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Yu, the culprit. Good days for me? Jiang Yu chuckled, then couldn't help but start analyzing in his mind. Avalanche appeared too suddenly. The rumors had just begun to fade when he showed up, looking a bit impatient. This definitely wasn't a visit just to find me. There must be some action behind it, Jiang Yu thought silently. It seems the Snow Knight Emperor must have taken some action, but I don't know whether he will target the bureaucrats or the military, whether to weaken Xue Qinghe's power or to enhance Avalanche's strength. Although this was just a furious remark from Avalanche, during this period, Jiang Yu thought a lot. He needed to judge the current situation based on Avalanche's current state and deduce their objectives. Indeed, both the Snow Knight Emperor and Avalanche are not fools. They wouldn't easily expose their means and intentions. However, Avalanche needs to maintain his playboy persona, which will inevitably lead to the unintentional release of some important information. And extracting this information is what Jiang Yu needs to do. So it seems the goal should be to enhance Avalanche's strength. Although the Heavenly Empire is powerful and the Snow Knight Emperor holds the title of Emperor, the influence is ultimately limited and cannot affect the Soul Master Clan forces. Jiang Yu glanced at Xue Qinghe and wondered what gave him the confidence to show up right in front of him. It was instinct for a person to act boldly only when they felt secure. It seemed that the fourth prince had been living quite comfortably lately. It hadn't been long since the storm had passed, and he was already eager to find Jiang Yu. Had he received some news? Jiang Yu changed the subject, smiling at Xue Qinghe. What news? What are you talking about? Xue Qinghe's expression slightly changed, and he kept thinking about what Jiang Yu meant by that news. Little did he know that Jiang Yu was not only probing, but also trying to deceive him. Jiang Yu knew that Xue Qinghe was definitely feeling tense lately and wanted to see his reaction. It's nothing, no news. I just noticed that the fourth prince seems quite confident, and I wanted to see what that confidence is based on. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. Xue Qinghe's expression made Jiang Yu feel relieved. He truly didn't know anything. This, however, made Xue Qinghe's face turn a shade of green with anger. Jiang Yu, you're looking for death. Xue Qinghe stared at Jiang Yu, filled with deep resentment. This was not an act, but Xue Qinghe's genuine emotions. He really wanted to kill Jiang Yu. However, in the end, Xue Qinghe held back. It wasn't the right time. Wait for me, I will definitely get my revenge, he said, taking his group of subordinates away. At this moment, Jiang Yu also noticed a small detail. The group of people behind Xue Qinghe seemed unfamiliar to him, and their demeanor and steps indicated that they were not just for show. Their strength must be considerable. It seemed something small had happened recently. Jiang Yu thought silently, then took out a stack of documents to review. These were all recent events. Because Jiang Yu needed to resolve the current rumors quickly, he had focused all his thoughts on establishing a publishing house and tackling the rumors, neglecting the external situation. However, the recent overlooked information had been compiled. Here it is. Jiang Yu finally found the news he was looking for. It was a piece of news from a long time ago, back when Jiang Yu was still with Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor opened the gates of the Tiandou Royal Academy to recruit talented youths from across the country. Jiang Yu sighed quietly after reading it. What a clever move. It was evident that the Snow Knight Emperor's tactics were quite impressive, preparing to greatly enhance Xue Qinghe's control over the country without anyone noticing. This also showed the Snow Knight Emperor's ambition and determination. The recruitment of students was merely a superficial tactic. The real intention of the Snow Knight Emperor was to help Xue Qinghe establish his own circle of power early on, by recruiting the sons of loyal ministers who held real power in the border regions, allowing Xue Qinghe to forge connections. The recruitment mainly targeted the offspring of these individuals. This was a balancing tactic as well as a hint and a favor. In this way, although those ministers might be dissatisfied with such a hostage-like act, they had to consider the implications of the Snow Knight Emperor's hints. If Xue Qinghe really became the emperor of the Tiandou Empire in the future, they could at least claim some merit in supporting him, ensuring a worry-free future for the next generation. It could be said that once the Snow Knight Emperor's plan was flawlessly executed, those who didn't understand the reasoning behind it would have no idea of his true intentions, thinking that his strategies were focused elsewhere, especially in the Douluo world. If Xue Qinghe truly followed his father's arrangements, he would then have the means to confront Xue Qinghe in the future, at the very least being able to split the Tiandou Empire and divide the world. Although soul masters were the mainstream in this world, they were essentially the common people. Once Xue Qinghe gained power, he would possess a vast territory and populace, giving him the capital to compete. However, the most crucial aspect of this matter was that everything went smoothly, without anyone seeing through and causing trouble. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Regardless of whether this guess was true or not, he would not allow the avalanche to proceed so smoothly. He had worked hard for so many years, and Xue Qinghe's influence had always been limited to the vicinity of Tiandou City, never reaching further. So even if there was only a 1% chance, he would not let the avalanche succeed easily. If the avalanche could truly impact local power and the military, it would be very difficult to deal with. The Tiandou Empire was not weak, it was very strong. It only appeared weak because it could not achieve unified governance. Once this problem was resolved, the Tiandou Empire would have the capital to look down upon the entire world. Chapter 52. Contacting Yi Lingling. Thank you for your trouble, Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu said sincerely in the training ground of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Yi Lingling replied coldly, it's fine. It wasn't that Yi Lingling was deliberately acting this way or in a bad mood. It was just that she was that kind of person and did not target anyone. After that, Yi Lingling withdrew her martial soul and stopped speaking, preparing to get up and leave. The first thing Jiang Yu did upon arriving at the academy was not to attend class, but to find Yi Lingling, in addition to wanting her help with treatment. He also wanted to get to know her better. Jiang Yu's injuries were difficult to heal even for him because Xue Qinghe used a special power. He could only come to Yi Lingling to try his luck. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Yi Lingling's healing ability was indeed very strong. In just a short while, the marks on Jiang Yu's face disappeared, and he no longer felt any pain. Moreover, he successfully made contact with Yi Lingling. Hey, wait. Seeing Yi Lingling about to leave, Jiang Yu couldn't let her go and quickly grabbed her hand, which was a bit overstepping. Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red at that moment, even through her veil. The blush on her face was visible. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so bold. It should be noted that no one had ever held Yi Lingling's hand like this before. Hey, let go of me. Before Yi Lingling could say anything, someone nearby couldn't help but intervene, and Whale's Claw was unceremoniously swatted away. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Yu grumbled, rubbing his hand and looking at the person in front of him. The one who swatted his hand was Yu Feng from the Royal Combat Team, who had come to train with his teammates. Jiang Yu's actions had somewhat disturbed everyone's training. However, considering Jiang Yu's strength and his current state, no one said anything. Just before, Jiang Yu had nearly harmed Du Guyan. Although it ultimately brought great benefits to her, it didn't change others' perceptions. The Royal Combat Team still found Jiang Yu very displeasing. That's why Yu Feng swatted Jiang Yu's hand away. After all, it was a bit excessive. What are you doing? I want to ask you what you're doing. Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? Yu Feng said bluntly. This left Jiang Yu a bit speechless, as he thought it was a very normal thing to do. It wasn't really about the gender issue, right? I'm still a kid, you know. TCH, I can't be bothered with you. Jiang Yu contemptuously raised his middle finger. Unfortunately, Yu Feng didn't understand this international gesture, but he knew Jiang Yu meant to insult him. Yu Feng was furious. Do you want to fight or something? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yu retorted defiantly. Enough, what do you two want to do? A loud shout rang out, stopping the two. Just as the situation between Jiang Yu and Yu Feng escalated, Yu Qianheng arrived and intervened. What are you doing here? Yu Qianheng looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of displeasure. He had just stepped out for a bit and returned to find such an unpleasant person. I came to get treated, Jiang Yu said with conviction. Now that you're healed, can you get lost? Yu Qianheng said coldly. Deep down, Yu Qianheng was very displeased with Jiang Yu. If it weren't for the fact that the issue with Du Guyan had already been resolved, he might have wanted to engage in a real fight with Jiang Yu. Ha ha, but I still have a little matter to discuss with Yi Lingling. To be honest, I'm quite interested in her martial soul and would like to invite her to cooperate on some research. Jiang Yu chuckled and said that he was unwilling to leave. He couldn't tell that the people in front of him were actually displeased with him, so it was better to keep it simple and just say it directly. If he came looking for them next time, he wouldn't have any suitable reason. At least now he could express his purpose and avoid a stillborn outcome. Yu Qianheng frowned as he looked at Jiang Yu. To be honest, he scoffed at Jiang Yu's reason. Who wouldn't be interested in Yi Lingling's martial soul? Probably no one. It was the strongest healing support martial soul in the world, without exception. However, Yu Qianheng suddenly recalled the information that had come from home, which included a note to pay attention to Jiang Yu. This sparked a bit of interest in Jiang Yu for him. What you say is useless, and what I say is useless. You must ask Yi Lingling. If she is willing, I have no objections, but if you force her, then I won't be polite with you, Yu Qianheng said coldly, not driving anyone away. This left everyone present stunned, including the one who knew him best, Du Guyan, whose eyes also flashed with confusion. Jiang Yu did not expect Yu Qianheng to choose not to drive people away. This was indeed a bit surprising to him. However, this was just right. Then, Jiang Yu said to Yi Lingling, I wonder if Miss Yi would be willing to cooperate with me? Don't worry, there won't be any danger, and it might even be beneficial for you. A hint of hesitation flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes. She didn't know much about Jiang Yu. They had only met once before, and his strength was decent. But that wasn't enough for her to agree right away. What do you need me to cooperate with? And what is your purpose? Yi Lingling looked at Jiang Yu and asked. Jiang Yu glanced at the people around him who were staring at him, clearly curious about what he intended to do. He then looked at Yi Lingling and said, "It might be a bit inconvenient to talk about it now. Let's find a place to discuss this privately, as it involves a bit of secrecy." Jiang Yu's gaze was very sincere, which made Yi Lingling doubt whether what Jiang Yu said was true. "All right," a clear and cold voice sounded. Yi Lingling's response was still very simple, but the implication indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. She actually agreed, just like that. "Lingling, you look worried." Dubi Yin glanced at Yi Lingling. "Sister Yin, it's fine. I'm just a bit curious," Yi Lingling explained softly, as if the whole situation was extremely ordinary. However, Dubi Yin knew very well that this was not normal at all. From the time she spent with Yi Lingling, she understood that Yi Lingling had nothing to do with the word curious. Straightforward. "Since that's the case, let's find a quieter place," Jiang Yu said with a relaxed expression. "Follow me." After Yi Lingling finished speaking, she turned and walked away, clearly wanting to choose the place herself. Jiang Yu had no objections and followed her. The remaining members of the royal battle team were a bit uneasy, wanting to follow and check on them, but were stopped by Yu Tianheng. "No need to go over. This is Yi Lingling's own choice." Unlike these people, Yu Tianheng knew a bit about Yi Lingling's family. It was a very strange family. Perhaps she sensed something, as the family's intelligence suggested that Jiang Yu might really be a bit special. Yu Tianheng's eyes flickered as he thought. After all, he was aware of the significant events that had happened these days, and it seemed that Jiang Yu was involved in all of them. Perhaps this was also the reason the family wanted me to get in touch with him. Jiang Yu followed Yi Lingling around and finally arrived in front of a dormitory. This dormitory was for girls, and Jiang Yu didn't expect that Yi Lingling would bring him here. "I really didn't expect you to bring me here. Aren't you afraid?" Jiang Yu said with a teasing smile. Yi Lingling's expression was quite calm. "Are you? Don't ask like that. After all, you can't afford to gamble," Jiang Yu replied casually. He certainly couldn't, but what about others? It seemed Yi Lingling saw through Jiang Yu's thoughts and continued. "Don't worry, I've only brought you here over the years." "Then I guess I'm extremely honored," Jiang Yu joked. But Yi Lingling did not respond, just walked ahead with her head down, and her veiled face made it hard for Jiang Yu to see her expression. Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly and followed Yi Lingling into the dormitory. After climbing several flights of stairs, Yi Lingling led Jiang Yu to a relatively secluded dorm room. This was Yi Lingling's dorm, but there was no door number. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, there was only one bed and some items unique to girls, all very tidy, with no unpleasant odors. Just a faint scent of flowers. Jiang Yuan couldn't smell anything. He just found it very peculiar. Chapter 53, My Guess. Closing the door, Yi Lingling called out to Jiang Yu. "Would you like something to drink?" As she walked into the dormitory, Yi Lingling felt as if she had entered her own home, becoming much more relaxed, and she didn't seem as cold as before. "Then a cup of tea, please." Jiang Yu looked around, found a table, pulled out a chair, and sat down casually. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a very special bracelet on the table. It was dark red overall, with a pink begonia flower inside, made up of white and pink petals. The begonia flower was vibrant and graceful, exuding a unique sense of tragic beauty. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Yu immediately felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. It was as if the bracelet, wrapped around the begonia flower, was like flowing blood, filled with the groans of longing. However, the fact that this bracelet was carelessly placed here indicated that its owner did not care much about it. "Is this yours?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but play with it. To be honest, casually handling someone else's belongings is quite impolite. But Jiang Yu couldn't control his hands. Yi Lingling glanced over, then casually looked at the bracelet in Jiang Yu's hand, not blaming him for touching her things. She walked over with 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Jiang Yu and the other in front of herself. "This was left to me by my mother before she passed away." When she said this, Yi Lingling's tone was very calm, as if she didn't have much emotion about it. "I'm sorry," Jiang Yu said, reluctantly putting down the bracelet. Although Yi Lingling didn't seem to care much, it was still related to a deceased person's belongings, and Jiang Yu didn't dare to be too reckless. Yi Lingling took the bracelet back, examined it calmly, her eyes showing no signs of sadness. "You don't need to feel sorry. My mother passed away when she gave birth to me. This bracelet is the only thing she left for me, but I don't actually have much feeling for her." It sounded like an explanation, but more like a narration, recounting something that had nothing to do with herself. After speaking, Yi Lingling placed the bracelet aside and took a shallow sip of the tea in front of her. Jiang Yu also picked up the teacup and took a sip, organizing his words in his mind. "Perhaps your mother loved you very much. Who knows?" Jiang Yu glanced at the bracelet on the table. The dark red bracelet seemed to become even more vibrant after being touched by Yi Lingling, the flowing fluorescence resembling blood. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yi Lingling's eyes seemed to tremble as if they had been stirred. I know, but what can be done about it? Everything has changed, but it has only become more serious. Yi Lingling's words revealed a lot of information, and Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. He then said, "It seems that there's a problem with your family's inheritance. After your mother's death, you became the last inheritor of the nine-heart begonia martial soul. Didn't you?" His words were shocking, like thunder, exploding in Yi Lingling's heart. Yi Lingling put down her teacup and looked deeply at Jiang Yu, confirming that you indeed know. I'm very curious about how you found out. Even before Jiang Yu's strange behavior, Yi Lingling had her suspicions, and now she was even more certain. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, looking at Yi Lingling's calm eyes, and asked, "I guessed it. Do you believe me?" The original text contains very little information about Yi Lingling, only mentioning that her martial soul is extremely rare, with only 2 existing in the world, and that there can only be one owner of the nine-heart begonia martial soul in each generation. Furthermore, there is no mention of the family behind Yi Lingling. If one were to just read the book, Yi Lingling, as a minor character, could easily be overlooked, as she doesn't seem very important. However, delving into this world is different. Jiang Yu is quite curious about Yi Lingling's family, especially since her martial soul is truly powerful. So, Jiang Yu took some time to learn about this family and deduced its inheritance method using some knowledge of modern biology. It seems to be true. Moreover, Yi Lingling's mother actually died right after giving birth to her, which might have been a way of honing the inheritance, and the reasons behind this are certainly thought-provoking. I believe it. After all, this is also a top secret for my family, and no one would leak it, Jiang Yu thought. Yi Lingling quickly accepted Jiang Yu's explanation. Just as Yi Lingling said, her family wouldn't leak secrets because doing so would cause them to lose their current status. The second best auxiliary martial soul in the world. After all, so even if Jiang Yu said it was a guess, she believed it. Her mindset was quite good. It seemed she was well prepared. Jiang Yu took a small sip of tea, thinking to himself. Looking at Yi Lingling, it seemed she had been prepared for a long time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Perhaps her emergence this time was indeed to find a solution to the inheritance issue. Jiang Yu's intelligence indicates that the owner of the nine-heart begonia martial soul generally does not appear in the world. Yi Lingling is the only one in many generations to enroll in the Tiandou Royal Academy as a student. This situation itself is quite abnormal, but few people, like Jiang Yu, take the time to think deeply about it. Since you believe what I've said, why not listen to my thoughts? You might find them interesting. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he looked at Yi Lingling. Jiang Yu's gaze made Yi Lingling feel very uncomfortable, as if she were an item waiting to be traded in his eyes. However, she had no choice but to listen. Jiang Yu was the first person she had encountered in all these years who saw through her family's issues. What are your thoughts? I roughly understood the problems you have when I first met you, and I also have a solution that might help you. But my assistance isn't free, so you understand, right? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Yi Lingling tensed up, feeling a bit uneasy, and her gaze towards Jiang Yu changed. He really did have a way. In fact, she had sensed this feeling when Jiang Yu suggested talking to her earlier. What do you need me to do? Yi Lingling's voice was a bit tense. It was clear that her expression was no longer so cold, revealing feelings typical of a young girl. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't make it too difficult for you. You just need to agree to one condition. After I help you solve your own problems, you must pledge lifelong loyalty to the prince's mansion. Do you understand? This means that from then on, you will no longer belong to your family, but to the prince's mansion. What's easy isn't real." Yi Lingling's expression was filled with shock, not understanding why Jiang Yu would propose such a condition. Why? Yi Lingling asked Jiang Yu with a complex expression. "You don't need to know that. You just need to make a choice," Jiang Yu said, glancing casually at the bracelet on the table. Consider it a good deed. Leaving her family was indeed a difficult choice for Yi Lingling, as she had been educated to be loyal to her family and to sacrifice everything for them. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The mission and choice of her family left Yi Lingling in deep turmoil. When the two were in conflict, she didn't know how to choose. Is it really that hard to choose? Jiang Yu said casually. After all, passing on the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul is your duty. Yet I am asking you to sever ties with your family. But this is my condition. He didn't care about Yi Lingling's feelings. If she wanted to accept his help, this was the most basic condition. Can we change the condition? Even if you want me to. Yi Lingling stammered, her face filled with embarrassment. The calmness of the past was shattered by Jiang Yu's few words, leaving only tension and a deep sense of helplessness as her most genuine expression at that moment. Jiang Yu chuckled softly and glanced at Yi Lingling. Aren't you being a bit presumptuous? For people like us, what matters is your martial soul, not you. What I seek is also that. Jiang Yu's words were like a heavy blow, and Yi Lingling's face instantly turned pale. It was only today that she understood how cruel reality truly is. Jiang Yu made her realize this reality, but he could do nothing to change it. Jiang Yu stood up from his seat. The conversation had reached a point where it was enough. Yi Lingling was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. In fact, she was just an introverted girl, and he felt he had bullied her a bit. I hope you can make your own choice in today's conversation. Don't let your family make the choice for you. Although it doesn't make much difference to me, believe me, your own choice is the best one for you. He added, 3 days from now, I hope you can give me an answer, whatever it is, as long as it's your choice. After saying this calmly, Jiang Yu opened the door and was about to leave. However, seeing the bracelet on the table, he turned back, picked it up, and took Yi Lingling's hand to put on her. Wear it well. She really loves you. Jiang Yu said meaningfully and then left. Yi Lingling stared blankly at the bracelet on her wrist, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. Chapter 54. A Conversation with Yu Tianheng. Outside the dormitory building. I thought it would be difficult, but it turned out to be so simple. It seems I was overthinking it before. Jiang Yu hummed a tune that didn't belong to this world, walking out of the dormitory building with a relaxed expression. Despite the way he spoke to Yi Lingling just now, he was actually a bit worried beforehand, fearing that she would propose some difficult conditions to deal with. And this, just a family constraint, made her hesitate. Yi Lingling's thoughts were very simple. When Jiang Yu offered to help her solve her problem, she focused entirely on that. She didn't even consider what Jiang Yu's needs were, why he was looking for her, or how to use this to propose conditions. Jiang Yu had just stated the conditions very firmly, but it wasn't completely off the table for negotiation. After all, people bargain when buying things. Moreover, Jiang Yu was prepared for Yi Lingling to discuss the conditions. However, Yi Lingling didn't even consider this angle and completely failed to understand that Jiang Yu's reason for approaching her was actually due to a need. Sigh. This made me feel like a villain, Jiang Yu thought as he shook his head. Perhaps it was because the people he had dealt with before were all cunning foxes. So he subconsciously projected that previous state onto the current situation. They would ask for sky-high prices and then be stunned when it came time to negotiate. Setting aside his thoughts, Jiang Yu decided to wait for 3 days to see how Yi Lingling would choose. At worst, he could take a bit of a loss. If she still chose to report to her family, Jiang Yu would have to think carefully. He wasn't fond of dealing with those people. Jiang Yu, you're really here. In the distance, Yin and Yu Tianheng walked over together and called out to stop Jiang Yu as he was about to leave. Are you two looking for me for something? Jiang Yu asked, surprised to see Yin and Yu Tianheng. We do have something to discuss, but I still want to thank you for helping me resolve the toxins in my body. You left in a hurry last time, and I've been busy since then, so I haven't had the chance to thank you in person. Thank you for your help, Yin said as she stepped forward and bowed slightly. Haha, you don't need to be so formal. Last time was just an accident, and thankfully, you didn't get hurt. Otherwise, I would have a hard time explaining myself. As for the thanks, your grandfather has already expressed his gratitude, so you don't need to thank me again, Jiang Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Although the outcome was good, the uncontrollable process was still Jiang Yu's responsibility. That's different. My grandfather is my grandfather, and I am me. You helped me, so I must thank you in person no matter what, Yin said seriously, holding Yu Tianheng's hand. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment as he glanced at the hands of Yin and Yu Tianheng, understanding what she meant. All right, I accept your gratitude. Now, can you tell me why you are looking for me? Since you want to thank me in your current identity, let's move on. Yu Tianheng stepped forward and said, it's related to Yi Lingling. Although I don't know what you two talked about, I still want to remind you to be cautious lately. Yu Tianheng really disliked Jiang Yu, but he genuinely helped Yin, so his feelings towards Jiang Yu were limited to that and did not involve anything else. This reminder was probably a way of repaying him. What should I pay attention to regarding Yi Lingling? Jiang Yu asked curiously. You should not be too familiar with Yi Lingling's family and their connections, Yu Tianheng said. Jiang Yu did not deny it, instead nodding in acknowledgement. He had investigated Yi Lingling's family, but due to his limited capabilities and the family's mysterious nature, he did not know much. Yi Lingling's family was called the Nine-Heart Begonia family, but within the clan, there were only 2 possessors of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, while the other clan members generally had the Begonia flower martial soul. The Begonia flower martial soul was also a support-type martial soul, possessing some control abilities. Although the soul rings were not singular, their capabilities were quite weak, and they were not well known on the Douluo Continent. This meant that the family relied entirely on the nine-heart begonia martial soul for its reputation. Therefore, once this family lost the nine-heart begonia martial soul, it would completely decline. This was all Jiang Yu understood. He had not investigated further details. Xue Qinghe nodded and then said, Yi Lingling's family is also a support-type martial soul family, but compared to Yi Lingling, their abilities are indeed a bit weaker. However, due to the reputation of a nine-heart begonia martial soul, this family's affiliated strength is quite strong. What I want you to be cautious about is this point. Yi Lingling's father is a soul Douluo. Well, how should I put it? He is very fond of and protective of Yi Lingling. Over the years, anyone who has tried to target Yi Lingling has been well taught a lesson by him. Your conversations with Yi Lingling will definitely involve him. Xue Qinghe spoke very tactfully, but the implication was clear. Be careful, or you might get confronted by Yi Lingling's father. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. This was really bad news. Yi Lingling's father turned out to be a soul fighter, which was simply ridiculous. No wonder Yi Lingling was portrayed as a lone character in the original story, without any suitors. It's worth noting that while Yi Lingling wasn't exceptionally stunning, she was still a beauty. Coupled with her temperament and martial soul, she would definitely have many admirers. It seems that all her romantic prospects have been handled by her doting father. Jiang Yu has a bit of a headache. Thank you for letting me know. I will pay attention to it. Jiang Yu needs to consider that in 3 days, it might not just be Yi Lingling who comes to see him, but also her father, which he hadn't anticipated at all. He thought it would at most be someone from her family, but it turns out her father is coming directly, which changes the significance of the meeting. Jiang Yu needs to think carefully about what he says. It's fine. It should be this way, Xue Qinghe said with a slight smile. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to put Jiang Yu in a difficult position. He had simply forgotten about it before, but now it seems not too bad. By the way, Jiang Yu, there's something I need to discuss with you. Xue Qinghe put away his smile, and his expression became somewhat serious. You say, Jiang Yu replied naturally. Didn't you ask me before whether the blue electric tyrant dragon family would join the crown prince's faction? I discussed it with the family. So you mean you have agreed? Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. He had only approached it with a try-and-see attitude. Xue Qinghe shook his head, saying not exactly, but we have agreed to part of it. Part of it? What do you mean? The blue electric tyrant dragon family will cut off a portion of our power to join the crown prince's faction. Xue Qinghe's expression was quite calm. This made Jiang Yu's eyes flash with a hint of contemplation. He was surprised and somewhat taken aback by Xue Qinghe's expression and the choice of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Although it wasn't hard to understand, it felt a bit too opportunistic. The blue electric tyrant dragon family must have received news recently that the influence of Xue Qinghe has been growing, and they likely see hope for ascending to the throne through him. Therefore, recalling Jiang Yu's previous invitation, they want to return a favor and take the opportunity to intervene in the Tiandou Empire. However, they're also worried about making a wrong judgment, so they decided to only use a part of their strength. This is indeed quite displeasing, but even so, Jiang Yu must agree. After all, aside from the top soul masters within, the most valuable thing about the blue electric tyrant dragon family is their reputation. Jiang Yu couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Can you tell me why your blue lightning tyrant dragon is doing this? To be honest, I find it a bit hard to understand, Jiang Yu said with a frown. This is my decision. I proposed it to the clan. As for why, it's partly to address some hidden issues within the family, Xue Qinghe said without hiding anything. I see. Jiang Yu nodded, suddenly understanding. Although it was somewhat different from what he had in mind, it should only be Xue Qinghe's idea. He wondered how significant the part they referred to actually was. If it were just a very small part, or merely a title, then sorry, I refuse. The name of the blue lightning tyrant dragon is significant, but to the Tiandou Empire, it's actually just SOSO. Both sides must have something substantial for cooperation. Jiang Yu said seriously. Xue Qinghe shook his head. Of course, it's not just that. The blue lightning tyrant dragon clan will provide a Thunder Academy as capital. I wonder if this sincerity is enough. Chapter 55. The most expensive is what's given for free. Thunder Academy. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. This sincerity was indeed commendable. The Thunder Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, and even in the original work, it has its merits. Moreover, it is true that the Thunder Academy belongs to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and they do indeed have the authority to handle matters. However, if it were only the Thunder Academy, then this sincerity would be rather cunning. The reason the Thunder Academy is powerful is not because of its own strength, but because it is backed by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Jiang Yu looked at Xue Qinghe and said, is the Thunder Academy just the Thunder Academy? Or does it include some members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? For Jiang Yu, The significance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's name far outweighs that of the Thunder Academy. At the end of the day, the Thunder Academy is merely a place for cultivating talents, and those talents still need to be recruited by oneself. This would greatly reduce its practical significance. Furthermore, the teachers in the Thunder Academy are also a huge resource. A good portion of the teachers are from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If it were just the Thunder Academy without these teachers, then it would not be sincere at all. It would be a mess and quite disgusting to try to take advantage of Jiang Yu. Therefore, having only the Thunder Academy sincerity is not enough. It must also come with the name of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the people inside must clearly belong to the prince's mansion. Naturally, they would join together. Xue Qinghe said without a hint of hesitation. He clearly anticipated that Jiang Yu would ask this. The members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in the Thunder Academy have the autonomy to choose to stay or leave, but as compensation, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family will bring in some like-minded individuals. Is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family planning to split up? It's no wonder Jiang Yu thought this way. The behavior of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus family is evidently in line with a splitting model. However, this is also good. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family members who come over will be more genuine. All right, I accept your suggestion. I will also recommend that His Highness the Prince recruit the Thunder Academy. Now, let us talk about what your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family wants, Jiang Yu said, having understood why they wanted to do this and directly agreeing. Xue Qinghe did not expect Jiang Yu to agree so quickly. He had prepared a lot of arguments to persuade Jiang Yu, but it seemed they were unnecessary. The decision of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family appeared to be discussed after Xue Qinghe reported it to his family, but in fact, it was all facilitated by him. The reason lies in his cousin Yu Tianxin. The two are known as twin stars. However, there can only be one position of the sect leader, and that is himself. Therefore, to avoid future conflicts and disharmony, Xue Qinghe suggested a split, allowing each to go their own way. This suggestion received the agreement of many elders, who thought it was a good idea, as it resolved contradictions and found a new way out. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family does not want anything, Xue Qinghe said, shaking his head. This time, rather than forming an alliance, it was actually Xue Qinghe looking for a backup to avoid future troubles. He had long since realized this, so he did not have any additional demands. Jiang Yu was not pleased with this statement. He insisted that there must be needs or desires, otherwise, this cooperation might have to be delayed. Cooperation is ultimately about benefits, and Xue Qinghe's lack of desire made Jiang Yu very troubled. Just because you don't want anything now doesn't mean you want anything in the future. If you later use this matter to ask me to do other things as a favor, should I do it or not? You should know that the hardest debt to repay is the debt of favors. I don't want to owe anyone any favors. So it's better to clarify the needs now. This way, we owe each other anything. Even if help is needed in the future, it will be based on our mutual friendship. Jiang Yu's reaction left Xue Qinghe speechless. It seemed that not asking for money was also wrong. He had expended a lot of effort to promote this cooperation. When Xue Qinghe initially decided to do this, he did not think about asking anything from Jiang Yu, as he viewed it as an opportunity to eliminate the family's hidden dangers. Therefore, he went ahead with it, only to realize afterward that Jiang Yu needed him to make a request. This left him quite speechless, as he had not considered this point at all and was unprepared. In fact, this also shows that although Xue Qinghe is the heir of the family and possesses certain abilities, his way of thinking is too immature and lacks consideration. He assumed that if he asked for nothing, Jiang Yu would definitely agree. Little did he know that Jiang Yu, coming from the modern world, deeply understood a principle. What is given for free is the most expensive. Don't think that just because you don't want something now, it won't matter later. Why not give me soul bone? Xue Qinghe really hadn't thought that far. Although he was the next heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, he didn't know much about the family, so he made such a request to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu fell silent. Are you really that foolish? Can you be a bit more realistic? Soul bones? I don't even have one. The crown prince doesn't have one either. Do you really think it's possible for you to get one? Jiang Yu said irritably. Come on, we are currently working on a collaboration between two factions, not shopping in a store. Can you please not apply that kind of thinking here? Can't we be a bit more realistic? What I have, you also need. I really don't want anything, Xue Qinghe said, somewhat displeased. He felt more annoyed with the guy in front of him. The two sides were stuck like this. Both of them wanted to push the collaboration forward, but they were at an impasse when it came to interests. Moreover, it was a normal reversal of being stuck. Jiang Yu directly covered his forehead, looking up at the sky in speechlessness. Who am I even negotiating with? Can this guy really become an heir of family? Next to him, Dula Yin was laughing while covering her mouth, as she found Yu Tianheng somewhat adorable at the moment. How about this? We ask for a promise from you, that if we need help in the future, the prince's mansion or the Tiandou Empire must provide assistance. After laughing, Dugu Yin linked her arm with Yu Tianheng's and looked at Jiang Yu with a beaming smile as she proposed a condition that Jiang Yu could accept. This made Jiang Yu regard Dugu Yin with a higher opinion. Okay, but it must be within our capabilities and cannot exceed the benefits brought by this cooperation. Jiang Yu said. In fact, this was Jiang Yu's psychological estimation of value. You can just make a promise, but you must specify it and limit it within a certain range. This way, when Yu Tianheng seeks help in the future, there will be a standard price in both parties' minds based on this current range. However, this request couldn't be brought up by Jiang Yu. It had to come from Yu Tianheng, otherwise there might be a chance of reneging. But Yu Tianheng is a bit of a fool. Fortunately, Dugu Yin is smart and understood Jiang Yu's intention. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would have had to put this cooperation on hold. Even if the other party was sincere, he wouldn't dare to accept a benefit without any guarantee. Under Dugu Yin's hint, Yu Tianheng quickly agreed. All right, let's proceed as discussed. After hearing this, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief and reached out his hand to prepare to shake hands with Yu Tianheng. With that, their hands clasped together, signifying that the initial talks for the collaboration had been successful. Are you really the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? After releasing his hand, Jiang Yu looked at Yu Tianheng with a skeptical expression. This made Yu Tianheng quite displeased. Of course. Are you doubting me? Not really. Just think your brain is a bit simple. A leader of a power needs not only strength but also wisdom. I think you really need to learn this. Otherwise, talking to you is exhausting, Jiang Yu said with a provocative expression. Yu Tianheng was so angry that he wanted to hit him, but fortunately, he was stopped by Dugu Yin beside him. Jiang Yu didn't mind at all. Since the cooperation had been established, once you've finalized the discussions on your side, we can proceed with the handover. Miss Dugu bid farewell. After speaking, Jiang Yu cupped his hands in salute to Dugu Yin, completely ignoring Yu Tianheng, who was beside him. Dugu Yin wrapped one arm around Yu Tianheng's and covered her mouth with the other hand, chuckling lightly. Lord Jiang, goodbye. After that, Jiang Yu left directly, not paying any attention to Yu Tianheng. He still needed to report to Xue Qinghe. Although he had the authority to discuss cooperation, the final decision still needed to be made by Xue Qinghe. Chapter 56. Ning Fengzhi's troubles. Although he needed to report to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu was not keen on going to the prince's mansion at the moment. After all, Xue Qinghe was still in a bad mood. Returning now would only make him look for trouble. So even though he had urgent matters, Jiang Yu chose not to go. Thus, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Ning, your nephew has come to see you. Using the token given by Ning Fengzhi, Jiang Yu easily entered the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When he learned that Ning Fengzhi was handling affairs in his office, he went directly over. Before he even entered the door, Jiang Yu's voice had already echoed inside. Ning Fengzhi, inside, helplessly set down the documents in his hand and looked towards the door. Just then, Jiang Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Ning Fengzhi processing documents, he feigned a look of surprise. Uncle Ning, you're handling official business. I hope I'm not disturbing you. He then found a sofa and sat down, clearly just saying that for form's sake. A hint of helplessness flashed across Ning Fengzhi's face. You really are not polite. Speak, what brings you here? Ning Fengzhi instructed a servant outside to bring tea and entertain Jiang Yu. It's nothing serious. I just want to understand some information about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family from Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu said with a grin. Ning Fengzhi raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you've come into contact with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Aren't you supposed to be back at the Heavendou Royal Academy today? Why is it Yu Tianheng? Yu Tianheng studying at the Heavendou Royal Academy was not a secret, and Ning Fengzhi was naturally well aware. Connecting Jiang Yu's mention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he immediately thought of Yu Tianheng. Uncle Ning, you truly have keen insight. It is indeed Yu Tianheng. Today, I had a small cooperation discussion with him. That's why I came to ask for your opinion on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Jiang Yu said casually. I see. Ning Fengzhi pondered carefully. The situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is a bit complicated. How about this? Let me finish my official business first, and then we can discuss it in detail. All right. Jiang Yu naturally agreed upon hearing the implication in his words. Ning Fengzhi nodded and instructed someone. Show him around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yes, Sect Master. Then, a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School led Jiang Yu away. Ning Fengzhi rubbed his forehead in the office and gently sighed, then continued to handle the documents. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu asked with great interest, Hey, Are there any notable places in your seven-treasure glazed tile school? This was Jiang Yu's first visit to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, so he was very curious about any unique features it might have. Notable places? Our seven-treasure glazed tile school is great everywhere. Ning Guanyun scratched his head in confusion. The disciple leading Jiang Yu was named Ning Guanyun, an ordinary disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and he couldn't quite understand what Jiang Yu meant. Jiang Yu, don't be so foolish, or it will make me look foolish. But putting that aside, the Seven Treasures glazed sect is indeed beautiful, subtly revealing its luxury. However, we have a garden in the Seven Treasures glazed sect that has a nice view. Would the guests like to go visit it? Ning Guanyun suddenly proposed. Jiang Yu thought about Ning Fengzhi's attitude at that time. It seemed he couldn't spare any time to meet him in the short term, so it would be nice to wander around here. Although he didn't quite understand what Ning Fengzhi meant by letting him visit the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he figured it wouldn't harm him. Soon, Jiang Yu was brought to a more beautiful garden, and just standing at the entrance, he could sense the vitality emanating from inside. A quick glance revealed that the plants in the garden were all precious flower species, most of which Jiang Yu didn't recognize. This is the garden of our Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Would you like me to introduce it to you? Ning Guanyun said respectfully. However, as a member of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he still felt a bit proud in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chose to pretend not to notice this. Oh, no need. I'll look around myself. You can go. Just come notify me when your sect master is done, Jiang Yu said directly. Yes. Ning Guanyun then withdrew, leaving Jiang Yu standing alone at the garden entrance. Jiang Yu walked in with great interest. TSK, there are quite a few medicinal herbs in this garden. No wonder the life aura is so strong. Fortunately, after spending some time with Dugabo, Jiang Yu's ability to identify medicinal herbs is higher than that of the plants here. By the way, a large part of what Jiang Yu knows consists of these. However, it's a bit unfortunate that the years are not very high. Jiang Yu thought with some regret on his face. The medicinal herbs here are at most 100 years old. Even if they are uprooted, they would be of no use and would be better off left here as bonsai. This indirectly prevented Jiang Yu from committing a crime. I said I won't eat. All you get back. A sharp voice came, attracting Jiang Yu's attention. Miss, but the sect master has ordered that you must eat something. Otherwise your body won't be able to handle it. This voice was quite respectful, and it seemed to be from servant. I said I won't eat, so I won't eat. How many times do I have to say it? Get lost. Another sound of bowls and dishes crashing to the ground followed. She has quite the temper, doesn't she? Yes. The servant's panicked voice rang out. Once they left, the place returned to tranquility. Miss, could it be Ning Renxue? Jiang Yu couldn't help but think. Among the entire Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the only one who could be called a young lady is probably Ning Renxue. Because although Ning Fengzhi has many children, he only has one daughter, and Ning Renxue is also the most talented among all of Ning Fengzhi's children. So she's the most favored. Jiang Yu initially suggested the marriage alliance between the Qibao glazed sect and Xue Qinghe. And the reason Ning Fengzhi wanted to call back Ning Renxue was precisely because of this. He had no other daughters left. Coincidence? Or arrangement? Jiang Yu frowned and thought. Forget it, no matter what it is. Since she is here, let us meet her. After all, her current situation is all my doing. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. He then walked towards the direction from which the voice came. In the center of the garden, in a pavilion, Ning Renxue sat there with a blank expression. From her vacant eyes, it was clear that although the scenery of the garden was beautiful, it couldn't touch her heart at all, because her heart had long been filled with that place called Shrek. Although she often missed the various good things at home while at Shrek, it was only upon returning that she realized she actually wanted to be there more. At home, she ate well, dressed well, and even had servants to serve her, but she felt no joy at all. Her life had become boring again, just like before, and it lacked any meaning. At this moment of returning, Ning Renxue seemed to have lost the meaning of life once more. Just then, a series of footsteps unexpectedly interrupted Ning Renxue's thoughts. Didn't I say that no one can come in without my permission? Ning Renxue frowned and looked towards the source of the footsteps. The footsteps naturally belonged to Jiang Yu, who had already reacted when Ning Renxue spoke those words. This was all Ning Fengzhi's arrangement. The excuse of handling official business was just that, an excuse. Ning Fengzhi could not persuade his daughter, so he sent Jiang Yu instead. Miss Ning's temper is quite big. Is she already preparing to chase someone away before even meeting? Jiang Yu's mocking voice rang out. It's you? Ning Renxue's frown deepened as she looked at Jiang Yu. She recognized Jiang Yu. Although they had never met, Ning Renxue was aware of his existence. I didn't expect that a trivial character like me could be remembered by Miss Ning. It truly is my honor, Jiang Yu said as he sat down opposite Ning Rongrong. He then poured himself a cup of tea from a teapot on the table. Good tea. From the amber color and the faint floral fragrance, it was clear that this pot of tea was extraordinary. It was probably a top-grade flower tea. What are you doing here? Ning Rongrong said with an unhappy expression. One had to thank Ning Rongrong for having studied at Shrek Academy for more than a month, as her temper had somewhat tempered. Otherwise, she would have already sent someone to chase him away instead of just asking. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes in comfort. I came here to discuss some matters with Sect Master Ning. Huh, since you're looking for my father, how did you end up here? Ning Rongrong sneered, not believing Jiang Yu's words. In her view, Jiang Yu had come to find her. Well, Sect Master Ning had some matters to attend to, so he asked me to wander around, and then I ran into you here. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. Miss Ning, your temper is much better than the rumors I've heard. Jiang Yu put down his teacup and smiled. Ning Rongrong fell silent upon hearing this. Jiang Yu was right, but it was all due to the changes she experienced at Shrek. What do you want to see my father about? In fact, Ning Rongrong had some guesses about meeting Jiang Yu here. After all, Jiang Yu was from Xue Qinghe, and she was very clear about that. Don't worry, it's none of your business. It's something else. Your matters have long been settled, and both sides have reached an agreement. Jiang Yu saw through Ning Rongrong's thoughts at a glance, and said with amusement, how could he not know what Ning Rongrong was thinking? She just wanted to get some information from him. Since that was the case, what harm would it do to reveal a little to her? You. Ning Rongrong stood up in anger, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yu. Miss Ning, please sit down. It's tiring to stand. Even if you're angry, what good will it do? The one who decides this matter is your father, not me. I merely made a small suggestion, Jiang Yu said lightly, putting away his smile. He had no doubt that Ning Rongrong knew that her current situation was caused by him. After all, it was unavoidable. How much benefit did you give my father to make him promise me to Xue Qinghe? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and questioned. Want to know? Jiang Yu looked at Ning Rongrong with interest. First, sit down and finish this, and then I'll tell you. Jiang Yu pushed the pastries on the table in front of Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong had just knocked over some food, there was still plenty for her on the table. However, Ning Rongrong was in a bad mood and hadn't touched any of it. She stared at Jiang Yu, not understanding what he meant. Jiang Yu explained, don't worry, there's no other intention. I'm just helping your father to make sure his precious daughter eats something. Once you finish eating, I'll naturally tell you what my conditions are, and they're quite tempting. Ning Rongrong's figure was much thinner than Jiang Yu remembered, so he figured that Ning Rongrong hadn't been eating well during this time, which made him understand Ning Fengzhi's intention in sending him over. Ning Rongrong glared at Jiang Yu in annoyance, and then sat down to start eating. She devoured the food ravenously, showing no signs of being a lady, and was very unrestrained. Jiang Yu didn't care at all. After all, she wasn't his wife but Xue Qinghe's, so it didn't matter to him what she was like. After a gust of wind swept through, the food on the table had been eaten almost completely. Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth and stared at Jiang Yu, saying, can we talk now? Of course, but you must prepare yourself mentally first. I haven't even told your father, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Ning Rongrong didn't want to hear anything else from Jiang Yu. She just wanted to know what price Jiang Yu had offered for her father to sell her. Jiang Yu leisurely began to speak. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world, possessing extremely powerful support abilities. This is a widely recognized fact. However, heaven is fair. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower boasts the strongest auxiliary capabilities in the Douluo Continent, it also comes with a significant drawback. One can never advance to an 8-ring soul Douluo in their lifetime. This is a huge disadvantage because the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower only has 7 levels, which means that those who possess this martial soul can never break through level 79, unless they can attain the legendary 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. But legends remain just that. Despite the efforts of the Seven Treasures sect over the years, they have found no way to achieve it. So, the price I offered your father is to transform your Seven Treasures sect into the 9 Treasures sect. After saying this, Jiang Yu looked at Ning Rongrong with a playful expression, asking, so, Miss Ning, is my offer sufficient? That's impossible. Ning Rongrong's first reaction was indeed disbelief. Impossible? That is, just because your horizons are too narrow. The world is vast and full of possibilities. Since I've made this offer, it means I can make it happen. Jiang Yu leisurely took a sip of tea. Then he put down the teacup and said, actually, I admire your father quite a bit. When I made this proposal, I didn't tell him what I would give up, yet he still agreed. Such a decision is something even I couldn't manage. He is quite impressive. To be honest, Jiang Yu still couldn't understand why Ning Fengzhi would agree, because if it were him, he definitely wouldn't have. Therefore, considering that Ning Renxue had returned, Jiang Yu decided to reveal a bit of information. Is this the reason my father wants me to marry Xue Qinghe? A hint of despair appeared on Ning Renxue's face. For the first time, she felt powerless. Of course not. Marrying the crown prince is just a prerequisite. The subsequent matters still need to be negotiated. Some things can only be discussed once both parties are in a suitable relationship. However, as an exchange, you will definitely be the first beneficiary. Jiang Yu smiled mischievously. Ning Renxue felt that Jiang Yu was trying to provoke her, but this condition was indeed sufficient. It was something she couldn't refuse. Even she could understand that if she were in her father's position, she would agree as well. Yet when this burden fell on her, there was always a hint of unwillingness. How did you do it? Ning Renxue's tone was quite flat. I can't tell you that yet. After all, you're not the crown prince's wife. Jiang Yu smiled lightly. Of course, once you become the crown prince's wife, you will naturally know how I did it. Ning Renxue fell silent, still holding on to a glimmer of hope until just a moment ago. Jiang Yu also knew this, so he directly refused. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. To be honest, I really don't understand why. After just over a month there, you care so much, even going against your father's wishes and resorting to hunger strikes. Breaking the oppressive silence, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and looked at Ning Renxue, saying, "You don't understand." Ning Renxue lowered her head and replied coldly. Now that she knew the conditions Jiang Yu had presented, she also realized that she absolutely could not resist anymore. Whether for the seven-treasure glazed tile school or for herself, she had to agree. This was their opportunity. I don't understand? Heh, how do you know I don't understand? It's merely a so-called sense of self-affirmation, along with some pathetic friendship. Jiang Yu's face was filled with sarcasm. That's not pathetic. You don't know anything at all. Ning Renxue retorted loudly. She had made friends at Shrek, experienced change, and grown. The one who doesn't understand is you. You really don't know anything. How can you not see how pathetic that is? Jiang Yu said loudly, quite angry. Haven't you realized by now that your heart has already strayed? Chapter 58, Ning Fengzhi's Anger. Moreover, following Tang San is really quite pathetic for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Jiang Yu asked himself that no matter how reckless or calculating he was, he would only gain some benefits and would not harm others. But what about Tang San? After the final battle of the gods, the world was directly reshuffled, excluding the Shrek 7 monsters. Only the two major sects and two empires remained strong, the Tang sect and the Haoyan sect, the Xingluo Empire and the Tiandou Empire. These were all in favor of Tang San. The seven-treasure glazed tile school, originally one of the top 3 sects, lost 2 tidal Douluo pillars and completely fell to the status of a second-rate power. Although at that time the seven-treasure glazed tile school still had Ning Renxue and Oscar, both of them were actually on Tang San's side. Ning Fengzhi must have regretted his choice, which led the seven-treasure glazed tile school to become a vassal of the Tang sect. Although both sides had a friendship, that friendship could not conceal the fact that the seven-treasure glazed tile school had already become a second-rate power. The decline of the Tang sect in later years and the Haoyan sect's seclusion were probably the work of these people. After all, Tang San had gone too far. If it weren't for considering Tang San, the Tang sect would have been exterminated before the second part even began. It was because he knew all this that Jiang Yu was very angry. I'm doing this for your own good, and you still don't appreciate it. Do you even know what I'm talking about? You can't possibly understand my feelings. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a bit disheartened and lost all interest in talking to Ning Renxue. He poured himself a cup of tea and slowly sipped it, waiting for Ning Fengzhi to find him. Why bother talking to Ning Renxue? The future version of her wound tea understand. Everything in this world would change with his presence. However, thinking back to the original work he had read, Jiang Yu still felt a bit indignant. The sword Dua and bone Dua had died, and they had died for Tang San. Yet in the end, only Ning Fengzhi was there to collect their bodies. Perhaps Tang San was the most important, but perhaps the dead had lost their value. No one was willing to go and collect the bodies of the 2 old men who died here. Couldn't they just send someone over? Ning Renxue and Oscar couldn't resurrect Tang San, but what about others? Did resurrecting Tang San also require their effort? Cut it out. What exactly do you want to say? Ning Renxue said irritably. Jiang Yu's half-finished sentence made her very uncomfortable. It's nothing. Just some unimportant stuff that you wouldn't understand anyway. Jiang Yu said weakly, no longer want to talk to Ning Renxue. It's meaningless. You. Ning Renxue pointed at Jiang Yu's nose, just about to say something. Just then, Ning Guanyin appeared. Guest, the sect master has finished handling official business. Please come over now. I'll go right now. Jiang Yu put down his teacup and stood up to reply. then looked at Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning, let us part ways here. This chat with you is really not enjoyable at all. Their philosophies were completely incompatible. Ning Rongrong was more inclined towards Tang San's path, while Jiang Yu hated that path and preferred the one he was currently on. Perhaps Tang San did not do anything wrong, but the consequences he caused were indeed wrong. He never considered what the future world would become. Human hearts are complex. Therefore, whether or not he became a god didn't matter. What was important was happiness and being able to relax comfortably. You just wait. Ning Rongrong finally dropped a harsh remark. Jiang Yu, however, ignored her and waved his hand as he left. He was not afraid of her words at all. In Ning Fengzhi's office, Jiang Yu, thank you, Ning Fengzhi said, looking at Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa in front of him, his tone a bit heavy as he spoke softly. Jiang Yu sat up straight and replied solemnly, no need to be polite, Uncle Ning. After all, I don't want to see that kind of situation happen either. That kind of thing? Ning Fengzhi repeated Jiang Yu's words with some complexity. Although Jiang Yu didn't say it directly, he knew what it meant. Indeed, who would have thought that Rongrong's thoughts would change so drastically after just a little over a month? Ning Fengzhi's voice was very cold, and his eyes flashed with a sharp, chilling light. He was not like the sword Douluo Continent, who couldn't see Ning Rongrong's changes. The moment he saw his daughter, Ning Fengzhi noticed that her stance had changed, and her belief in putting the family first was shaken. Friends? The development of the family cannot rely solely on that fragile friendship, although it can be powerful at times. But the gamble is too great. Even though it was just a little change, how could such a significant shift happen after only a month? How could Ning Fengzhi not be furious? Ning Rongrong was not only Ning Fengzhi's only daughter, but also the most talented among his descendants. In the future, Ning Fengzhi intended to cultivate Ning Rongrong as his successor. The seven-treasure glazed tile school is both a family and a sect. Choosing a successor is not just about who is capable, but more about tangible talent. As the most talented among the younger generation, Ning Rongrong was almost the next generation's heir. And now, after just a month, it had turned out like this. He was cultivating the next sect master for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, not helping others cultivate soul masters. As the heir to the sect master, the most important thing is to be responsible for the family, not to disregard the family's interest for so-called friends. Thus, Ning Rongrong's change made Ning Fengzhi extremely angry. Shrek? I remember you. Ning Fengzhi thought coldly. Uncle Ning, Rongrong is still young. I'm sure this time at home will help her understand her identity and stance. Jiang Yu said with a smile. It's difficult. Ning Fengzhi sighed heavily. How could he not understand his own daughter? Now, Ning Fengzhi truly hated Shrek. This was not like in the original text when Ning Rongrong returned from Shrek and first saw Ning Fengzhi. At that time, Ning Rongrong brought significant benefits to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. So even if Ning Fengzhi noticed his daughter's changes, he didn't say much, thinking of promoting her relationship with Tang San to gain greater benefits. Now, wasn't there no benefit at all? He even lost his own daughter. Ning Fengzhi didn't want to think about these troubling matters anymore and said with a relieved smile, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. You must be anxious about that. Indeed, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. The situation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family is simple yet complex. Many of them hold very old-fashioned thoughts and adhere to very traditional practices, preferring not to venture out. However, the young people in this family are the opposite. They are more ambitious and want to achieve something. Ning Fengzhi briefly explained. As he spoke, Ning Fengzhi handed Jiang Yu a document. I suppose that little guy Yu Qianheng talked to you about the young people section, right? This group doesn't hold much power in their family, so they have more ideas. Let me guess, it should be Thunder Academy, right? Jiang Yu took the materials and looked at Ning Fengzhi with admiration, not denying it. Uncle Ning is indeed impressive. My little nephew hasn't said anything yet. And you've already guessed it, it's indeed the Thunder Academy. He casually flipped through the detailed records of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family that Ning Fengzhi provided. And Jiang Yu only needed to focus on the sections about Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin, as well as the Thunder Academy. So are you satisfied? Ning Fengzhi asked with a smile. Very satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu replied with a smile as he closed the materials. In that case, I wonder if this young nephew from the Thunder Academy would be interested in letting our seven-treasure glazed tile school join in? Ning Fengzhi said, smiling at Jiang Yu. This surprised Jiang Yu greatly. Chapter 59. Can you just say it directly? In fact, the matters concerning the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family had already been mostly discussed when Ning Fengzhi handed over the materials. Jiang Yu thought he would inquire about his recent conversation with Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu couldn't believe that Ning Fengzhi deliberately made him interact with Ning Rongrong without sending someone to eavesdrop. So Ning Fengzhi must have known about the conversation just now. And now, instead of discussing that, they were talking about this. It was quite interesting. Uncle Ning, do you know what this means? Jiang Yu said with a playful expression. This was not a small collaboration. The Thunder Academy was a deal Jiang Yu reached with Xue Qinghe, who was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, representing the first collaboration between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Crown Prince's mansion. The person he would be dealing with in the future would also be Xue Qinghe's cousin, Xue Qianxin. Ning Fengzhi could not possibly be unaware of what this implied. Once the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School joined in, it would mean that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was willing to support Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, indicating that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would fully back Xue Qinghe. This was not just petty squabbles or using a tiger's skin to claim authority. It genuinely involved the power and influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course I know, but my daughter is no longer reliable. I need to secure a foundation for the future of the clan, Ning Fengzhi replied with a smile. However, there was an indescribable fatigue in his words, and it was hard to tell if he was pretending or if it was genuine. But from Jiang Yu's perspective, Ning Fengzhi's feelings should be mixed. Uncle Ning, why must you think this way? Even if Ning Renxue changes greatly, she is still your daughter, and her future will always be with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This will not change, so there is no need for you to worry, Jiang Yu said, looking into Ning Fengzhi's eyes and smiling. He didn't believe that Ning Fengzhi was speaking from the heart. Even if he truly felt that way, this statement was meant for himself. But a married daughter is like spilled water, Ning Fengzhi replied, gazing deeply at Jiang Yu. This left Jiang Yu at a loss for words, as it was something he couldn't guarantee. Uncle Ning, this sounds a bit distant. His Royal Highness is your disciple, and with your daughter marrying him, doesn't that just make it even closer? In the future, you'll be one family, Jiang Yu pondered before responding. You can take that to fool some children. Even brothers have their disputes, let alone father-in-law and son-in-law, right? Ning Fengzhi chuckled, narrowing his eyes like a cunning old fox. Jiang Yu, I feel like you're trying to trick me, wanting to gain something from me. No wonder you didn't mention what just happened. It turns out you were waiting for me here. Jiang Yu also understood Ning Fengzhi's tricks, feeling a bit of pain in his liver. Jiang Yu held his aching head and said, Uncle Ning, it's not interesting for you to say that. So let's keep it simple. Just tell me directly what you want. I don't want anything. Just let my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect participate in this cooperation, Ning Fengzhi said with a mischievous smile, refusing to elaborate. Jiang Yu was speechless. Did you really think Ning Fengzhi just wanted to join this collaboration with the Thunder Academy? No, he was just raising the stakes. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect participation in this collaboration wasn't about making a profit. It was one-sided giving, making Jiang Yu agree to the upcoming conditions. 2 spots. I can't manage more than that in a short time, Jiang Yu finally said helplessly. If he put in some extra effort, he should be able to cultivate a Qilua tulip with certain effects. Yes, Jiang Yu's abilities could actually support him in cultivating elixirs, but the resources required were quite substantial. Moreover, the fact that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was willing to step forward was very important. It could showcase their strength and intimidate those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. All right, Ning Fengzhi smiled, knowing that Jiang Yu understood his meaning. He was very satisfied with the rewards Jiang Yu offered. If he didn't seize this opportunity, Jiang Yu would definitely only give 1 spot. Moreover, Ning Fengzhi also picked up on the other implications in Jiang Yu's words. That method wasn't just a one-time thing, but a long-term approach, which made Ning Fengzhi extremely pleased. However, Uncle Ning, although there are 2 spots, there are pros and cons, and you need to make a choice, Jiang Yu reminded. What he cultivated wouldn't compare to the original, and it might mutate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, but the effectiveness couldn't be guaranteed. All right, give the good one to Renxue, Ning Fengzhi said after some consideration and a sigh. Although Ning Fengzhi was somewhat frustrated with Ning Renxue, she was ultimately his daughter. Some things needed to be kept within limits. Even though Jiang Yu gave him the right to choose, it didn't mean he wouldn't feel dissatisfied. After all, no matter how their relationship developed in the future, the relationship between Ning Fengzhi and the Crown Prince could never compare to that between his daughter Ning Renxue and the Crown Prince. Both of them were very clear about this. Okay, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. In fact, he hoped Ning Fengzhi would reserve the good spot for Ning Renxue. History had proven that Ning Renxue truly had talent. Moreover, Ning Renxue's relationship with the Crown Prince was a bit closer than that of Ning Fengzhi. It was a sage's move to avoid favoring relatives, but Jiang Yu hadn't reached that level yet. Since the cooperation has been settled, then, Uncle Ning, I'll take my leave, Jiang Yu stood up and said. Actually, This time he just wanted to gather some intelligence about the blue lightning tyrant dragon family from Ning Fengzhi, and hadn't he intended to discuss so much. But since they had talked, Jiang Yu wouldn't go back on his word. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he really didn't mind this. He was just a bit worried that his recent actions had become increasingly audacious, and there had been no reaction from the Snow Knight Emperor, which made Jiang Yu a bit anxious. The decree given to Jiang Yu by the Snow Knight Emperor, while not regarded as worthless, was basically ignored. Jiang Yu's behavior of not giving face is something that the Snow Knight Emperor cannot ignore. It only indicates that he has bigger plans. This is not like the later stages of the original story, where Xue Qinghe directly poisoned and killed the Snow Knight Emperor. The current Snow Knight Emperor is still very healthy and robust, although it is unclear whether Xue Qinghe has started poisoning him. The Snow Knight Emperor is definitely still a genuine emperor. All right, let me see you off. You can come and visit often when you have time, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile, preparing to escort Jiang Yu. He was very satisfied with this cooperation, a pleasant surprise, so Ning Fengzhi decided to show some appreciation. No, Uncle Ning, please don't see me off. I can leave on my own. Just treat me like a minor character, Jiang Yu said, looking flustered. You're putting me on the spot here. What would others think if they saw this? Although we usually treat His Majesty like heir, he is not really heir. You guys definitely want to get into trouble with him, but I'm different. He has ways to deal with me. This was Jiang Yu's helplessness. As a companion to the Crown Prince, he didn't hold an official position, but he was still under the jurisdiction of the official system, especially with his father involved. If the Snow Knight Emperor were to target him, it would be very difficult for Jiang Yu and the Jiang family to resist. Moreover, this concerns the political landscape of the Heavenly Douluo Empire, and Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi wouldn't be able to help much. At most just pleading for leniency to prevent him from being convicted. Since that's the case, let it be. But you can come here to play more often in the future. Ning Fengzhi understood Jiang Yu's concerns and did not insist further. Okay, I will, Jiang Yu said, feeling relieved. But it's better not to come too often in the future, because it's somewhat awkward for Ning Fengzhi to always seek benefits from me. Although both sides are usually satisfied, I feel inexplicably unhappy. So it's better to keep a low profile for now, even though I'm already quite high profile. Jiang Yu was not worried about his safety. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi would take care of that. What he was concerned about was the scheming of others and the influence of the overall situation. Jiang Yu's capacity was too small, which was unavoidable. If others plotted against him intentionally, no matter how prepared he would still fall into their traps. Furthermore, there was Tang San's momentum. Having read many books, Jiang Yu understood that sometimes such protagonists really acted unreasonably. Uncle Ning, I take my leave. Jiang Yu cupped his hands and truly departed this time. Ning Fengzhi did not see him off, but watched Jiang Yu's figure disappear at the entrance of the seven-treasure glazed tile school from the window. Sighing softly, Ning Fengzhi then withdrew his gaze. Chapter 60. Helplessness, Tiandou Palace. Study. Your Highness, speak up. Are you just going to let that thief humiliate your prince like this? Prince Xue Qinghe said angrily. In front of him sat the most powerful figure in the Tiandou Empire, Emperor Xue Yi. Now is not the time. Emperor Xue Yi replied quietly after a moment of silence at his desk. The situation in Tiandou City was indeed very chaotic right now. The seven-treasure glazed tile school, the Martial Soul Hall, the Tiandou royal family, Dugabo, and the prince's mansion were all taking action, using means that were utterly chaotic and disregarding the consequences. The rumors that Emperor Xue Yi had learned about before were something he had never imagined could hold such power, completely overturning his understanding of life. If things continued to develop like that without intervention, it was clear that his son Xue Bong would most likely be doomed, and even their Tiandou royal family would suffer a heavy loss. After all, patience has its limits when one can no longer endure. The forces would unite to eliminate Xue Bong from the firestorm, and Emperor Xue Yi would be powerless to protect him. This was also the most troubling matter for him in recent days because he could not just watch Xue Bong get into trouble without helping, yet he felt utterly helpless. Will the right time come? Prince Xue Qinghe asked, no longer as furious as before. He understood that Emperor Xue Yi did not want to take action, but was waiting for the right moment. But when would that moment be? I don't know, but I think it will be soon, Emperor Xue Yi said slowly. Why? Does our Tiandou royal family have to endure such humiliation? Prince Xue Qinghe said indignantly. He sensed the helplessness in his brother's words. But how could this be? His brother was the most powerful person in the Tiandou Empire. Why did he need to wait for the right moment, even to deal with a mere prince's companion, and not even know when that moment would come? When did their Tiandou Empire fall so low? Perhaps we are too weak, Emperor Xue Yi replied helplessly. If he were like the emperor of the Douluo Empire, a titled Dula, he naturally wouldn't have to be so cautious, but unfortunately, he was not. Therefore, even as the emperor, he felt powerless in the face of individual martial force threats. But is Xue Qinghe stronger than us? Prince Xue Qinghe said angrily, directly calling out Xue Qinghe's name. Emperor Xue Yi glanced at his younger brother, knowing he must have learned some things. This was not a good sign. This is not something you should focus on. You just need to protect the fourth prince, Emperor Xue Yi said lightly. But I, Prince Xue Qinghe replied unwillingly. He truly supported his brother, otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry and defend Xuebeng. Sigh, I hope you won't blame me, and I hope you can understand me. The current situation is no longer something I can control. Although I am the emperor, there are limits to what I can do in this situation. Some things cannot be done just because I want to. The forces behind them must also be considered carefully, Emperor Xue Yi said with some fatigue. Did he not want to deal with Jiang Yu? He did, very much so, because only by resolving Jiang Yu could he curb Xue Qinghe's development and bring everything back on track. How could he not see that a large part of Xue Qinghe's current foundation was obtained through Jiang Yu, and it was all out in the open? With these forces, Xue Qinghe could mobilize more power. He understood this long ago and recognized Jiang Yu's importance to Xue Qinghe. Jiang Yu was gradually releasing Xue Qinghe's power. It was hard to say that Jiang Yu was unaware of Xue Qinghe's identity, but even if he was unaware, so what? He was still Xue Qinghe's most trusted subordinate. However, Emperor Xue Yi could not take action. He could not eliminate Jiang Yu, or more realistically, he couldn't eliminate Jiang Yu. The more he observed, the more he realized that Jiang Yu had already formed connections with many forces. The Martial Soul Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would not stand by and watch Jiang Yu die. Therefore, Emperor Xue Yi could only limit Jiang Yu's actions. And without eliminating Jiang Yu, it would hold little significance. Instead, it would expose his own strength and alarm the snakes. Jiang Yu's concerns about the Snow Knight Emperor also stem from this. The Snow Knight Emperor is incredibly patient, and you never know what hidden cards he may have. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor's tone was filled with an inexplicable determination. Prince Xue was a bit surprised. Your subject is here. If there is any danger with Xuebeng this time, you should take Xuebeng to the north. I've already arranged everything there. As for what you will do there, you will understand later. The Snow Knight Emperor said wearily, then lay back in his chair and closed his eyes. Your Majesty, Prince Xue exclaimed. This is the last thing I can do for you. The Snow Knight Emperor said softly as he closed his eyes. Yes, the Snow Knight Emperor had completely given up on eliminating Xue Qinghe's influence and instead decided to limit Xue Qinghe's power to Tiandou City. As long as I am alive, I will not let your influence step out of Tiandou City by even a step, the Snow Knight Emperor thought resolutely, because now is completely different from before. Unlike Xue Qinghe, Xuebeng can just play dumb, and the other side will act as if this person doesn't exist, allowing Xuebeng to survive and secretly develop his own power. If it were Jiang Yu, he wouldn't know what was wrong with that child. So cruel at such a young age. He would definitely eliminate Xuebeng. The current suppression is merely due to a lack of opportunity and concern for himself. If there really is an opportunity, he would definitely take advantage of it. The Snow Knight Emperor was very clear about this, incredibly clear. Jiang Yu would definitely do this because he would do the same if he were in Jiang Yu's position. Your Majesty, Prince Xue opened his mouth. The words stuck in his throat, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. The situation had already reached such a critical point that the Emperor felt that even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to protect Xuebeng. You may leave. The Snow Knight Emperor wearily waved his hand. Yes, Prince Xue said softly. He then slowly walked out of the study. Looking back at the Emperor sitting in the chair, the colors of dusk were very apparent. In the distance, the sun was setting, and the red sunset hanging in the sky gradually faded. As night fell, the Tiandou Empire seemed to be draped in twilight. The Spirit Hall? My Tiandou Empire is not easy to bully. The Snow Knight Emperor said softly after Prince Xue left. An emperor still in control of the empire, even nearing old age, would not be without means. One can only say that the Spirit Hall's move regarding Xue Qinghe was indeed too good. Even the Snow Knight Emperor could not act against his eldest son without evidence. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince heard that you are unwell, so he specially brought some medicinal soup. He made himself to visit you. A somewhat sharp voice sounded outside the study, bringing news from Xue Qinghe. Is that so? My son is so filial. Please invite him in quickly, the Snow Knight Emperor said with a smile, but that weariness could not be dispelled no matter what. Everyone has their own helplessness. This is the Snow Knight Emperor's helplessness. At the Crown Prince's mansion, until the moon was high in the sky, Xue Qinghe leisurely walked back to the Crown Prince's mansion. After delivering the medicinal soup, he chatted with his father for a while before returning. Today turned out to be unexpectedly smooth for Xue Qinghe. "Oh, Jiang Yu, what are you doing here?" Xue Qinghe was a bit surprised to see Jiang Yu sitting in the hall drinking tea as soon as he returned, and his hands itched a little. Jiang Yu thought that Xue Qinghe was really too much of a nuisance. "Your Highness, I have something to report." Jiang Yu quickly stood up and explained seriously. He didn't want to be beaten up indiscriminately by Xue Qinghe. He didn't want to return this time. In that case, just sit over there and talk. Seeing that Jiang Yu was serious, Xue Qinghe weighed the situation and decided to let him off. However, Jiang Yu noticed the medicine box in Xue Qinghe's hand, which still carried a faint smell of traditional Chinese medicine. This surprised Jiang Yu and made him serious. Is His Highness delivering medicine to someone? Could it be to His Majesty? Is His Majesty unwell these days? Jiang Yu said with a heavy tone. This made Jiang Yu vigilant, as in the original story. The Snow Knight Emperor died at the hands of Xue Qinghe, using poison as the method. Xue Qinghe's current behavior completely matched the plot of the original work. Although they had now won over Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor would likely find it very difficult to detoxify, and he might not even live to see that time. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this matter was done by Xue Qinghe, and why would his identity be exposed? The most crucial point was that he poisoned his own father in a moral sense. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly and instructed the servants to take the food box down. As expected of you, just based on this point, you can tell that I am indeed delivering medicine to Father. Recently, Father has been working day and night and is unwell, so I brought the soup and medicine I personally cooked to visit him. Xue Qinghe felt a bit uneasy inside. Jiang Yu's attitude seemed to disagree with what he was doing, even though he thought it was a very good idea. Xue Qinghe believed that only he knew about the poisoning, and Jiang Yu could never possibly know. Who suggested this to His Highness? Jiang Yu said expressionlessly. If someone really advised Xue Qinghe to do this, he would have to suspect the other person's intentions. This was definitely malicious. Such a person must be eliminated. This wasn't Jiang Yu eliminating rivals, but rather Xue Qinghe was truly courting death. "No, this was all my own idea," Xue Qinghe said, a bit flustered. He didn't know why he felt that Jiang Yu was a bit angry. The previous Jiang Yu had always been timid and had never shown anger in front of him. So Xue Qinghe had always thought that Jiang Yu would not get angry. If it was just a filial heart from His Highness, then I was thinking too much. But I still hope that Your Highness won't do this in the future. Jiang Yu's expression softened, suppressing the irritation in his heart. If Xue Qinghe really poisoned someone, it could truly turn all his current plans into bubbles. In Jiang Yu's imagination, Xue Qinghe could force a coup as long as he had sufficient reason. But he absolutely could not resort to poisoning, as this would put Xue Qinghe in a deadly situation. Even if Xue Qinghe successfully ascended to the throne without being exposed. As long as this matter came to light, his reputation would be utterly ruined, losing everything he had gained. As for whether it would be exposed, it definitely would. The Snow Knight Emperor would certainly keep it as a trump card. Jiang Yu was very certain. Why? Xue Qinghe was a bit flustered. Because this is a flaw. A huge flaw that can be exploited by others. It is good that His Highness has a filial heart, but this is easily manipulated by villains. If someone poisons the medicine His Highness is delivering, when His Majesty dies, His Highness will probably have to bear the title of parricide, and anyone who poisons and kills their father will never become the Emperor of Tiandou. Jiang Yu's voice was extremely serious. If this couldn't persuade Xue Qinghe to abandon the idea of poisoning Emperor Xue, then there was nothing more for him to say. Xue Qinghe's face instantly turned pale. He had realized just how foolish his previous thoughts were. Although he was currently the first in line for succession, as long as Emperor Xue was alive, he could be assured of becoming emperor. However, if word got out that he had committed patricide, he would definitely be unable to ascend to the throne. This was no joke. It was real, and the people would not accept such a ruler. But Jiang Yu, my father has already taken my poison. What should I do? Xue Qinghe said, a bit panicked. It was no wonder he was anxious, as the poison was indeed lethal, and he was the one who had administered it. His father had also consumed it. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly understood that this was the Snow Knight Emperor setting a trap. Whether it was Xue Qinghe's filial piety or malice, the Snow Knight Emperor would consume anything that Xue Qinghe sent over. His plan was to exchange with Xue Qinghe at the limit and then help Snow Avalanche ascend to the throne. In that case, Your Highness, please immediately investigate the medicine and the personnel who came into contact with it. If there is no poison, then consider it as if nothing happened. However, if there is poison, I ask Your Highness to immediately order the execution of everyone involved in this incident outside the palace. Jiang Yu said coldly, with a strong, killing intent. Swiftly cut through the chaos, not giving anyone a chance to react or exploit the situation, and also conveniently throw the dirty water out. There are mistakes, and although Xue Qinghe made a mistake, it can still be washed clean and dirty water can be splashed. As long as your highness brings the heads of these people to plead for forgiveness from the emperor, as for the rumors outside, your highness need not worry. The publishing house has already been established, and now is the time to use it, Jiang Yu said, without a trace of emotion. Fortunately, looking at Xue Qinghe's expression, this was only the first time. If it really got to the later stages, it would be difficult to resolve. The sooner it is resolved, the better. Not only can it clear the dirty water, but it can also earn some reputation. However, Xue Qinghe hesitated a bit. This incident involved not only some ordinary people, but also a portion of his spear hall personnel, totaling dozens of individuals. Moreover, the heavy killing intent was somewhat inconsistent with Xue Qinghe's usual image. Your highness, if you hesitate, you'll only end up in chaos. You need not only a heart of compassion for the world, but also a decisive will to kill. If it is truly poisoned, it would put you in a position of unfilial and unjust. You must make a show of the situation for all to see, Jiang Yu advised. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xue Qinghe understood that he must make a decision now and absolutely could not fall into such a situation. All right, I will listen to you. Xue Qinghe gritted his teeth and said, making up his mind. This was not just about the death of one or two people, but dozens, and the implications were even greater. This was the most ruthless thing Xue Qinghe had done in a long time, and it was done in the capacity of the crown prince. Go ahead, your highness. I will take care of the rest, Jiang Yu said, nodding. This incident also put some pressure on him. After all, it was his suggestion, and the lives and deaths of dozens of people were determined by a few of his words. It was impossible for him not to feel pressure. But even with pressure, he would proceed. After all, if Xue Qinghe failed, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether he could lie down. It would mean lying down straight and stiff. The crown prince's residence was destined to be a sleepless night, with a bloody aura emanating from it. And even the moon in the sky seemed to be stained with a layer of blood. The next day, Xue Qinghe pushed open the gates of the crown prince's residence with a gloomy face, accompanied by Douluo and a dozen heads, heading towards the Tiandou Imperial Palace. All the way, they were imposing, with no intention of hiding. This was specifically instructed by Jiang Yu. Since they were going to do it, they might as well make it big and let the whole city know. As for why there were only a dozen heads, it was actually because Xue Qinghe could not bring himself to go through with killing more and only executed those with close connections, sparing most of the people. Jiang Yu also agreed and finally suggested that Xue Qinghe clarify the matter, promising to treat their families well. He gained some public support. After all, the medicine truly contained poison. It wasn't a fabrication. If others got involved, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few deaths, but rather the entire families would suffer. Xue Qinghe walked smoothly into the palace, with no one daring to stop him. The dozen or so heads behind him already indicated the severity of the situation. Soon, Xue Qinghe's figure appeared in the imperial court. In the court, Emperor Xue Yi sat high above, staring in shock as Xue Qinghe entered with the severed heads. He hurriedly asked, "What is my son doing?" Xue Qinghe immediately knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and said, "I asked for Father Emperor's punishment. Yesterday, I prepared medicine for Father Emperor, but a treacherous person poisoned it with a slow-acting toxin. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late, and the mastermind had disappeared. However, I have killed everyone involved in this matter. I know this act was too reckless, and I may have wrongfully killed innocent people, but Father Emperor's health is the most important thing to me, and I had no choice but to act. Therefore, I humbly ask Father Emperor to not blame their families, as all the sins are mine alone to bear." After speaking, Xue Qinghe continued to kneel on the ground. The court was immediately thrown into chaos. How could someone use the crown prince's filial piety to poison the emperor? Who was it? This was truly ruthless. Emperor Xue Yi sat high above, staring at the kneeling Xue Qinghe, remaining silent with a deep gaze. It was indeed cruel. Even though he had suspected Xue Qinghe might use poison, he never expected Jiang Yu to act so quickly, resolving the matter in less than a day and even killing over a dozen people for it. Yes, Emperor Xue Yi knew that Xue Qinghe's actions were taught by Jiang Yu. After all, he had been Xue Qinghe's father for over a decade, and he understood what kind of person Xue Qinghe was. So, he intentionally set this trap to see if he would take the bait. The result was that he truly took the bait, but before he could react, it was perfectly resolved. "My son, there is no need to blame yourself. You acted out of filial piety and were merely used by others. This is not your fault, but it should serve as a lesson. As for the others who have been executed, let it pass. We will only pursue the main culprit. Emperor Xue Ye's words concluded this matter. Thank you, Father Emperor, Xue Qinghe exclaimed, and then stood up to the side. The heads on the ground were turned to ashes with a wave of Douluo Bo's sword. Emperor Xue Yu watched this scene silently, feeling extremely complicated inside. It seemed he must let Xiao Si leave Tiandou City as soon as possible. He couldn't compete with them. Chapter 62. Discussion. While Xue Qinghe was attending the court meeting, 3 people sat in a private room of a high-end restaurant in Tiandou City. One of them was Jiang Yu, and the other 2 were Ning Fengzhi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Douluo Continent. Uncle Ning, what brings you here? Jiang Yu smiled at Ning Fengzhi, showing no surprise on his face. How could I not come to see after such a huge incident? Ning Fengzhi chided with a smile. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was attending the court meeting, and since Jiang Yu and Ning Fengzhi could not attend, Ning Fengzhi sought Jiang Yu to understand the situation. Jiang Yu must be in the know. Ning Fengzhi could tell at a glance that this method of dealing with things was done by Jiang Yu. His disciple wasn't this ruthless. Although rumors outside had already spread wildly, Ning Fengzhi still believed in Xue Qinghe. To be honest, Ning Fengzhi was a bit surprised. In his impression, Jiang Yu wasn't this harsh. After all, Uncle Ning is the master of His Highness the Crown Prince, right? Jiang Yu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Come on, tell me, what exactly is going on? Why did Qinghe kill so many people? This isn't like him. Even if you suggested it, he wouldn't do this. Ning Fengzhi sighed seriously. Jiang Yu put down his teacup and glanced at Ning Fengzhi, saying coldly, How many? It's already very few. Originally there were dozens. However, Uncle Ning isn't entirely wrong. This is indeed not the style of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was all my suggestion. After all, this matter can't be resolved without sacrificing some people. I hope Uncle Ning can understand. Even so, His Royal Highness has only killed a little over a dozen people, which is indeed merciful. Jiang Yu's words made Ning Fengzhi frown, and this made him realize that something significant must have happened. What exactly happened? Someone poisoned the medicine that His Highness was preparing for His Majesty. Uncle Ning must know what this means, Jiang Yu said with an extremely serious expression. In that moment, Ning Fengzhi was filled with immense rage. He certainly knew what this meant. If things went wrong, Xue Qinghe could be branded with the title of patricide, and not only would his position be at risk, but even the alliance they built around the Crown Prince's residence could collapse. This was something Ning Fengzhi absolutely did not want to see. Who did this? Ning Fengzhi's tone was filled with terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he also felt the urge to kill. So he could understand why Jiang Yu suggested that Xue Qinghe kill so many people at the first opportunity. Jiang Yu shook his head, saying that this matter had yet to be clarified, but it seemed to have significant implications. He even suspected that the problem might not lie with the Crown Prince's residence, but rather with the Imperial Palace. However, even so, the Crown Prince's residence would need to lose some personnel. The issue was within the Crown Prince's residence, and it was impossible for there to be no casualties. Moreover, this matter could not be investigated at all, because it was done by Xue Qinghe, and no one would suspect it. Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment and asked, Is it the Spirit Hall? It didn't seem like it. After all, poisoning His Majesty would not benefit the Spirit Hall. Instead, it would greatly benefit the Crown Prince, since he was the first in line heir. If His Majesty died, the Crown Prince would become the Emperor. Jiang Yu had executed a reverse operation, but the premise was that this matter would not be exposed. If it were to be revealed, after His Majesty's death, Qinghe would become the prime suspect, and it was even possible he would be regarded as the murderer. Ning Fengzhi said softly that he was very clear about this, so he had already ruled out Xue Qinghe in his mind. Jiang Yu nodded. This was what he wanted. Yes, although I discovered early this time, it seemed like the mastermind was already prepared. The Crown Prince's residence left no traces, and even the dead couldn't be traced back. Perhaps they were also wronged, but at this point, even if they were innocent, they had to die. Jiang Yu sighed and said with some regret. Ning Fengzhi didn't think Jiang Yu was being pretentious because it was indeed the case. He would also choose to do the same. Even if those people were wronged, they had to die. However, this also proved that Xue Qinghe was indeed merciful and did not kill indiscriminately, but rather executed a dozen closely related individuals, taking all the blame upon himself to ensure that the families of others were unharmed. Even Ning Fengzhi had to admire this. In that case, from the perspective of the beneficiaries, only a few people gained. Could be Xue Beifeng? Ning Fengzhi thought for a moment and said, The fourth prince? There is indeed that possibility. But Uncle Ning, this is not something we can discuss, Jiang Yu said to Ning Fengzhi with a hint of seriousness, signaling to stop at this point. Even though he was a close aide to the crown prince, Ning Fengzhi was also the crown prince's teacher. But once it involved the royal family, they could not intervene. It would all be judged by the great Emperor Xue Yi. However, this time Xue Beifeng would probably be sidelined for a while, Jiang Yu thought. After Xue Qinghe's self-explosion, from the perspective of the beneficiaries, only Xue Beifeng and Prince Xue Qinghe benefited the most, and their reasons were the most justified. The great Emperor Xue Yi wouldn't be unaware of this. Even if there was no evidence pointing to them, their suspicion couldn't be washed away. After all, Xue Qinghe had already killed a wave of people and came forward to confess, almost clearing it all up. With only those two being suspicious and unable to clear their names, the great Emperor Xue Yi had to suppress them no matter what. Indeed, this matter is not something we can intervene in. Ning Fengzhi understood Jiang Yu's meaning. After all, it involved royal family matters and, as outsiders, no matter how much they discussed, they could not intervene. Therefore, it would be better not to discuss it. Now, let us talk about the issue of the publishing house. Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu proposed. Although only a few days had passed, considering the efficiency of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the publishing house must be ready. At this point in time, rumors about the Haoyan sect were also about to spread, plus the matter of Xue Qinghe. It was just right to test the waters and guide the current rumors. It was almost ready, just lacking a trial. Speaking of this, Ning Fengzhi also showed a smile. After several days of contemplation and discussion, Ning Fengzhi understood the strategy behind the publishing house that Jiang Yu mentioned. And he had to admit Jiang Yu was indeed very talented. This was a method similar to how the Tiandou Empire controlled the populace. But this approach worked from the perspective of thoughts and ideas, rather than through forced enslavement or violent means to achieve control. No wonder it's not allowed for me to possess it. This is equivalent to a national ruling weapon. Ning Fengzhi silently thought while holding his teacup. Such things in the hands of individuals would indeed be a disaster. No need to test it. Uncle Ning, just start directly, and I will operate at once, using the matter of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as a practice. Jiang Yu said. He didn't care at all if Ning Fengzhi knew how to operate it. The weapon of public opinion was not as powerful as imagined. It required an environment and strength as a foundation. A good environment allows you to speak freely without fear of punishment, and strong power allows others to recognize your words without being silenced. Just like before, why Jiang Yu was afraid. He feared being found out and crushed. This was not his previous life. In his previous life, as long as you didn't harm national interests, you could say whatever you wanted. Public accounts and marketing accounts were like that. But in Douluo Continent, you couldn't even speak the truth without considering whether you would be silenced. After all, in this world, the ones who hold absolute power are spirit masters. Isn't this a bit too hasty? The incident with Qinghe just happened not long ago. Ning Fengzhi frowned and said. He did not quite agree with Jiang Yu's approach. Many people were still unaware of what happened to the Crown Prince today, meaning this event had no mass foundation. No rush, this level is just right. We can use different methods. Jiang Yu said leisurely. Information is most concerned with timeliness and accuracy. Jiang Yu planned to seize these 2 points, using the extremely poor information transmission technology of Douluo Continent to whitewash Xue Qinghe's actions through a diffusion of rumors. The method was simple. First, provide the citizens who witnessed Xue Qinghe's actions with a vague yet accurate piece of information. Then spread favorable remarks about Xue Qinghe among those who didn't see it. With the two sides corroborating each other, the process of the event would soon be filled in. By taking advantage of the volatility of information, he would gradually exaggerate and idealize the incident, turning it into a story. Yes, Jiang Yu wasn't even planning to simply whitewash it. He intended to eventually publish a book titled Tasting Medicine for My Father. This was the reason Jiang Yu was building a publishing house instead of newspaper office. Not only would he spread rumors, but he would also publish books, asking if anyone was afraid of that. Chapter 63. Just a bit of time passed. The discussion had already moved to the headquarters of the Tiandou publishing house built by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzhi held the freshly printed newspaper, his lips twitching, his face showing a very helpless expression. Aren't you afraid that Qinghe will beat you up again? Ning Fengzhi said to Jiang Yu as he put down the newspaper. Jiang Yu, however, displayed a shocked expression, wondering why His Highness would want to beat him up. Had he done something wrong? Why? This time, he not only helped him gain a good reputation, but also, when it came time to sell newspapers and books, he could make a considerable profit to supplement the pension. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ning Fengzhi was completely speechless. Based on his understanding of Xue Qinghe, there had been one incident, and soon there would be a second. Jiang Yu's reckless behavior would definitely lead to trouble. Ning Fengzhi was speechless while holding the newspaper because after discussing with Jiang Yu, he had immediately come to the publishing house headquarters. Under Jiang Yu's direction, they had created these things in just one afternoon. How should he put it? Ning Fengzhi found it a bit hard to understand. Jiang Yu has produced this thing called a newspaper, writing 6 or 7 versions, preparing to distribute it to various places, and the content is mostly similar. But the description of the incident involving Xue Qinghe is becoming increasingly absurd. It's like the version that Ning Fengzhi just picked up, which is the final version, has deviated by 60% from what he understands about the events. Don't underestimate that 60%. The entire context surrounding Xue Qinghe's alleged murder has changed. The overall understanding is as follows. The prince's residence was harmed by treacherous individuals, and His Highness the Prince wishes to bear all the blame. However, the ministers of the prince's residence cannot bear to let him take on this unjust accusation, so they all commit suicide, offering their heads to absolve the prince. Subsequently, the prince, in tears, brings these heads into the palace to plead guilty, earnestly requesting the current emperor to find the mastermind behind the scenes, claiming all guilt lies with him, and to clear the grievances of those harmed in the prince's residence. It can't be said to be completely different, but it's indeed a bit exaggerated. Even Ning Fengzhi himself feels a bit of empathy for Xue Qinghe's loyalty. Jiang Yu, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble writing it this way? Other people aren't fools. Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but complain, this is a story, right? Why should I be afraid of trouble? I wrote pretty good, and it doesn't contradict the facts. I just used a little rhetorical technique. Jiang Yu said with righteous indignation. But is it really just a little rhetorical technique? Ning Fengzhi said with a smirk. Yes, Uncle Ning, you have to believe me. If you don't, compare them version by version. I really only used a little rhetorical technique, Jiang Yu said earnestly, pointing at all the newspapers on the table. Indeed, compared to the previous version, what Jiang Yu changed is only a little, but were those previous versions the final ones? No, the earlier versions were all vague, while only the last version was very clear and exaggerated. This clearly aims to attract readers to the final version. A little change at the beginning has led to a huge alteration by the end. Forget it, I won't worry about that anymore. Let us talk about something else, Ning Fengzhi said, rubbing his slightly painful forehead helplessly. He wasn't opposed to Jiang Yu writing this way. He just felt that Jiang Yu's writing was a bit too exaggerated, and his disciple might not appreciate such exaggeration. Don't look down on Xue Qinghe. Who cares a lot about his reputation? He is actually a person who can be easily embarrassed. Jiang Yu's approach is practically putting him on the grill. Xue Qinghe would definitely beat Jiang Yu up for this. The second time will be very simple. This is also the reason why Ning Fengzhi and Jiang Yu have differing opinions. He doesn't care whether Xue Qinghe feels embarrassed or not, as long as the common people accept it, since Jiang Yu has distanced himself from this incident. After all, the protagonist of the story is Xue Qinghe. Uncle Ning, what do you want to talk about? Jiang Yu put down his work and looked at Ning Fengzhi. He was currently compiling a book to further expand Xue Qinghe's influence. Jiang Yu decided to publish a book about Xue Qinghe to let people remember his name, glorious achievements, and legendary stories. These, Ning Fengzhi pointed to 2 sections in the newspaper module. These are the local news and advertisement modules that Jiang Yu designed for the newspaper. These 2 modules are quite important components. Oh, so it's these 2 modules. One for local news and one for advertisements. The local news mainly records some news happening locally, primarily to gain the trust of the local populace. The advertisement module is for advertising, promoting certain forces, increasing visibility, and serving as a major profit point in the future, Jiang Yu explained. Jiang Yu explained it in great detail, so Ning Fengzhi understood it as well. Indeed, these things still require Jiang Yu's participation. His ideas are really interesting. It's a very good idea. Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. That's nonsense. This idea has been validated over an era. How could it possibly be bad? What about those blank spaces? Why did you leave so many of them? Ning Fengzhi pointed at the blank areas, somewhat puzzled. Apart from the main modules just mentioned, Jiang Yu had left some blank spaces, unlike other sections where he had written something, making it seem a bit abrupt. Can we put information about the Haoyan sect here? Ning Fengzhi quickly followed up. This was actually Ning Fengzhi's goal. He wanted to see what kind of impact the news about the Haoyan sect would bring. After all, the impression of the Haoyan sect had already entered the public eye, and the influence of previous rumors was gradually fading. Clearly, the public was more interested in the #1 sect in the world. Ning Fengzhi believed the timing was right. No, the news about the Haoyan sect must be placed in the local current events, using local commentary. We can spread the news secretly, but we can't take part directly. We can only create some influence, Jiang Yu shook his head. As for those blank spaces, just leave them for now. We'll use them later. Jiang Yu's tone was a bit hesitant. In fact, he had already planned what to put in those blank areas, but he was a bit reluctant to use them. The content he intended to write in those blank spots included gossip news, rumors, and famous people and events, as well as the world's geniuses. He abandoned the last one due to lack of relevant information, while he felt that writing the first two would lead to his downfall. Lessons from the past. The tragedy of an avalanche is still fresh in my memory. All right, I'll listen to you. Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement. Since Jiang Yu had a plan, he had no further objections. He had just wanted to test his own ideas, but now it seemed that Jiang Yu's thoughts had much smaller risks. Since Uncle Ning has no objections, let's go with the current version. You can start production right away and distribute it in batches according to the scope I previously planned. Jiang Yu urged. This matter should be expedited, not delayed. We must start quickly. Then Jiang Yu added. This time the prince's mansion will probably find it very difficult to provide any assistance. These channels need to be resolved by Uncle Ning and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Jiang Yu felt quite helpless about this. Xue Qinghe had no channels from the beginning, and apart from the Wuhuan Hall, other connections have been intentionally or unintentionally severed by Emperor Xue Yi. As a result, doing anything felt constrained. It seemed that Emperor Xue Yi intended to limit Xue Qinghe's network entirely to Tiandou City, waiting for him to make a mistake. Of course, this was all Jiang Yu's speculation, but given the current situation, it was very likely. It was even possible that Emperor Xue Yi had figured out Xue Qinghe's identity this way. Naturally, you and Qinghe don't need to intervene. Leave it to me and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile and a nod. This is all experience, and it has accumulated a wealth of usable experience for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to establish its own publishing house in the future. Jiang Yu glanced at Ning Fengzhi lightly. He was very clear about what this old fox was thinking. It was nothing more than learning the current model to imitate it in the future. But even if you learn it, so what? What you're learning now is all that I have let out. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't play tricks. If he wants the horse to run, he must feed it grass. What Jiang Yu has exposed is all genuine, but it's just a part of what he knows. Chapter 64. It's good enough now. 2 days later, rumors about Xue Qinghe began to explode, just as Jiang Yu had anticipated, sparking discussions among many people. The rumors about Haotian's sect also reached a further point, with quite a few people discussing it, just waiting for new explosive news to come to light. At this stage, Tiandou Publishing House also achieved great success, and its image had already taken root in people's hearts. Moreover, with the previous mention of Tiandou, it easily led people to subconsciously think this was official news, indicating that Jiang Yu's point of entry was very good and had a great response among the common people. This avalanche prince is truly something. He actually attempted to conspire to harm his own father with the help of the crown prince, trying to frame the crown prince for it. Yes, I have long heard that the fourth prince has a wicked mind, pretending to be a playboy all these years. Just a while ago, I thought he was just a playboy, but it turns out he is a beast, committing patricide and fratricide for a throne. The speakers were just two ordinary citizens, not people arranged by Jiang Yu or the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda to spread rumors. There are many such people, everywhere on the streets, and Avalanche's reputation has completely stunk. No one is willing to believe him anymore. Moreover, these comments about Avalanche, as well as the rumors that have been suppressed before, were all spontaneous discussions among the people, with no one intervening in the matter. It can be said that Jiang Yu's maneuver has completely kicked Avalanche down into the abyss. Although in the newspapers that aimed to clear Xue Qinghe's name, Jiang Yu did not smear anyone or mention Avalanche. The entire piece focused on depicting the brilliance and greatness of Xue Qinghe. What is remarkable is that, although he didn't engage in any tricks, he constantly provoked thought. Why frame Xue Qinghe? What benefits would this bring to the person behind it? And who would gain the most? These questions did not provide direct answers, but offered the public an infinite range of contemplation, one by one eliminating possibilities, one by one revealing themselves. Naturally, Avalanche's figure re-emerged in everyone's eyes, and combined with the previous rumors, the public arrived at the answer in their hearts. The fourth prince, Avalanche, has been a mastermind behind this whole affair from start to finish. No one had smeared him before, and all of this is true. Aside from gossip, in order to prevent the previous uncontrolled rumors from erupting again, Jiang Yu released a small rumor, which was indeed a true rumor, that Avalanche was lacking in some aspects. The public had no doubts, even believing it to be true, thinking that Avalanche fabricated so much gossip to cover up his inadequacies and satisfy his inner vanity. Thus, Having found Avalanche as the scapegoat, Xue Qinghe successfully salvaged his reputation throughout the incident and gained a great deal of prestige. However, apart from a minor mistake in the manipulation of the Haoyan sect rumors, things slightly exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Someone leaked the details of the Haoyan sect's past dealings with the martial Soul Hall before Jiang Yu had taken action. Moreover, the leak was inclined to smear the Haoyan sect. Although there were people standing up to speak for the Haoyan sect during this time, it was of little use, as there were simply too many people blackening their name or discussing the facts. Jiang Yu provided them with a platform, and they began to express themselves freely, leading to a one-sided situation. Unless the Haoyan sect steps up with a powerless threat, it cannot be stopped at all. Jiang Yu has also clarified the two groups involved in the conflict. One group that is slandering comes from the victims of this incident from years ago, while the voices speaking out are from the Tiandou royal family. This is easy to verify, as the one voicing concerns is Tang Yuehua, who is responsible for the royal etiquette of the Tiandou royal family. This is quite reasonable, as there is only this one disciple of the Haoyan sect visible on the surface. In the prince's mansion, Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengzhi, and Jiang Yu were discussing how to handle the recent outbreak of rumors regarding the Haoyan sect in the hall. So, how should we resolve this issue? Xue Qinghe said, closing his eyes and speaking in a deep voice, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Although they had already determined a method to deal with the rumors about the Haoyan sect, Xue Qinghe still maintained a cautious attitude when faced with rumors originating from the common people. We can proceed according to the original plan. Although there are unexpected elements in this situation, the power of the common people is still the mainstream and does not affect the outcome. We can allow discussions and guide them, Jiang Yu said, touching his jaw with a somewhat resentful expression. He had still been beaten. He had intended to report on the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, but before he could finish, Xue Qinghe caught him and gave him a severe beating, leaving his face swollen. It's all Ning Fengzhi's fault for being a jinx. However, the plan for the Haoyan sect that had been determined earlier did not need to be changed, because what Jiang Yu envisioned from the beginning was to use the power of the common people to guide the direction of events. Their role was merely that of a guide, and a covert one at that. Although the situation among the common people was somewhat intense, it was still under control, and Jiang Yu did not want to intervene excessively. While in the Douluo Continent world, Jiang Yu's actions had become much more cautious. This was not his past life, and being too high profile could really be life-threatening. Since that's the case, let's skip this topic and discuss the next one, Ning Fengzhi said after pondering for a moment. Jiang Yu is right. The current situation with the Qingwang was anticipated long ago and isn't a big issue. However, Ning Fengzhi believes it's still good to consider the upcoming problems. He no longer views Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu as ordinary juniors. They have proven their capabilities with facts. We must think about the response of the Haoyan sect, Ning Fengzhi said quietly. Aren't they supposed to be reclusive? Why consider their reaction? Xue Qinghe said, a bit confused, as he felt that the Haoyan sect might not even be aware of what is currently happening. Jiang Yu hurriedly shared the information he knew. They were not completely hidden from the world. There were still disciples of the Haoyan sect in the mortal realm, and their relationships were quite deep. For instance, there was the former Haoyan Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, the head of the Imperial Etiquette Academy of the Tiandou Empire. Even if they had hidden away, they weren't dead. They were just in hiding. As for them, a flicker of unease crossed Xue Qinghe's eyes. Jiang Yu's words reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Tang Hao was one thing. He had almost severed ties with the Haoyan sect due to past events and was unlikely to contact them again. However, Tang Yuehua was the little princess of the Haoyan sect, and she only appeared in the mortal realm due to her own soul power defect, which meant she definitely still had connections to the Haoyan sect. Jiang Yu said seriously, although he didn't think much of the Haoyan sect's group of timid turtles. Since Ning Fengzhi had brought it up, he would help analyze the situation. This was the situation. He wondered what their thoughts were. Ning Fengzhi noted it. He knew Tang Yuehua, and they were even acquainted. After all, this event had only happened 12 years ago, and 12 years ago, the Haoyan sect was the #1 sect in the world, with connections to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Should he reveal a hint of strong killing intent on Xue Qinghe and Xi's faces, even his body involuntarily tensed up. Your Highness, Jiang Yu. He reminded softly from the side, mind your image. Tang Yuehua is not that important. Killing her could be quite troublesome. Sorry, teacher. Qinghe lost his composure just now. Xue Qinghe apologized to Ning Fengzhi while retracting his killing intent. Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly. It's fine. Was Qinghe really changing? In Ning Fengzhi's view, Xue Qinghe's situation was quite normal. Once one's hands were stained with blood, they wouldn't mind getting more blood on them for their own goals. Just like now, the usually kind-hearted Xue Qinghe had even entertained thoughts of killing. Tang Yuehua is not foolish. She is very intelligent. I'm worried she might figure out our behind-the-scenes manipulation of public opinion and report it back to her Haoyan sect. Ning Fengzhi expressed his concerns. He had also considered eliminating Tang Yuehua, but her background was too significant, and even Ning Fengzhi had to be cautious. In fact, having come this far, Ning Fengzhi realized that his thoughts had increasingly deviated from their original form. Initially, he had discussed with Jiang Yu about using the past news of the Haoyan sect to suppress current public opinion. But now, what Ning Fengzhi was contemplating was actually undermining the Haoyan sect's former prestige. He was well aware of this shift in mindset, but he had overlooked it, as the current situation was still quite good. Chapter 65. It really is possible Ning Fengzhi's concerns were quite valid. Once power reaches a certain level, reasoning with people becomes rare, and it usually comes down to brute force. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the Haoyan sect indeed had the strength to resort to force. Why not have the sect master marry Tang Yuehua? Jiang Yu suddenly suggested with a grin. "Huh, you brat. Don't joke around at a time like this." Ning Fengzhi scolded with a laugh. Although he was already aware of Jiang Yu's habit of introducing marriage prospects to Xue Qinghe, he didn't expect Jiang Yu would bring it up for himself, which left Ning Fengzhi both amused and exasperated. "I'm not joking. Tang Yuehua's value really deserves your attention. Sect Master Ning, although her strength is very weak, you should have moved beyond considering strength at your level of union and focus more on the other party's identity, background, and the benefits they can bring," Jiang Yu said with a smile. Ning Fengzhi's marital status was not well known to Jiang Yu, but he had a small suspicion given that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect currently lacked a matriarch. Tang Yuehua could indeed be taken as a wife by Ning Fengzhi. In the case of the Haoyan sect being hidden away, this action could, to some extent, absorb the influence of the Haoyan sect in the mortal realm without much backlash. The only thing to watch out for was the spirit hall, but since Tang Yuehua herself was not targeted, Ning Fengzhi marrying her would pose no problem. "You little brat." Ning Fengzhi laughed and scolded, but his expression shifted. Jiang Yu's words sparked some thoughts in him. Xue Qinghe kicked Jiang Yu. "What a ridiculous idea." Quickly apologized to the teacher. Jiang Yu scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, Sect Master Ning. What I just said was just a thoughtless remark from me. I hope you won't take it to heart." Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Yu and replied, "It's nothing. In fact, it's quite an interesting suggestion." Jiang Yu understood the meaning behind Ning Fengzhi's words. That is to say, Tang Yuehua said it was important, then it was important. If she said it was not important, then it was not important. What mattered most to her was her own identity. Everything else was simply not worth mentioning. Even if Ning Fengzhi were to marry her, there would be no problem. Would the Haoyan sect really come to cause trouble for you? No, they wouldn't. To them, this was merely a fateful match, something they would be pleased to see. Next, with a slight adjustment to the plan, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect could maintain a bit of support for the Haoyan sect during the upcoming turmoil, and then all problems would be resolved. After all, the publishing house established by Jiang Yu had always emphasized not interfering, so Ning Fengzhi's slight bias wouldn't be an issue and wouldn't have much impact. Therefore, even if Jiang Yu came up with a bold idea, it was still a clever idea that could solve the current problem. On the other side, Xue Qinghe suddenly figured things out, and the way he looked at Jiang Yu changed a bit. It really could solve the problem, although it was rough. Could a genius really do as they pleased? The Haoyan sect had never been a problem, as long as the spirit hall didn't fall. They wouldn't dare to appear in the spirit hall's sight openly. What we should consider is not the Haoyan sect, but the impact this matter may bring in the future. That is the priority. Jiang Yu said to the two of them. One flower blooming alone does not signify spring. 100 flowers blooming together fills the garden with spring. The real information and public opinion era is not about having just one trending topic, but rather countless news hotspots competing for attention. Given the current situation, it is quite far off, even to the point of being distorted, because you simply cannot control it. Without other trending news, it is very difficult to divert the public's attention from the current hotspot. If people focus on one point for too long, the subsequent developments will not be what you want to see, at least not what Jiang Yu wanted to see. The events of the Haoyan sect from years ago could not continue indefinitely, as that would not align with our interests. Therefore, after achieving the desired effect, we must create new hotspots to overshadow it. Jiang Yu said. Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment and agreed that it was indeed the case. So what should we do? This will require Uncle Ning's help to collect more news, mixing it into the newspapers to create a scene where the Haoyan sect news is the main focus, supported by many smaller news stories. Big news cannot be conjured up at will. This is something Jiang Yu also couldn't do, so they could only start with smaller news stories. All right, leave it to me. Ning Fengzhi nodded, taking Jiang Yu's words to heart and preparing to find a time to accomplish it. The urgent meeting finally came to an end. After that, it was just some minor matters, and Jiang Yu had no desire to discuss further, as the entire time it was Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi who were in discussion. Jiang Yu listened from the side, watching Xue Qinghe chat confidently, and felt a sense of comfort in his heart, reminiscent of the feeling of seeing his child grow up. Xue Qinghe occasionally cast grateful glances at Jiang Yu, which made Jiang Yu even more pleased. Of course, all of this was from Jiang Yu's perspective. From an observer's point of view, Xue Qinghe was shooting murderous looks at Jiang Yu. Ning Fengzhi was discussing something significant with Xue Qinghe, specifically his marriage. As a father, Ning Fengzhi, no matter how reckless, had to understand Xue Qinghe's attitude and see if he was serious about it. After all, Xue Qinghe was not just marrying one, but preparing to marry three. Ning Fengzhi only found out now that Jiang Yu had arranged for Xue Qinghe to have 3 partners, even though one of them hadn't even started yet. But considering that Xue Qinghe was already prepared, the outcome was already determined. Fortunately, although Xue Qinghe was set to marry 3, he had truly arranged everything perfectly, ensuring fairness and justice. Ning Fengzhi was very satisfied after hearing this. Although Xue Qinghe wasn't the most suitable choice, he was still among the best. Ning Fengzhi was pleased with the plan presented, but Xue Qinghe felt troubled. Who knew how he came up with this plan when Jiang Yu showed no intention of helping at all during the process? Looking at Jiang Yu, who was just watching the drama unfold, Xue Qinghe felt an immense frustration. Because marriage was just the beginning, the real challenge was living together afterward. Ning Fengzhi found it amusing and smiled as he said, "Qinghe, why don't you come with me to Qibao, Liuli's sect to see Rongrong? Consider it a chance for you to get to know each other better in advance." For some reason, Xue Qinghe felt that his teacher was somewhat fanning the flames. "All right, since the teacher has invited me, I will gladly accept. It's been a long time since we last met. I really miss her." Xue Qinghe forced a smile and said. It seemed necessary to play matchmaker for his teacher. Xue Qinghe thought Jiang Yu's previous suggestion was quite good and warranted execution. "Ha, I believe Rongrong will be very happy to know you are coming to see her," Ning Fengzhi said cheerfully. Only Jiang Yu, watching the two of them enjoying themselves, knew they were both speaking nonsense, all of which were insincere pleasantries. But it had nothing to do with him. Soon, Ning Fengzhi and Xue Qinghe left for Qibao, Liuli's sect. With nothing to do, Jiang Yu took this time to drink tea and eat snacks, feeling quite comfortable. He didn't want to do anything anyway. However, did I forget something? The lazy Jiang Yu thought for a moment, then shrugged it off. If he forgot, he forgot. After all, it was just a small matter. At this moment, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, Yi Lingling was waiting at the Tiandou Royal Academy with a large group of family elders for Jiang Yu to arrive. Although Jiang Yu repeatedly emphasized that she should make her own choice, Yi Lingling still felt that such an important matter needed to be communicated to the family elders. Thus, the current situation arose, with Yi Lingling bringing a crowd over. However, it felt like she had been stood up. The sun gradually set, and darkness enveloped the sky. Yi Lingling and a group of family elders had been waiting for Jiang Yu all day, looking like a bunch of clueless fools. Chapter 66. Stood up Lingling. "Where's that person you mentioned? Why haven't we seen him yet?" The Grand Elder Yi Baosheng asked, his expression not looking good. Yi Baosheng was the Grand Elder of the Jiuxin Haidang family, with a strength of level 71 and a 7-ring soul saint. His martial soul was the family's Haidang martial soul. To be honest, having a soul saint and a family Grand Elder waiting for someone was quite unpleasant. If the person they were waiting for weren't so important, Yi Baosheng wouldn't have waited, yet he ended up being stood up. The relationship between Yi Baosheng and Yi Lingling was rather distant. It would be more accurate to say they had no real connection. Yi Lingling was from the Jiuxin Haidang line, which had been passed down through generations, and once a descendant was born, they could no longer have children. After all, they needed to preserve their remaining bodies to pass on the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul. It could be said that except for the first generation of Jiuxin Haidang martial soul bearers who had a deep emotional bond with the Jiuxin Haidang family, later generations had a much weaker connection, and by the time of Yi Lingling, there was almost nothing left. Only transmission and exploitation remained. Moreover, to ensure that the bloodline did not leak and to maximize benefits, Jiuxin Haidang bearers always recruited husbands from outside, similar to Qibao Liuli's sect, where Jiuxin Haidang martial soul bearers could only marry powerful martial soul holders. The bloodline connection had long since vanished. Grand Elder, I don't know either. Yi Lingling's face flashed with a hint of awkwardness and panic, her already pale face becoming even paler. Clearly, she did not anticipate that Jiang Yu would stand her up. She had been here at the agreed time waiting for him, not knowing why he hadn't come. Can you just say I don't know and leave it at that? Do you have any idea how many people we brought this time and how much time we've wasted? Just wait until next time. I won't let this slide. Yi Baosheng snorted coldly, as if something had snapped. He did not punish Yi Lingling, but warned her and then left with his people. Yi Baosheng was very angry. If it weren't for Yi Lingling's father and the Jiuxin Haidang family's reputation needing Yi Lingling to maintain it, he would have turned against her long ago. As other high-ranking members of the Jiuxin Haidang family passed by Yi Lingling, they all snorted coldly, revealing contemptuous expressions, looking at her as if she were not a person but merely a tool. Although Yi Lingling's status was indeed high, few in the Jiuxin Haidang family held her in regard. After all, to them, Yi Lingling was just a tool to maintain the family's honor. It's hard to imagine that members of the family would look at someone in such a way. But upon reflection, it becomes understandable. Over the years, the blood ties between the two sides had long been worn away, and without the bonds of kinship, Yi Lingling's line was merely a tool for continuing the family name to the Jiuxin Haidang family. Moreover, since the world only knew of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul, but not the Jiuxin Haidang family, the hearts of the people within this family were probably already filled with resentment, because a tool had taken away the name that originally belonged to them. Yi Lingling wanted to seek convenience, but didn't know where to start. She wasn't good at socializing or speaking. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, soaking the veil on her face. At this moment, her eyes were filled with helplessness and grievance. She didn't know whom to turn to for help. Should she look for Jiang Yu? He had already stood her up, which meant he probably didn't want to see her. Should she look for members of the royal fighting team? That would only create greater trouble. Yi Lingling didn't want to bring trouble to others. Thus, feeling dejected, Yi Lingling chose to bear it alone, walking back to her dormitory step by step, filled with grievance. On the other side, after leaving the tea house, Jiang Yu chose to return to the Tiandou Royal Academy. After all, if he had to say something, he really had nowhere else he wanted to go. The time was too short, and some places were not suitable to visit. Although he didn't study there, the Tiandou Royal Academy was still a place to go. Dragging his somewhat dejected body, Jiang Yu returned to the Tiandou Royal Academy. As soon as he arrived at his dormitory door, he found two people standing there. Yu Tianheng, Devian, what are you two doing here? Jiang Yu's tone was a bit surprised, not understanding why the two of them were here. Although he had reported the situation regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to Xue Qinghe, it had not yet been finalized. After all, the approach taken by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was not the same cooperative method as that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had branched out, with one branch coming to seek refuge. The issues to be considered here were not just simple interests, but also the arrangements concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Similarly, there was Thunder Academy. Although it was just an academy, the benefits it brought were still considerable, and these all needed to be taken into account, as it was not something that could be settled in just a few days. Jiang Yu only informed Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi here. The real decision needs to be made in discussions with the members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, who were splitting off. He originally planned to finalize things on his side before meeting with Yu Tianheng, but he didn't expect Tianheng to come looking for him. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to find you. Beside him, Devian's expression was very displeased, looking at Jiang Yu with a hint of anger. Jiang Yu was a bit confused. He had been busy these past few days, so where did he offend her? With a puzzled expression, he looked at Yu Tianheng beside him. Yu Tianheng's expression was one of helplessness as he said to Jiang Yu, "Did you forget that you made an appointment with Yi Lingling today? That girl has been waiting for you all day, and you stood her up. Do you know how embarrassing it is for her in front of her family?" Yu Tianheng's words made Jiang Yu's face stiffen slightly. It seemed he really had forgotten. No, he had mixed it up with tomorrow. There had been too many things happening these past few days, and he got confused. Of course, I didn't forget. I definitely remember. It's just that I saw her bringing so many people that I intentionally didn't go, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. Forget? How could that be possible? I would never admit it. Why? Yu Tianheng asked, a bit puzzled. In fact, when he saw Yi Lingling bring so many people, he thought Jiang Yu was meeting with an elder from the Yi family. Because I care about her as a person, not her family. Talking with her family would be detrimental to Yi Lingling, while talking with her at least ensures her interests. I prefer to talk to Yi Lingling, Jiang Yu said calmly and indifferently. Although he hadn't explicitly rejected Yi Lingling notifying her family, Jiang Yu actually didn't want to talk with her family much. As he said, he cared about Yi Lingling. It was in his interest for Yi Lingling to join the Crown Prince's residence. But the Joxin Haidang family would absolutely not let her join. Jiang Yu knew this without thinking. Yi Lingling's position in her family was essentially that of a tool. Just like the saintesses seen in dramas and novels in Jiang Yu's previous life, she was merely a symbol. However, unlike those saintesses, Yi Lingling did not have the strength to decide her own fate, so she was just a tool. A representative tool of her family's honor being taken away. How could that be tolerated? Is that really how you think? Yu Qianheng asked suspiciously. Of course. Jiang Yu replied earnestly. All right, I'll believe you for now, Yu Qianheng said. To be honest, if you weren't the captain of the Imperial Combat Team and the boyfriend of Yin, Yu Qianheng wouldn't want to get involved in this messy situation that could ruin his relationship with Jiang Yu, especially since they still had cooperation between them. How about this? Can you help me arrange a meeting with Yi Lingling? Tomorrow, I will look for her. I hope she doesn't bring so many random people over. I'd like to hear her thoughts, Jiang Yu said after thinking for a moment. Yi Lingling still had to be persuaded to come. So talking to her was something that had to be done. Okay, I will tell her. I hope you stand her up again, Yin said coldly. Looking at Jiang Yu. Don't worry, I'll Jiang Yu replied, then said to Yu Qianheng, if possible, I hope you can contact your cousin. I'd like to talk to him. Yu Qianheng was taken aback for a moment, then replied seriously. Okay, I will. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand and went back, saying everything would be discussed tomorrow. Chapter 67, Conditions. The next day, Jiang Yu found a quiet place near the Seoul arena of the Tiandou Royal Academy, where the royal battle team trains, and waited for Yi Lingling to arrive. He poured himself a cup of morning tea and nibbled on some snacks, adjusting his state for the upcoming conversation. However, the Tiandou Royal Academy truly deserves its reputation as a noble academy for soul masters. The food here is abundant and far tastier than what is found outside, with many dishes prepared by food-type soul masters. Although food-type soul masters are rare, the Tiandou Royal Academy still has a few. The dishes they make are simply exceptional. Soon, Jiang Yu finished his breakfast, and not long after, Yin arrived with Yi Lingling. It was rare not to see Yu Qianheng. He must have gone to find his cousin. Jiang Yu wiped his mouth and silently thought, please sit. He gestured for the two of them to take their seats in front of him. Yin and Yi Lingling sat down as instructed. Once they were seated, Jiang Yu poured tea for both of them, and only after that did he speak. First of all, I apologize for standing you up yesterday. It was my fault for not informing you. Secondly, I still stand by what I said before. I would like to see your own choices. Jiang Yu said seriously to Yi Lingling, his aura slightly rising, displaying a somewhat firm attitude. Yi Lingling felt a bit at a loss at Jiang Yu's words, unsure of how to respond. Yin, on the side, coldly said, don't speak to Lingling in that tone. Just tell her what you want to discuss. Although Yin felt a bit of goodwill towards Jiang Yu for helping her with the poison in her body, she was still very angry at how he was bullying Yi Lingling. It should be noted that Yi Lingling was very reclusive at the Tiandou Royal Academy, and her only friend to talk to was Yin, so Yin often stood up for her. Oh, sorry, it's my fault. Jiang Yu smiled lightly, naturally admitting his mistake and retracting his imposing aura. He inadvertently glanced at the bracelet on Yi Lingling's hand. Then I'll be straightforward. I actually have no ill intentions towards Yi Lingling. On the contrary, I have good intentions for her. Compared to her so-called relatives, I care more about her well-being, and I hope you can understand this. Jiang Yu said with a light smile. What you said doesn't matter. Yin replied, clearly representing Yi Lingling. Jiang Yu had no objections to Yi Lingling giving all the speaking rights to Yin. After all, Yin was also a smart person, and talking to her, at least he could understand what he meant, unlike talking to Yi Lingling, who understood nothing. I know this, that's why I want to talk. So my minimum requirement is that if Yi Lingling accepts my benefits, she must join the prince's mansion. This is non-negotiable. After speaking, Jiang Yu glanced at Yi Lingling. He saw that Yi Lingling kept her head down and did not look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly and ignored it, looking at Yin to see what she would say. Yin frowned and asked, why must you insist on having Lingling join the crown prince's residence? Although her martial soul is quite rare and powerful, it also has irremediable flaws. Her value doesn't seem to warrant such a significant effort from you, does it? Jiang Yu's attitude seemed very strange to Yin. Although Yi Lingling's martial soul was powerful and had certain value, it was still too different from the collaboration Jiang Yu had previously discussed with Yu Qianheng. Yin couldn't understand why Jiang Yu would go to such lengths. What if I could solve the flaws in her martial soul? Jiang Yu took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said with a faint smile, what? Yin stood up in shock, looking at Jiang Yu in disbelief. Clearly, Yi Lingling had not informed her about this matter. She was unaware. Lingling, is this true? Yin turned to look at Yi Lingling beside her. I don't know, but he said he can do it. Yi Lingling replied softly. Jiang Yu spread his hands and smiled, saying, "You see, this is how it is. I can solve the defect in her martial soul, but the cost is very high. If she doesn't join the prince's mansion, wouldn't I be at a loss? After all, the method I use to solve the defect is to forcibly compensate for Yi Lingling's inherent flaw with celestial herbs. If the herb are used and Yi Lingling runs away, then I would suffer greatly. I'm afraid I would dismantle Yi Lingling's family. Are you sure you can do it?" Dugwian looked deeply at Jiang Yu. "Of course. I mean what I say, but the premise is that she agrees to my terms and serves the prince's mansion. Otherwise, it's impossible. Of course, if I don't succeed, she can leave, and I won't stop her," Jiang Yu said indifferently. Jiang Yu certainly looked forward to Yi Lingling being able to compensate for her martial soul's defect. But without that compensation, her role would be rather limited, somewhat dispensable. After all, she is just one person. Even if she can instantly recover from all injuries, it wouldn't have much impact. There are many martial souls that can restore injuries. She is not irreplaceable. In fact, if Yi Lingling had no potential for cultivation, Jiang Yu wouldn't have focused his thoughts on her, as she was significantly inferior to others, with her martial soul being the only remarkable aspect. "Lingling, what do you think?" Dugwian also found herself in a dilemma. She couldn't make all the decisions for Yi Lingling, as it involved Yi Lingling's future. Yi Lingling couldn't speak for a while. Her previous education made it difficult for her to make a choice at such a moment. "Lingling, you need to understand that this concerns your destiny. You must make a choice," Dugwian said seriously beside her. Perhaps Dugwian's words had an effect. Yi Lingling made up her mind and said to Jiang Yu, "I agree. If you can compensate for the defect in my martial soul, I can serve the prince's mansion. What are the conditions?" Jiang Yu smiled. "I'm still a member of the Jiang Haidang family. This identity cannot be changed," Yi Lingling said. "Is that so?" Jiang Yu actually hoped Yi Lingling would propose some other conditions, such as her treatment. But it was clear that Yi Lingling was a true aristocrat educated to prioritize her family. If discussing benefits with a family, Jiang Yu preferred the other party to be a family-oriented person. But if it were an individual, he would rather it not be the case. "All right, I agree. But I hope to meet with your father privately," Jiang Yu said, smiling at Yi Lingling, a hint of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. "You want to meet my father?" Yi Lingling was a bit surprised. After all, she understood her father's temperament, which was not very likable. "Of course, this concerns your future. Your father needs to be informed, doesn't he?" Jiang Yu explained with a smile. "That makes sense." Yi Lingling thought for a moment and gave Jiang Yu a specific time. "Is tomorrow okay?" "Right here." "That's fine, but I hope only your father will come and not bring anyone else," Jiang Yu emphasized. He didn't want to see anyone else from Yi Lingling's family. That group of people had no power, only greedy and conservative thoughts, excessively exploiting without any restraint, and their greed had no limits. They were a pile of useless garbage, and garbage should stay in the trash heap and not come out to disgust others. Dugwian also disliked those elders from Yi Lingling's family. They only took from her without ever caring for her. "All right, we agree to your terms." Dugwian interjected before Yi Lingling could respond, giving Jiang Yu a meaningful look. Yi Lingling was a bit at a loss, but still nodded. "Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation," Jiang Yu said, raising his teacup. He knew Dugwian would help keep Yi Lingling in check. Pleasant cooperation. Dugwian and Yi Lingling finished their tea and then left, as talking to Jiang Yu was not an enjoyable experience. Jiang Yu didn't try to hold him back. Instead, he instructed the waiter to remove the tea in front of him and replace it with a new cup. Jiang Yu poured tea into a new cup and quietly waited for someone. Chapter 68. "Do you want to bet? You seem to know I would come?" A somewhat aged voice sounded in Jiang Yu's ear. Before Jiang Yu could regain his composure, a middle-aged man sat down in the chair opposite him, casually drinking the tea Jiang Yu had poured. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance and dressed very simply, with gray-white hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that made it clear he was not young. "Of course, Senior Liu, after all, I mainly came to see you this time. Your daughter doesn't quite understand, so everything still needs to be decided by you." Jiang Yu smiled at the man in front of him, and information about him floated in his mind. Lu Xian, an 81st level soul Dula, martial soul, sword, details unclear, but his strength should not be underestimated. He is proficient in attack and quite powerful, the only soul Dula of the Jiang Haidang family. He is also the husband of the previous Jiang Haidang owner and the father of Yi Lingling. He was probably in his 60s, and considering Yi Lingling's age, he had a child late in life, but it was not due to any incapacity on his part. Rather, he loved his wife deeply. The couple had been in love for many years and finally had a child in their 40s, who is Yi Lingling. His love for Yi Lingling could be said to have placed her in the palm of his hand, especially after her mother's death. Unfortunately, he had entered the Jiang Haidang family by marriage, and even though he was the strongest, he did not have the final say over Yi Lingling's decisions within this family. This information was not something Jiang Yu had researched. Rather, he had used some small tricks to secretly borrow the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall from Xue Qinghe to find out. Lucien drank tea in silence. Senior, aren't you going to say something? Jiang Yu smiled as he looked at Lucien drinking tea. What do you want me to say? Oppose my daughter's thoughts? Or stop her? Lucien put down his teacup, suppressing his voice as he stared intently at Jiang Yu. The air around them rippled due to Lucien's unstable emotions, twisting wildly, indicating that his strength was quite terrifying. This pressure did not affect Jiang Yu, who sensed Lucien's anger and unwillingness. He replied calmly, "Of course not. But there are also other options, and that's why I wanted to see you." "Then what options are you talking about?" Lucien put away his uncontrolled aura and began to drink tea from the table, cup after cup, as if treating it like alcohol to calm his restless emotions. Lucien understood very well what it would mean for his daughter to stick to her choice. She would inevitably become a breeding tool for the family, maintaining the name of Jiang Haidang, just like her mother. He had thought about stopping her, but he felt powerless. After all, he was an outsider. His wife had chosen death to end their daughter's endless cycle. And now Jiang Yu was picking everything back up, negating his wife's sacrifices. To be honest, he felt angry inside. But what could he do? This was his precious daughter's choice. "I'm just afraid you won tea dare," Jiang Yu said softly after taking a sip of tea. "For my daughter, I'd dare anything." Lucien knew Jiang Yu was provoking him. Yet he said in a deep voice, if he couldn't help his daughter escape this tragic fate, how could he face her mother, his own wife? Is that so? Then would you dare to kill everyone in the Jiang Haidang family? At this moment, Jiang Yu's expression was extremely cold, with a hint of a smile, as if the Grim Reaper was mocking him, suggesting a cruel idea. Annihilate the entire Jiang Haidang family. Jiang Yu's overly relaxed tone left Lu Xian momentarily stunned. He had never thought of it this way, nor dared to think so. Yet Jiang Yu brought it up, as if whispering temptations like a demon. It seemed that this was also a way. Dare he? As long as you kill all those people, your daughter will not repeat her past fate, and her conditions will be met. Besides, doing this shouldn't weigh on your conscience too much. The martial spirit that has been passed down for so many years is just a burden for your family, and the emotional ties have long since faded. Right? Jiang Yu said with a smile. He quietly watched Lu Xian, waiting for his choice. Indeed, it wasn't just Xue Qinghe who had changed. He had changed too. Compared to complicated schemes, he actually preferred such a straightforward approach. Lu Xian said nothing, just looked at Jiang Yu, as if waiting for him to continue. Jiang Yu knew to keep going. Kill them, and the Crown Prince's mansion will support Yi Lingling to become the new Jiang Haidang family, and will try to allocate resources to her in the future. You can choose to be the shadow of the Crown Prince's mansion, watching over your daughter from the dark. How about it? This is already quite good for you, isn't it? Jiang Yu doesn't actually care about the Jiang Haidang family. For him, whether this family exists or not makes no difference. He desires a Yi Lingling who is loyal to the prince's mansion. It's not enough. What you provide is not enough. Lucien shook his head and said, Jiang Yu's proposal was accepted by Lu Xian, as it was indeed a good approach. Previously, he had hesitated because it was his wife's family, and he hadn't considered this direction, but now he realized. They were essentially strangers. If killing them could secure a brighter future for his daughter, Lu Xian was willing to do it. Enough. After all, this isn't for us, but for yourself. Jiang Yu would not back down. He was merely making a suggestion. Whether that group of people lived or died didn't matter much to him. If it weren't for Lu Xian's current strength, which could be leveraged, Jiang Yu would have used other methods long ago. Lu Xian fell silent. Jiang Yu's words made sense. So he was contemplating whether it was worth it. Are you sure you can do what you say? Lu Xian then looked into Jiang Yu's eyes and asked. Of course. I'm very sure. So, do you want to take a gamble? Jiang Yu replied with a sly smile. Lu Xian hesitated, but ultimately chose to take the gamble. It wasn't that Jiang Yu's conditions were particularly good. It was not Jiang Yu's words that persuaded him, but Lu Xian believed that without the Jiang Haidang family, it would be the best situation for Yi Lingling. After finishing the last cup of tea, Lu Xian vanished from the chair. Jiang Yu looked at the empty chair and revealed a faint smile of helplessness. Was it really that urgent? But it made sense, after all. The existence of the Jiang Haidang family was to limit Yi Lingling. This way, it could give Senior Dugu something to do. Jiang Yu decided to release Dubo to follow Lu Xian and clean up any traces when he annihilated the Jiang Haidang family. Under the premise of ensuring that Lu Xian would not encounter any problems, He intended to do things thoroughly. In fact, Jiang Yu could have arranged things differently. But Lu Xian was, after all, a sole Douluo, and Jiang Yu would not waste such manpower. Not long after, on the outskirts of the Jiao Xan Haitang family, Dugu Bo stood on a mountain peak, gazing at the distant cluster of buildings. This cluster belonged to the Jiao Xan Haitang family, a renowned yet incredibly low-key family on the continent. According to Jiang Yu's arrangement, Dugu Bo had come here to help deal with the aftermath. TSK. No wonder there is so little information about this family in the mortal world. It turns out they're hidden deep within the mountains and forests, Dugu Bo said mockingly. There are only 2 living Jiao Xan Haitang spirit masters, the second best auxiliary spirit in the world. What a high profile. Not everyone in this world is a fool. They naturally understand that these people must have utilized some special means. Therefore, many are quite interested in such means. Dugu Bo had also been interested in them before. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone and thus did not pursue it further. Unexpectedly, he found someone now, yet he was about to be schemed against and face extinction. However, this little monster is really ruthless, deciding to annihilate this family so casually, Dugu Bo thought silently. Although when Jiang Yu explained to him how this family continued their martial spirits, Dugu Bo felt that even if Lu Xian wiped them out, it would not matter. Yet, Jiang Yu's excessively cold expression still surprised Dugu Bo. Indeed, one should not underestimate those in power, even if they appear overly simple on the surface. They are incredibly ruthless inside. The only thing that can move them is profit. Dugu Bo did not dislike Jiang Yu's focus on profit. In his view, this focus on profit was superior to the complexities of human hearts. Chapter 69. Looking at autumn on the other side. While Dugu Bo was covering for Lu Xian in annihilating the family, Jiang Yu also arrived at the ice and fire in Yang'ai. This was Jiang Yu's request. When he found Dugu Bo and asked for his help, he planned to make a trip to the ice and fire in Yang'ai. Come out. You don't need to hide from me anymore, right? Jiang Yu's calm voice echoed between the eyes of ice and fire, lingering for a long time in the vast emptiness around him. At this moment, the eyes of ice and fire were incredibly desolate. Even though Dugu Bo had scattered a batch of seeds, they had only sprouted a few seedlings due to the short time. All that could be seen was a patch of land sprouting with green shoots, but Jiang Yu could clearly feel a powerful life force within this space. And this was the person he wanted to meet. Humans, can't you just speak properly? What do you mean by me avoiding you? Am I going to avoid you? A charming voice rang out in the air, and soon a petite figure appeared before Jiang Yu. This scene caused Jiang Yu's expression to become strange. How did you turn into this ghostly form? The petite figure before him was the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu that Jiang Yu had previously created using life force. However, the intelligent form of Wang Chuan Xiu Lu had only been a grass back then, and now she had actually transformed into a small lowly. Even though she looked more human now, Jiang Yu could still sense her essence within. This was still the Wang Chuan Xiu Lu from before. It's just for the convenience of communicating with you, Wang Chuan Xiu Lu said casually. But that's not entirely true. She simply felt that Jiang Yu was human and she was grass, which made her feel inferior. By the way, I have a name now. Please call me Wang Qiu from now on. Saying this, Wang Chuan Xiu Lu smiled proudly. Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. He really couldn't understand how this guy had learned. Generally speaking, creatures that awaken intelligence usually start off as pure as a blank slate. But the one in front of him, Wang Chuan Xiu Lu, was just a bit too clever. How did she learn? Human, tell me, why are you here? Are you here to fulfill the promise made before? At this point, Wang Qiu's eyes lit up. As the first elixir created by Jiang Yu using his life force, she was well aware of Jiang Yu's terrifying abilities. The life force transformed by Jiang Yu could be completely absorbed by their plants. Therefore, she hoped Jiang Yu was here to fulfill the promise made earlier. After all, Jiang Yu had promised that it wouldn't just be this time. Of course not. I'm just here to make some arrangements, Jiang Yu said somewhat speechlessly. You should bring out the other elixirs. He could sense that the other elixirs were nearby, but he just couldn't see them, so they must have been hidden. When Wang Chuan Xiu Lu awakened her intelligence, she also developed a very powerful ability, spatial control. She could isolate a part of the plants in an independent space. This was also one of the reasons why the current ice and fire duality I was so desolate. Aside from Jiang Yu harvesting a batch, the other elixirs here had been hidden away by Wang Chuan Xiu Lu. Soon, one by one, the hidden elixirs were brought out by Wang Chuan Xiu Lu. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, his choice back then was not wrong. This guy's ability is perfect for taking care of these celestial herbs. Even though the wishful autumn water has isolated these celestial grasses in a special space, They are still within the radiation range of the ice-fire duality eye, which does not affect the growth of these celestial grasses. They are developing quite well. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu initially took away most of the ordinary herbs, leaving only the fairy herbs, which he entrusted to Wang Chuan Qiu Shui for care, as he wouldn't need them for the time being and wasn't good at preservation. In fact, I don't quite understand humans. You had the ability to take us all the way back then, and we had no ability to resist. Why didn't you do that? But instead chose to awaken my wisdom? Wang Qiu, who had awakened a high level of intelligence and learned some human knowledge through her abilities, said with some confusion. Even though she was very intelligent, she still couldn't understand Jiang Yu's actions. Why not choose a simpler method and create yourself, trading with yourself instead? Because all things in the world have their own wisdom, and I feel I should respect every life. Hearing Wang Qiu's words, Jiang Yu said seriously. However, Wang Qiu remained unmoved, looking at Jiang Yu with a blank expression and said, I just understand little, but I'm not foolish. This clearly sounded like words meant to deceive a fool. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be quite clever, Jiang Yu said without a hint of embarrassment. However, I feel that telling you these things now might not be very understandable for you, but it doesn't hurt to share some. Ultimately, my reason for doing this is because of benefits. Your existence aligns with my maximization of interests. Jiang Yu didn't intend to hide too much in front of Wang Qiu. It was as if he was intentionally teaching her to understand these things. Maximizing interests? Wang Qiu, having learned about human concepts, understood what benefits were, but she didn't understand what Jiang Yu's interests were. You see, I told you that you wouldn't understand. Jiang Yu glanced at her and said, even though Wang Qiu, transformed from the fairy herb, was very intelligent, it was still difficult for her to grasp what benefits meant for Jiang Yu and how they manifested. After all, even Jiang Yu himself found it hard to explain the benefits involved. Well, it's that straightforward. Although Jiang Yu had a bunch of reasons for doing this, he was also acting on instinct. However, this instinct wasn't purely instinct. It was based on Jiang Yu's vast knowledge. Sometimes, people find it hard to understand their own actions, as if they were acting on instinct. But in reality, instinct is indeed instinct, but it is also built upon one's knowledge. This knowledge is difficult to organize in an instant, thus forming what is called instinct. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Just as the conversation was going well, Wang Qiu suddenly shouted. Following her gaze, it turned out that Jiang Yu was actually harvesting the fairy herbs. Don't worry, it's just a moderate harvest. Although it will cause them some loss, it won't damage them fundamentally. This is part of the deal we set up initially, Jiang Yu said, glancing at the rushing Wang Qiu. Despite Wang Qiu having transformed and being equivalent to a 100,000-year soul beast, she was still restrained by Jiang Yu here, unable to harm him. At this point, Wang Qiu finally understood Jiang Yu's methods, halting her charge, but still said with resentment, but doing this will still cause damage to it, and its cultivation will be affected. This is your fate, isn't it? Jiang Yu said rather casually. If Tang San from the original work were here, he wouldn't have been so polite. He would have taken everything and left you with just a root, without any of the trouble Jiang Yu was going through. After plucking the flowers of the Qiluo tulip, Jiang Yu stored them in a jade box. At that moment, the life force of the Qiluo tulip also diminished significantly, but fortunately, its spirit wasn't harmed. Nowadays, perhaps only Jiang Yu could achieve this. He could clearly sense the spirit within the plant and guide it to a specific location to preserve it, preventing it from dissipating. But we're also life. Wang Qiu argued quietly, not knowing why she spoke softly. Perhaps she realized that if it were someone else instead of Jiang Yu, that would be their fate, and it would be a much more tragic one. I know, so I also give respect, but you must understand that it's useless for me to do this alone. In the eyes of others, you are still precious resources. No one will regard you as life. Jiang Yu said with utter indifference. There were no comforting words or radical rhetoric. Jiang Yu was simply teaching this little life that had just begun to understand the world with cold reality. It's fortunate that he wasn't from this world, coming from a well-informed world, and didn't place too much importance on identity, willing to treat it as an equal life. Otherwise, for someone else, Wang Chuan Qiu Shui would just be a 100,000-year soul beast, and a fairy herb level one at that. Perhaps some would be willing to treat it as an equal life, but such people are very rare, and even if they exist, they want to gain benefits from it. Chapter 70. Surprise after delivering a blow to Wang Qiu, Jiang Yu stopped speaking and released his martial soul, activating his third soul skill, channeling the soul power within him and converting it into life force, sprinkling it over the Qiluo tulip for it to absorb. The Qiluo tulip, which had just had its flowers plucked, instantly regained much vitality under Jiang Yu's wave of life force, and a small new sprout even emerge from the recently severed wound. One can imagine that as long as it is given time, it will soon bloom again. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel. Originally non-renewable resources due to growth cycles had directly turned into renewable resources. This was indeed a huge gain. However, it is worth mentioning that the Chilua tulip didn't suffer much loss. After all, the life force Jiang Yu released could be completely absorbed, and the part Jiang Yu harvested wasn't the most critical part for it. For many plants, flowers and fruits aren't the most important. What matters most are their bodies, namely stems, leaves, and roots. Simply losing the flowers and fruits isn't fatal for these fairy herbs. As long as the whole plant isn't harvested, it can quickly recover. However, could this lead to mutation in the fairy herb? Jiang Yu couldn't help but think, as he knew this wouldn't be the last time he did such a thing. He would surely do it many more times in the future. Plants have tendencies to avoid certain situations. And who could say for sure if mutations would occur in the future? All right, our transaction has been completed. I will settle the remaining part later, Jiang Yu said, glancing at the Chilua tulip on the ground. Wang Xiu indicated that she didn't want to speak. She felt hit by Jiang Yu's earlier words. Jiang Yu found this scene somewhat amusing. Did all beings, once transformed into humans, naturally possess human traits, such as emotions? What's wrong, unhappy? Jiang Yu laughed. He had to admit that Jiang Yu did not regard the current Wang Xiu as an equal being, especially since she posed no threat to him. He treated her like a child. What else could he do? She had only been born for less than a year and looked like a child. It was already quite good for Jiang Yu to treat her like a child, although Jiang Yu was more inclined to see her as a tool, like some sort of artificial intelligence tool. Yes, I'm unhappy. Wang Xiu pouted and said unhappily. Even Jiang Yu had to admit that her appearance was somewhat cute. But your unhappiness doesn't matter. You can't do anything to me. Jiang Yu spread his hands and continued to speak heartbreakingly. You make me so angry. Just you wait, I will make you pay. Wang Xiu said, going crazy with anger. Clearly, she was very strong, but it was of no use against Jiang Yu. And Wang Xiu was about to go insane. Jiang Yu smiled as he saw Wang Xiu's frantic expression. As expected, I still haven't changed. I really enjoy watching this kind of scene. No matter how angry you get, what can you do to me? Haha. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Use your ability to explore the human world, and you'll understand that this isn't your helplessness, but rather the helplessness of the times. Jiang Yu knew that Wang Xiu would be able to use her abilities to learn human knowledge, and she would surely understand what he just said in the future. Just as he mentioned, this is the helplessness of the times, something they can't change, because an individual alone cannot alter everyone else's thoughts. Wang Xiu was quite displeased. She would learn, but her annoyance wasn't with what Jiang Yu said earlier, but rather with Jiang Yu's attitude. Although she could feel that Jiang Yu treated her equally, beneath that equality was still a sense of disdain. And on an intellectual level, soul beasts have very sensitive senses, and Wang Xiu was even more sensitive. Therefore, Wang Xiu was very displeased. That old guy is back. I'll be leaving now. Wang Xiu glanced in the direction outside, sensing the approaching aura of Douluo, and quickly decided to hide. Her ability was strong, so even Douluo, a titled Dula, would have difficulty noticing her. Soon, the fairy herbs on the ground disappeared one by one, hidden by Wang Xiu into her independent space, and then her figure gradually vanished as well. However, just before disappearing, Wang Xiu poked her head out and fiercely said to Jiang Yu, "You wait for me. I will make you pay." After saying that, she disappeared. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. He certainly understood what Wang Xiu was getting at. It was just a slight disdain for his intelligence, wasn't it? Was it really necessary to react this way? He wasn't exactly smart to begin with. Soon, Douluo's presence was getting closer, and even Jiang Yu could feel it. Quite fast indeed, Jiang Yu murmured, and then he waited in place. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, it was best not to run around in Douluo's territory. However, Douluo's return speed was a bit beyond Jiang Yu's expectations. Something must have happened unexpectedly, prompting Douluo to take action. Snap! Before long, Douluo's figure appeared at the ice and fire Yang Yi, one hand still holding onto Lu Xian. Jiang Yu glanced over and found that Lu Xian was still alive, which relieved him. Although his condition wasn't great, Lu Xian was pale, with his arms hanging limply, likely broken, and several wounds on his body. Nothing left a strong impression. It was hard to imagine that Lu Xian, an 81st level soldat with a sword martial spirit, had been beaten to the point of having both arms broken. This meant that Lu Xian had lost his ability to resist. A swordsman without hands, no matter how strong, couldn't wield his martial skills. Senior Douluo, it seems the process wasn't as smooth as expected. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly as he walked towards Douluo. Yeah, this kid almost died, Douluo said, throwing Lu Xian aside, his expression slightly easing. It was only when he got closer to Douluo that Jiang Yu noticed the tears in his robe, and he was a bit surprised. Douluo naturally saw the surprise in Jiang Yu's eyes and explained, it's normal. After all, a Soul Douluo's final strike isn't easy to block. The reason Douluo's robe was damaged was that he had hastily protected Lu Xian from a dying blow from a Soul Douluo. Otherwise, Lu Xian, having lost his combat ability, would have had no way out. I say, little monster, did you anticipate that the Jiuxin Haidang family was not simple? TSK. Although there are no titled Douluos, with Lu Xian included, there are 3 Soul Douluos. That's enough to be considered a significant force. Douluo said with a hint of resentment. It's not only titled Douluos that can be considered a major force. A group with multiple Soul Douluos is also quite formidable, as titled Douluos are extremely rare. Indeed, after all, it's a family that has been famous for many years. There can't be just one newly promoted Soul Douluo. There must be some experts. However, this guy actually took on 2 opponents? Jiang Yu looked at Lu Xian, his surprise evident. Yeah, this guy is tough. He risked his life to take out both of them, Douluo said, a hint of admiration in his tone. Logically speaking, Lu Xian alone shouldn't be able to defeat 2 Soul Douluos since he was just a newly promoted one, lacking the experience of these veteran Soul Douluos. However, in a life-and-death struggle, it wasn't about whose paper strength was greater, but who was more fearless. The 2 Soul Douluos, afraid for their lives, were directly countered by the fearless Lu Xian, achieving what seemed impossible. Indeed, it was worth having you intervene to protect him. At least his actions prove his worth. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Senior, are there any survivors of the Jiuxin Haidang family stronghold? Jiang Yu asked casually. Douluo thought for a moment and then said no. He had ensured that there were no living beings in that area by enveloping it entirely with his poison mist, which would not dissipate for the next few days. If there were still survivors, then Douluo's title as Poison Douluo could be given up. Chapter 71. Persuasion with Douluo handling things. Jiang Yu felt very reassured. After asking Douluo a few more questions, Jiang Yu fell silent, instead watching Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and began to ponder. To be honest, after hearing Douluo's account, Jiang Yu felt a bit hesitant. Lu Xian's performance was exceptionally perfect, even exceeding Jiang Yu's expectations. He hadn't imagined Lu Xian would reach such a level. Not only did he kill members of the Jiuxin Haidang family expressionlessly, but he also didn't hesitate to kill even the children from that family, perfectly executing Jiang Yu's request for extermination. The Jiuxin Haidang family had been hiding in the deep mountains, and this strike was almost equivalent to extermination. Even if there were scattered members outside, they wouldn't pose a significant threat. Since Lu Xian was still alive, he would definitely eliminate any future problems. Therefore, with Lu Xian being like this, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Jiang Yu's decision to send Douluo was actually based on his observations. Although Jiang Yu often mentions exterminating clans, saying and doing are completely different concepts. There are some things that even if you casually say them, you may still have reservations in your heart when it comes to taking action. Jiang Yu had only one requirement of Lu Xian, to be able to fulfill his suggestions. However, Lu Xian had no qualms in his heart, and even felt a bit ruthless. The emotions that had been suppressed within him burst forth at that moment, transforming into a bloody blade that sliced through the throat of sin. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Douluo walked over and said to Jiang Yu. He could see that Jiang Yu hesitated after he had spoken about Lu Xian's performance. This was human nature. In his view, Lu Xian was somewhat too cold-blooded. Yes, there is indeed hesitation. After all, I am human. Some things, even though I suggested them, when I think about it from another's perspective, I find I cannot do it. Yet this guy's done it. So this guy is a very sharp and useful knife, but if mishandled, it could hurt oneself, Jiang Yu said with a troubled expression. Clearly, everything had been arranged by him, yet he hesitated when it came to evaluating the results. If that's the case, then stop always placing your hopes on others. Why not focus on your own cultivation and make yourself stronger? Sometimes, being strong yourself is the true strength. Douluo scoffed at Jiang Yu's concerns. Although he acknowledged that Jiang Yu was impressive, he looked down on his behavior of scheming and planning, only to be dissatisfied with the final outcome. Relying on interests and power struggles to gain strength is indeed powerful, but is not one's own. True strength comes from being strong oneself. Jiang Yu is seen as having great potential by Douluo. At such a young age, he is already a soul master at the rank of 31, and his future achievements are limitless, with the title of Douluo almost certain. However, Jiang Yu chose to focus on power struggles at the most suitable time for learning. And schemes are not a strength he can control. It's not to say he is wrong, but rather that he is forsaking the essentials for the trivial. Jiang Yu silently rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Did he not know that being powerful was truly being powerful? Of course he did. If he were a title Douluo now, after dealing with the seven-treasure glazed tile school in Dugebo, he would directly lead Xue Qinghe to storm the imperial palace. Strategies? What strategies could withstand my assault? It would be a direct palace coup, all right? The Snow Knight Emperor is nothing. However, it wasn't that Jiang Yu lacked strength at the moment, nor was it a lack of time. He had no choice but to choose the path of strategy. But it must be said that the strategic route works well when both sides are not strong and in a favorable environment. Although the biggest drawback of strategy is the lack of personal strength, there is a chance that others may not play along and could bring in someone much stronger to overpower you. Fortunately, Jiang Yu chose the right path from the very beginning, so he wasn't afraid of this mindless assault method now. However, he still had a weak foundation and strong branches, so he had to be cautious in certain matters. Senior Dugebo, it's easy for you to say, if hard work could allow me to have your strength by next year, I would go train, but isn't that impossible? Jiang Yu said helplessly. He needed time. But you can't just waste your talent, Dugebo said, frowning. It was clear that Jiang Yu still had no intention of changing his mind, which annoyed Dugebo a bit. Jiang Yu waved his hand and said, Senior Dugu, you don't need to say anything. I know my actions are indeed a waste of my talent, but now is not the time. Some things become very difficult to pursue after a certain point. Therefore, I appreciate your kindness, but I still need to push things forward myself. If this were just a normal world, Jiang Yu wouldn't be so eager to plan the overall situation. Unfortunately, it's not. Tang San's existence can be said to disrupt most of Jiang Yu's circumstances. Jiang Yu found it hard to predict what kind of changes the enormous transformation of Tiandou City would bring to Tang San, leading to a deviation from his own plans. The more he does now, the less deviation he can afford later. Sighing, Dugebo expressed his concerns. He had already advised Jiang Yu as much as he could, but if Jiang Yu refused to listen, there was nothing he could do. This was not just Dugebo's opinion. Many others shared the same thoughts, such as Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengzhi. Although Jiang Yu was doing well now, they believed that his waste of his own talent was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, if Jiang Yu trained normally, he could definitely achieve the rank of title Douluo in the future. A 12-year-old soul master was not something that could be achieved with just a few words of effort. His talent must be exceptional. However, this viewpoint was somewhat one-sided. If Jiang Yu were to hear this, he would definitely mock them fiercely. Do you know that if I don't do these things, Tang San's main group will become gods in their 20s? Well, I used to fight then. My head? Therefore, it was better to sacrifice some training time now, plan out the Tiandou Empire early, and then quickly develop his own strength. Jiang Yu might not be adept at high-end battles, but he was definitely good at chaotic fights. The closer the strengths of both sides were, the stronger Jiang Yu's power could be unleashed. After all, as a transmigrator, Jiang Yu excelled at development rather than combat. Senior Dugu, please take him down for treatment. I need to find the Crown Prince. As for his arrangements later, we can discuss that once he recovers. Jiang Yu ultimately decided to use Lu Xian, this troublesome knife. On the surface, he had many people he could mobilize, but what he lacked was a knife to do dirty work in secret, and he felt Lu Xian was quite suitable for that. So he would just deal with the trouble. Dugebo nodded and lifted the unconscious Lu Xian before walking out. Behind him, looking at Dugebo's figure, Jiang Yu sighed as well. It was time to have a talk. Although they hadn't said anything, Jiang Yu could sense from Dugebo's words that they felt quite regretful about his talent. However, he really didn't have time to train right now. Moreover, even if he succeeded in training, what would it matter? He didn't need to fight. He was just a support. Jiang Yu is very clear about his positioning, which is to assist talented individuals. Fighting is really not his strong suit. Over the course of 2 lives, he does have experience in brawling. So all I need to ensure is that there are no extraordinary powers in this world. When the time comes, this group of people won't be enough for him to fight. Indeed, Jiang Yu's plan has always been like this. He just needs to ensure that his opponents do not have extraordinary powers, and he can handle everything else. At the Spirit Hall, a figure shrouded in darkness bowed and said, Your Highness, the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup family has been completely wiped out. All our personnel positioned there have been lost. I understand. Have you found out who did this? Bibi Dong's authoritative voice echoed in the hall. It is suspected to be the work of the poisoned Dugebo. However, according to the investigation at the scene, the people of the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup family did not die from his poison, but rather at the hands of another person. Dugebo seems to have been doing cleanup work. Not long ago, the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe, was investigating the Nine Hearts Sea Buttercup family's activities, so we suspect that it may have been the work of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Although Jiang Yu's investigation and actions went unnoticed by everyone, they could never escape the attention of the Spirit Hall, which is the true power in the entire Douluo Continent, holding absolute control. You can go down now. Bibi Dong closed her eyes in contemplation. Yes. What exactly do you want to do, my daughter? Bibi Dong thought silently from her high seat. It was impossible for Bibi Dong not to know about Xue Qinghe's identity. As soon as Xue Qinghe used the power of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would be completely aware, just like this time, but she had long chosen to ignore it. Compared to these matters, she was more interested in knowing what her daughter wanted to do. Things were getting more interesting. A charming smile curled at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. Although she didn't know what her daughter wanted, the thought of gaining 3 future daughters-in-law made Bibi Dong feel very intrigued. Chapter 72, Bold Arrangements, Prince's Mansion. You already know. Xue Qinghe awkwardly touched his nose and said, Your Highness, you really made it unclear by having Senior Dugu say that. How could I not understand that this definitely has your intention behind it? Jiang Yu, sitting beside him, said helplessly, Who do you think you're looking down on? Senior Dugu is not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. Since he said that to Jiang Yu, it must have been at someone else's behest. The only person who could influence Dugubo's will and meet the conditions was Xue Qinghe alone. Perhaps there was also Ning Fengzhi, but he should have mentioned it in front of Xue Qinghe. As for the intentions, Jiang Yu was also clear. Sigh, isn't it a bit of a waste of your talent? After all, you used to work very hard on your cultivation. Now, whenever you see me, it's always about discussing matters, and I rarely see you cultivating. Your strength has hardly improved. I don't know how to persuade you about this, since I know what you're doing, so I thought of Senior Dugu and asked him to help say that you really don't need to be so urgent. Xue Qinghe sighed and looked at Jiang Yu helplessly. He didn't want Jiang Yu to waste his talent, but the situation was such that without Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe doubted he could maintain the current state. Your Highness, this is my choice. Jiang Yu really didn't know how to respond and could only say it quietly. To refute? It was indeed hard to refute, but if he didn't, he definitely wouldn't comply and would continue to follow his own choice. Your choice, huh? Sigh. Then do as you wish. Xue Qinghe waved his hand and said, not continuing to persuade Jiang Yu as he had expected, but instead agreeing with Jiang Yu's viewpoint. Surprised. Seeing Jiang Yu's surprised expression, a smile appeared at the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth. Jiang Yu nodded, somewhat surprised. He thought the prince would persuade him a little more, but unexpectedly, the prince said nothing at all. Yes, because I realize that my current state cannot function at all without you, Xue Qinghe said helplessly, spreading his hands. This was Xue Qinghe's most intuitive feeling, recently. His power had entered a fast lane, growing rapidly, and all this growth was closely related to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe discovered that once he left Jiang Yu, many things became difficult for him to handle, or he couldn't do them as well as Jiang Yu. Therefore, rather than causing trouble for Jiang Yu later, it would be better to let Jiang Yu take the reins now. Please forgive me, Your Highness, for my shortcomings that have prevented you from fully mastering your own power development. Suddenly, after hearing Xue Qinghe's reasoning, Jiang Yu immediately knelt on one knee to apologize. Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu kneeling in front of him, silent. You are forgiven, Xue Qinghe said slowly. Thank you, Your Highness, Jiang Yu said respectfully as he stood up. It was hard to understand why Jiang Yu would act this way today, but Xue Qinghe felt a sense of understanding for Jiang Yu's actions. He is relinquishing his own power to consolidate mine, Xue Qinghe thought silently. Ning Fengzhi had hinted at this, but he hadn't taken it to heart. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to have noticed it. Jiang Yu's own power is indeed too great. In Gaza, Xue Qinghe has delegated authority too thoroughly. Even though Xue Qinghe trusts Jiang Yu very much, the amount of power Jiang Yu possesses is quite extraordinary. A snake cannot function without a head, and having 2 heads is even worse. Jiang Yu is now equivalent to another head of the Crown Prince's residence, capable of making decisions that bypass Xue Qinghe. This poses hidden dangers for this faction. Therefore, today Jiang Yu took this opportunity to express to Xue Qinghe his intention that his power is under your control. The unspoken rules that have been kept in the shadows have now come to light because of Jiang Yu. He initially thought that Xue Qinghe would not understand his meaning. But unexpectedly, Xue Qinghe did understand, which brought Jiang Yu a sense of relief and admiration. Look at this. This news has not yet been made public and will not be openly announced in the future. It is limited to internal royal communication. Xue Qinghe did not discuss the matter of power too extensively. It was just a matter of urgency, and he handed Jiang Yu a piece of intelligence. It only stated one thing. fourth Prince Xue Bing is suspected of secretly plotting to harm His Majesty and framing the Crown Prince. He has now been demoted to a laborious northern region to reform. Prince Xue Qinghe's supervision was inadequate, and he has also been demoted to the north for local supervision. Interesting, really interesting. When Jiang Yu saw this news, a faint smile that exuded a chilling aura involuntarily appeared on his face. Xue Qinghe's information is absolutely correct. There is no falsehood. Currently, Xue Bing and Prince Xue Qinghe have already left Tiandou City. He really did not expect that Emperor Xue Yu would use such a method to transfer Xue Bing out of Tiandou City and exploit him. What's wrong? Is there anything bad about this? Xue Qinghe asked, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then put away the intelligence. Your Highness, what do you think? Xue Qinghe was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to turn the question back on him. After thinking carefully, he replied, I think it's quite good. Without fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe in Tiandou City, the entire city will be my domain, and my position will be unshakable. However, I feel there's a problem with fourth brother and Prince Xue Qinghe being in the same place. Xue Qinghe could only think of this point, and Jiang Yu was not surprised. In his view, being able to notice the problem was already quite good, as he had been the one orchestrating all of this. Your Majesty is very capable. This seemingly external criticism is actually protecting Xue Bing while providing him with maximum support. It's important to know that the north is indeed harsh. But the harshness there is what truly tests a person's will. The military strength in that region has always been the strongest in the Tiandou Empire, and it is far from the borders of the Xinglua Empire, which prevents the occurrence of war. This allows for peaceful development. Furthermore, Your Majesty has sent Prince Xue Qinghe there, providing Xue Bing with a very powerful ally. Your Majesty's strategy is indeed impressive. Jiang Yu painfully rubbed the corners of his eyes. This series of actions had truly disrupted his plans. Your Highness, does His Majesty have any further actions? Jiang Yu asked Xue Qinghe, hoping the answer would be no. However, Xue Qinghe's response shattered his expectations. Yes, someone has submitted a dossier on the corrupt officials in the northern region to Father Emperor. He is already preparing to clean up the officialdom in the north, appointing Marshal Golong as the supreme commander of the Northern Army to work with Prince Xue Qinghe to suppress local corruption and allow Prince Xue Qinghe to achieve merit while bearing the blame. Xue Qinghe said with a dark expression. The original joy was instantly dissipated. Xue Qinghe had thought that once Xue Peng left, everything would prosper. But he didn't expect that this time the situation would become even more difficult to handle, and since the opponent was far from Tiandou City, he couldn't reach them. The northern region was rarely involved even by the Spear Hall. As a result, His Majesty would also complete his arrangements, placing his trusted aides and eliminating dissenters, paving the way for Xue Peng. This completely disrupted my plans, Jiang Yu said solemnly. Your plans? Xue Qinghe asked curiously. Well, suppressing Xue Peng's reputation and exposing his inner workings is just the first step. Next, I will continue to target Xue Peng in this regard until I force him to his death, Jiang Yu said coldly. Since it was already known that Xue Peng would be a major threat in the future, Jiang Yu would not hold back. As long as Xue Peng remained in Tiandou City, Jiang Yu would eventually kill him. This was a necessity. Unfortunately, he couldn't act directly and could only take indirect actions, giving him an opportunity to escape. Jiang Yu said with some regret. If he could act directly, he would have already hinted to Xue Qinghe to eliminate Xue Peng. Xue Qinghe nodded. He felt the same way. If they could act directly, Xue Peng would have died long ago. So what should we do next? Let me think. Jiang Yu began to ponder. The decision of the Snow Knight Emperor was undoubtedly bold. Dividing Tiandou, no one else would dare to make such a determination, as it directly split a nation. However, since it was a division of Tiandou, Jiang Yu would find it difficult to intervene in the part taken by Xue Peng. But the portion in the hands of the Snow Knight Emperor must be seized. With Prince Xue Qinghe demoted, a significant power vacuum would inevitably appear in the Tiandou Empire, and it was essential to seize this power while the Snow Knight Emperor arranged his personnel. Chapter 73. Involved in Politics. Understanding this, Jiang Yu immediately knew what he needed to do. Jiang Yu looked at Xue Qinghe and said seriously, Your Highness, the Emperor has been overworked and often feels fatigued. Recently, he has also been secretly targeted by thieves. Although he is in a high position, he is surrounded by crises. As the Emperor's eldest son and the Crown Prince, you should share the burden of state affairs and exercise the power of regency. What? Xue Qinghe stood up, shocked, looking at Jiang Yu with eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Yu actually wants me to get involved in politics. This is a blatant violation of the rules. In the Heavenly Douluo Empire, there is also a rule that the Crown Prince cannot engage in politics, which is to prevent the scenario of having two masters in the heavens. Jiang Yu is very clear about this. But this doesn't mean that Xue Qinghe has to break the rules. Rather, it's an opportunity right now. In the past, if Xue Qinghe got involved in politics, he would definitely be accused of the crime of a crown prince engaging in politics. But that is impossible now. Perhaps the toxins have affected the Snow Knight Emperor, or maybe he just isn't paying attention. His health is not what it used to be. And with the fourth prince Xue Beng being demoted, it is absolutely ethical for Xue Qinghe to govern on behalf of his father under the guise of filial piety. Moreover, if Xue Qinghe releases some news, the Snow Knight Emperor will have to agree to this power exchange. So this is a golden opportunity. Your Highness, do not be surprised. This is a very good opportunity. The Emperor will agree to your involvement in politics and governance. Of course, if you say it directly, the Emperor will not agree. But as long as you make clear his health and Xue Beng's condition, indicating your intention to send someone to the north to help Xue Beng, the Emperor will agree. Jiang Yu said calmly. According to his speculation, there's a high probability that the Snow Knight Emperor will agree, as long as Xue Qinghe points out that he knows Xue Beng's purpose in going there and threatens him. Then, in order to ensure Xue Beng's safety, the Snow Knight Emperor will definitely make a power exchange. He will agree to Xue Qinghe's involvement in politics or governance, and Xue Qinghe will give up on his intention to meddle in the northern border counties. However, will father agree? Xue Qinghe said with some concern. The power of the heavenly Dou Empire that he has been striving for is finally within reach today, and even he feels a slight tension and disbelief in his heart. He will definitely agree. Jiang Yu has come to a realization. If he only thought it might happen earlier, now he is sure it will happen. Then Jiang Yu shared his thoughts about the possibility of the Snow Knight Emperor splitting the heavenly Dou Empire with Xue Qinghe and instructed him on what to do. As long as the Snow Knight Emperor understands the consequences, he will definitely agree. Although the idea of splitting the heavenly Dou Empire is merely a speculation, it does not negate the possibility of it happening, especially given Xue Beng's current state. Once exposed, Xue Beng will lose everything, even with the Snow Knight Emperor's support. The people of the heavenly Dou Empire will not allow Xue Beng to do this. So why not release this news directly instead of negotiating with father? Xue Qinghe asked with a serious expression. Splitting the heavenly Dou Empire. I admit I underestimated you, father. What a crazy decision this is. If Xue Qinghe still had some fantasies about his identity before, now he has none at all. The Snow Knight Emperor is going to split the heavenly Dou Empire to continue the heavenly Dou Empire. How could he not be certain of his identity? He must have already confirmed it. Otherwise, how could he be so reckless? Fortunately, as long as there is no solid evidence, Xue Qinghe's identity is not an issue. The Snow Knight Emperor understands this, and Jiang Yu is also very clear on it. As long as Xue Qinghe's identity is not directly exposed, he can easily cover it up. Your Highness, would you say it's more frightening to have a tiger in plain sight or a hidden snake in the dark? Jiang Yu did not answer directly, but instead asked a question. This is his usual method, to make Xue Qinghe think more instead of just listening to him. Xue Qinghe suddenly realized, are you saying that once this news is exposed, the fourth brother will shift from being in the open to being in the shadows? This is indeed troublesome, but it doesn't stop there, does it? Xue Qinghe frowned and said. Even he could sense what kind of trouble this would bring, but he couldn't tell more details. Of course, it's not just that, because there must be a backup plan set by the Emperor. Even if your Highness rules the Heavenly Dou Empire, there are many people within the Heavenly Dou Empire who are loyal to the fourth prince. These people are like bombs and could bring great danger, so we need to set a target for them to focus on. Jiang Yu explained seriously. It was also very helpless. Xue Qinghe had too low a grasp of the capabilities within the Tiandou Empire's officialdom. If he could not seize a portion of power as scheduled, then in the future, the Tiandou Empire would inevitably be filled with people from the Snow Knight Emperor and Avalanche. The destructive power this would bring could be much more troublesome than having an additional enemy country outside. Therefore, Jiang Yu pressed down this thought and decided to let Xue Qinghe exchange with the Snow Knight Emperor for the right to participate in politics, and then investigate and transfer all of the Snow Knight Emperor's arranged personnel away. This action would definitely be noticed by the Snow Knight Emperor, but he would not stop it and would certainly cooperate with Jiang Yu, because these exposed individuals could no longer act as hidden pieces. Xue Qinghe said with a serious expression, I know what to do. It must be said that Jiang Yu made a lot of sense, and even though Xue Qinghe was reluctant to part with such a large territory, he decided to follow Jiang Yu's suggestion. Hidden enemies were much more terrifying than open ones. Just like him. With Xue Qinghe's agreement, this matter was essentially settled, and Jiang Yu suddenly recalled something. How is the arrangement for your Highness's marriage going? Jiang Yu suddenly asked, catching Xue Qinghe off guard. Xue Qinghe coughed twice and said, "It hasn't been arranged yet. By Xinjiang's side has been confirmed. But there has been no news from Meng'eran. As for Rongrong's side, I haven't resolved that yet." At this point, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but feel a wave of resentment. How was he supposed to arrange this? Not to mention that the only confirmed one was by Xinjiang. He hadn't even seen Meng'eran, so how could he arrange anything? Alright, by Xinjiang's side is the same, but by Xinjiang has already confirmed it. The Min family has sent word that both by Xinjiang and by he have agreed to this marriage, so it is basically settled. The last one is Ning Rongrong's side. Last time I spoke with Ning Fengzhi, we were almost done, but I can't meet Ning Fengzhi's several hard conditions, such as having a child with Ning Rongrong 3 years later. Heavens, just kill me. Ning Fengzhi also had good intentions, wanting Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong to have a child to strengthen their relationship, but he never expected that Xue Qinghe absolutely could not let Ning Rongrong have a child. After hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Jiang Yu was also speechless. What have we done about this? The power of the Prince of Snowstar was very large and complicated. Once the power of the Prince of Snowstar was taken over, the Crown Prince's mansion would immediately be in a state of lacking personnel. Jiang Yu wished that Xue Qinghe would marry a few more, so he would have more trustworthy people to relieve a wave of pressure. But at this moment, Xue Qinghe told him that it was not settled yet, which made Jiang Yu a bit frantic. "I ask your highness to immediately order the 4 single attribute clans to act sooner and to send invitations to the Meng family, inviting them to attend the ceremony and develop feelings with Meng'eran. As for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I'll talk to Master Ning," Jiang Yu said helplessly. How could he not know that this was too urgent? But opportunities must not be missed. Couldn't he possibly take all the power for himself? He was not like the Prince of Snowstar, who had people under him. It was manageable in the short term, but in the long run, it could really lead to death, as he was not made of iron. "Your Highness, please work hard. In the next period, we will be very short on personnel. I can hold on for a short time, but it won't last long. If the issues on this front cannot be resolved by then, I sincerely ask your Highness to marry a few more," Jiang Yu said expressionlessly. Even if he had to be beaten, Jiang Yu had to say that the pressure could not be placed solely on his side. Xue Qinghe had a face full of despair. 3 were not enough. And Jiang Yu actually wanted him to marry a few more. Was this asking for his life? But Xue Qinghe also knew he couldn't ignore the issue of lacking personnel. As for the people from the Spear Hall, Xue Qinghe did not consider them at all. After being taught by Jiang Yu for so long, he understood that it was best for his subordinates to have clear identities. Having too many people with unclear identities would not benefit him, only increasing the likelihood of exposure. The more it came to this time, the clearer Xue Qinghe understood that his identity absolutely could not be exposed. Otherwise, everything he had now would be lost. Chapter 74. Unworthy. In the following months, several major events occurred in the Tiandou Empire. First, the 4th Prince, Avalanche, committed patricide and fratricide, and the aftermath of his tarnished reputation lingered. Immediately after, news spread that the Snow Knight Emperor had exiled the 4th Prince, Avalanche, and the Prince of Snowstar to the northern region, far from the political center of the Tiandou Empire, Tiandou City. Following that, even more explosive news emerged. The Emperor of the Tiandou Empire publicly announced that he was unwell and decided to cultivate the Crown Prince, granting the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, the regency powers to fulfill the rights left vacant by the departure of the Prince of Snowstar. This was shocking to everyone. In their eyes, the Snow Knight Emperor's announcement indicated that his health was indeed failing, and it was time to consider the next generation. Many felt an immense sense of regret, as the Snow Knight Emperor had done quite well over the years and had many supporters. However, upon seeing that Xue Qinghe was to take over, everyone became happy again. Xue Qinghe had a high reputation among the people, and many supported him, placing great hopes on him. At this point, Xue Qinghe had essentially accomplished most of his objectives. He had achieved this step several years ahead of the original story and used methods that were not as dirty and dangerous as in the original. As long as he did not make mistakes, he was undoubtedly the next emperor of Tiandou. This was also the helplessness of the Snow Knight Emperor. If possible, he would rather die at Xue Qinghe's hands as in the original, as that Xue Qinghe would be much easier to deal with, rather than forcing the Snow Knight Emperor into dangerous moves now. The last major piece of news was Xue Qinghe's wedding. The Crown Prince's first political act was to get married and confirm the Crown Princess, which attracted everyone's attention, coupled with Jiang Yu's deliberate concealment and revelations. The public felt that Xue Qinghe was marrying more than one person. This further ignited everyone's passion. In an era where everyone was discussing the news of the Haotian sect, this was a refreshing stream. Northern region. Avalanche stood atop a high building, braving the biting cold wind, looking at the letter in his hand. His tightly clenched fist pounded fiercely against the city wall before him, his eyes filled with anger and coldness. Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu, I will definitely return, and when I do, I will defeat you. The compromise of his father and the helplessness of being far away had already led Avalanche to have dark thoughts. No matter what, he had to defeat Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu and make them experience the pain he had suffered over the years. On the other side, the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Jiang Yu arrived here, and in the spacious office, only he and Ning Fengzhi were sitting at the tea table drinking tea. You brat actually have the leisure to come find me for tea. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Ning Fengzhi said with a smile while holding a cup of tea, looking at Jiang Yu in front of him. After all, he had seen how busy Jiang Yu had been in the past few months. Not really worried, but Uncle Ning, how have you decided on my proposal? Jiang Yu replied with a smile, though his youthful face showed a hint of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes that couldn't be concealed. The most important thing that had happened in the past few months for Jiang Yu was the change in power within the Tiandou royal family. Xue Qinghe successfully severed the rights originally belonging to Prince Xue Qinghe from the Snow Knight Emperor, as well as part of the rights in the Snow Knight Emperor's court. The decision-making could not be considered unsuccessful, but the consequence was that the workload for Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had significantly increased. And Jiang Yu had not had a proper rest for a long time. He had only come to the seven-treasure glazed tile school after temporarily stabilizing the situation. Originally, the workload of a Prince Xue Qinghe should not have pushed Jiang Yu to this extent, but the lack of cooperation from the people under him forced Jiang Yu to take on everything himself, exhausting both his mind and body. Fortunately, the four single attribute clans had returned at this time, but even if Jiang Yu assigned all these people to the officialdom, there was still a significant shortage of manpower. After all, this group of people had too much specialization, and there were some tasks that they could not handle. Jiang Yu had long since arranged their positions in his mind. So, Jiang Yu approached Ning Fengzhi to strengthen cooperation between the two sides, allowing the seven-treasure glazed tile school to contribute some personnel to alleviate Jiang Yu's pressure. Jiang Yu had already discussed this with Xue Qinghe, who fully agreed, as he had also taken on a large portion of work that Jiang Yu used to handle. Now, just managing the relationship between the three women had left Xue Qinghe extremely exhausted. Ning Fengzhi lowered his eyes and sipped his tea, thinking, and did not immediately respond to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry either, taking the opportunity to rest a little. After a long while, Ning Fengzhi raised his head to look at Jiang Yu and slowly said, "Can you tell me your stance?" "Uncle Ning, why ask again? My stance is very clear. I've always stood by the crown prince," Jiang Yu replied, squinting at Ning Fengzhi after putting down his teacup. Ning Fengzhi's expression became serious as he said, "Because I've suddenly found that I don't understand you anymore. And can your previous stance really explain your issues?" Logically speaking, the thoughts of a 12 or 13-year-old boy are usually quite easy to guess. No matter what he is thinking, one can draw corresponding conclusions from his behaviors and thus infer what is on his mind. However, this was not useful for Jiang Yu. In the past, Ning Fengzhi could guess Jiang Yu's thoughts from some of his actions and methods, and although his mindset was overly mature, his actions were filled with youthful vigor, making them easy to predict. But looking back now, Ning Fengzhi suddenly realized that he had guessed everything wrong. How could someone who could swiftly take over half of the empire's power in just a few months and manage it smoothly be as simple-minded as he had thought? To be honest, upon realizing this, Ning Fengzhi had maintained a certain level of vigilance regarding his cooperation with Jiang Yu. He also noticed that the more power this young man held, the more frightening he became, reaching a level that left even him astonished. He had never truly understood the young man in front of him, or perhaps the young man had never revealed his full self. Jiang Yu sipped his tea in silence, knowing that Ning Fengzhi no longer trusted him as he once did. A certain wariness had developed between them. It was quite helpless, but he could not stop it, for as time went on, his problems would eventually be exposed. It was already quite good that Ning Fengzhi had only begun to suspect now. "Uncle Ning, we are not enemies," Jiang Yu said seriously as he set down his teacup. "That is not the answer." Ning Fengzhi shook his head. "If it were just a simple statement of not being enemies, then why do people have complicated feelings? It is precisely because human emotions are complex that the foundation of distrust is formed." Jiang Yu's words could not persuade Ning Fengzhi at all. He had long since passed the naive days of Xue Qinghe and had come to understand the wickedness of human hearts. "Uncle Ning probably misunderstood my meaning. When I said we are not enemies, I didn't mean the kind of we that we understand, as we cannot possibly become enemies. but rather that Uncle Ning and your seven-treasure glazed tile school are not worthy opponents for me. Jiang Yu spread his hands helplessly and said, arrogant, extremely arrogant. Ning Fengzhi could directly say that no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him over the years. The seven-treasure glazed tile school didn't even have the capital to become an opponent. For a moment, Ning Fengzhi was shocked by such remarks. A so-called opponent is a force comparable to oneself, and the seven-treasure glazed tile school is still far from that in my view, Jiang Yu explained blandly. Oh, is that so? Then let me see where my seven-treasure glazed tile school falls short. Ning Fengzhi came back to his senses, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared as he asked expressionlessly. Population, territory, influence, and resources, Jiang Yu said calmly. The reason the seven-treasure glazed tile school is so famous is merely because they have two titled Douluos, which is also the most troublesome point for Jiang Yu. After all, this world is not the same as his previous life. The gap in personal combat power is too great. Ordinary people have no means of countering those individuals. And when faced with them, there is truly no solution. They can only wait to die. This has rendered the armies of the mundane world completely ineffective. Soul masters are fundamental, which is Jiang Yu's hard flaw. However, Jiang Yu's words carried no hint of mockery or disdain. He was merely stating a fact. This also allowed Ning Fengzhi to see the unparalleled pride hidden deep within Jiang Yu's heart. Even when facing him, the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he could say such things. How many people in this world could make him take them seriously? Probably none. Chapter 75. Won't lose the atmosphere suddenly fell into a stalemate. And Jiang Yu's topic left both sides feeling awkward. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Ning Fengzhi proactively broke the deadlock. Indeed, Jiang Yu, I was wrong to think highly of you, because that was still underestimating you. You are not wrong. My seven-treasure glazed tile school indeed cannot be considered a complete opponent. I never expected that after a lifetime of hard work, I would receive such an evaluation, unworthy of being an opponent. Ning Fengzhi said mockingly, all while mocking himself, but his expression was filled with openness. Jiang Yu is not entirely correct. Even though the seven-treasure glazed tile sect may not be a matching opponent, it can still be a very troublesome enemy. However, the level of the enemy is ultimately lower, which is also the reason for Ning Fengzhi's mockery. Moreover, the so-called opponent is simply due to the fact that the two of them are not on the same level. The rigid conditions mentioned by Jiang Yu cannot be met by the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, it can be seen from this that Jiang Yu's perspective is that of a nation. No matter how powerful a sect is, it cannot compete with a nation. The scales of both sides are fundamentally different. Therefore, Ning Fengzhi readily admitted defeat, not because he, Ning Fengzhi, is weak, but simply due to the difference in levels between the two. Uncle Ning, please do not think this way. In my opinion, the seven-treasure glazed tile school is still very powerful under your leadership. The gap in our current understanding is simply due to the different perspectives we hold. Jiang Yu was not happy. He was merely stating a fact. Is Ning Fengzhi not strong? He is very strong, second only to Bibi Dong among all leaders. However, his perspective is different from Jiang Yu's, which is why he seems insignificant. If he were truly insignificant, Jiang Yu would not have gone to great lengths to win over the seven-treasure glazed tile school. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's change the topic. Ning Fengzhi said with relief. Ning Fengzhi acknowledged that Jiang Yu won this round, but he also believed he could refute what Jiang Yu said. It was just unnecessary since both sides hold different perspectives and are at different levels, making it difficult to convince the other even if they are somewhat similar. Jiang Yu took the initiative and had the upper hand, while Ning Fengzhi was not someone who could afford to lose. Since Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to win a round, admitting defeat was the only choice. However, I can see now just how ambitious you are. Considering the scale of a nation, I underestimated you. But is Qinghe just a pawn in your hands? Ning Fengzhi asked with great interest. Of course not. Jiang Yu did not elaborate, and Ning Fengzhi did not press for details. The two sides reached a tacit understanding. Some things are hard to explain. The relationship between Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe is complicated. Well then, let us talk about your next plan so that I can understand better. Ning Fengzhi said with a smile. The direct meaning behind Ning Fengzhi's words was to agree to Jiang Yu's previous request. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was willing to send support, even if both sides had not fully opened their hearts to each other. However, driven by interests, Ning Fengzhi also directly agreed. But I still need to understand what you intend to do. Ning Fengzhi realized that Jiang Yu wanted to fulfill his earlier bold claims. stating that the seven-treasure glazed tile school could not be considered an opponent. He also needed to reach a very high level himself. The current prince's mansion was still quite far from that. Developing industry, enhancing technology, winning people's hearts, and dividing power. With Uncle Ning's help, it would surely be much simpler. Jiang Yu said while scratching his chin. He spoke in general terms because he had not made detailed plans. All his actions were in his mind. The first three were things that had to be done and could be accomplished with a little more effort from Jiang Yu. As for the last one, dividing power, it required Ning Fengzhi's assistance. The name of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was still quite useful. You are quite bold, daring to stir things up above His Majesty. Ning Fengzhi chuckled upon hearing this, not probing further, but clearly seeing Jiang Yu's ambition. His Majesty is getting old. Although the entire Tiandou Empire has not experienced major turmoil under his leadership, it has also remained stagnant. This country will improve more and more under the leadership of His Highness the Prince, Jiang Yu said expressionlessly. Aren't you afraid of losing? Ning Fengzhi asked, not wanting to show weakness. The Snow Knight Emperor is also a conservative emperor. Having witnessed these years, Ning Fengzhi knew that this emperor was not weak. As for why the current situation has arisen, it can only mean that Jiang Yu is too strong. I will not lose, Jiang Yu said firmly. He would not lose to someone with a fatal weakness. Jiang Yu has never underestimated the Snow Knight Emperor, even viewing him as a major enemy, because he is indeed very formidable. However, unfortunately, he has grown old and has many more concerns in his heart. For the sake of the Avalanche and the Tiandou Empire, he has made too many compromises, which is his fatal weakness, enough to send him into the abyss. Nevertheless, even so, as of today, Jiang Yu cannot move him. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Yu's stature is simply not a match, and he can only rely on the seven-treasure glazed tile school to weaken him. You seem quite confident. Ning Fengzhi did not voice any objections. In his view, since Jiang Yu dared to act, he must have been well prepared. Please, Uncle Ning, I ask for your strong support during this period of time, and I will be immensely grateful, Jiang Yu said solemnly. As long as we get through this period of power turmoil, Jiang Yu will have time to do other things. Naturally, after all, I am Qinghe's teacher, and I will definitely provide strong support in such matters, Ning Fengzhi said with a meaningful look. Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed. He understood Ning Fengzhi's intention. To put it bluntly, it was about wanting a position, so he could just give it to him. The entire Tiandou officialdom had to be filled with their own people, and Ning Fengzhi could barely be considered one of them, especially since Ning Renxue was already engaged to Xue Qinghe. Once everything was ready, the two families would become in-laws. I understand Uncle Ning's meaning, and I will arrange it immediately. Jiang Yu finished his tea in one gulp and then cupped his fist towards Ning Fengzhi, saying, in that case, Uncle Ning, I will take my leave. Well, please send my regards to Qinghe, Ning Fengzhi said with a smile, not holding him back. I will, Jiang Yu nodded. Then Jiang Yu pushed open the door and walked out, only to see an unexpected person, Ning Renxue. Ignoring her, Jiang Yu directly walked past Ning Renxue without saying a word. This caused Ning Renxue's expression to stiffen, and she looked quite displeased. Unfortunately, by the time she reacted, Jiang Yu had already walked far away, leaving her to angrily push open the door and enter the conference hall where Ning Fengzhi was. She saw Ning Fengzhi lost in thought, fiddling with the tea set, and only put it down when he sensed Ning Renxue's approach, looking at his daughter. How is it, Renxue? What do you think of him? Ning Fengzhi asked with a smile. It was his arrangement for Ning Renxue to listen to their conversation. After all, she was going to marry Xue Qinghe in the future, and she needed to understand his top general well. Ning Renxue was very dissatisfied and coldly snorted. Humph. Arrogant and rude, far inferior to third brother. I don't understand what you see in him, father. You only understand this much from listening? A hint of helplessness flashed across Ning Fengzhi's face. He didn't blame Ning Renxue. As the level they stood, it was too high for her to comprehend. However, although I haven't met the so-called Tang Sen you mentioned, I have to say that no matter how powerful he is, he cannot compare to Jiang Yu. Ning Fengzhi said softly. It wasn't that he looked down on Tang San. It was just that the things Jiang Yu played with were not on the same level. Jiang Yu was aiming for a nation, while Tang San, he was probably still studying at school, and the gap between them was not small. But third brother's hidden weapons are very powerful. As long as our seven-treasure, glazed tile, school collaborates with third brother in the future, our disciples can also equip those hidden weapons and have self-defense capabilities, Ning Renxue argued. This was her reason to persuade her father, but unfortunately, it had no effect on Ning Fengzhi. Hidden weapons are powerful, I will assume for the sake of argument that these so-called hidden weapons are indeed impressive. But do you think your third brother will share the methods to create them with our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Fengzhi said non-committally. Ning Renxue wanted to say yes, but then she thought about how Tang San treated the hidden weapons as treasures and his hopes of restoring his sect in the future. Knowing he would never share the methods with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Without the methods, those hidden weapons would mean little to them. Renxue, you are getting married now. It's time to understand our sect. Do you think that at our 7-treasure glazed tile school's level, our own combat power can threaten us? No, the real threats come from those several powers, Ning Fengzhi said lightly. The biggest crisis facing the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not their own inadequate combat power, but the fierce tigers lurking around them. Simply improving combat power would not solve the problem. As long as the 7-treasure glazed tile school remained on the continent, who would give them face? Safety was merely a matter of words. This was also why Ning Fengzhi valued Jiang Yu. Collaborating with the Tiandou Crown Prince could genuinely solve their current problems. A small hidden weapon, no matter how powerful, was just a temporary solution. Not to mention that their lifeline was still in someone else's hands. Chapter 76. The Arrangement of the 4 Great Families. On the other side, Jiang Yu quickly returned to the Crown Prince's mansion and immediately summoned the heads of the 4 major single attribute clans. It had been some time since these 4 families had returned, but Jiang Yu had been unable to find the time to meet with their leaders. Instead, when they arrived in Tiandou City, he allocated a sum of money in the name of the Crown Prince's mansion, allowing them to find a place to establish their clan territory in Tiandou City. Now, he estimated that they should have built their bases by now, so he summoned them all together gradually. Jiang Yu was not raising them to let them idle. They were to share the workload. Soon, the heads of the 4 major clans were gathered at the Crown Prince's mansion. At this time, Xue Qinghe was not present, leaving Jiang Yu alone. In this regard, Xue Qinghe was somewhat unfit for his role as Crown Prince. However, considering the difficulties he faced, Jiang Yu could only silently forgive him. After all, balancing 3 boats was quite challenging. Before long, the leaders of the 4 clans appeared before Jiang Yu. He had met the 4 leaders before and respectfully bowed to them. Logically, Jiang Yu didn't need to go to such lengths, but this was a show of attitude. He wanted them to understand his regard for them. Lord Jiang, you're being too polite. Please rise, said one of them. While Titan had not yet moved, it was by he who first helped Jiang Yu up. After all, Jiang Yu was acquainted with Titan, but not with the other 3, so it was appropriate for Titan to assist him. However, by he was astute enough to understand social etiquette, he knew that Jiang Yu didn't actually need to bow to them, and this was a matter of face, as everything they had now was brought by Jiang Yu. By he was somewhat self-aware regarding his granddaughter's acquaintance with Xue Qinghe. Therefore, seizing this opportunity, by he also wanted to get to know Jiang Yu, as his status was sufficient. Jiang Yu was also taken aback, and then he followed the steps down from the platform of Bai He, thanking the clan leader Bai He, or perhaps the future father-in-law. Jiang Yu cheerfully gave Bai He a hat, and since there were no outsiders here, it was simply a matter of flattery. Bai He smiled and said, where? Sir Jiang is speaking too soon. It must be said that the Min family has been doing quite well lately, and as the leader of the Min family, Bai He has been doing even better, enjoying the perks of high status due to the attention from the Crown Prince's residence. Coupled with the confirmed engagement between Bai Chunxiang and Xue Qinghe, Bai He was feeling a bit elated. You old Bai bird, just a compliment, and you get so proud. TSK really can't change your old habits, said Titan, looking displeased. You're just jealous, Bai He retorted. However, whether out of jealousy or not, the status of the Min family is indeed much higher than that of the other 3 families. All right, 2 seniors, please stop arguing. I have important matters to arrange with the 4 of you today, Jiang Yu said, smiling as he intervened. Please speak, Sir Jiang, Titan replied with a serious expression. If a few months ago Jiang Yu still looked immature, now he had fully revealed his talents, showing skills that were no less than anyone else's. It was truly frightening. Titan thought to himself, Jiang Yu's abilities could be considered a significant factor in impressing the 4 great clans, who chose to ally with the Crown Prince's residence because they saw its bright future. After all, no one wants to follow a leader who lacks capability, and both Jiang Yu and Xue Qinghe had proven this point. Xue Qinghe was somewhat understandable. Titan had at least witnessed his growth after living in Tiandou City for a long time. Although he had made progress during this time, it was still within a reasonable range. However, Jiang Yu's progress was quite extraordinary in just a few months. He had gone from being overlooked to taking charge of state affairs. Although he had borrowed a lot of momentum from the 4 great clans, as well as from the 7-treasure glazed tile school in Dugabo Without these 4 clans, Jiang Yu wouldn't have grown to this extent. But this also illustrated the absurdity of Jiang Yu's abilities. He achieved what others could not. This truly shocked many people, and Titan was one of the most affected. The reason I summoned the 4 seniors today is not only to assign you important tasks, but also to sincerely request your assistance in the officialdom to help me shoulder some responsibilities. As you all know, the current situation in the Crown Prince's residence is quite desperate for personnel. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. If it weren't for the overwhelming workload, he wouldn't want to arrange for these 4 to enter officialdom so soon. Jiang Yu had long had a plan for the 4 great clans. Normally, they would first do the work assigned by Jiang Yu for a period before entering officialdom. Unfortunately, time was tight, and he could only let them help out first. I have no problem with that, Titan nodded. After realizing some things, Titan could be said to be the most loyal to Jiang Yu among this group, even more than Bai He. After all, Bai He was closer to Xue Qinghe, while Titan recognized Jiang Yu's capabilities. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Titan naturally agreed. He understood the bizarre scenes in today's Tiandou official circles. It was entirely Jiang Yu holding everything up. When Titan realized this, it refreshed his perception of Jiang Yu. A significant portion of this situation stemmed from Jiang Yu's excessive confidence. He was overly self-assured due to his previous life's learning from various sources, thinking that handling state affairs would be easy and pressure-free. Thus, during the game of wits with the Snow Knight Emperor, Jiang Yu quickly identified the personnel arranged by the Snow Knight Emperor and recorded it. The Snow Knight Emperor naturally understood Jiang Yu's reasons for doing this. He then retaliated and began cooperating with Jiang Yu. Whenever Jiang Yu identified someone, the Snow Knight Emperor would transfer them away, leaving vacant positions. And then Jiang Yu would swiftly cut off that portion of authority. The Snow Knight Emperor was betting that Jiang Yu had few people. He was right but also lost. He didn't expect Jiang Yu's capabilities to be so extraordinary, supporting half of the Empire's state affairs. Initially, the Snow Knight Emperor's plan was to watch Jiang Yu's high-rise building grow and then collapse, intending to drag Jiang Yu down by making him make mistakes, ultimately causing him to pay back double. However, the Snow Knight Emperor underestimated Jiang Yu's abilities, with Xue Qinghe holding half of the power of the Tiandou Empire. Not only did the building not collapse, but it also thrived. In the end, the Snow Knight Emperor found himself constrained, afraid to delegate power again. If Jiang Yu could hold on, it would mean he was bolstering his enemies. Half of the country's power was simply outrageous. Although this power had not been passed down to the local level, it was still central authority, controlling the very foundation of a nation. One could say the Snow Knight Emperor was stunned at that point. However, this was also Jiang Yu's limit. He was just a person, not a machine. I refuse, Yang Wudi said lightly from the side. He had no interest in being an official. His only pursuits in life were to become stronger and to master poison. Therefore, he rejected Jiang Yu's proposal. Yang Wudi's refusal was anticipated by Jiang Yu, but the expressions of the others were not so good. After all, the 4 clans had agreed to advance and retreat together, and now there was a dissenting voice, which made things a bit awkward. Jiang Yu waved his hand at the others and then looked at Yang Wudi, saying, "Let's put aside the refusals for now. Why don't you listen to my arrangement? Senior Yang, all you need to do is handle some administrative matters with Senior Douluo, which shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Indeed, Douluo was also brought over by Jiang Yu. Although Douluo looked like a mess, he still helped Jiang Yu with some manageable tasks. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yang Wudi's eyes lit up and he replied, "No problem. Douluo is the #1 poison Douluo in the world." And Yang Wudi had long wanted to spar with him and discuss toxicology. However, due to Douluo's lack of time, Yang Wudi had never had the opportunity. Now that a chance finally presented itself, how could Yang Wudi not seize it? Jiang Yu secretly nodded. He knew it would be like this. Arranging him to work with Douluo was definitely feasible, but this would likely affect Douluo's temper, as the workload would surely increase exponentially. Jiang Yu had actually taken good care of Douluo before, not assigning him overly complicated tasks, just a simple job. But now with Yang Wudi's help, Jiang Yu no longer needed to worry about whether Douluo could handle it. Yang Wudi definitely could. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu arranged for these clan leaders to enter the officialdom, as they had experience in managing family affairs. The tasks for the 4 clan leaders had already been arranged, and next came the tasks for the 4 clans. Chapter 77. Is this something a person can do? Jiang Yu had long had a plan for the arrangements of the 4 clans. When he spoke with Titan, he had not deceived him. Everything he said was true, and even more important than what he initially mentioned. Titan clan leader, you need to designate a person in charge within your family before taking office, who will be responsible for the forging plan of the Li family. This is very important. You need to continuously innovate and expand in the coming years. Jiang Yu looked at Titan seriously. To be honest, arranging Titan, this master craftsman, to handle political affairs was quite helpless for Jiang Yu. He had originally planned for Titan to take the lead, but Jiang Yu was simply too busy, and Titan's abilities were very strong. I don't quite understand what Lord Jiang means by innovation and expansion, and which aspects it involves, Titan hesitated to say. As a family insider, he knew that he was the most skilled in forging in the entire family, and now that he was going to hold an official position, he was a bit worried about the younger generation's ability to cope with Jiang Yu's arrangements. I will provide a detailed introduction manual. As long as the Li family implements the outlined tasks and adds innovation, it will be fine. As for the aspects involved, they mainly concern weapons, agricultural tools, and daily necessities, Jiang Yu replied. He had already developed a plan for this years ago and created a rough impression of the manual based on his memories. Although he couldn't create the hidden weapons like Tang San's, he must have the Zhuge crossbow that Tang San mastered. In the future, low-level warfare would rely on this. The manual recorded many modern weapons, as well as speculations on ancient weapons. Modern weapons lacking gunpowder could only rely on soul-guiding devices. But ancient mechanical weapons were still feasible. Although Jiang Yu had never studied mechanics, he understood enough. As long as he could express his impressions, others could implement them. In addition, Titan also needed to develop soul-guiding devices, plan measurement standards, and establish a complete assembly line. Jiang Yu mentioned a few more points and explained the assembly line to Titan, although there were only 3 points. Any one of these was more demanding than all the previous concepts Jiang Yu had mentioned combined. What Jiang Yu initially said were general concepts that could be approached from any angle, but the last 3 points had clear specifics. After hearing this, Titan turned pale. This was impossible. Lord Jiang, my Li family may be powerless to accomplish this, Titan said dejectedly. It was indeed too difficult. He truly did not expect Jiang Yu's task to be this high. Jiang Yu naturally knew that what he said was quite absurd. This was in itself a long-term plan spanning a century. The Titan clan chief didn't need to rush. They could take their time for now, focusing first on the development of weapons and soul guides, and discussing the rest later. Jiang Yu was not a demon. He just needed to prioritize the important tasks. Upon hearing this, the Titan finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "No problem, but Lord Jiang, I might need to find a few old buddies to help. As they're also divine craftsmen. Looking for people? Of course we can do that. Divine craftsmen, could they be from the Blacksmith Association?" Jiang Yu quickly thought of who the Titan was looking for. There are only so many divine craftsmen in the world. Besides the Titan, there was Tang Hao and another from the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao. That's right, the Titan nodded. Then you tell them that as long as they are willing to come, our Tiandou Empire can offer them treatment equivalent to that of the Blacksmith Association. Those with strong abilities will be granted official positions, and their safety will be protected by the Tiandou Empire, without any restrictions on their personal freedom, except for one point. They must not leak any secrets. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying there was nothing more to discuss. They would just poach people. The Titan replied, okay. To be honest, he really didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so bold. In the past, he would have been tempted, as the identity of a blacksmith was indeed not high. After finishing the arrangements for the Strength Clan, it was time to move on to the Yu Clan. Niugao Clan Chief. Next is the arrangement for the Yu Clan. Although it's not as heavy as the Strength Clan's responsibilities, your burdens are not light either, Jiang Yu said to Niugao. Niugao nodded and replied, Lord Jiang, please go on. In fact, with the example of the Strength Clan set before them, the other 3 clans knew their responsibilities would not be small. The Yu Clan needed to research stronger and cheaper building materials with high production capacity in the near future. At the same time, the Yu Clan also needed to plan a nationwide route map and determine the distance between the tracks. If possible, Niugao could also have his clan members research transportation tools. At this point, Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. He was treating the Yu Clan not just as a construction department, but also adding a transportation department, which was quite disrespectful. Niugao's silence puzzled the others. To them, it didn't seem difficult. What was wrong with this old rhinoceros? Why did he look like he was about to die? This was simply because they did not understand. Niugao understood this well and knew what Jiang Yu was trying to do, so he realized the nature of the work involved. From the beginning to the end, there would be no issue. The nationwide roads, Jiang Yu's previous mention of additional projects was all a preparation for this. Although Jiang Yu did not explicitly state that roads needed to be built, it was certain that they would need to be constructed in the future. Therefore, Niugao felt that he would likely die in office, and not only that, his son and grandson might also face the same fate. Such projects would take decades, or even hundreds of years to complete. Don't think that Jiang Yu's previous country achieved this in just a few decades. Jiang Yu knew it was due to the strong execution capabilities of his previous country. Now, in the Douluo Continent, such execution capabilities would take at least 100 years. In the end, Niu Gao still nodded reluctantly. I will do my best. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. All he wanted was such a response. Anyway, he did not expect to complete it quickly. Next was the White Crane clan leader. Jiang Yu looked at the White Crane and said, while the White Crane stood tall and proud, indicating that he would definitely have no problem. In fact, Jiang Yu found it a bit difficult to arrange for the Fengzhi clan, as they were indeed lacking in skills and abilities compared to the other three clans. However, fortunately, Xue Qinghe married by Qin Xiang. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would not have let them take on that role. The Fengzhi clan would cooperate with His Highness the Prince to enter the publishing house, establish a nationwide intelligence network, collect information and news from various places, and transmit it as quickly as possible, Jiang Yu said directly. The publishing house has now been completely handed over to Xue Qinghe by Jiang Yu. As this had been agreed upon long ago by the three of them, such matters must be in Xue Qinghe's hands. The White Crane said, he is now experiencing the pain of Titan and Niu Gao. Is this something humans can do? Building an intelligence network is one thing, but nationwide one? Haha, are you trying to take my life? Therefore, even though the White Crane is currently at the top, he knows this is not something humans can handle. Even if 10 more from the Fengzhi clan were added, they would not be able to do it. An intelligence network is not that easy to create. Jiang Yu glanced at the garrulous White Crane and said, don't worry. The Crown Prince and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect will handle this together, and it doesn't require the Min family to do it alone. You just need to follow the Crown Prince's arrangements. That's good. That's good. The White Crane agreed with Jiang Yu, feeling relieved, and didn't dare to say more. The White Crane also understood that, despite Jiang Yu's casual words, this was still a task that involved the whole country, and no single family could manage it alone. In the end, it would only fall to the family. Jiang Yu looked at Yang Wudi, and Yang Wudi, having benefited from Jiang Yu, no longer treated him with the same disrespect as before. My lord Jiang, if the family can do it, we will do our utmost, Yang Wudi said, nodding. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. So it would trouble Chief Yang Wudi. What your Broken One clan needs to do next is to unite the combat-capable members of the 4 clans to form the Crown Prince's Guard. The number of people doesn't need to be too many, but they must be enough to occupy the core positions. No problem. In Yang Wudi's eyes, Jiang Yu's request was much simpler than that of the other 3 clans and was quite easy to accomplish. Although recruiting people later would be quite troublesome, it was still straightforward. However, he underestimated the extent of Jiang Yu's demonic beasts. How could Jiang Yu only arrange such a simple task? He did not intend to treat the 4 clans as mere tools. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and then said, at the same time, the family also needs to compile pharmacology into a book, simplify it, cultivate personnel, establish a complete medical system, and train a large number of ordinary medical staff to be distributed across the country. Yang Wudi was left speechless. Could this really be done by humans? Jiang Yu's plan is also a century-long plan, and it is even more extreme. Jiang Yu requires the cultivation of a large number of ordinary medical personnel, meaning he wants to train ordinary people, not soul masters, which doubles the difficulty. It is true that the base of ordinary people is large, but there are very few who are suitable and worth cultivating. The vast majority of the world's population consists of mediocre individuals. However, Yang Wudi, being quite stubborn, gritted his teeth and agreed, saying no problem. Jiang Yu was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yang Wudi to agree without saying a word. It should be noted that this was quite difficult for him to take on, so it would be troublesome for Chief Yang Wudi. It was good that he agreed. As for how to accomplish it, that was his own business. After that, Jiang Yu discussed the details with the 4 clan leaders for a long time, and it wasn't until dark that they finished. After sending off these 4, Jiang Yu finally felt much more relaxed. This time he was quite exhausted, but it was gratifying that he had laid down a considerable part of the framework. Chapter 78. Eradication of Evil in the following days. Jiang Yu quickly arranged the 4 clan leaders, including Titan, into suitable positions, along with a few of their clansmen. After all, these 4 were not a small clan, and there were certainly more than one manager within. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu selected a few people from among them and arranged them into appropriate roles. As a result, the power in Jiang Yu's hands expanded significantly, and his burdens lightened considerably. The feeling of indigestion he had earlier was completely eliminated, and he even managed to absorb some power. However, Jiang Yu restrained himself, as his pace was still a bit too fast for the moment. To avoid leaving any flaws and to better connect with the lower levels, Jiang Yu ultimately chose to consolidate his current power. Jiang Yu's biggest problem right now is the lack of upper management personnel and the inability to control and connect with lower management personnel. Without upper management, Jiang Yu can still hold on. However, without the ability to control and connect with lower management, Jiang Yu is at a loss. This means his orders are difficult to reach the lower levels and may also be infiltrated. Fortunately, soon, the Qibao sect will send some people to help Jiang Yu, and at that time, he will have a considerable number of decent personnel to assist in management. Sir, someone is asking to see you outside. A servant knocked on the door and walked into the office to report to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu put down his work and asked who. It was a woman named Yi Lingling. This surprised Jiang Yu a little. He didn't expect Yi Lingling to come looking for him at this time. However, although it was unexpected, it was also within reason. It had been a while since her family was wiped out, and she should have realized something was wrong. But even if she sensed the problem, she had no evidence, so her visit was likely to seek confirmation. Let her in. It's good to see her, Jiang Yu instructed. Yes. The attendant then disappeared. Jiang Yu also got up and sat on the nearby sofa, instructing someone to brew a pot of tea, quietly waiting for Yi Lingling's arrival. After a while, Yi Lingling was brought in, this time alone without any companions. Please sit, Jiang Yu said, pointing to the seat opposite him. His eyes carefully examined Yi Lingling. Compared to before, her appearance had not changed much, but her aura had undergone a tremendous transformation, as if she had developed her own will. The previous Yi Lingling lacked personal will, often appearing very reclusive, like someone with autism. Sensing Yi Lingling's change, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Yi Lingling sat down opposite Jiang Yu, her eyes fixed on him the whole time, as if she wanted to see right through him. Jiang Yucai noticed that Yi Lingling was no longer wearing a veil. Perhaps it was this change that allowed her to step out of her past and appear more determined. I thought you weren't planning to meet me, that you were preparing to avoid me for a lifetime, Jiang Yu said with a slight smile, pushing the teacup towards Yi Lingling. The way her delicate body pushed the teacup gave a feeling reminiscent of a child learning to walk. But the aura around Jiang Yu made it hard for anyone to think of it that way. Not at all. After all, our transaction hasn't been completed, Yi Lingling said, glancing at the teacup in front of her before looking at Jiang Yu. Her gaze was incredibly calm, yet concealed endless depth, dark and profound, with every word filled with her own character. Is that so? Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, not saying much more. A few months ago, after Jiang Yu had instigated Yi Lingling's father, Lu Xian, to betray her family, Yi Lingling's whereabouts seemed to vanish. Even the Tiandou Academy had no idea where she had gone. Although Jiang Yu could probably find out if he wanted to, he didn't want to waste that time. He was waiting for Yi Lingling to come to him. If she came, it would prove that she still had value, and if she didn't, then so be it. Was the matter with the Jiuxin Haidang family something you did? Yi Lingling's tone was very flat as she looked directly at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not see hatred or relief in her eyes. There was only calmness, as if Yi Lingling was merely confirming something that had nothing to do with her. Yes. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and admitted it, replying lightly. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. He didn't care to hide it in this regard. Jiang Yu's response startled Yi Lingling for a moment. She didn't expect him to admit it so readily, to the point where she couldn't even ask her follow-up questions. In her impression, Jiang Yu was not this kind of person. He was clearly someone extremely cunning and treacherous. Why? Don't you know there are many innocent children involved? Yi Lingling could no longer hide her feelings. Jiang Yu's calmness was unbearable for her. She stood up and loudly questioned him. Guilt, pain, regret, and sadness. These emotions had accompanied Yi Lingling every day for the past few days because she sensed that it definitely had something to do with her. But why? Why not come to her, but to her family instead? Yi Lingling thought of Jiang Yu and sought him out. She just didn't expect him to admit it so plainly. His expression incredibly calm, as if the death of those people meant nothing. Seeing Jiang Yu like this, Yi Lingling could no longer suppress her emotions, and they erupted. Why destroy her family? Why not spare even those children? Jiang Yu looked calmly at Yi Lingling, whose emotions were starting to get out of control, and slowly uttered a few words, eradicate evil. These simple words struck Yi Lingling's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her face extremely pale. Eradicate evil. Those few words had caused so many children to die. She couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. What evil had they committed? Yi Lingling asked Jiang Yu as calmly as she could. She wanted to question Jiang Yu about what they had done wrong. Even if adults made mistakes, how could children? But she didn't dare. She was afraid that what Jiang Yu said was true. Jiang Yu did not respond, but simply tossed a small booklet to Yi Lingling. It was just an ordinary booklet but it recorded all the dirty deeds of the Jiang Haidang family over the years. Each charge listed in it was a capital offense. Of course, this was not information Jiang Yu had discovered himself. It was delivered to the crown prince's residence, intentionally placed there for Jiang Yu to see, and it was exactly what he needed. However, the horrific cases documented in the booklet were shocking even to Jiang Yu. He truly did not expect that someone could commit such acts without being killed in return. The booklet detailed many incidents from the past decade or so, where the Jiang Haidang family secretly kidnapped numerous ordinary people and some low-level rogue soul masters to conduct inhumane experiments in a desperate attempt to preserve the existence of their Jiang Haidang martial soul. During this period, they directly caused the deaths of hundreds, using extremely cruel methods. Such crimes would be considered a very serious offense anywhere, but on the Douluo Continent, there is an unwritten rule that soul masters cannot be punished under the relevant laws, but rather under the laws pertaining to soul masters, especially for large families. As long as they do not cross certain lines, the state and the spirit hall will not intervene. Thus, these atrocities occurred. Jiang Yu felt fortunate that he had taken action. Such a family should not exist in the world. After reading it, Yi Lingling became numb. She could hardly imagine that her family had committed so many crimes. Why did this happen? For a moment, Yi Lingling found it hard to accept, murmuring to herself. She had come to seek justice, but now she seemed to have become the sinner, because everything stemmed from him. In fact, it was otherwise. Any long-established family must have some dark secrets. Even the Seven Treasures Glaze sect has its own dirty laundry, just not as severe. In this world where power is revered, who hasn't killed someone? It's just that ordinary people do it less often. Jiang Yu didn't kill according to this booklet at first. He simply made a deal with Lu Xian. Looking back now, he feels he did the right thing. He doesn't know who sent this booklet. It could very well be Lu Xian, but it might also be someone else, and Jiang Yu can't be sure. However, he chose to use this as an excuse to conceal the deal he made with her father. Right now, Yi Lingling's situation has worsened. Even though her mindset has changed dramatically compared to before, she still cannot accept this reality. Jiang Yu noticed it, so he served tea and sent the guest away, saying, "You should go back and think it over before coming to find me. You are not suitable to talk to me right now." Yi Lingling did not object. She stood up and walked out in a daze, not expecting such an outcome. She thought she would be angry and filled with hatred. But the things Jiang Yu presented took away her chance for anger and hatred, leaving her only to leave in a state of despair. Jiang Yu shook his head and didn't pay any more attention. Chapter 79. Insult. The situation with Yi Lingling is quite complex. Even though she has experienced the tragedy of her family being exterminated and her mindset has changed, in terms of experience and mentality, she remains much the same as before, with little change. This was completely transparent to Jiang Yu, who easily shattered her facade. Fortunately, Jiang Yu did not reveal the true course of events to her. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened? Sighing, Jiang Yu stood up and walked to his desk to complete his work. Perhaps this world has really changed. He was still a child, yet he had to accept the 996 work schedule. You seem to value her quite a bit. A voice came in at the right moment. "I met His Highness." Hearing the voice, Jiang Yu turned around and respectfully bowed. After so many years, he had become accustomed to Xue Qinghe's voice, and upon hearing it, he naturally recognized it. Xue Qinghe was sitting by the window, watching Jiang Yu with great interest, teasingly approaching him and finding a sofa to sit down. "All right, it's just the two of us here. No need to be so formal. Let's talk about that girl. I'm quite interested," Xue Qinghe said with a smile. He then poured himself a cup of tea, as he had been quite exhausted lately and needed to rest well. However, Jiang Yu also noticed the deep gloom in Xue Qinghe's eyes. He had something on his mind. Etiquette must not be neglected. Jiang Yu straightened up and replied, then looked at Xue Qinghe with a strange expression, saying, "I value her because her martial soul is quite unique. If used well, it might have remarkable effects. But Your Highness, your interest in her, are you planning to marry her? That's not impossible. If you like her, just go ahead. However, the help she can provide won't be too significant," Jiang Yu said with a smile. Puffed. Xue Qinghe couldn't hold back the tea he had just sipped and sprayed it out. Looking at Jiang Yu, he exclaimed loudly, "Who said I want to marry her? I'm just interested in why you value her so much." Xue Qinghe was quite annoyed by Jiang Yu's words. Suggesting marriage was like asking for his life. For the first time, Xue Qinghe felt that wooing women was much harder than working, especially as the number of women around him increased, making the difficulty rise exponentially. In recent days, Xue Qinghe had been mentally exhausted, and if someone didn't know better, they might think he had indulged excessively. In reality, he hadn't. It was just that being surrounded by women he couldn't dismiss was incredibly tiring. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Yu elongated his tone and suddenly realized, which left Xue Qinghe feeling quite helpless. However, he quickly understood that this was Jiang Yu's way of getting back at him for eavesdropping earlier. But was this what he wanted to overhear? It was just a coincidence, wasn't it? Jiang Yu resumed his seat on the sofa and then began to explain, Your Highness, actually, the woman you just saw should be familiar to you. Her name is Yi Lingling, and she is the current holder of the 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Soul. So it was her. Not wanting to dwell on the previous matter, Xue Qinghe suddenly remembered who Yi Lingling was and exclaimed, The 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Soul is indeed a rare martial soul belonging to a rare talent, and Xue Qinghe had some recollection of this kind of rare talent. Additionally, not long ago, Jiang Yu told him that he had destroyed a family, and that family was the 9 Hearts Begonia family. But why is she here looking for you? Didn't you destroy her family? Aren't you enemies? Also, I remember you wanted to recruit her before. So why is it like this? Xue Qinghe suddenly recalled that Jiang Yu had mentioned Yi Lingling to him a long time ago and had intended to recruit her. These don't conflict, Jiang Yu said lightly. How can that not be a conflict? What do you mean by conflict? Xue Qinghe was speechless. He clearly tried to recruit her early in the morning and then destroyed her family. Now she comes looking for him, and they haven't fought. It's all quite strange. After all, throughout the entire process, Xue Qinghe was already confused. He had never seen such a peculiar relationship. Jiang Yu also noticed the confusion on Xue Qinghe's face and explained, Your Highness, it seems a bit conflicting, but actually it isn't. I'm only trying to recruit Yi Lingling, not her family behind her. However, her family will influence the recruitment. So you exclude them? Xue Qinghe interjected. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and replied, Of course not. I will use other methods to force them to let go. It's just that during this process, I ran into Yi Lingling's father, Lu Xian, and learned about the pressure the Jiuxin Haidang family is putting on Yi Lingling. I was a bit upset, so I asked him to let go and act freely. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility for him. That's how it went, and you know what happened next, Your Highness? Really? Xue Qinghe looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of doubt. He only knew a rough outline of the matter, and not the details. Hearing this, he felt something was off. Of course it's true, Jiang Yu said with a sincere expression. All right, I'll reluctantly believe you this time, Xue Qinghe said irritably. But deep down, he silently thought, I believe you, my foot. Every time it's like this, you're definitely lying. Jiang Yu doesn't care at all. After all, this is a fact. If you don't believe it, just ask others. However, these are all minor matters, whether it's the extermination of the Jiuxin Haidang family or Yi Lingling. They're all trivial issues. Jiang Yu could sense a suppressed restlessness emanating from Xue Qinghe, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. The calm demeanor on the surface was merely a facade held down by Xue Qinghe. In fact, Jiang Yu was somewhat impressed by how Xue Qinghe managed to hold back from joking and chatting with him. Your Highness, just say it. What brings you to me at this time? You couldn't possibly be looking for me now, Jiang Yu asked in a deep voice. If you remember correctly, today should be the day Xue Qinghe took by Qinxiang and Meng Yi ran out for a picnic to strengthen their bond. So it was impossible for him to come find Jiang Yu. If he was looking for him now, it definitely meant something serious had happened. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly, but then his expression turned incredibly cold. Today, I met Hao Qian. The brief statement from Xue Qinghe caused Jiang Yu to shudder involuntarily. Hao Qian, Tang Hao, father of Tang San. Why would he come here? Did he say anything to your highness? Jiang Yu asked Xue Qinghe with a serious expression. The fact that Tang Hao sought him out at this time was definitely not out of goodwill. Perhaps my recent actions led him to Xue Qinghe. Whether it was the allegiance of the 4 great families or the rumors about Hao Yan's sect, Tang Hao couldn't possibly have ignored them and would definitely seek out Xue Qinghe. No, but Xue Qinghe couldn't help but punch the table, shattering it into pieces. Although Tang Hao didn't say anything to Xue Qinghe or make a move against him, that indifferent gaze and the overwhelming pressure that forced Xue Qinghe to kneel undoubtedly pierced his heart, filling it with old resentment and hatred. Fortunately, after Tang Hao appeared, Dugabo stepped in just in time to protect Xue Qinghe and prevent him from kneeling. Otherwise, this heir of the Tiandou Empire would have had to kneel in front of outsiders, which would have been a tremendous humiliation. Why did he do this? What benefit does it bring him? Doubts arose in Jiang Yu's mind. Although he couldn't clearly understand what had happened, he was certain that Xue Qinghe had been insulted. His expression and emotions were unmistakable. Since that was the case, what more was there to say? Did they really think that being a titled Douluo meant they could act with impunity, or did they believe they were easy to bully? Jiang Yu's expression instantly turned cold. his tone filled with indifference. "Come in." Soon, a servant rushed in from outside. Jiang Yu coldly commanded, "Immediately notify the elders of the 4 major clans. The master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the platinum pope of the spear hall, and Douluo to come for a meeting." Tang Hao's actions undoubtedly broke the rules. Since he wants to bully others relying on his own strength, then don't blame me for using my power to oppress him. Chapter 80. Transaction. The first to arrive were the clan leaders of the 4 major clans. By the time Jiang Yu issued the order, they were already downstairs. After Jiang Yu sent someone to find them, they coincidentally ran into the attendant he dispatched, and then they came up. In the conference hall, upon seeing the 4 of them arrive so quickly with extremely heavy expressions, Jiang Yu immediately understood that something had happened, likely related to Tang Hao. While feeling relieved, the fact that Titan and the others could come at this moment already indicated many issues. Soon, his expression became even more grim. "It's one thing to insult my boss, but you bastard even want to poach my corner. A 96th level title Douluo is impressive, sure, but don't underestimate others." To be honest, Tang Hao's behavior truly caught Jiang Yu off guard. He never expected Tang Hao would come out to stir trouble. In the original story, although Tang Hao had left Tang San's side during this period, he shouldn't have gone too far and would certainly still be secretly protecting Tang San. Moreover, Jiang Yu really didn't expect Tang Hao to come at this time to meet the clan leaders of the 4 major clans, and even vent his anger on Xue Qinghe after confirming that they would indeed not betray the Douluo Empire. Yes, it was venting anger. Tang Hao viewed his actions as a warning, while Xue Qinghe saw it as an insult, and Jiang Yu considered it venting frustration. What kind of normal person would do this, threatening a national prince? But Tang Hao dared to do it because, in his view, Xue Qinghe's actions were using petty tricks to undermine him. This was also the reason why, after meeting with the clan leaders of the 4 major clans, Tang Hao felt aggrieved upon realizing that some of them still harbored old feelings, but still firmly stood by the prince's mansion. After leaving Tang San's side, Tang Hao went to check on the major clans, intending to see how they were doing. He indeed felt guilty about the events of the past. After all, the cause of this incident was, unexpectedly, not long after he stepped out, he learned that the 4 major clans of the former Haoyan sect had collectively pledged allegiance to the prince, Xue Qinghe, and that there were many stories circulating among the people about the Haoyan sect and his own exploits, which tarnished his and the sect's reputation. While feeling extremely furious, he wanted to find someone to get to the bottom of it, so Tang Hao decided to meet with the clan leaders of the 4 major clans. Among the 4 major clans, except for Yang Wudi, the other 3 clan leaders still held a fair amount of respect for Tang Hao. Even if they didn't particularly like him, they wouldn't chase him away. But the outcome was, well, these people still respected Tang Hao. But they clearly stated that they wouldn't return and even advised Tang Hao to retreat from the world. If it was just one clan, that would be one thing. But the fact that everyone was like this, even by he, made Tang Hao feel very depressed. Anyone in his position would feel the same. So, in a fit of anger, Tang Hao sought out Xue Qinghe, wanting to test his mettle, which was actually just venting anger, leading to the earlier scene. Xue Qinghe was severely humiliated by Tang Hao and nearly knelt down. What Tang Hao didn't know was that what he viewed as a small matter was a great humiliation in Xue Qinghe's eyes and was also a major issue for Jiang Yu. This matter definitely could not be easily passed over, not to mention that Tang Hao's identity had already been exposed. "Your Highness, Lord Jiang," Titan said, seeing Xue Qinghe's furious expression, feeling very uneasy. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yu stopped him. "Titan, I know what you want to say. I can understand your intentions for coming here now, but let's wait until everyone arrives. This is not the time," Jiang Yu said solemnly. Jiang Yu couldn't gauge Xue Qinghe's attitude, so he decided to reveal a bit first to see how things went. This matter was neither too big nor too small. It was a test for their internal affairs. Titan turned his gaze to Xue Qinghe, who said the same. "Listen to Jiang Yu." Instantly, Titan understood that what they were discussing was likely the same issue. Could it be that Tang Hao had also approached His Highness? The 4 of them exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock. It was impossible for them to approach Jiang Yu, as Xue Qinghe was the official leader. If this were the past, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Even if a title Douluo had attacked the emperor, it wouldn't have mattered much, let alone just warning a prince. The strength of a title Douluo was enough to make a national emperor bow down. But now it had fallen on Xue Qinghe, who couldn't swallow this insult. And Jiang Yu wouldn't let such a thing happen for nothing. Soon, those Jiang Yu had summoned arrived. Douluo, Ning Fengzhi, and the platinum bishop of the spear hall. Salis. Salis's arrival caused quite a stir. When Yang Wudi saw Salas, he couldn't help but feel a surge of impulse, but was held back by Titan beside him. Yang Wudi harbored deep animosity towards the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, so Titan had already prepared himself for Salas's arrival. To his surprise, the people appearing here were all familiar faces, which was rare. Salas glanced around and smiled slightly. He was an old acquaintance of Titan and Yang Wudi, though their relationship was not very good. Bishop Salas, please be mindful of your words. If you provoke me again, I can't guarantee you'll leave here on your own feet, Jiang Yu said lightly, glancing at Salas. The threat was clear. Jiang Yu hadn't called him here to add trouble. If he didn't cooperate well and dare to act up in front of this group, Jiang Yu wouldn't stop them from beating him up. Salas looked at Titan and the others, who were suppressing their emotions, as well as Dugabo, Ning Fengzhi, and the two titled Duluos, Bone and Sword, who were now focused on him. He felt a great deal of pressure. This group could definitely suppress him. While he wouldn't die, it would certainly be embarrassing. With a chuckle, Salas found a place to sit and casually glanced at Jiang Yu. This person was truly formidable. Seeing that Salas wasn't causing any more trouble, Jiang Yu also withdrew his gaze and looked at everyone, slowly saying, "The reason I hurried to notify you all today is to inform you that the Haotian Tang Hao has appeared and insulted His Highness the Prince. This matter will not be easily settled by the Tiandou Empire." Jiang Yu's words were very firm, but the content undoubtedly stirred up a huge wave. What? Salas stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief, unable to believe that what he said was true. The Haotian, whom the Spirit Hall had been searching for over a decade, actually appeared, and in such a blatant manner. However, it can't really be said to be blatant, as Tang Hao did not reveal his identity, and he was confident that the four major clans would not expose him. But it was unavoidable. Xue Qinghe and Dugabo knew him, and the four major clans had truly turned against him. However, if Tang Hao was just going to meet the four major clans, Jiang Yu wouldn't concern himself with him. After all, Tang Hao was a titled Dula, and Jiang Yu currently had no way to deal with him. But unfortunately, he had to warn Xue Qinghe, which made things complicated. Jiang Yu indeed had some means. "Qinghe, are you all right?" Ning Fengzhi, who at least understood the ways of the world, did not immediately focus on Tang Hao's matter, but instead asked Xue Qinghe with concern. "Teacher, I'm fine. Thanks to Douluo. I was just a bit startled," Xue Qinghe replied. After sharing with Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe had also recovered. He actually had not sustained any real injuries. Jiang Yu continued, "Titan clan leader, did Douluo come to see you?" This was essentially confirming Tang Hao's identity, as Titan and the others would not mistake him. However, Xue Qinghe's expression clearly darkened. Titan said in a deep voice, "Yes. He wanted us to abandon the Tiandou Empire, but we refused." Tang Hao indeed did not say this, but Titan could discern the meaning behind it. Now was the time to take a stand, and Titan could only say this. He did not expect things to escalate to this level. "All right, very well." Jiang Yu's face showed no signs of joy or anger, while Xue Qinghe was bursting with rage. The insult from Tang Hao, the experiences of the four great clans, and his own ignorance made Xue Qinghe's heart extremely complicated at this moment. "Sect Master Ning, I will trouble you with the next matter. Please fully utilize the capabilities of the Tiandou Publishing House to report everything that happened today." With the title, Haotian Tang Hao openly insults the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, harming the interests of the Tiandou Empire. The Tiandou Empire expresses its anger and reprimands the Haotian sect and Haotian law. Jiang Yu immediately said to Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi thought for a moment about Jiang Yu's words and understood what he wanted to do. No problem. Jiang Yu's moves seemed to have no major issues on the surface, merely accusations, but they were indeed extremely sinister tactics. Chapter 81, Trust Issues. Although Jiang Yu appeared to be merely preparing to verbally reprimand Haotian law and the Haotian sect, the impact it brought was far beyond that. Once this accusation was made public, the reputation of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao would be greatly affected. It could be said that this was a social-level attack on the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, restricting their social standing and continually increasing their negative social impact. Back then, when the Haotian sect went into seclusion, it was a cowardly move, but it was also a wise one, as they only suffered a loss of reputation while preserving their strength. Moreover, as long as they could wait out the negative impact, once it faded, they would regain their status as the #1 sect in the world. However, Jiang Yu first exposed the scandal between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, and now he was openly accusing the Haotian sect and Tang Hao of various actions. With a good reputation of Xue Qinghe, and Tang Hao openly threatening the prince of the Tiandou Empire, harming the interests of the Tiandou Empire, The Haoqian sect and Tang Hao would definitely be pushed to the opposite side of the public opinion in the Dou Empire, completely ruining their reputation. This would completely undermine the original plan of the Haoqian sect. Even if the future disciples of the Haoqian sect were not universally condemned, their reputation would be in tatters. At that time, Jiang Yu would have Ning Fengzhi spread more rumors. As long as the Haoqian sect did not come out to refute them, whatever he said would be taken as truth, and they would be free to pour dirt on them. And if they dared to speak out, Bishop Salas, Jiang Yu said to Bishop Salas. This was the reason for calling Salas over, a reasonable excuse. How about we discuss a deal? Jiang Yu smiled slyly. Revenge doesn't always have to involve killing. Striking at the heart can also work. Jiang Yu planned to use Tang Hao's guilt towards the Haoqian sect to shift the blame for this incident onto the Haoqian sect, striking at Tang Hao's heart. Salas immediately became interested. What deal? Our Dou Empire will help the Spirit Hall locate and confirm the whereabouts of Haoqian law and the Haoqian sect. In return, the Spirit Hall will lend us manpower from their various branches across the Dou Empire. How does that sound? Jiang Yu said. Salas's eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what Jiang Yu was planning. I don't quite understand what you mean, Lord Jiang. This request seems a bit excessive. I'm afraid I can't make that decision, Salas replied. Regardless of whether Salas could make the decision, mobilizing all the branches of the Spirit Hall within an empire was a significant event. Just report this matter up. As for what I want to do, it's nothing difficult. I just want to gather statistics on officials and the population across the country. This is merely a transaction. The Spirit Hall will provide me with intelligence, and our Dou Empire will remain consistent with the Spirit Hall regarding the Haoqian sect, Jiang Yu said calmly. The Dou Empire was currently unable to confront the Haoqian sect directly. The gap in top-tier power was simply too great. Ordinary people or low-level soul masters posed no threat to a title daw. A title daw was equivalent to an entire army, if not more. Therefore, even if Jiang Yu consolidated the entire power of the Dou Empire, it would be difficult to confront the Haoqian sect. However, the reason the Dou Empire could be called an empire, the second strongest force in the world, was due to its territory and population. The so-called utilizing strengths and avoiding weaknesses meant making good use of one's advantages. Jiang Yu did not plan to confront the Haoqian sect head-on. Utilizing the power of the people and the Spirit Hall to suppress the Haoqian sect was a very good approach. As for the deal, this was something Jiang Yu had to do in the future regardless, so it was best to negotiate it now. No problem, I can report it. After thinking for a moment, Salas smiled and said, was it surprising? Not at all. First of all, Salas was aware of Xue Qinghe's identity, thinking that everything Jiang Yu did was for Xue Qinghe. Secondly, he only needed to report it and did not have to worry about anything else. In that case, please report it quickly, Bishop, Jiang Yu said, giving Salas a deep look. This made Salas pause for a moment, but then he burst into laughter, stood up, and said to everyone, feel free to chat, I'll go report now. After saying that, he left without any hesitation, leaving everyone stunned. There was no helping it. Jiang Yu had to push him away. This person was indeed a bit of a jerk, and Salas couldn't help but curse Jiang Yu in his heart. But Jiang Yu had no choice but to hurry him along. The following conversation could not be spoken in front of Salas. Among the 4 groups present, one could not contact the Spirit Hall, one had enmity, and one was wary. Therefore, it was best to finish the discussion and leave. Nephew, you're quite a clever person. That old guy Salas probably never expected that he came here just to be a tool. Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yu was indeed very interesting. He had just used someone and then discarded them, which was somewhat embarrassing. Ning Fengzhi thought to himself that he couldn't do that. Of course I'm not worried. Isn't he quite happy? Jiang Yu replied with a smile. How could he not be happy? It was just a bit of loss of face. Having gained so many benefits here, it would be strange if Salas was unhappy. The news about Tang Hao was undoubtedly very important for the Haoqian sect, especially with the opportunity to cooperate with the Dou Empire. Jiang Yu, please hold on. Xue Qinghe suddenly interrupted Jiang Yu's conversation. This surprised Jiang Yu, who was confused about what was happening. Turning to look, he found that Xue Qinghe was not looking at him, but at Titan and the others, and he understood the situation, letting out a helpless sigh. Ning Fengzhi also sensed the problem and stopped talking. At this moment, Xue Qinghe looked at the 4 clan leaders with a very complex expression, then turned to Titan and said, Titan, can I still trust you? Xue Qinghe's tone was filled with complexity and hesitation. Jiang Yu actually understands his feelings the best. Tang Hao sees that Xue Qinghe is unaware of the matters concerning the 4 major clans. Now that he knows, it's inevitable for him to have chaotic thoughts and doubts. However, just because Jiang Yu can comprehend the principles behind this matter, it doesn't mean Xue Qinghe can. At this moment, Xue Qinghe's heart is filled with suspicion and distrust. Jiang Yu can't help with this. Now he can only see if Xue Qinghe can sort it out, otherwise this will ultimately be a thorn. Sigh. Jiang Yu stands silently to the side. Aren't you going to go help say something? Douluo whispered as he approached Jiang Yu. His Highness's will is my will. Jiang Yu said. TSK, Douluo understood. If Xue Qinghe no longer trusts the four major clans, then Jiang Yu will have no way either. He cannot go against Xue Qinghe's will. At that time, the only option will be to let the four major clans go, for everyone's good. However, if that happens, it will be very difficult for Jiang Yu to recreate the current situation. After all, this is not something he can accomplish alone. Therefore, Tang Hao's move has dealt a heavy blow to Xue Qinghe's power, including his psychology. Titan remained silent, kneeling in front of Xue Qinghe, as did the other 3 clan leaders. Even the most rebellious Yang Wudi knelt down without a hint of hesitation. At this point, nothing else would work. Only the most direct expression would suffice. Titan and the others offered their loyalty to Xue Qinghe. They all clearly understood right from wrong in their hearts. Xue Qinghe had treated them well and granted them significant power. However, regarding today's incident, even if they had rushed over at the first sign, they knew that Tang Hao's actions had deeply hurt Xue Qinghe. Insult and the past identity issues made their situation very awkward. Xue Qinghe looked at Titan and the others kneeling in front of him, and for the first time, his heart was filled with a different yet exceptionally complex emotion, making him feel both uncomfortable and happy, full of contradictions. Time passed second by second, and the entire conference hall was silent, with only faint sounds of breathing, as if waiting for the final moment to arrive. Finally, Xue Qinghe stood up from his chair and slowly walked toward Titan and the others, helping them up one by one and brushing off the dust on them. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to begin, and ultimately walked out without saying a word. Ning Fengzhi gave Jiang Yu a look, but Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly. Uncle Ning, today's matter came a bit suddenly. How about we talk next time? This matter cannot just end like this, but Xue Qinghe seems to be in a bad mood, so it can only be postponed. All right, you go comfort Qinghe. As for here, leave it to me. Ning Fengzhi understood and glanced at the complex expressions on Titan and the others, smiling lightly at Jiang Yu. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Ning, Jiang Yu said deeply, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, it was necessary for Titan and the others to explain, otherwise, it would create a rift in trust. But for Jiang Yu, Xue Qinghe was more important. Titan and the others could actually be given up. Only Xue Qinghe could not be abandoned. Chapter 82. Thoughts after Jiang Yu left. This large-scale meeting could be said to have directly blown over. Fortunately, the most troublesome part was resolved, and Jiang Yu wouldn't have a headache. Ning Fengzhi invited Titan and the others to sit down instead of Jiang Yu. Please sit. For clan leaders, I believe you have some misunderstandings. Ning Fengzhi smiled and gestured. Titan and the others exchanged glances, all bitterly smiling, and then sat down in turn. Please help us clarify, sect leader Ning. They were genuinely confused. They didn't understand Xue Qinghe's final attitude, unsure if he believed them or not, which made them anxious. After all, they had made up their minds to ally with a force for a better life, only to encounter this situation, making it hard to reason. They also felt wronged. They really did not expect Tang Hao to insult Xue Qinghe after meeting them, and even be recognized. Even though everyone present knew that Tang Hao's actions were meant as a warning, nobody denied that it was insulting. They all felt that Tang Hao had done this on purpose to damage the relationship between the two sides. Sect leader Ning, this matter is really... If we had known he would be so detrimental to his highness, I would have risked my life to stop him, Titan sighed. This was not pretentious. It was Titan's true thoughts. He saw the rise of the Li family in Xue Qinghe and Jiang Yu, and at least for the next 100 years, there would be no problem. This was an unprecedented opportunity, so Titan would risk his life to pursue it. As a result, all of it was destroyed by Tang Hao's momentary feelings, leading to a rift in trust between him and Xue Qinghe. No matter how much Titan introspected, knowing he would not betray Xue Qinghe was of no use, because the crux of the matter did not lie in his attitude or anything else, but in Xue Qinghe's heart. If he no longer believed, then everything was in vain. I feel the same. Even the previously smooth he expressed his thoughts directly without any concealment. His face was extremely dark. He was Tang Hao's uncle, so logically speaking, he should be closer to Tang Hao. However, since his sister, Tang Hao's mother, passed away in the subsequent abandonment by the Haoqian sect, his relationship with Tang Hao had become very distant. This time meeting Tang Hao, he was actually quite happy, but he didn't expect such a mess. For by Xue Qinghe marrying his granddaughter was truly the best opportunity for their family to rise. Coupled with hearing Jiang Yu's future plans, it filled Bai He with beautiful hopes. Yet his nephew came and ruined everything. The consequence of losing trust would likely be that their 4 clans would leave, which would be the best outcome. If they left this time, there might not be such a good opportunity in the future. Bai He was very afraid that the Min family might soon disappear from history. He didn't even know how to go back and explain to his granddaughter by Qinxiang, as he could see that she really liked Xue Qinghe. Sigh. The remaining Niu Gao and Yang Wudi also sighed, and from their expressions, it was clear they shared the same thoughts as Titan and Bai He. The future depicted by Jiang Yu is truly too alluring. Once they proceed, their family will undoubtedly be remembered throughout history. It's heartbreaking to see it disappear just like that. Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly upon seeing the expressions of the 4 clan leaders. You don't need to worry, each clan leader, although Qinghe hasn't said a word. The fact that he has helped you up indicates that he will continue to trust you as he did before. Ning Zhongzhu, is what you said true? Titan asked eagerly, fearing that Ning Fengzhi might be deceiving them. Of course it's true. Ning, would never lie about this matter. Not to mention that I am Qinghe's teacher. Even if Qinghe really no longer trusts you, Lord Jiang will definitely do something about it. Ning Fengzhi replied with a smile. He didn't believe that Jiang Yu would do nothing. However, Qinghe, you really have impressed your teacher, Ning Fengzhi thought with a sigh. Jiang Yu's growth is something he cannot see, but the changes in Xue Qinghe have always been observed by Ning Fengzhi. As always, Ning Fengzhi did not believe that Xue Qinghe could become an excellent emperor in the past, because his behavior had always resembled that of a young nobleman, skilled in socializing and maintaining his image, yet lacking understanding of people's hearts. For a ruler, understanding people's hearts is of utmost importance. Therefore, the previous Xue Qinghe was seen as unqualified by Ning Fengzhi. As for now, although Xue Qinghe still cannot achieve perfection, he has become qualified. However, Ning Fengzhi instinctively frowned again. Xue Qinghe had left angrily, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind. He always felt a sense of calculation in the air. Ning Fengzhi felt that his disciple's attitude was somewhat off. As for what exactly was off, Ning Fengzhi was not sure at the moment. Nevertheless, His Highness and Titan still felt a bit uneasy. Xue Qinghe's expression before leaving was indeed too difficult to decipher. He had chosen to leave simply because it was the first time encountering such a situation, and he was flustered, but after some time, it would be fine. He would leave it to Lord Jiang to resolve. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand and said, Xue Qinghe's earlier inquiry was too direct. Normal people would not ask so directly, as it would damage mutual trust. However, the advantage is that if both parties are willing to trust each other and clear up misunderstandings, their relationship will improve significantly. Now that Titan and the others had received answers from Ning Fengzhi, they also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ning Fengzhi did not understand whether Jiang Yu was being deliberate, but it was certain that Jiang Yu probably knew early on that such a thing would happen to Xue Qinghe. Hearing Ning Fengzhi's explanation, Titan and the others also let out a heavy sigh of relief, finally putting their anxious hearts at ease. But what was wrong with Qinghe? Was it really like that? Ning Fengzhi rubbed his forehead. It was impossible. There was simply no reason for it. Yet, Ning Fengzhi still felt a bit worried. Perhaps Jiang Yu was also unclear about the situation, which made things a bit troublesome. On the other side, after leaving the conference room, Jiang Yu followed Xue Qinghe out of the government office. The government office was Jiang Yu's regular place of work, conveniently located near the palace for him to handle daily affairs. After leaving the government office, Xue Qinghe did not go to the palace but walked down the street, and Jiang Yu spotted him at a glance. Jiang Yu hung back far behind Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's pace wasn't very fast, with just a slight increase in speed. He could easily catch up, but he didn't do that. Xue Qinghe wasn't in a good mood, and naturally, Jiang Yu wouldn't disturb him. Thus, Jiang Yu followed Xue Qinghe back to the prince's residence without any hindrance, smoothly entering behind him. Xue Qinghe walked slowly and heavily to the highest point of the prince's residence, where there was a very nice viewing platform. Jiang Yu guessed that Xue Qinghe wanted to enjoy the scenery. Once at the top, Xue Qinghe simply gazed into the distance, looking deep in thought, not wanting to interrupt. Jiang Yu stood not far behind Xue Qinghe. Time passed slowly. From midday to sunset, several hours went by, and Xue Qinghe remained still, lost in the view of the city of Tiandou, bathed in a layer of orange-red light from the setting sun. Jiang Yu also didn't make any other moves, not working, just standing in silent companionship with Xue Qinghe for a long time. Jiang Yu. Xue Qinghe suddenly spoke. I'm here, Your Highness, Jiang Yu promptly responded. Xue Qinghe had always known Jiang Yu was behind him, just as Jiang Yu had silently guarded Xue Qinghe's back. The two shared a mutual understanding. Come over. Jiang Yu stepped forward and stood beside Xue Qinghe, looking at him as he gazed dreamily at the city of Tiandou in front of them. Don't you think all of this is quite beautiful? Xue Qinghe said, one hand clenched tightly, as if trying to grasp the entire city of Tiandou in his palm. Yes, Your Highness, it is beautiful, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Is it? Xue Qinghe smiled, and his mood seemed to brighten considerably. Releasing his hand, Xue Qinghe turned his gaze to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, haven't we ever had a proper conversation? This plain statement stirred something in Jiang Yu's heart. Chapter 83. Enlightenment indeed, they had not had a proper conversation. When Xue Qinghe asked this, countless thoughts surged in Jiang Yu's mind as he recalled moments spent with Xue Qinghe. Although they trusted each other and communicated well, they had never truly opened their hearts to one another. Not once. Neither Jiang Yu nor Xue Qinghe had ever shared their innermost feelings. In the past, Xue Qinghe had looked down on such things, and being an undercover, how could he truly connect with someone? As for Jiang Yu, it was even less likely. His identity and feelings were so complex that how could he open up to anyone, given that, if they had never had an honest conversation? Where did the trust between them come from? It came from the little bits and pieces of daily life, the trust that Jiang Yu had painstakingly built over time. However, this trust could sometimes be fragile. Just a hint of doubt could shatter it. So it was, Jiang Yu thought with a deep sigh, that the root of Xue Qinghe's suspicion did not lie with the four major clans, but with me. What a fatal oversight. In an instant, Jiang Yu understood the reason for Xue Qinghe's low spirits. So, was my coming here a coincidence, or had he calculated it? It should be the latter. Yes, I have never had a serious conversation with His Highness, and I do not know what he wants to hear. Jiang Yu relaxed and looked at Xue Qinghe with a carefree expression. This time, he set aside all his burdens, like a free-spirited traveler, revealing a more authentic side of himself. Easygoing, natural, and casual, it was as if he would continue moving forward even without knowing where the next path lay. Never halting his journey. Even I can feel lost sometimes. Xue Qinghe was stirred. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Yu like this. When he first met him, Jiang Yu was innocent and very cautious, speaking carefully. But in the following days, Jiang Yu became respectful, obedient, and quite interesting. Recently, Jiang Yu had become confident and resolute. Each phase revealed a different expression, and Xue Qinghe had once thought that those versions of Jiang Yu were the true Jiang Yu. Now it seemed that this Jiang Yu was the real one, a traveler who was relaxed yet somewhat confused, yet very determined. Yes, a traveler. This was Xue Qinghe's most immediate feeling. From Jiang Yu, he sensed no hint of desire, as if everything around him and within himself held no allure for him. No matter what, he would keep moving forward, continuing to observe the scenery around him. He would not linger, would not be attached, only persistently advance until the final destination. Xue Qinghe opened his mouth to ask something, but the words seemed pointless, so he smiled, genuinely happy, perhaps because it was the first time he truly understood Jiang Yu. I've never seen you like this before, Jiang Yu. You really hide it well. So be it, whether true or false, this was fine, it felt good. And he was happy, and Jiang Yu was happy too. There were no accusations, no insults. It was as if they were teasing each other like friends. Jiang Yu was also taken aback by this, but then he smiled in understanding. Your Highness, I have never hidden anything. The current me is me, and the past me is also me, just with a slight difference. I can guarantee that I have absolutely not concealed myself. Have I hidden away? No. Jiang Yu can say with certainty that it's just different responses in different situations. It's inherently indistinguishable and unclear. Is that right? Xue Qinghe merely smiled and said nothing. Jiang Yu said he naturally wouldn't believe him, because he had never seen through Jiang Yu's heart. But for some reason, Jiang Yu seemed to understand him very well. It wasn't just limited to his current identity, but also the self beneath that identity. It seemed Jiang Yu understood Qian Renxue. However, he had already come to terms with it. This wasn't important. What mattered were the actions the other party took. Jiang Yu saw Xue Qinghe smiling and questioning him. So he immediately said, "This is naturally true. I can assure your Highness that I am absolutely devoted to your well-being." After saying this, Jiang Yu also wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking quite frightened. When he realized that Xue Qinghe had doubts about him, Jiang Yu was almost scared to death. If this wasn't resolved, he would be completely helpless. He couldn't make someone who already doubted him believe in his decisions, even if all his intentions were for the other person's good. Xue Qinghe found Jiang Yu's pretentious demeanor amusing. but he was sure that Jiang Yu had genuinely been scared just now. Xue Qinghe was very clear about this because he knew that once he started to doubt Jiang Yu, the forces represented by the Crown Prince's residence would instantly collapse and cease to exist. At that point, both of them would lose. But Jiang Yu would lose even more miserably. Let's talk about it. How do you plan to deal with Hao Yian's sect and Tang Hao? To be honest, I don't quite understand why you have such great hostility towards Hao Yian's sect. Although I was insulted by Tang Hao, I don't think my hostility towards them is as strong as yours. It seems you really want to destroy them. Xue Qinghe casually shifted the topic to Hao Yian's sect, not wanting to continue the previous conversation. What was in the past should just be left in the past. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, finally realizing that Xue Qinghe did not intend to dwell on this matter. He was genuinely afraid that Xue Qinghe would want to investigate his secret. After all, his biggest secret was that he was a time traveler who had already read the book Douluo. However, Jiang Yu soon fell silent again. Xue Qinghe's question was a bit tricky. Why did he have such strong hostility towards the Hao Yian sect? In fact, Jiang Yu hadn't realized that his attitude was so obvious to outsiders. Perhaps it was simply that he couldn't stand the Hao Yian sect, disliking their character and actions. But maybe it was also because he was unhappy with Tang San and wanted to cut off his wings. However, none of these were valid reasons. They couldn't be used as justification. Why the strong hostility towards the Hao Yian sect? It must be because of their reputation as the #1 sect in the world. They would not become our friends, only our enemies. Since that was the case, why not eliminate them sooner rather than later? Jiang Yu said calmly. Currently, we hold half of the power in the Tiandou Empire, and we have 2 top 3 sect allies, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Thunder Tyrant Dragon Clan, along with the powerful soul masters led by Douluo. There are hardly any opponents or threats left in this world that can stand up to us. Xingluo Empire, Wuhuan Temple, half of the Tiandou Empire, and finally, the Hao Yian sect. The Hao Yian sect is not considered a rival, but they could become an ally to our opponents. So they are a threat. Then why don't we recruit them? Xue Qinghe asked curiously. Jiang Yu's principle has always been to unite more friends. And Xue Qinghe doesn't believe that he hasn't thought about it. Jiang Yu had thought about it, but ultimately gave up because it was too troublesome, and also because he really disliked that group of people. They could never join, as the Hao Yian sect is proud and would not become a vassal of any force. Especially since the 4 major clans that were once their subordinate clans might even be higher than them. Moreover, they're also too selfish and cowardly. Such people I dare not use, Jiang Yu said lightly. The second point is the key. No matter how powerful or loyal the Hao Yian sect is portrayed in the original work, it cannot hide their inherent selfishness and cowardice. When dealing with outsiders, they will always think of themselves first. The entire Hao Yian sect, including Tang San, shares this mindset. Jiang Yu dared not associate with such people, nor did he disdain to associate with them. Is that so? Indeed, Xue Qinghe nodded. Jiang Yu makes a lot of sense, and it aligns with his impression of the Hao Yian sect. Since it's destined that they cannot become friends and can only become enemies, it's better to eliminate them as soon as possible. Jiang Yu couldn't figure out Xue Qinghe's attitude for a moment. It seemed that Xue Qinghe cared a lot, but from his demeanor, he also seemed indifferent. Jiang Yu really didn't know what he cared about. Time passed quickly, and the distant sunset finally set, slowly bringing the night. All right, you should go back now. I want to be alone for a while, Xue Qinghe suddenly said after glancing at the sky. Prince Jiang Yu intended to stay and keep him company for a while, but was stopped by Xue Qinghe. All right, you can go back. I'm fine now. I'm not as fragile as you think, Xue Qinghe smiled lightly, feeling quite relaxed, as his heart not have been untied. Jiang Yu glanced at Xue Qinghe and then turned to leave. As he watched Jiang Yu depart, once Jiang Yu's presence completely faded away, Xue Qinghe slowly took out a letter from his body, a very special and uniquely significant letter. It was written by his mother, and the content was filled with ill intentions, all speculations about Jiang Yu's various motives, thoughts, and what he intended to do. Xue Qinghe sneered, "Humph. Although I don't know how you found out my identity, I never expected you would use such things to discuss me. I won't believe anything you say. I will only trust what I see myself." After saying this, Xue Qinghe brought the letter to the candle, ignited it, and then threw it outside. The letter quickly burned into a pile of ashes in the air. Jiang Yu, passing by downstairs, noticed a flash of fire in the sky that swiftly disappeared, with bits of ash falling into his hand. This is Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, and then quickly had a guess in his heart, finally smiling faintly. "Your Highness, you really are willful." He then scattered the ashes in his hand and strode forward. There was still a pile of work waiting for him to handle the next day. Chapter 84. Appointing Officials. Spirit Hall. In a conference hall at this time, there were not many people present. Bibi Dong was sitting in a high position with her head propped up, while Hulaina stood behind her as an attendant, and the titled Ghost Shadow was below. Your Holiness, here's what happened. His Highness burned the letter, and there was no conflict between the two. Ghost Shadow reported to Bibi Dong from below. The content of his report was exactly the entire process of Jiang Yu meeting Xue Qinghe, with details as if he had witnessed it firsthand. In fact, he had witnessed it firsthand. Apart from not entering the conference room, Ghost Shadow had observed the entire process. After all, neither Jiang Yu nor Xue Qinghe was particularly strong. And facing a titled level expert like Ghost Shadow, who was adept at concealment, they naturally could not perceive that someone was nearby. Thus, everything was heard clearly. But fortunately, it wasn't anything important, so it was fine to overhear. Throughout the process, the two did not discuss much. It was more about their hearts being at ease. After hearing this, Bibi Dong laughed heartily, not expecting her daughter to be so cautious. Did she anticipate that I would send someone to eavesdrop? Or was it just an accident? Since there was nothing important in the entire process, it was the evaluation of Hao Ian sect that Bibi Dong found very agreeable. It should be an accident. Ghost Shadow felt embarrassed below. Even though he knew it was Bibi Dong's daughter, he did not dare to directly address her identity. However, you say she did not suspect that, Jiang Yu? After Bibi Dong finished laughing, she looked deeply at Ghost Shadow and asked. Yes, His Highness did not have any suspicions. Except for a moment of confusion at the beginning, she quickly restored her trust in Jiang Yu. Ghost Shadow replied. This was very shocking to Ghost Shadow. He had read that letter, and Xue Qinghe should have had some doubts about Jiang Yu. At least he should have been honest. Yet Xue Qinghe acted as if she knew nothing. This is interesting. Bibi Dong muttered to herself. It seemed like she was getting to know her daughter for the first time, but the two of them hadn't really met much before. This caused a pang in Bibi Dong's heart. Speaking of that letter, anyone who had read its content, as long as they knew Xue Qinghe's identity, would certainly have doubts about Jiang Yu. Some might even go so far as to kill to silence him. They would definitely not treat it as if they hadn't seen it at all. The letter from Bibi Dong did not contain anything good. Besides the intelligence on Jiang Yu, it directly pointed out that Jiang Yu knew Xue Qinghe's identity and even provided evidence, namely Jiang Yu's several uses of Spear Hall resources. Jiang Yu's clandestine use of the intelligence network was very secretive, but it was impossible to hide it from Bibi Dong. Initially, Bibi Dong even thought that it was Qian Renxue who was behind it. However, once the line was crossed, Bibi Dong sensed something was off and quickly realized it was Jiang Yu's doing. No one is a fool. How could Jiang Yu's behavior pretending to use Xue Qinghe's resources possibly escape Bibi Dong's notice? In an instant, Bibi Dong deduced that Jiang Yu must have figured out Xue Qinghe's identity. Therefore, out of familial affection, Bibi Dong informed Xue Qinghe to handle it. It couldn't all be said to be out of good intentions. Bibi Dong was also curious to see how he would react. What she didn't expect was that Xue Qinghe's reaction exceeded her expectations, as he simply let it go. She truly wanted to meet this young genius and see what charm he possessed. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. It had been a long time since she had encountered someone so interesting. This was trust, not loyalty. Bibi Dong hadn't seen such a level of trust in a long time. Therefore, she was eager to find out why Jiang Yu was worthy of trust. Then, Your Holiness, should I bring him over? Gue Mei suggested. No need. I believe we will meet in the future. Rather than having him brought here, I want to see how he will react when he meets me, Bibi Dong casually replied. Understood. Hui Mei responded. You can leave now. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling Gue Mei to go. Gue Mei bowed and then retreated, disappearing from the hall. Nana. Bibi Dong then spoke. Teacher, I'm here. Hulaina walked up from behind Bibi Dong and stood beside her. Remember this name, Jiang Yu. He will be either the strongest opponent or a very interesting friend in the future, Bibi Dong said solemnly with her eyes closed. Why, teacher? Hulaina asked, somewhat puzzled. She had also seen the intelligence on Jiang Yu. Although he was a genius, he often indulged in clever tricks. You'll understand this later. For now, you must study hard and pay more attention to the affairs within the hall, while cultivating and managing various relationships, Bibi Dong instructed. The final instruction was actually due to Bibi Dong's concern that her disciple might not be a match for Jiang Yu. After all, based on performance, Jiang Yu's mental acuity was somewhat exceptional. Bibi Dong compared herself with Jiang Yu, and naturally, he seemed lacking. However, Hulaina was different, even if she was a genius. She was still far behind Jiang Yu in terms of political strategy. Nevertheless, being this clever had its advantages. He would understand how to act in his own favor. Therefore, Bibi Dong was not overly worried about her disciple being severely taken advantage of, although being taken advantage of was unavoidable. Yes, teacher, I understand, Hulaina replied. Jiang Yu, I remember you. Although Hulaina claims not to care much about what Bai Dong said, she indeed remembers him. Whether she will consider him a rival is uncertain. On the other side, in Tiandou City, it has been over 10 days since their last trust. After experiencing the initial chaos of those first few days, Jiang Yu quickly returned to his usual calm, and things started to follow the planned path. One could say everything is just like before. The emperor said he wants to grant you an official position. What do you think? Are you interested? Xue Qinghe said to Jiang Yu, bored, while playing with the pen in his hand beside Jiang Yu's desk. No. Jiang Yu, who was working, did not even lift his head to refuse. His tone was very direct, showing no consideration at all because he knew what was going on. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, put the pen aside, and seriously looked at Jiang Yu, saying, Are you really not interested at all? Don't you want to know what position the emperor wants to arrange for you? You should know that when Xue Qinghe learned about this matter, he was thinking of giving Jiang Yu a surprise. But he didn't expect Jiang Yu to have no interest whatsoever. Not all, because a high official position brings me no benefits, and a low official position is of no use to me. Jiang Yu said bluntly. Jiang Yu is currently, strictly speaking, a free agent. Although he holds significant power, it is all dependent on Xue Qinghe. If he loses Xue Qinghe's trust, he will also lose his power, which is why he was so anxious before. If your majesty simply wants to arrange an official position for me, it must be a high-ranking official position that is very important and not within the influence of the crown prince's residence. At that time, the new official position will surely be separated from the powers of the crown prince's residence. If I accept this official position, I fear I will be constrained and unable to handle the affairs of the crown prince's residence. Jiang Yu explained as he put down his pen and raised his head. There really isn't much worth calculating on Jiang Yu, so after careful consideration, he understood what the Snow Knight Emperor was thinking. The so-called granting of an official position was definitely true, and it would be a high-ranking position, but the intention behind it was not good. The idea was likely to delay Jiang Yu, giving him less time to pay attention to the prince's residence and allowing for more time to be gained. After all, one still has to abide by the rules. As long as the rules haven't been broken, if Jiang Yu accepted the position, he would definitely have to do his current job well first. But could he do it well? Of course not. Jiang Yu is almost 13, but still acts like a little kid, sitting on a pile of heads. Even without the manpower of the Snow Knight Emperor, it would still be extremely difficult for Jiang Yu to publish any work. This is not about being granted an official position. Instead, it has created a cage for Jiang Yu. All right, since you refuse, I will reject my father the Emperor. Xue Qinghe thought for a moment and said, I thought you would be happy about it. After all, I think the Minister of Agriculture really suits you. Wait, Your Highness, what official position are you talking about? Jiang Yu, who was originally indifferent, suddenly became interested. The Ministry of Agriculture, what's wrong? Xue Qinghe said, with a puzzled expression. It really is this department. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. The Tiandou Empire does have a Ministry of Agriculture, but its status is quite awkward. It holds real power. Yet it is of little use and can only manage some planting issues of the common people. It should be noted that the system of the Tiandou Empire is similar to the citizenship system of the Roman Empire in Jiang Yu's previous life. Soul masters are equivalent to citizens, while commoners are the masses outside of citizenship. This means that the entire class of soul masters is supported by the common people, who only need a farm. Although the Ministry of Agriculture has great power in managing farming, it is not considered important. If it's this department, Your Highness, you can reply to His Majesty that I agree. Jiang Yu replied seriously. This is one of the few positions he is interested in, but it's not a big deal if he doesn't have it. However, since it was offered, Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept it. After all, it is also a very important module in his future plans. Chapter 85. Are you a devil? In fact, even though Jiang Yu thinks the Ministry of Agriculture is not important from his attitude, it is indeed a very important department. It just seems less significant in the current world and at this time. The role of the Ministry of Agriculture is to teach farming, develop high-quality seeds, and plan agricultural activities. Essentially, it is a crucial department responsible for logistics, determining the strength of the logistics. In a normal world, after Jiang Yu gains current power, his first task would be to reform agriculture and develop logistics with full effort. A strong logistics system represents a nation's confidence. However, this powerful department has become somewhat dispensable in the Douluo Continent world, not to mention the vast base of common people and fertile land. There is hardly any pressure on logistics. Moreover, with a large population of soul beasts, food is not a problem. The meat of soul beasts is also a good option. Besides producing soul rings and soul bones, the greatest added value of soul beasts is their meat. Therefore, Jiang Yu did not seize the power of the Ministry of Agriculture, as it is important for the country, and the Snow Knight Emperor would not easily let it go. Acquiring it would be somewhat counterproductive. Jiang Yu's first task is to help Xue Qinghe ascend to the throne, then unify the Tiandou Empire. After that, he needs to prepare for future wars. With no pressure on logistics, Jiang Yu's goal is to strengthen the military and then facilitate Xue Qinghe's ascension. This is another helpless point. The common people, who make up the largest population, are unaffected by the war. To enhance the strength of the army, it must either consist entirely of soul masters or rely on weapons. Jiang Yu chose weapons, so the focus in the future will definitely be on this aspect, which is also what Jiang Yu wants to do for the Yizhi clan. However, agriculture will still be very important in the future. Whether the social model of the Tiandou Empire can be transformed in the future depends on the achievements in agriculture, which is why Jiang Yu is currently accepting an official position. It can be considered a step ahead. Agriculture is not included in Jiang Yu's current plans, which have been set aside for now. Currently, the Douluo Continent is generally a feudal agricultural society, and transitioning from a feudal agricultural society to an industrial society involves the issue of non-agricultural population. The so-called non-agricultural population refers to those who can be supported by the current population but do not engage in farming, including current soul masters, officials, and merchants. The number of non-agricultural population determines the strength of industry. As long as there are enough non-agricultural people, there will be someone to develop industry and build an industrial society. Becoming an industrial society is important, and many people are aware of the strength of industrial societies. Even on the Douluo Continent, without mentioning peak combat power, an industrial society can easily surpass an agricultural society. What? You agreed? Xue Qinghe has said in surprise. Just a moment ago, Jiang Yu had refused, and now he suddenly agreed. Xue Qinghe had a bad feeling. Combined with what Jiang Yu had just said, if he left, who would take care of things here? Isn't that reasonable? Didn't your highness see the plan I gave you? Jiang Yu said in confusion. After experiencing a crisis of trust a few days ago, Jiang Yu hurriedly prepared the future development plan for the Tiandou Empire when he got home and gave it to Xue Qinghe to let him know about his plans and arrangements. Jiang Yu mentioned this in the plan, as it is a very important part of the later stage. Cough, cough. Xue Qinghe awkwardly cleared his throat. Could he say that he only managed to read part of Jiang Yu's plan and couldn't continue? After all, Jiang Yu's plan was really just a book. Xue Qinghe patiently read through part of it, but then he couldn't continue. He recognized every word, but he could only understand part of the overall meaning. How could this work? It involved a lot of specialized knowledge, future predictions, and various coping strategies. In short, it was very complex and detailed. Xue Qinghe looked at it dozens of times, nearly 100, before he finished the first half of the first year's plan. So he directly stopped looking at it. He trusted Jiang Yu anyway, so he could just leave it to him. Your Highness, it's better to take a look. After all, this involves future development, and you should understand it, Jiang Yu patiently advised. This is his hard work, and it concerns the future planning of the country. As the future emperor of the country, shouldn't you do justice to my efforts over these past few days and nights by not finishing it? Thanks to the enhancement of soul power, otherwise, Jiang Yu really couldn't have written so much and so quickly. Okay, I understand. I will finish reading it during my free time, Xue Qinghe quickly said, knowing that Jiang Yu was right. But he was usually very busy, managing affairs and trying to woo girls, and he could hardly spare much time. Having such a leisurely time today, drinking tea in Jiang Yu's office, was something that normally wouldn't happen. Jiang Yu remained silent, feeling that Xue Qinghe's attitude was a bit strange, as if he had become more talkative. Ever since the last trust incident, he felt that the crown prince in front of him had become slightly more capricious. Although his usual behavior seemed unchanged, Jiang Yu had spent a long time with Xue Qinghe, so he easily noticed that Xue Qinghe had indeed become more unpredictable. Your Highness, it's better to finish reading sooner rather than later, and it must be something you understand. Because once I accept the official position, I won't be able to come here to help you with your duties anymore, which means you will have to handle your affairs by yourself in the future. Jiang Yu kindly reminded him. Yes, Jiang Yu was only helping Xue Qinghe with his official duties. Although he had never handled them himself, and had always been Jiang Yu taking care of them, these duties essentially belonged to Xue Qinghe, not to him. After Jiang Yu took office as the Minister of Agriculture, he could no longer come here. Otherwise, the Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't be willing to invest so heavily. It is just to drive Jiang Yu away and then limit the development of Xue Qinghe's influence here. Jiang Yu is gone, and there must be a pile of things waiting for him. No way. Absolutely not. Xue Qinghe refused without a second thought. What a joke. Let me take over Jiang Yu's duties and handle official business? Is this something a person can do? Jiang Yu's efficiency in handling official duties is very high. But even so, he often works late into the night due to the sheer volume of work. Next to his office is a temporary bedroom he uses to rest. If he works too late, he simply sleeps there. Xue Qinghe does not want this kind of life. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If he were to take on such work, he would probably never finish by dawn. However, that's not the most desperate part. The most desperate part is that if he doesn't finish by dawn, there will be more work the next day. I have a lot of things to deal with as well. If accepting an official position means neglecting my own work, then I should refuse, Xue Qinghe said sternly. Unfortunately, what is there to regret? Right now, Xue Qinghe only feels fear. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will definitely arrange everything properly. Now that our forces have entered a relatively stable period, they can operate without my supervision, so it's fine to hand it over to you. Moreover, I noticed that your work can overlap with your current duties, and at that time, you can arrange for your wives to help out together. Fostering relationships while also managing work, Jiang Yu said kindly. Are you a devil? Xue Qinghe screamed in his heart. You just want to assign me work, right? And even involve my wives. Who does that? You've changed, Jiang Yu. You've really changed. Indeed, Xue Qinghe was right. Jiang Yu had changed. After realizing that there was indeed a trust issue between him and Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu reflected on himself and felt that his previous approach of monopolizing power was not feasible. Even if he was responsible to Xue Qinghe, it would raise suspicion among others. The letter that Xue Qinghe burned was the best evidence. Jiang Yu deeply suspected it came from Xue Qinghe's grandfather, Tiandou. Thus, Jiang Yu's mindset truly changed. To avoid being suspected again by the spirit hall, which could threaten his own safety, Jiang Yu became much more casual in his attitude towards power and affairs, transferring his own power to Xue Qinghe. The consequence of this was that Xue Qinghe's workload increased exponentially, already comparable to that of a half-emperor, which made Xue Qinghe feel like he was going crazy. It used to be so easy because Jiang Yu was helping to handle it. Did he really think the emperor didn't have to work? There have been several emperors in history who died from overwork. Chapter 86 decision, even with Jiang Yu explaining this, Xue Qinghe still wanted to refuse. Completely unable to understand why he had to do so much work now when it had been so easy before. If Jiang Yu knew what Xue Qinghe was thinking at this moment, he would definitely tell him that it was because of responsibility. The greater the power you have, the more responsibilities you bear. As long as you haven't escaped the cage of worldly power, it will always be this way. Is it really impossible to refuse? Xue Qinghe said somewhat depressedly. The carefree demeanor of the past, even the smile on his face, had completely vanished in the face of the overwhelming workload. You can refuse, but I suggest Your Highness accept it. The Ministry of Agriculture is involved in future planning. Although it doesn't matter for now, it's still good to arrange it in advance. Moreover, His Majesty is already prepared if we want to gain such great power in the future. The cost will be significant unless you can ascend the throne. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then gave a reasonable answer. Developing agriculture is something that must be done either very early or very late in Jiang Yu's plans. It is completely impossible in between. If he misses this early opportunity, he would have to wait until the ending of the original work, when the world is at peace, to develop it again. In between, due to power struggles and the timing of wars, Jiang Yu could not prioritize development. The original plan was that in the early stages, Xue Qinghe could only contend with the Snow Knight Emperor and would have no chance of obtaining this portion of power. By the time he ascended the throne, it would already be too late. By then, war would be imminent, and Jiang Yu would have to focus on preparing for battle, not on development. Therefore, the current opportunity is truly excellent. It must be said that the Snow Knight Emperor made a great move, directly hitting Jiang Yu's weak point. Knowing it was a trap, Jiang Yu still decided to jump in. Well then, since that's the case, you may go. Xue Qinghe waved his hand helplessly, agreeing to let Jiang Yu accept the appointment. He could understand the priorities. He just didn't want the small emotions caused by work, while Jiang Yu was genuinely considering future development. Xue Qinghe would not throw a tantrum over such matters, even though he knew that if he disagreed, Jiang Yu would definitely not go, for the sake of the future. This amount of work shouldn't be too difficult. Your Highness is wise, Jiang Yu smiled and said. Xue Qinghe waved his hand, saying there was no wisdom, just more experience and understanding. This year has truly been the year of greatest change for Xue Qinghe. He has learned a lot, understood much, and gained considerable insight. You should probably take some people with you. Have you thought about who to bring? Xue Qinghe asked. He was no longer the Xue Qinghe of the past. While he might not fully understand the intricacies of the officialdom, he was certainly knowledgeable about some of the ways. The Ministry of Agriculture was previously his father's domain. If Jiang Yu parachuted in a minister, the original staff would definitely not cooperate, and Jiang Yu might end up in jail for failing to complete the task and could even take the blame. Although taking the blame isn't a big deal, it would still be quite embarrassing. I will take Senior Douluo with me, Jiang Yu said lightly. He certainly knew that his journey would not be smooth sailing, so he prepared a big move. If reasoning fails, he would resort to physical force. After all, he could just overpower them all and ensure the entire department could function. Jiang Yu was absolutely confident in this. His martial soul was undoubtedly the strongest for farming, and he could handle administrative affairs as well. As for the lower-level execution, that wouldn't be his concern. As long as the execution wasn't in place, he would simply withdraw people. This is the advantage of using force. In the face of absolute power and military capability, small maneuvers and schemes are nothing, easily suppressed. After all, Jiang Yu is someone who is not afraid of trouble. Douluo, that's fine. If you bring him along, I will feel reassured. Xue Qinghe thought for a moment and then agreed. Douluo was very strong, and with him accompanying Jiang Yu, there was no need to worry about safety. Clearly, Xue Qinghe saw Douluo as an excellent bodyguard. Although Jiang Yu did not think so, Douluo's strength was secondary. The main point was that Douluo possessed the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, which were simply a divine artifact for agriculture. Although ordinary plants could not survive in that environment, with Jiang Yu there, this was not a concern. The ice and fire yin-yang eyes could greatly promote plant growth, making it the best experimental site, providing a significant boost to Jiang Yu's research. As for the climate and soil issues within, Jiang Yu could simulate them using his soul skills. Moreover, Douluo was not without merit. At least he was very skilled at planting near the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Then I will go notify him, Xue Qinghe said after some thought. Then I will trouble you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu nodded. What about his work? Xue Qinghe curiously asked, realizing that if Douluo were to leave, the work that belonged to him would likely fall on his own shoulders. A few days ago, Jiang Yu was almost overwhelmed and had brought Douluo over, assigning him many tasks. Now that Jiang Yu wanted to take Douluo away, these tasks would inevitably need to be handed over. This was a problem. If no one took over, then the Crown Prince's residence would have to take over. What used to be Jiang Yu's responsibility was now Xue Qinghe's. Xue Qinghe didn't want to do this. Your Highness need not worry about this. The work from Senior Douluo can be handed over to the head of the Fengzhi clan, Yang Wudi, as it is originally his responsibility. Jiang Yu explained after thinking for a moment. It can be said that if it weren't to appease Yang Wudi, Jiang Yu wouldn't have assigned Douluo there. That was originally Jiang Yu's work for Yang Wudi. Then I can rest assured. Xue Qinghe nodded and said, as long as it's not me doing the work, it's fine. When does Her Majesty plan to appoint me to an official position? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. I don't know, Xue Qinghe honestly replied. Jiang Yu was slightly speechless. He had just thought of it suddenly, but Xue Qinghe didn't he know. Then Jiang Yu asked, Your Highness, is His Majesty planning to confer the official positions privately or publicly? I'm not sure about that either. Xue Qinghe scratched his cheek and replied. What about the location? Jiang Yu started to understand a bit. Haha, I'll go ask Father Emperor about that. Xue Qinghe awkwardly ran away. Clearly, he was the one who brought the news, but he also had no idea about the questions. He really didn't know what to say. Jiang Yu also sighed, watching the departing figure of Xue Qinghe, feeling a bit speechless. Forget it, change is change. At least it's better than before. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, saying that the old Xue Qinghe wouldn't have cared about these things. Therefore, Jiang Yu could clearly say that Xue Qinghe had truly changed. In the past, such negligence would have been absolutely impossible for Xue Qinghe. If he didn't know something, it would be hard to believe he was a professional spy. However, he had finally managed to escape from a period of hardship. Xue Qinghe agreed to cover for him, and Jiang Yu happily tidied up the documents on his desk, sensing that this time would not be too long, just a few days. The sky was almost dark, and Jiang Yu decided not to work overtime today, preparing to take a good rest. Sure enough, Jiang Yu's intuition was correct. The next day, at dawn, Xue Qinghe arrived at Jiang Yu's home to inform him to immediately go to the palace to meet the Snow Night Emperor. The official appointment ceremony was to take place today, privately, at the royal palace. As for why it was private and not public, it was because another person was also taking office alongside Jiang Yu, someone quite mysterious, and Xue Qinghe had not received any news about him. Overall, there were two people who got in through the back door, so naturally, it couldn't be a grand affair. Your Highness, don't worry. I'll face whatever comes my way. I'm not afraid, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Although he had a feeling that this task, personally arranged by the Snow Knight Emperor, wouldn't be easy to handle, Jiang Yu didn't have the slightest concern. The visible strength of the Tiandou Empire was just that. There was no way they could lose. I believe in you. Xue Qinghe nodded in agreement. Son, once you become an official, you must serve the country well and not let anyone look down on you. The voice that spoke these words belonged to Jiang Yu's inconspicuous father, Jiang Yu. He only knew that Jiang Yu was going to be appointed, but didn't know what position it was. If he knew it was higher than his own, he wouldn't know what kind of expression he would have. Jiang Yu's father was a confirmed official enthusiast, willing to sell his son to get close to Xue Qinghe. Yet in the end, he didn't even have a position higher than his own son. Chapter 87. Meeting with the Snow Knight Emperor Tiandou City, inside the royal palace. Jiang Yu walked along the grand avenue of the imperial palace with Douluo, the morning sunlight casting a warm glow on him, making his mood even more pleasant. As for Douluo beside him, he didn't seem to share Jiang Yu's joyful spirit. Senior Douluo, you don't seem very enthusiastic, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Douluo rolled his eyes. It would be strange if he were in a good mood, as he felt quite conflicted inside. He knew that every time he had come to the palace before, it was as a tribute from the Tiandou Empire. But now he was here as a tribute from the Crown Prince's residence. The change wasn't significant, but it involved a matter of positioning, and he could already imagine the complex emotions of those who had seen him before. You can still laugh? This time you're going to the royal study. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Douluo said. Jiang Yu's appointment this time is not only in the imperial palace, but also in the crucial imperial study, directly facing the Snowy Knight Emperor. The imperial study, based on the numerous experiences of Douluo visiting here, is a very private place. Without a special summons, he, with his current status, cannot enter. Unlike before, when he could enter, he has now taken a side and is no longer the offering of the Tiandou Empire. So he has to abide by certain rules. Isn't Douluo here? Jiang Yu, not aware of this point, said with a smile. I'm sorry. I can't go in this time, Douluo said straightforwardly, as if he really thought the imperial palace was his home, coming and going as he pleased. Oh, if I can't go in, then I can't go in. After all, this is His Majesty's imperial study. Could there be any danger? Jiang Yu said, quite casually, not really worried about his safety. Douluo next to him rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe Jiang Yu didn't understand the seriousness of the issue or the weight he held in the Snowy Knight Emperor's eyes. If the Snowy Knight Emperor casually framed Jiang Yu with a crime and executed him inside, then any rescue would be out of the question. With Jiang Yu's strength, he could only wait for death. Jiang Yu naturally knew this, but he felt that the Snowy Knight Emperor wouldn't do that because, quite simply, the Snowy Knight Emperor couldn't afford to gamble on it. Jiang Yu didn't explain, but instead smiled slightly at Douluo, and then walked towards the imperial study. This left Douluo a bit perplexed. He thought, if he could understand such a simple principle, how could Jiang Yu not? It wouldn't make sense. Perhaps he had some plan that I haven't noticed. Douluo thought to himself, increasingly convinced of this idea. Soon, Jiang Yu brought Douluo to the entrance of the imperial study, where the soldiers stationed at the door stopped them. Jiang Yu took out the token that Xue Qinghe had given him this morning and was allowed to pass through directly, while Douluo was stopped because he did not have a token. Senior Douluo, just wait here for me. It's not a troublesome matter, Jiang Yu said reassuringly to Douluo. After considering for a moment, Douluo nodded. All right, just be careful. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yu stepped into the imperial study. As he entered, Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback by the ordinary appearance of the imperial study, feeling as if he had walked into the wrong place. The room was very simple, with an unremarkable desk, lacking any distinctive features or luxury. The only advantage was that there were many books, over a dozen densely packed bookshelves, all filled to the brim, and each book showed different signs of wear, indicating that the owner had been studying consistently. From this, it was clear that the Snow Knight Emperor was indeed a capable person. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. In a different time, his achievements would undoubtedly be far greater. The infiltration of the Martial Soul Hall had trapped him like a canary in a cage, making it difficult for him to accomplish anything. You've arrived. A voice, old yet incredibly clear, reached Jiang Yu's ears. At that moment, an elder appeared behind the desk in the imperial study, staring intently at Jiang Yu. The indifferent gaze seemed to reflect a deep sea, revealing nothing clear. In an instant, Jiang Yu understood who this elder was and quickly bowed in greeting. I, Jiang Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. No need for formalities. Indeed, seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. Jiang Qing is truly a heroic youth, the Snow Knight Emperor said with a hint of smile, filled with solid affirmation. Jiang Yu just listened to these words. He would not develop a fondness for the Snow Knight Emperor based solely on flattery. To put it plainly, these were just formalities, and both men understood the underlying meaning, just words to be acknowledged. Your Majesty overpraises me. I have merely done some small tasks. And to have them relayed to this extent, I truly feel apprehensive, Jiang Yu said humbly, lowering his head. Small tasks? The Snow Knight Emperor let out a light laugh, looking at the bowing Jiang Yu, a flicker of killing intent inevitably flashing in his eyes. If this were merely small tasks, then what would they be considered? However, this killing intent quickly disappeared. Jiang Yu could not be moved at this moment, and from Jiang Yu's demeanor, the Snow Knight Emperor drew a different conclusion. He was a very interesting person, making him very important. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor was not certain he could kill Jiang Yu. Who would have thought that a once insignificant character could grow to such an extent? If only the fourth could possess half of his ability, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. What a pity, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed inwardly. This is not a small matter. You have fully proven your abilities, sufficient to look down upon most of the people in the world today. The Snow Knight Emperor slightly raised Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu raised his head and smiled slightly. Your Majesty praises me too much. My abilities are just passable. To say I look down on the world is quite far from the truth. Calmly accepting the words of the Snowy Knight Emperor, Jiang Yu did not feel much pride. In his view, he was really quite ordinary. However, this scene was even more difficult for the Snowy Knight Emperor to handle. A young man who became famous and took a high position, yet showed no pride at all, had a mindset that resembled an old fox who had been entrenched in the political arena for many years. It's good for a young person to be humble, but being too humble is not acceptable. I assume Qinghe has explained the matter of your coming here to you. Knowing his words could not influence Jiang Yu, the Snowy Knight Emperor shifted the topic back to the original discussion. The Crown Prince has already informed me about this. Jiang Yu replied respectfully, still showing no signs of overstepping. Very well, then what are your thoughts on this? In my view, your abilities are more than sufficient for this position, the Snowy Knight Emperor said. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, then replied with a firm expression. I will definitely do my utmost and not let the Crown Prince down for your kindness in recognizing me. It was a very straightforward answer, but not what the Snow Knight Emperor wanted to hear. The Snow Knight Emperor had brought Jiang Yu to the Imperial study today because he wanted to discuss something more private with him, to see if he could win him over. After all, it had been a long time, and Jiang Yu's identity had long been clarified. He was very innocent, or so the Snow Knight Emperor felt. Jiang Yu's family background and identity can be investigated, which means that his allegiance to Xue Qinghe is completely unexpected, and this unexpected turn is about to destroy his Tiandou Empire. He truly is a formidable child. Emperor Xue feels that Jiang Yu must have realized his intentions, and in his earlier words, he used them to reject him. So, what do you think of the Tiandou Empire? Emperor Xue suddenly changed the subject and asked. This question caught Jiang Yu off guard, as it shouldn't have been directed at him, or at least not at this moment. What exactly does he want to know? Jiang Yu was stumped by Emperor Xue's question. Currently, the Tiandou Empire is thriving, with the people living in peace and all of them supporting His Majesty. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu still chose to respond, though his answer was filled with insincerity. Thriving? Then why do my two sons turn against each other so fiercely, even going as far as to commit patricide? Emperor Xue posed another question that left Jiang Yu somewhat bewildered. This subject is not known to me, but the Crown Prince must have a heart of filial piety towards your Majesty, and heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Jiang Yu said sternly. He had made up his mind that no matter what Emperor Xue wanted to know, he would firmly stand by Xue Qinghe's side. To him, Emperor Xue's question seemed flawed and truly difficult to answer. Jiang Yu's level of trouble made the Snow Knight Emperor feel a sense of exhaustion, as if Jiang Yu were a prickly hedgehog that he couldn't approach. The work has been launched, albeit with some bumps along the way. I had thought about saying something, but after considering it, I decided it's better to just focus on writing. Saying too much is meaningless. I want to thank all my friends for their support during this time, and I'm also very grateful for the generous rewards and monthly votes from you all. Really, thank you so much. With your support, I have gained confidence. Thank you. As for the issue of updates, I can only say that I will do my best. Unfortunately, I don't have any manuscripts saved. I write directly every day, basically finishing writing and then go to bed, every time I see the sun and only then manage to sleep. I feel like I'm walking further down the road to sudden death. Lastly, I want to say that the work has been launched, so please subscribe. I ask for your monthly votes. Finally, let me share a couple of lines of poetry with everyone. Raising a glass, I look disdainfully at the blue sky. as bright as a jade tree swaying in the wind. The lotus does not compare to the beauty's adornment, as the breeze in the water palace brings the fragrance of pearls and jade. Chapter 88. A strange conversation. Please subscribe. Please vote. Can heaven and earth be witnesses? Then, why has his recent behavior been so rebellious towards me? The crown prince meddling in politics, forcing the palace. Aren't they all acts of great treachery? Isn't he the biggest unfilial son? The Snow Knight Emperor seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and as he spoke, his anger grew, almost shouting the last part. Spittle was about to splatter onto Jiang Yu's face. The Snow Knight Emperor seemed to regard Jiang Yu as a listener, pouring out all his dissatisfaction at that moment. Yet to Jiang Yu's ears, it felt as if he was being deliberately spoken to, not just the result of the Snow Knight Emperor's anger. Jiang Yu stood aside and said softly, "Your Majesty has misunderstood the Crown Prince. His Highness truly only has a filial heart. Everything he does is out of concern for your Majesty's health. That is why he proactively offered to share your Majesty's burdens, always standing in your Majesty's position." The Emperor of the Snowy Night, no longer wanted to speak and merely chuckled coldly. Does he really not know about this so-called filial heart? It's just that Jiang Yu's position forced him to say this. Both sides are clearly aware of the situation. It's all out in the open. Yet they pretend not to know. Of course, they have to pretend not to know. If Jiang Yu dared to reveal the truth, it would only provide ammunition for others, essentially shooting himself in the foot. Looking at the cold smile on the Emperor of the Snowy Knight's face, Jiang Yu felt that the Emperor had gone mad. Even this tacit understanding needed to be made explicit. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what the Emperor of the Snowy Night was thinking. He felt a bit awkward, as it wasn't easy to lie with his eyes wide open. "So, Jiang Yu, what is your position?" The Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly said coldly. Jiang Yu was taken aback, not expecting the Snow Knight Emperor to ask such a question. Perhaps this was his true intention, and for a moment, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. But from my position, why would the Snow Knight Emperor ask this? Is my stance still unclear? It was very strange, incredibly strange. Jiang Yu believed he had fought the Snow Knight Emperor for some time, and they should have a good understanding of each other. It was impossible for him to ask such a question. Perhaps noticing that Jiang Yu remained silent, the Snow Knight Emperor stood up from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu. He stepped forward, his immense aura pressing down heavily on Jiang Yu. "Tell me, what is your stance?" The Snow Knight Emperor demanded loudly. Unlike the intimidating aura of a strong person that instills fear, this aura of a superior made one lose the courage to look directly. Cold sweat trickled down from Jiang Yu's forehead, then dropped from his chin. Damn it! Jiang Yu really didn't expect the imposing presence of the Snow Knight Emperor to be so strong. Fortunately, Jiang Yu managed to suppress the urge to look away. He wouldn't lose. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and for the first time spoke about his position with utmost seriousness. "Your Majesty, my stance is very clear. First, the people of the world, then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and finally the Tiandou Empire. As for your Majesty, I'm sorry, but I do not share your Majesty's stance. I hope you can forgive me." After saying this, Jiang Yu deeply bowed.